Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Konoha. Life Simulator confessed to Hinata at the start. 1LS. The first life simulation system. Talent. Charge God of War. 1/258. The first life simulation system. Talent. Charge God of War. Next. The so-called three-body technique. Konoha Village. Ninja School, the last row of the classroom. Tuo Yu stared at Iruka on the podium, who was lecturing with excitement. It has been more than 10 years since I traveled to the world of Hokage. The system is not online yet. To know, the world of Hokage is full of dangers and conspiracies. Dead people are like old sows wearing bras, one set after another. And, the world is full of bullying. Especially in the later stage, Rinnegan, impure world reincarnation, Susanoo. Anyone can come out and hang up. As an ordinary war orphan, Tuo Yu does not have any powerful means of life saving. No bloodline boundaries, no awesome dads. Nothing but good looks. Could it be that I really can only be an ordinary person? Tuo Yu was thinking about how he would burp in the future. And right now, ding, the Ninja World simulation system is being bound. Binding is successful. Two sudden voices sounded in Tuo Yu's mind. His face suddenly cheered up. System. Try to echo it in your head. Ding, the system is in place. What is the host's order? Hearing this voice, Tuo Yu almost shed tears. 3 years and 3 years, 3 years and 3 years. After 10 years, the system is finally online. System, quickly tell me what function you have. The full name of this system is the Ninja World Simulation System, which allows the host to simulate life. Before each simulation, host can choose talents to carry, and according to the final simulation score, host can choose to obtain corresponding rewards. The higher the score, the higher the reward. After reading the explanation of the system, Tuo Yu frowned slightly. This system seems a bit arrogant. The Sims, does this mean that as long as you do it properly, you can live a variety of wonderful lives? After trying to understand the principle, Tuo Yu did not delay for a second, and immediately turned on the system for the first simulation. Ding, the simulation has unfolded. Host. Tuo Yu. Level. LV1. The talent will be randomly selected for the host. When the host level is raised to LV10, the talent can be freely selected. Note. Talents are divided into white, blue, red, purple, gold, black and gold according to rarity and strength. Etc., etc. Why does this talent have so many colors? 7 kinds. How do you remember this? Tuo Yu just felt a little fuzzy in his head. Actually, this is easy to remember. The intensity of the talent color is probably the color of Kamen Rider Kuga. White is the weakest, black is the strongest. I have to say that this system is really good. Just to give one example, Tuo Yu remembered. Okay, let's start drawing. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stopped. Ding, the extraction was successful. You have drawn talents. Reckless Man, blue, charged God of War, red. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. After seeing these 2 talents, Tuo Yu's face suddenly burst with surprise. What's going on? As soon as it came up, it was 2 strange talents. Hey, system, I can still understand this reckless talent, but this charged God of War, what does this mean? System, reckless husband. I have no fear in my heart, and do things without calculation. The blue level is a lower level, and the degree of recklessness is average. Charge of the God of War. He was in the ashes and had some thoughts in his mind. Red is a medium level, which means that your willingness to rush to people is a bit strong. Puff. After seeing the explanation given by the system, Tuo Yu suddenly sprayed. What is this? Reckless man, charging God of War. Combined, isn't this a bit of a reckless LSP? System, can you change your talent? Tuo Yu asked with a bit of contempt. What he needs now is a talent that can improve his strength and use it to save his life. What's the use of giving an LSP talent? Ding. Once the talent is extracted, it cannot be replaced. You can only wait until the simulation is completed and re-extract it next time. Note. Sims need a certain cooling time, and the simulation year is 1 hour. Alright, although it hurts a bit, Tuo Yu is worth accepting these 2 talents. But he also wanted to see what kind of life this somewhat reckless LSP would simulate. Start the simulation. Ding. Carrying talent. Successfully carried talents. Reckless man, blue, charged God of War, red. Start the simulation. The screen is being generated in real time. Please wait. After a hasty mechanical sound, the system began to simulate. You are sitting in the classroom, listening to Mr. Iruka's lecture, while silently distracted. You are calculating, the ninja world is in danger, and you have no ability, maybe you will die in a certain incident. The more you think about it, the more afraid you become, but there is no solution, so you get more and more irritable. At this moment, your eyes swept to Hyuga Hinata next to you. Looking at her fair skin and childish face, there is a trace of evil thoughts in your heart. You are imagining in your mind that you are a cannon fodder anyway, you might as well be a full-fledged ghost, such a gentle and lovely girl as Hinata, can you find a chance to rush her? Quote, quote. See this simulated picture. Tuo Yu is completely dumbfounded. This Nima, as soon as the game started, did the whole script come out? Seriously, Tuo Yu people are almost stupid. What he is carrying in this simulation is only a red charge God of War talent. If there is a gold, or even black, in the future. That picture, I can't even think about it. Swallowing his saliva, Tuo Yu continued to simulate with nervousness, although a little guilty inside. But he is still looking forward to, because he wanted to see how he would develop with Hinata next. The key is whether or not you can succeed. Chapter 2 Simulation is over. Simulation 2, The Wise Thinker. 258. Chapter 2 Simulation is over. Simulation 2, The Wise Thinker. Because of thinking too hard, you had a nosebleed and attracted the attention of the whole class. Naruto, Choji, they all ran over with a smile and asked you the reason for the blood. Ino and little Sakura looked contemptuous and say you were thinking something strange. You didn't explain, just silently covered your nose. And at this moment, Hinata weakly handed you the handkerchief and asked you worriedly if you wanted it. You take the handkerchief, and your heart is tumbling immediately. Such a gentle girl, you must not let a big idiot like Naruto be with her, otherwise I will be sorry for her tenderness. After you thank Hinata, take the handkerchief and cover your nose, then wait quietly for school to finish. After school, you ate a bowl of fried rice on the street alone and came home. In the evening, you took Hinata's handkerchief and began to think about the strategy of how to confess to her. After 5 minutes of ideological struggle, your reckless character defeated your reason. It's so messy. Lie directly out, confess first and then talk about it. So you go out immediately, go to the Hyuga family's mansion, and invite Hinata to have supper on the grounds of thanking Hinata for borrowing your handkerchief. You successfully lured Hinata out, but instead of taking her to Konoha Street, you abducted her to a grove 1 kilometer outside the village on the grounds of letting her see a big baby. Just when Hinata asked you why you came here, you made a big hair, turned around, grabbed Hinata's shoulders, and then forced a serious expression. Hinata, please have a baby with me. FK. Seeing the system simulated here, Tuo Yu almost didn't stand up. Good guy, really forced a confession. The results of it. What was the result? Tuo Yu's heart was beating wildly, and there were even blue veins on his forehead. Hinata, who was sitting next to him, saw that something was wrong with him, and asked worriedly. Mr. Tuo Yu, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Tuo Yu held back his breath and hurriedly continued to check the simulation screen. Hinata panicked for a while and did not react. But you were like crazy, you keep confessing more than 100 times, you beg her to be your girlfriend and let her give you monkeys. After a few seconds, Hinata senses something is wrong, and she starts to struggle frantically, trying to escape from your arm. But how can you let her escape at this time? Can a duck that reaches its mouth still make her fly? So you do your best to lock her up. In the chaos, the two of you scuffled together. Although you tried your best to trap Hinata, the eldest lady of the Hyuga family cannot be underestimated. Between the two of you fighting, Hinata inadvertently broke out with chakra and unintentionally performed gentle fist. You were hit in the head on, fell to the ground, and died on the spot. This is the end of your life. Simulation ends. Quote comma. What? This? After seeing the simulation results, Tuo Yu was a little dumbfounded. Did not rush. After struggling for so long, it finally failed. Tuo Yu couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Hinata who was sitting beside him. The body is quite petite, but I didn't expect to be so strong. He used all his strength to restrain her, but she broke free. And a gentle fist, it's gone. Thought here. Tuo Yu had to sigh, this Hokage world is really a TND. You have talent and blood, you were born as a father. An ordinary passerby is pure slag, cannon fodder. At the same age, Tuo Yu, who has 0 blood and 0 strength, can't even hold Hinata's full punch. It's just too miserable. Well, this wave, I admit it. After all, with this talent, it is very difficult to successfully catch up with Hinata. Tuo Yu is still very rational. The talent of the reckless man plus LSP, to put it bluntly, is the character commonly used by the protagonists of otherworld light novels. To put it uglier, it means that there is no IQ, it is all reckless, and then a little luck of the protagonist is added, and finally it succeeds in pretending. But otherworld's light novel male protagonists can pretend to be successful because they bring their own plugins when they go out, and women give it for nothing. It's hard to fail in this situation. Compared with them, Tuo Yu's simulation is simply desperate and risking his life to blog. System, after the simulation is successful, there should be a reward, right? Can I get a reward for my simulation just now? In the process of settlement. Please wait. Ding. In this simulation, the score is E. Unable to get rewards. The cooldown period is over, you can start the next simulation at any time. Alright, Tuo Yu actually had no hope at all. After all, in this simulation just now, I didn't survive for a day before I burped. And, the biggest battle was just confession to Hinata. What can be rewarded? After stabilizing his mind, Tuo Yu regained his mood. Then, command in the mind, start the next simulation. The simulation starts, and the talent is being extracted for you. Ding. The extraction was successful. Talents have been drawn. Wise Thinker purple, Charged God of War purple. Quote question mark. Quote. After seeing this talent, Tuo Yu was stunned again. Because, there is even a charge of the God of War. Chapter 3 Strategize and make plans for years. 258. Chapter 3 Strategize and make plans for years. And this time the specification is higher, it is still purple. Don't wait for him to ask. The system immediately gave an explanation. Charge God of War. you have a lot of thoughts in your mind. Purple is a high level, which means that you have a very strong will to charge people like a god of war. Wise thinker. It is your personality to be silent, rational, and good at thinking. Never act recklessly, always make plans and think twice before doing things. Purple is a high level, indicating that your thinking ability is outstanding. Good guy. Has this wave turned into a stuffy personality? Tuo Yu's palms were sweating and he was a little excited. A wise thinker, but there is a very strong impulse in his mind. This feeling is even more terrifying than the previous reckless SP. If one is not done well, it will become a gentle scum. Start the simulation. Ding. Carrying talent. The talents have been successfully carried. Wise thinker purple, charging god of war purple. Start the simulation. The screen is being generated in real time. Please wait. After a hasty mechanical sound, the system began to simulate. You are sitting in the classroom, listening to Mr. Iruka's lecture, while silently distracted. You are calculating, the ninja world is in danger, and you have no ability, maybe you will die in a certain incident. The more you think about it, the more afraid you become, but there is no solution, so you get more and more irritable. At this moment, your eyes swept to Hyuga Hinata next to you. Looking at her fair skin and childish face, there is a resolute thought in your heart, you have to confess to Hinata. Even if she doesn't accept that she has to forcibly confess to her. Imagination in your mind. Anyway, you are cannon fodder everywhere. It is better to be a full-fledged ghost. Hinata is such a gentle and lovely girl, she must not be planted in Naruto's hands. This previous simulation is the same as the previous one. But what happened next was different. But after some ideological struggle, finally, your reason has overcome your evil thoughts. Because you know very well, if you charge Hinata rashly, you may encounter her resistance. With your current strength, you cannot resist gentle fist, and your life is in danger. And, even if you succeed in the attack, there is a high probability that a girl as small as Hinata will not be able to keep secrets. After being discovered by Hyuga Hiyashi, your life is still at risk. So, after thinking about it for a while, you postponed the impact of the target, but backhandedly started to make a plan, a detailed and thoughtful plan. What am I? Seeing this unfold, Tuo Yu touched his forehead helplessly. Being so wise and rational, he made a detailed life plan for the first time, but it was just to rush people. Wouldn't it be good to use it elsewhere? Next time, don't let me draw the charge god of war again. Shaking his head helplessly, Tuo Yu continued to simulate. That night, you stayed up all night, thinking about your plan to hit Hinata. At the same time, you were also wondering, you are so rational and good at analysis, instead of developing in the direction of the Konoha military division, you were thinking about everything, just to rush people. After all kinds of thinking, you guessed that this may be related to your naturally overly energetic physique. Quote. After seeing this simulation, Tuo Yu had nothing to say. How to say, what a rant. On the second day, you held back your exhaustion and continued to go to class. In class, you look at Hinata's profile and continue to think about countermeasures. Because you know all the plots, you know that Hinata's strength is much stronger than her performance, and she can even fight Hyuga Neji halfway. With the background of the Hyuga family behind it, whether it is soft or hard, it is unlikely. After seeing this analysis, Tuo Yu couldn't help dragging his chin, thinking for a few seconds. Originally, for big families, intermarriage and continuation of bloodlines are the inherited customs. Especially the eldest lady of the level of Hinata, she attaches great importance to her bloodline, and she must keep the purest white eyes. The Hyuga family absolutely does not allow the genes of outsiders to contaminate their blood. If Naruto hadn't become 7th Hokage and saved Konoha several times, he would never have married Hinata. So then, even if you pursue Hinata openly and honestly, you can't do it. Tuo Yu was a little curious. Soft and hard are not enough, how can I succeed? Continue the simulation. After all kinds of thinking, you finally came up with a plan, that is, to become a doctor. Because you know that there are 2 time points, as long as you operate it properly, you can be in the same room with Hinata, and the other party has no resistance at all at that time. You can almost get started. After making up your mind, you came to the Hokage office and expressed your attitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying that you did not have the talent to be a ninja, and no matter how hard you tried, you couldn't catch up with Naruto and the others, so you hoped to drop out of the ninja school. But for the will of fire, you still want to contribute to the village, so you want to go to Konoha Hospital and be a male doctor to take care of those who are seriously injured. Your heart moved 3rd Hokage and Iruka and others. During the farewell party that was touched and respected by your classmates, you quit the school. However, while working in the hospital to make money, you practiced medical ninjutsu and worked hard to become a qualified the medical ninja. Chapter 4 Success. Successfully rushed to Hinata. 4258. Chapter 4 Success. Successfully rushed to Hinata. See here. Tuo Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Good guy. This time the operation is even sharper than the last time. To be a doctor. Man, this is getting worse and worse. The pervert in the TV series seems to be the vast majority of doctors. Tuo Yu sighed. He felt that he was going to go further and further on this road of no return. Time passed quickly. During your time as a Konoha male nurse, you learned some basic first aid measures, and also learned 2 or 3 C-level medical ninjutsu. You are not involved in any events that will change the history of the ninja world. Naruto and the others have successfully graduated, the 7th class is established, the Wave Country incident. You did not participate in all the mainline deeds. The reason is that the moment of opportunity in his calculations can arrive safely. 3 months later, Konoha held the Chunin exam, and you have your first chance. In the qualifiers for the third test, you knew in advance that Hinata would be seriously injured by Neji, so you excused yourself to watch the game and stayed in the arena. As you expected, Hinata was seriously injured by Neji in the end. You were in the audience immediately rushed into the field and sent Hinata to the hospital for treatment. Because your speed is too fast, other Shaoqiang have not caught up, and when you took Hinata into the ward, you secretly performed a physical examination on her. You have a feast for your eyes, and a blessing for your hands. However, the Hyuga family and other Shaoqiang arrived soon, and professional doctors also came in, so you have no chance to expand further. After this, you begin to study medical ninjutsu more diligently. Compared with other types of ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu does not require very high talents. Except for Tsunade and Chio, the level of other medical ninjas in the entire ninja world is almost the same. This shows that as long as you work hard, ordinary people can become an excellent medical ninja. The timeline continues to advance. Tsunade took office, Sasuke defected, Konoha Sannin led his disciples to practice, One-Tail Jinchuriki, the 7th class looking for Sasuke, the undead duo, the Uchiha brothers battle. In these mainline events, you did not play a very important role, just as a medical ninja, silently treating the wounded and improving his skills. And your medical ninjutsu has become more and more exquisite, and has grown from a male nurse who does odd jobs to Konoha's leading medical ninjutsu. Then, the most important moment came. Pen invaded Konoha and captured 9 tails. This is the best time, you know, to have the right time and place. So on this day, you got up early, took a shower, checked in at the hospital, left the village on the grounds of picking herbs, and went to a place that Shinra Tianzheng could not reach. As expected, Pain invaded Konoha and slaughtered countless Konoha villagers. Just after Pain finished the Shinra Heavenly Expedition, you started to rush back, and calculated the timing to get close to the battlefield when Naruto and Pain played against each other. When Hinata was stabbed, Naruto broke out 9 tails, and Pen fought fiercely outside the village. You appeared at the card point. You dashed to Hinata quickly, examine her wounds, and carry her away from the danger zone. Your actions are also reasonable, even if little Sakura saw it, there was no doubt at all. You brought Hinata to the woods outside the village. At this time, the entire village of Konoha is basically dead, Naruto and Pain are still fighting, and Hinata is in a coma. This is the moment you have been waiting for. You treated Hinata briefly, and then took care of her day and night. During this period, you also said a lot about Naruto, such as Naruto being a big straight man, why Naruto has always liked little Sakura, why he has not noticed about you. Naruto seems to have only Sasuke in his mind. At first Hinata felt that it was indifferent, but later, she gradually began to agree with your words. Naruto doesn't seem to really care about her. He only has Sasuke in his eyes. Naruto didn't come over even during the hospitalization period, but continued to do other tasks. Seeing that her heart is shaking, you start a love offensive. You take care of her more carefully, tell her some happy things every day, just like your own wife, meticulous. 2 months later, your relationship with Hinata has progressed to an extraordinary point, so you seized the opportunity and confessed to her. Although Hinata was a little flustered at first, but later, after thinking deeply, he agreed. You succeeded. You start taking Hinata to go shopping, like a couple, going in and out of various places. But because you are not from the Hyuga clan, you do all this secretly, otherwise you will be found by Hyuga Hiyashi and you will definitely die. And after half a year of love, you did it. Under your careful calculation, you finally took her to your home and spent the night. See here. At this time, Tuo Yu, who was simulating in the classroom, could not help sweating in his palms and trembling slightly. Actually, successful, he really rushed to Hinata himself. He couldn't help but turn his head and glance at the petite and weak girl next to him. She was white and tender. Really cool. Is it over? Tuo Yu pondered that this has already been successfully hit the base. This simulation should be over, right? However, things were not as simple as he thought. After that night, the two of you continued to fall in love underground. However, when the time came to the 6th week, an anomaly occurred, and Hinata found that her relatives did not come this month. Then, nausea, vomiting. A series of chain reactions appeared on Hinata. There is no way. She had to go to check, but to everyone's shock, she was pregnant. The entire Konoha burst apart, and public opinion is boiling. And soon, the suspect is locked on your head. You were arrested by the senior management of the village and the Hyuga family. After a series of interrogations and paternity verification experiments, you were confirmed to be the father of Hinata's child. Hyuga Hiyashi lost control on the spot, and the gentle fist will kill you completely. This is the end of your life. Simulation ends. Chapter 5 Noble Personality plus the Vision of the Harem, the Talent for Conflict. 5258. Chapter 5 Noble Personality plus the Vision of the Harem, the Talent for Conflict. Quote question mark. Quote. Nima, seeing the simulation results this time, Tuo Yu couldn't hold back and stood up with a bang. Tuo Yu, what are you doing? Baruka on the podium gave a serious scolding. The other students also covered their mouths and laughed. Tuo Yu blushed and sat down a little embarrassed. He re-examined the deduction just now, and had to say, he still couldn't hold back. Obviously have been successful. It turned out to be an accident. The first time I attacked Hinata, I immediately killed people. And it was finally found. Mr. Tuo Yu, Hinata in the seat next to him still looked at Tuo Yu worriedly. From the beginning, you have become so strange, are you not feeling well? Tuo Yu shook his head. Looking at Hinata's childish face, and recalling the things he did to her in The Sims just now, Tuo Yu's face was flushed, and he felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Next time, don't let me draw the charge god of war again. Tuo Yu thought so silently in his heart. And this time, ding, simulation is over, in the process of settlement. Please wait, ding, this simulation, the score is A. What, the score is so high? Seeing the words in front of him, Tuo Yu was a little shocked. In this simulation just now, I finally got caught out in the public eye, and I didn't say anything, and I was finally beaten to death by my old husband. That's it, how can I get an A grade? The high score is because the host has fulfilled your long-cherished wish. Even if the final outcome is bleak, but you have achieved your goal, you can say that you will die without regrets. After hearing the system's explanation, Tuo Yu was speechless for a moment. Makes sense. As long as the goal is achieved, what if the result is dismal? Originally, if he developed normally in the ninja world according to his original identity, he would be either a passerby or a cannon fodder. And you have to look at all the lovely girls, and eventually marry other people and be their wives and children. Can this kind of thing be tolerated? Cannot. Absolutely not. And I, after a lot of hard work, strategized for 3 years. Although the method is a bit dirty, at least in the end, the long-cherished wish has been fulfilled. Even if he passed away, he would have no regrets. It's much more cost-effective than going to be a cannon fodder in vain. Think of these. The guilty feeling in Tuo Yu's heart just now dissipated a little. Ding. Given that you achieved an A in this simulation evaluation, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1 in 4 years of chakra accumulation. 2. Elite medical ninjutsu. Glancing at the reward, Tuo Yu chose 2 without thinking about it. As an ordinary person without talent, how much chakra can he accumulate in 4 years? It may not be as much as other Naruto's multiple shadow clone techniques. But elite medical ninjutsu is different. In the simulation just now, Tuo Yu could clearly see that in the past 4 years, he has been polishing and improving his medical technology day and night. In that life just now, he was the medical ninja of the Konoha elite, which was entirely based on his own strength. That's why he chose the second reward without hesitation. Rewards are being loaded for you, please wait. For a moment, Tuo Yu just felt a complicated and huge flow of information pouring into his mind. That is the knowledge and experience he has accumulated in the past few years in treatment, first aid, and medical care. Surgery, dispensing, first aid measures, stitches, hemostasis, detoxification. All kinds of complicated and obscure medical knowledge and experience were poured into his body at once. And, due to the huge amount of information loaded in an instant, his mind was a little dizzy. There are also some symptoms of nausea and vomiting. Mr. Tuo Yu, it's okay. Hinata, who was next to him, quickly reached out and supported Tuo Yu. Stay glued. Tuo Yu calmed down. This damn body, not to mention the mediocre talent, even can't bear to receive a little more knowledge. It seems, you must find a way to draw a talent that can improve your strength. The course passed quickly throughout the day. Although Iruka talked a lot today, Tuo Yu didn't even hear a word. Because his whole energy is on the system. He has been waiting for the cooling down of the system to end. Finally, in the last class in the afternoon, when school is about to end. System refresh. The cooldown is over, you can start the next simulation anytime. Not a second wasted, Tuo Yu immediately ordered in his mind. System, start the next simulation. The simulation starts, and the talent is being extracted for you. Ding. The extraction was successful. Talents have been drawn. Wise thinker purple, noble personality purple, vision of the harem red. Great. Finally there is no charge of the god of war. Seeing the talent that appeared this time, Tuo Yu almost jumped up without excitement. Without the charge of the god of war, I can finally be a person. However, when he calmed down and carefully examined this talent, he fell into confusion again. What's the situation? There are actually 3 talents this time, and, what's going on with the last 2? Wise thinkers, this is undoubtedly a big killer. In the last purple, he had already devised a strategy, and in order to achieve his goal, he did not hesitate to design a 4-year plan. Finally successfully achieved the goal. It's just that Tuo Yu was surprised by the 2 talents after that. Perhaps sensing Tuo Yu's doubts, the system immediately described the details of the 3 talents. Wise thinker. It is your personality to be silent, rational, and good at thinking. Never act recklessly. Always make plans and think twice before doing things. Gold is a high level, indicating that your thinking ability is outstanding. Noble personality. Possess a series of positive qualities such as innocence, kindness, and integrity. Purple is a high level, which means that your character is very noble and admirable. Vision of the harem. Just like the dreams of light novel male protagonists and countless otakus, I hope that I can have a few, or even many, wives. If I travel to Otherworld, the first vision is to open a harem, followed by Tata Kai. Red is medium to high level, indicating that this desire is somewhat strong. Converted to the specific situation, it is probably that the lovely girls hovering around him want to be in the bag and make them his girlfriend or wife. After reading the explanation of the system, Tuo Yu frowned, and his whole body remained motionless. Because, although this system clearly explained each talent, but after reading it, not only did he not wake up, but instead, he became even more confused. Because this seems to be a contradiction. The second talent, noble personality, and the third, vision of the harem, this is totally contradictory. While he has a noble personality, he also wants to open a harem. Isn't this a conflict with each other? Chapter 6, A Dull Life, to be a ramen master in this life. 258. Chapter 6, A Dull Life, to be a ramen master in this life. But Tuo Yu didn't struggle too much either. Complex personalities, if you think about it carefully, are not too uncommon. For example, Konoha betrayal Uchiha Itachi, Tuo Yu thinks his personality is quite complicated. On one side is Brokon, and on the other side is the big dutiful son. On the one hand, he murdered indifferently, and generally cooked egg fried rice with a genial face. Isn't this a tangled body of various contradictions? Can Uchiha Itachi, or the vast majority of people in the ninja world, be judged purely as good people or bad people? With strong anticipation, Tuo Yu took a deep breath. Then, the simulation begins. You are sitting in the classroom, listening to Mr. Iruka's lecture, while silently distracted. Your gaze is on little Sakura, Ino, and Hinata, scanning back and forth. They are all girls you like, and you even fantasize that one day you will be able to marry them all as wives. But as soon as you came up with this idea, a strong sense of disgust immediately developed in your heart. You curse yourself, how can you be so shameless? Little Sakura likes Sasuke, and Hinata likes Naruto. If you do this, aren't you taking away their happiness? Little Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto and Hinata, they both went through so many difficulties and finally came together. It would be shameless to intervene as a third party. Your morality and character have overcome your greed, you slapped your face hard, no longer fantasized about those things, and began to listen to the class seriously. FK, seeing the simulation in paragraph 1, Tuo Yu began to feel a little overwhelmed. This is really a tangled aggregate. On the one hand, he wants to open the harem, and on the other hand, his noble personality is resisting. It feels like a good student with a good tutor since childhood, forced to do some unwilling things in order to fit into the group. Such as smoking. It looks disturbing. On the second day, you were late. In class, teacher Iruka asks you the reason, you blush and touch the back of your head and tell the reason. It turns out that you helped an old grandmother to cross the street on the street, so you were late for class. Naruto and Choji and others laugh and say that you must be lying, but the girls have a warm face because they know who you are and they choose to trust you. On the third day, on the fourth day, you will do some small things within your ability every day. For example, helping grandma to cross the road and feeding stray cats. On the fifth day, today is little Sakura's duty, responsible for cleaning. After school, all the classmates have gone home, only you and little Sakura are still in the classroom. You help little Sakura clean up out of courtesy. However, little Sakura came over carelessly and asked you why. You smiled slightly and said, there is no special reason, it is only natural for boys to help girls, right? You thought you would be thanked by little Sakura, but to your surprise, little Sakura did thank you, but shamelessly handed the other broom to you, and then put his hands together, begging earnestly you help. She said she wanted to go to the ninja shop, because it was Sasuke's birthday soon, and she wanted to give Sasuke a kunai as a birthday present. At this moment, a bitter feeling flows into your heart, you hold on, show a kind smile, then take the broom and let little Sakura go. Little Sakura ran out happily, and you were alone, lonely in the same place. Quote. See here, Tuo Yu just felt hot in his heart. Special, what a plane, how can there be such a bitter drama? After working for a long time, the harem has not been opened, so do you still help others to make wedding dresses? Tuo Yu couldn't help but look up at little Sakura in the distance, wanting to punch her. You are quietly cleaning the classroom by yourself, and you feel very uncomfortable. However, when you think of little Sakura's smiling face full of anticipation, you are relieved a lot. Because you think that as long as others can be happy, even if you make a little sacrifice, it doesn't really matter. What is it because the personality talent is too strong, so it crushes your vision of opening a harem? Otherwise, it wouldn't be so wasteful. Tuo Yu went back and looked at the talents he carried. The noble personality is purple, the vision of the harem is red. Purple is one level higher than red, in other words, it's a bigger part of the Sims. It seems that the self-simulated this time has more kindness. The days that followed were uneventful. Graduation exam, because of your poor talent, you failed the exam 3 times. Under the guidance of Iruka, you gave up being a ninja and chose an ordinary career instead. Naruto, Choji, Shikamaru and others all come to comfort you, but you still have a warm smile on your face. Hinata gives you a handkerchief, which you gladly accept. On the day Naruto and the others passed the Kakashi test, you became a ramen master by apprenticing to the hand-beating owner of the Ichiraku ramen shop. In the first week of the ramen shop, you study hard every day. Kneading noodles, cooking soup, copying vegetables. I don't go home until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night every day. When Naruto and little Sakura visited, you would greet them warmly, and occasionally let them taste your craftsmanship, but most of the time, Sasuke would snort coldly and say that your craftsmanship is not up to standard. You get used to this kind of life gradually, and you put more and more thoughts into ramen noodles. It's just that when little Sakura, Ino, Hinata and the others visit, your heart will be touched a little, and you will imagine that if you have a strong talent like Naruto or Sasuke, you can push them all the way, maybe you can turn them into your harem. But every time this idea crosses your mind, you immediately reject it. Chapter 7 The life track that began to deviate, you married the calamus. 7/258. Chapter 7 The life track that began to deviate, you married the calamus. Occasionally, when you think too much and lose your mind, the back of your head will be severely hammered by a calamus, telling you not to be lazy. 3 months later, because of your hard work day and night, you successfully graduated and was recognized by the hand-beating boss and became the second in command of the ramen shop. You happily invited Naruto and the others to taste your craftsmanship, and after eating your face, everyone gave a thumbs up. Even Urzuzi, who has always pretended to be ruthless, reluctantly said, so. Chunin exam, you entertained Gaara, Tamari, you also entertained Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, although you saw through their disguise at a glance, you did not reveal their identities. Because of your kind nature, you feel that the two of them are just poor people who were driven out of the village and wandered outside. The Konoha collapse battle, Uchiha Itachi returns to the village, you all escaped the disaster. When Sasuke defected to Konoha, you were so kind, predicted the time in advance, guarded the village gate early, and handed him a bowl of steaming ramen. You tell Sasuke, take care of yourself outside, if you are hungry, you can come to you anytime, the door of Ichiraku Ramen is always open for Sasuke. Sasuke showed his true feelings towards you for the first time, his eyes were red, he finished the ramen in silence, and even drank the last sip of soup. FK, this unfolds, why does it feel more and more strange? Tuo Yu's heart was touched a little, although this time I simulated, I still didn't have the ability to open and push horizontally, and I didn't get any heaven-defying ability. But this unfolding, inexplicably feels a little warm. Not only did he entertain Orochimaru and the others, but he also cooked a bowl of ramen noodles for Urzuzi. He also said something so terrifying. If the character is not noble to a certain level, it is absolutely impossible to do it. The next year, 2 years, you will be the second owner of a ramen shop seriously. Every time you are happiest, it is when Hinata, Ino and the others come to the store. Watching them grow from ignorant little girls to young girls, you feel a lot of emotion in your heart, and you still have SX again from time to time. They have become the scene of your harem, but the number of SX is less and less. Spring and autumn come, and in the blink of an eye, it is already the day of Pen's invasion. Because you knew in advance that Pain would eventually be killed by Naruto and finally performed the Rinne Tensai technique, you didn't do anything. You and the boss family were killed by Six Paths Pain, but revived shortly after. After this, Naruto and Hinata often come to eat ramen together. As soon as you see the interaction between Hinata and Naruto, you know it's impossible. So you only have silent blessings. In those nights, you would often sing a song by Brother Pheasant, the one I love. That night, after closing time, you were blowing the air on the balcony, and Ayame put a cup of tea in front of you. She asked you who the lyrics were with a bad face. You smiled slightly, and stared at Hinata and little Sakura on the street, but he said half-jokingly, it's you, sister of course. The calamus blushed and gave you a punch. Later, the calamus and the handbeat will also be able to sing this song. After 2 months, the little Sakura will also sing it, and the little Sakura said that this song is just for her made to measure. Puff, see how the plot develops here. Tuo Yu couldn't hold it back, he squirted out. Good guy, is this all a pop song? Also, how distressed you are. It's about to become a sad master. However, after thinking for a few seconds, he probably understood. It is estimated that the talent of that harem vision is at work. As long as there is that talent, he has always had the vision of opening a harem. But Neihi's strength is too poor, and there is still a noble personality resisting. I want it, I can't get it, I can't get it. It's so frustrating and frustrating. 1 year later, the Fourth World War began, and you were selected to go to the Ninja Allied Forces as logistics. Because you are familiar with the plot, you avoided several death crises, and even discovered a few disguised white Zetsu, saving a lot of logisticians. After Infinite Tsukuyomi starts, you enter your own dream. In the dream, you build an illusory world. The world is peaceful and stable, only you are a man. Not only Hokage's sister, Rem, Nakiri Arena, Shinomiya Kagaya, Poison Island Yuko, Lingbo Lee, Asuka, Masaka Makoto. All the cute and stylish girls you know have become your wives, and because you are the only man in this world, you have no guilt, and you even hope that Infinite Tsukuyomi will not end. Forever immerse yourself in a fantasy world. After the 4 wars, the ninja world returned to peace. You are still working in the ramen shop, because you know that all the plots are almost over, and there will be no major crisis in 10 years, so you work harder, in order to save more money. Don't let yourself be like little Sakura in the future, he pays the mortgage every month. Sasuke came to thank you, remembering the ramen you gave him at the gate of Konoha village that day. He showed a harmonious smile, a squinting smile, not like Urzuzi at all. Afterwards, you passed 2 years without incident. However, during the spring festival this year, after the ramen shop closed, the hand-beating boss suddenly called you home. He looked at you solemnly and told you that he wanted to betroth his daughter Calamus to you. A chorus knelt down beside the hand, blushing and bowing her head shyly. And at that moment, you suddenly realized that the person who has been by your side for so many years, silently supporting your life and work, is not little Sakura, not Hinata, but Calamus. Chapter 8 85 Years of Life, rated as S. 8258. Chapter 8 85 Years of Life, rated as S. Recalling the past 10 years, every day with Iris, you can't help weeping, and at the same time of gratitude, you agreed to this marriage. Your wedding with Calamus was very warm. Kakashi, Tsunade, Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, little Sakura, Orochimaru, almost everyone in Konoha came to congratulate. After all, they have all eaten the ramen you made, especially Sasuke, gave him 2 months' salary. On the night of your wedding, you quickly surrendered because of your inexperience. You thought Calamus would be angry, but she hugged you and cried all night. You learned later that it was Chenku who always felt that she was a few years older than you, and she always felt inferior. After learning this, you love Calamus even more. 1 or 2 years after marriage, you didn't think about opening a harem anymore. It seems that after so many years of tempering, your character has become more noble, and the vision of opening a harem has dissipated from your mind. 3 years later, you and Ayame had their first child, a boy, and you named him Kudo Shinichi. 4 years later, you and Ayame had a second child, a girl, you named him Haibara Ai. 8 years later, the Otsutsuki star invaded. Although you had a difficult time in the middle, with the efforts of the new generation of Xiaoqiang such as Borin, the crisis was finally lifted. 20 years later, your father-in-law was beaten to death by hand. You cried for a long time in front of his tombstone, and you felt that it was not a father-in-law who died, but a father. 25 years later, you attended Kakashi's funeral. He was single until his death, and Might Guy also cried for a long time in front of Kakashi's tombstone. 30 years later, Iris left you first. You held her hand on the hospital bed. She smiled and told you, "I am very happy in my life." 45 years later, the protagonist of the ninja world, Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist of the sky, left, and the funeral was held very grandly. Almost all the people of the ninja world, even the toads of the summoning world, who could come came. You look at the gray-haired Hinata at the funeral, and the Tsunade, the same as it was decades ago, and you feel like a lifetime away. The next year, Hinata also died, and everyone buried her and Naruto together. Borin's son, Naruto's grandson, cried and shouted, "I must learn to impure world reincarnation, and put both grandfather and grandmother together." Resurrection. In the next few years, Xiaoqiangs died one after another in the village. Every time you stood in front of their tombstones, you were filled with emotion, and you even wondered if you wanted to learn impure world reincarnation. 60 years later, your life has come to an end. You are lying on the hospital bed, surrounded by children, daughters and grandchildren, and recalling the ordinary days you have lived in this life, you smile. At the last moment of your life, a picture flashed in your mind. This picture is not the picture of your own harem, but the face of the woman you have loved all your life, the Calamus. You left this world with a smile, without a trace of regret. Your life ends here. Simulation ends. ... The system screen gradually dimmed. As for Tuo Yu, his face was blank, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. This second half of the simulation, Tuo Yu did not interrupt the whole process. But very serious, word-for-word feeling. After all the simulations, he only felt sore in his nostrils. Seeing his wife Iris, Kakashi, Naruto, Hinata, when they left one by one, the corners of their eyes were even a little wet. Did you end your life? There is no ups and downs in life, no bloody battles. It's just ordinary getting married and having children, ordinary work raising a family and raising children, and then living out this life. And there are also plots that have not even appeared in the original book. Kakashi is dead, Naruto is dead, Naruto has grandson. This ordinary but restless life is really touching. Mr. Tuo Yu, what's wrong with you? He heard Hinata's voice again. In this short day, Hinata experienced Tuo Yu nosebleed, suddenly stood up, blue veins burst, red eye circles, and even tears in the corners of his eyes. She is all stupid. I really don't understand what happened to Tuo Yu. Is it an illusion? No, it's just a little moved. Tuo Yu's heart was full of mixed feelings, and he sighed silently. Hinata doesn't understand even more. Feeling moved. Why are you moved? Aren't you still in class? Could it be that Tuo Yu's eyes turned red just by hearing Mr. Iruka talk about how to use the transformation technique? What kind of structure is his brain? Hinata had a worried look on her face, and she secretly made up her mind to ask when school was over. Otherwise, when she thinks of Tuo Yu's red eyes, she herself feels uncomfortable. On this side of the system. Ding. Simulation is over. In the process of settlement. Please wait. Ding. This simulation, the score is S. What? The score is so high. Seeing the words in front of him, Tuo Yu was a little shocked. In this simulation just now, I lived a normal life without participating in any battles, not even killing a single person. Actually, you can still get an S grade. In this simulation, host successfully played the role of an ordinary person. I'm a little nervous in my heart, but there's still a lot of positive energy. Although you didn't break through the stormy waves in the ninja world, you have lived your life perfectly as an ordinary person. You have a lover, marry a wife and have children, and even children have offspring. You have made countless friends. They respect you and like you. The girls you secretly loved when you were young also have good homes. You left peacefully surrounded by descendants, and you left no regrets. This is a perfect simulation. After hearing the system's explanation, Tuo Yu was filled with emotion. Yes, who said big winds and waves are life? Plain and simple is true. Tuo Yu readily accepted this evaluation. Ding. Given that you have achieved S in this simulation evaluation, you can choose 2 from the following rewards. 1. The cumulative amount of chakra in your life. 2. Your life's learning and knowledge. 3. The ramen skills you have learned in your life. 4. The memory of your life. Note, it can be shared with one person. Chapter 9 Go to the ex-wife's shop to eat ramen. 9258. Chapter 9 Go to the ex-wife's shop to eat ramen. This. Seeing the rewards given by the system this time, Tuo Yu didn't hesitate for a second and made a choice immediately. It's not a choice at all. 3 and 4, because number 1 and number 2 are of no use to him at all. A person with zero fighting talent, how much chakra can accumulate in his life may not be enough to open Susago Gundam once in Urzuzi. He is not the main force in this life, but the main logistics. And knowledge. This is even more useless. He already understands the knowledge in Hokage, it is superfluous. So choose 3 and 4 properly. For a moment, a huge amount of knowledge, as well as more than 80 years of memory, flooded into my mind instantly. For more than 70 years, day-by-day ramen craftsmanship, cooking vegetables, cooking soup, kneading noodles, all kinds of peculiar formulas, superb craftsmanship, and instant success. This moment, Tuo Yu seems to be a 70-year-old ramen master. His craftsmanship even surpassed that of Konoha's first person. However, vomit. Because his body couldn't bear the amount of information and knowledge, Tuo Yu was dizzy for a moment, and he couldn't help retching. Taku, Tuo Yu-kun. Hinata next to him was horrified. Come and hold him quickly. You, what's wrong with you? No, it's fine, just a little dizzy. Tuo Yu raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot. See his face. Hinata's face is pale and everyone is stupid. What the hell happened to Tuo Yu? Is it poisoning? Still in illusion? Shouldn't his life be in danger? Because the simulation time this time is too long, up to 85 years. So for the next 3 days or so, Tuo Yu will not be able to perform the next simulation. Looks like I'll just have to endure it. I hope that when I simulate next time, I can get a talent to enhance my physique. At least don't spit it out. After school, the students of the ninja school all went back to their homes. Naruto grinned and gathered around. Tuo Yu, ramen thief. Go for ramen. Tuo Yu smiled lightly. Without Naruto's invitation, he actually wanted to go. After all, in his previous life, he was the son-in-law who beat the boss. Ichiraku Ramen Shop has been in business for decades under his hands. Soon, under the leadership of Naruto, a group of Shaoqiang came to the ramen shop. Boss, I want a big bowl of ramen. Boss, I want beef bone ramen. Cook the noodles a little harder. Boss, put more fish balls. With the patronage of a group of little devils, the store was suddenly very lively. But this time, Tuo Yu's face was a little emotional. You must know that in the life I just simulated, I chose to become a ramen master. After working for a few years at this Ichiraku ramen shop, I ended up marrying a calamus. Now looking back and sitting here to eat and consume, he only feels illusory and dreamlike. Face is good. Calamus took the plate and placed the noodle bowls in front of Tuo Yu and the others one by one. I'm gonna start now. Naruto and Choji immediately gasped. Oops, idiot Naruto, your soup splashed on my face. Little Sakura complained loudly. Sasuke's face was cold, and he sucked noodles silently beside him. What's the matter, Tuo Yu-kun? Have you no appetite? In the seat, Hinata looked at Tuo Yu worriedly. Because at this moment, Tuo Yu frowned, his eyes fixed on the noodle bowl in front of him, but he didn't move his chopsticks for a long time. Combined with his series of unusual actions today, Hinata suspects that Tuo Yu really has no appetite. No, it's just this bowl of noodles, it's almost meaningless. The completion of this bowl of noodles is only about 60%, and it can be even better. Upon hearing this, not only Hinata, Sasuke them, even the hand and calamus on one side focused their attention. Hey, stinky boy, what are you talking about? My dad's ramen noodles taste perfect, where is 60%? Tuo Yu's ex-wife, Calamus, came over with a face full of shame. Looking up at the woman who was a few years older than him, Tuo Yu was confused for a moment. But he recovered immediately and said seriously, this bowl of noodles can be even better, you believe me. Oh, could it be that you can also make ramen? Chengpu raised his arms with great interest, and the other Shaoqiang stopped their chopsticks one after another. Oh, don't listen to his bragging, Tuo Yu's food is terrible, it's almost like pig food. Naruto laughed, pig food is not enough, but it's just enough to eat. Little Sakura added with chopsticks and dragging his chin. Hey, Tuo Yu, what are you doing? Who doesn't know uncle's hand-beating skills? That's our Konoha Kazuki, there can't be a better ramen than him. Choji said without doubt. Shaoqiang's reactions were the same. After all, Konoha's Ichiraku ramen is a famous brand in the whole ninja world. Open for decades, business has been booming. Needless to say the taste is natural. But this time, in the eyes of Tuo Yu, the current Ichiraku ramen, the taste is indeed flawed. As for why, that is naturally the result of his last simulation. He has been a ramen master for decades, and has honed his craftsmanship. And in order to keep improving and make better flavors, he kept researching and experimenting, combining hundreds of flavors. He worked hard with hand beater and calamus, and finally raised the taste to ultimate. With all the skills and experience of the previous life, he is naturally not satisfied with the current ramen. Let me try it, I'll make a bowl of 100% complete ramen. Without further ado, Tuo Yu walked into the kitchen immediately. Hey, isn't it, really do it? Tuo Yu, UBD, are you trying to poison us? Isn't it Tuo Yu, what are you doing crazy? Can the noodles you make taste as good as the boss? Tuo Yu's action stunned everyone else. They are all thinking, is there something wrong with Tuo Yu today, thinking that his craftsmanship can be better than the boss? A group of people all stopped their chopsticks and gathered around. In front of the noodle pot, the hand beater also smiled cheerfully. Ha 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 ha, I have been running a ramen shop for decades, and I have never met a kid who dared to challenge my taste. Then you can try it. If it tastes better than mine, I will entertain you for free in the future. Tuo Yu replied silently. Then, put on an apron, put on a kitchen hat, roll up your sleeves, and wash your hands. Tuo Yu has been doing the preparatory work for this set of ramen for decades. Carved into the bones of the skilled. Even though it has not been officially started yet, the hand fight and the calamus are already dumbfounded. This kid, why are you so skilled? Chapter 10 What? Calamus is actually called Tuo Yu's husband. 10-258. Chapter 10 What? Calamus is actually called Tuo Yu's husband. Mix water, beat eggs, knead dough, knead dough. Tuo Yu moves like a top dancer. Flowing clouds and water, it is pleasing to the eye. Even Naruto and Choji, who were questioning him just now, shut their mouths. Swoosh. Tuo Yu raised his knife and shredded a few slices of cheese. Hey, what are you adding? Calamus was in a hurry and was about to step forward, but the handbeat stopped her. Let him do it. This kid makes me feel very unusual. Obviously he's just a kid, but his movements and procedures, he's like an experienced master. Hearing the praise from the hands, a group of people were all dumbfounded. What's the situation? Isn't Tuo Yu a brat as big as them? How could his ramen skills get such a high rating from Uncle Hand fighting? His eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, there are some truths that he dare not say. That is, this Tuo Yu is doing ramen just like himself. Yes, he saw his own shadow in Tuo Yu. It feels like Tuo Yu is his son, and he taught him kung fu for decades. Chop vegetables, stir fry, cook noodles. Tuo Yu's superb craftsmanship is vividly reflected in this pot. 20 minutes later, it is done. Tuo Yu took out a bowl of noodles and put it in front of the boss. Smelling this aroma, and looking at the circles of crystal clear noodles, I was very nervous. Pick up the chopsticks, pick up a strand, and put it in your mouth. In an instant, the hand-beating eyes opened, and the pupils were full of surprise. I'm going. It's the first time I see a hand-beating boss and open his eyes. Little Sakura. That's right, it's the first time I've seen it. Ino. What, isn't it a blind man to beat the boss? Naruto. There was a lot of discussion. Sweat dripped from his hands when he hit his face. Little devil, this noodle, where did you learn this hand-pulling noodle skill? Tuo Yu replied calmly, without him, I only know you well. Hand beat the whole person completely shocked. His eyes widened, his hands trembling uncontrollably. This side is so delicious. It's beyond my skill. What? Hearing the evaluation of Shouta, all the Xiaoqiang in the room were dumbfounded. Isn't it? Hit the boss, are you kidding? Tuo Yu's casual noodles are better than yours. No one dared to believe it. Naruto rushed over first, picked up a mouthful of noodles and ate it. Then, I was stunned. This noodle, the taste is really a little bit different. Others couldn't bear it any longer and went up to try. I'm going. What does this taste like? It really needs to be delicious. The noodle Q is chewy, and it's all the way to the teeth. And this soup, although it's clearer, what's with the strong fragrance? Tuo Yu, you've got the medicine. Everyone was stunned after eating Tuo Yu's noodles. Obviously, the taste doesn't lie. The ramen made by Tuo Yu is indeed better than handmade ramen. Ayame looked very nervous, because, if Tuo Yu's ramen is even better than her father's, and spreads to the village, will their family's business be affected? And, if Tuo Yu didn't want to be a ninja and ran out to open a shop, wouldn't that be a blow to their Ichiraku ramen? Calamus panicked and looked at Tuo Yu worriedly. At this time, Tuo Yu also looked at her strangely. My ex-wife, her craft, her personality, her body. There are several moles on her butt, which Tuo Yu remembers vividly. After all, that's what I've experienced myself. System, I remember the memory reward I got before, can it be shared with one person? Tuo Yu asked in his head. Yes, will there be insanity after sharing memories? No, after the memory is shared with others, it will be imprinted in their subconscious, and it will evolve into their memories and illusions. Most people will only think that this is their own fantasy. Tuo Yu nodded. Since there is no risk, just share. He also wanted to try it out. What kind of reaction would Zongpu have if he knew that he had married him and had 2 children with him? Then you share the previous memory with the calamus. After the order is given, the system responds immediately. Ding. Sharing memories. Share successfully. For a moment, silently staring at Tuo Yu's calamus, a flood of information and memories suddenly flooded into his mind. Tuo Yu works part-time at his house, and he spends a little bit of time with him and has a sweet everyday life. After the end of the Ninja World War, marry him as his wife. Share the bed with him and fight everywhere. Give him a baby. Calamus was in a trance, looked at Tuo Yu in front of him, and then unconsciously exclaimed. Husband, ? This moment, the whole Ichiraku ramen shop is quiet. Everyone, they all looked at the calamus in shock. After the atmosphere solidified for a few seconds, the whole team exploded. FK, what's the situation? Calamus actually called her husband Tuo Yu. My mother, this is the wrong medicine. Sister Zongpu, Tuo Yu is just delicious, you don't need to call your husband directly. Good guy, it's too direct. If you like Tuo Yu, don't show it so straightforwardly. Everyone is shocked. Little Sakura, Ino, Hinata, even Han Beat. All of them looked at the Calamus in disbelief. As for the Calamus himself, his face was flushed at this time, and the whole person was completely stunned. At that moment, in the memory floating in her mind, Tuo Yu is her husband, the husband who has been loving for decades. It's so real, it's almost like it actually happened. Yes, sorry, I just lost my temper. Iris hurriedly bowed and apologized. Good guy, call a child husband, if this is spread out, how can you get it? On the Tuo Yu side, he was secretly happy. This ability is not bad. If you marry and have children with other girls in the future, if you have good memories, you can also share them with them. They can also share it with their original husbands. Chapter 11. The new simulation starts. The King of Fighters plus Hot-Blooded Boy. 11/258. Chapter 11. The new simulation starts. The King of Fighters plus Hot-Blooded Boy. Then, beat the boss, I'll come to eat noodles for free in the future. Tuo Yu smiled evilly. It would be nice to have lunch for free. Yes, but I have an unkind request. With a smile, he brought a pen and a notebook over. Hey, Master Tuo Yu, that formula, can you give it to me? Of course, I don't take it for free, you can ask for a price. Then 50,000 taels. Tuo Yu is also not shy. Originally, part of this recipe was developed by the handmade boss for him. All he needs is pocket money. 20,000 taels. Calamus counter offers. 30,000 taels. Tuo Yu counter offers. 25,000 taels. 29,000 taels. 23,000 taels. 28,000 taels. 26,000 taels. Every time you come, I will cook it for you myself. Okay, let's make a deal. With the more than 20,000 taels of money that came back from the ramen shop for free, Tuo Yu was overjoyed. To know, if you complete a C-level task, you can get a few thousand taels as a reward. More than 20,000 yuan, which is the living expenses of an ordinary kid for a year. Damn, Tuo Yu is such a good guy, he actually took so much money. Naruto, who followed behind, had his eyes green with envy. That's right, and you can buy noodles from the boss for free. I'm so envious. Little Sakura also bit her skirt and said with a look of jealousy. These days, Tuo Yu, as usual, went to class obediently and went home obediently. After all, the last simulation time was too long, and it took more than 8 hours for the system to cool down. Finally, on day 4, the system cooled down successfully. Today is a holiday. Instead of going out, Tuo Yu went out to eat breakfast early in the morning, then sat on the bed, preparing for a new round of life simulation. System, start the simulation. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, the extraction was successful. You have drawn talents. The King of Fighters Red, Hot-Blooded Boy, Black. After seeing these two talents, Tuo Yu's pupils suddenly froze. Then, everyone is excited. It's coming. It's finally here. A long-awaited combat skill. If Tuo Yu guessed correctly, the two talents he drew in this wave are related to combat power. The King of Fighters, the Hot-Blooded Boy. Isn't that obvious? On the system side, a quick introduction is also given. The King of Fighters. The fist is your strongest and best weapon, you will be famous for the power of the fist, and your title will also be related to the fist. Red is the middle level, which is probably a genius out of 100 people. Cream of the crop, that's not bad. Tuo Yu nodded beautifully. For him now, let alone 1 in 100, he is satisfied with 1 out of 10. After all, he's a scumbag now. No fighting talent at all. When passing the entrance exam, ninjutsu, taijutsu, hidden weapons, and illusions all failed. The only advantage is that the composition is well written. With an article, my dear third Hokage-sama, I was hired exceptionally. Even if he can write such an article against his will, Tuo Yu naturally refuses to come to the real power. No way, this is the bottom ninja, hungry for power. Hot-Blooded Boy, your blood fills your whole body, you are like a fiery burning flame, a vigorous rising sun, courage and perseverance are your weapons, victory is your pursuit, and you will never stop. Fight for partnership and friendship, and fight for justice. Black is super high grade, which means very bloody. Just by your existence, you can already make people feel the fiery flames on your body. Good guy, does the protagonist of Jump Boy comics have a standard personality? I have to say, just seeing the profile of this hot blood boy, Tuo Yu is already boiling. Hard fist, boiling blood. Could it be that this time, he is going to imitate a ninja Ibuki? Drank water. Tuo Yu stabilized his mind. Then, his expression suddenly became serious. Command in your head, system, start the simulation, start the simulation. Talents have been carried. The King of Fighters Red, Hot-Blooded Boy, Black. The screen is being generated in real time. Please wait. After a hasty mechanical sound, the system began to simulate. And Tuo Yu, like a personal experience, started a new life. In the early morning, after the first ray of sunshine, you bounced off the bed like a grasshopper. Hey, you have words in your mouth, and you wave your fists into the air. Your fists are your life. You can't stop shaking your fists for a moment. After you wash up, trot all the way and rush into the street. During the period, He kept waving his fists, running from the head of the village to the end of the village, and then from the end of the village to the head of the village. You meet Might Guy and Rock Lee, who are also exercising. You are like sympathetic comrades in arms, questioning each other and greeting each other. After 2 hours of jogging plus punching, you slow down a little and walk into the breakfast shop. In the eyes of everyone in amazement, you ate 9 eggs, 2 cages of steamed buns, 3 cups of soy milk, 5 fried dough sticks. The little girl at the next table asks her mother in surprise, "Why does that big brother eat so much?" You smiled brightly, showing your white teeth, giving him a thumbs up and telling him, "This is all for the protection of the village." Puff. At this point in the simulation, Tuo Yu couldn't hold back, so he spit out a mouthful of water on the spot. Good guy, this is completely the mode of hot-blooded teenagers. Just like those ancient Jump Boy comics before, his body is full of sunshine and self-confidence. It feels very reliable. Looking at your handsome appearance, the little girl's face blushed slightly. You may not know that at this moment, you have become her first love. You keep running, on the road, on the grass, by the river. Kakashi sitting on a tree reading a small yellow book, Nara and his son sitting in the courtyard playing chess, Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting in the office peeking at the bathhouse, Uchiha Obito standing on the hillside overlooking the village. Your figure is all hard to hold in their eyes. Every inch of Konoha village is covered with your sweat. Shit, Tuo Yu took a deep breath. This is so special, I don't mention my own exercise, why did I meet Obito? Co-authored Obito has something to do, but he still wants to run back to peek at the village. Simulation continues. You run desperately, waving your fists. Old bandages, sweating in the air. When the sun sets in the west, your figure appears by the long river bank. The breeze is blowing, and the water is glistening. Sweat soaks your shirt, your chest rises and falls sharply. But facing the wind, you look so elegant and handsome. Well, there's a sense of picture. And very strong, very strong. Tuo Yu nodded with great satisfaction. It is said that the character of hot-blooded teenagers is not popular anymore. But he doesn't think so. The main thing is that you are warm-blooded, but not too weak. In other words, you have to be cool. He likes this hot-blooded version of himself in The Sims. Chapter 12 You, the sunshine, touched everyone and then were killed. 12/258. Chapter 12 You, the sunshine, touched everyone and then were killed. Tuo Yu, he, is training again. Naruto, Choji and others, who were hanging out by the river bank, saw your figure. You have dropped out of school for a week, and what you do every day is repetitive and boring training. It's quite hot-blooded. It's the same as the watermelon rind of the previous session. Why Mr. Guy didn't accept him as a disciple? This is what Xiaoqiang said about you. Although everyone doesn't know much about it, people who work hard are not disliked by everyone. Day 2, Day 3. Whether it's windy or rainy, you haven't stopped training for a day. 3 months later, your physical strength has increased significantly. You have 6-pack abs, and your vest line and mermaid line are clearly visible. This day, it is still the riverbank in the evening, still sparkling. You run against the wind, sweat dripping on the placket, you gasp heavily. At this moment, you notice that not far ahead, a child was sitting on the ground with his knees in his arms. You walked over and cleaned the wound for him. You untied the bandage, and after going around it twice, you took a bite and bandaged the wound for him. The little boy looks at you gratefully, his eyes are full of stars. He asked why you run every day, and you replied, for Konoha. Hearing this, the Xiaoqiangs who were sitting on the riverbank not far away to enjoy the coolness were all expressionless. Especially Sasuke. After cutting an unhappy sentence, 3 words popped out of his mouth indifferently, false to Kong. However, as everyone knows, in the next second, you patted the little boy's head with a smile, and changed his words. Actually, it was to protect you both. The little boy is at a loss, but you stand up silently and look at the sunset in the distance. My talent is not high, so I work harder than anyone else. I don't care what the village will become, but I must protect the people I love. The breeze is blowing, and your hair and clothes are flowing in the wind. You don't know, the little boy on the ground has never seen admiration and love in his eyes, and you don't know that the little strongmen who are enjoying the shade by the river are also dumbfounded, looking at your back in shock. You touch the little boy's head and say goodbye to him. But just when you turned around and ran away a few steps, he shouted loudly. When I grow up, I will learn to be like a big brother, work hard to train myself, and protect the people I love. You froze for a moment and stopped, but a second later you smiled and ran away. You don't have a chance. As you ran, you stretched out your hand without looking back. In my generation, peace will come. Just use my fist. Your hands condensed into fists in the air. Looking at your back, the little boy was stunned in place, and a group of Xiaoqiang were also shocked to the ground. You don't know how tall your image is at this moment. You don't know how shocking your words are to everyone. You don't know, on this day, 3 girls have completely fallen and fell in love with you. ... Quote comma 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 quote. After watching this simulation, Tuo Yu was completely dumbfounded. His face was full of horror, he was stunned in place, unable to move for a long time. It's FG too violent and bloody. Tuo Yu's face was flushed, and he was breathing heavily. To be frank, he has been seduced by himself. This hot-blooded version of me simply understands it too well. So flirtatious. I don't care what the village will become, but I must protect the people I love. You don't have a chance. In my generation, peace will come. This FG, is this what ordinary people can say? This absolute enlightenment, this height, this lethality. There is no 105-degree blood flowing through my body, I can't say this. Tuo Yu was starting to get a little nervous. Even he himself was swayed by himself. I don't know what kind of achievement he will finally achieve in this simulation. Maybe not just that little boy, but Naruto and Sasuke too, all fell for themselves. You train day and night to fight off your strength and hone your physique. Your body is getting stronger and stronger, and your fists are getting harder. 8 months later, you graduated. You were full of enthusiasm, volunteered to join Kakashi's team. In Kakashi's Genin test, you successfully grabbed the bell, and in order not to abandon your companions, you risked being eliminated by feeding the bound Naruto. You successfully passed Kakashi's test, and you received praise from Naruto and little Sakura. Even Urzuzi, who has always been ruthless, arrogantly popped out 4 words, so. 3 days later, you received a mission from the Nation of Waves team. You were passionate, naturally you will not miss this opportunity to exercise, you are willing to go and become the personal bodyguard of the employer Dazna. Are you going to start? Tuo Yu clenched his palms tightly and couldn't help but get nervous. Because this is the main plot of the original book. According to his previous strength, not to mention the country of waves, whether he can successfully pass the graduation exam is a problem. He would like to see how far he can achieve this simulation. On the second day, you and the 7th class embarked on the journey, and soon, you encountered the first enemy, which was 2 assassination ninjas lurking in the water. Because you are familiar with the plot, you are prepared when no one else notices. In the face of 2 sneak attacks, you successfully dealt with it and killed 1 person, and you were praised by Kakashi and worshipped by little Sakura. Not long after, you encountered the mastermind of this attack, that is, Teoji Zaibuji. After reporting to each other, you started to fight. Zaibi Yuzan launched the fog shadow technique, which caused the scene to fall into a vast fog. And if you don't cut it again, you will launch a verbal offensive, using psychological tactics to intimidate you. You were the first to be attacked. You were cut in the throat, and a huge amount of blood was spewed out instantly. You are dead. Your life ends here. Simulation ends. Quote question mark 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 quote. I rely on. Seeing this unexpected result, Tuo Yu scolded it on the spot. What the FK? This is dead. The battle has just begun, and he died immediately. Did you make a mistake? Hey, system, are you simulating right? I've been training for so long, but I just died in the first battle. Besides, I died so abruptly. Tuo Yu just feels numb. Special. In the first half just now, when I was cultivating, I was so windy and sultry. As a result, as soon as the actual combat started, it directly burped. Is this joking? Ding. Back to the host. The simulation of this system is presented according to the real and possible situation. You will be killed again without beheading. It is definitely not a mistake. This is a fact that has a very high probability. All results in the battle are based on the strength of both parties and the buffs carried by both parties. If host is in doubt, start the review below. What are you? Chapter 13 Breakpoint Simulation, Passionate Life Continues. 13/258. Chapter 13 Breakpoint Simulation, Passionate Life Continues. What are you? Tuo Yu was about to curse, but the system immediately listed all the details of the 2 sides in the battle just now. No more slashing. Elite Jonin, Grandmaster has various assassination techniques, and has rich combat experience. After releasing the haze technique, the environment buff is superimposed, and the action power is increased by more than 50%. Naruto, son of 4th Hokage, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, male number 1 buff. Sasuke, Uchiha Orphan, Genius, male number 2 buff. Little Sakura, Unremarkable, female number 1 buff. Kakashi, the strength is comparable to that of No Slash, and the buff is open 5 times. Tuo Yu, Ordinary Genin, he was a mediocre 3-no manager 10 years ago, he obtained the middle-level King of Fighters talent 10 months ago, and the high-level Passion talent, worked hard for 10 months, lacked combat experience and had average psychological quality. Affected by the environmental buff, sight, mobility, and willpower are reduced by more than 50%. After the battle begins, because you were affected by the fog, you felt a little panic in your heart. But you force yourself to calm down. However, at this time, if you don't cut off the language hint, the inner defense line of you, little Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke will be further destroyed. Even Sasuke was so frightened that he almost lifted up his kunai. Zaibujan suddenly attacked from behind, your reaction ability was average, and you were smeared on your neck with a knife. You are a normal human body, you do not have the ability to recover quickly, you can only die. Quote. After seeing the review of the system, Tuo Yu was speechless the whole time. Good guy, he's straight up good guy. Even if you co-author yourself with the mid-level King of Fighters buff, you are still cannon fodder. But, on second thought, the simulation of this system seems to make some sense. To know, what kind of people are in Class 7? One of the strongest tailed beasts, Jinchuriki, the son of 4th Hokage. A Uchiha genius, one of the 2 strongest geniuses in Uchiha history. A person with a physique of 5/5, Kamui Sharingan, and the strongest behind-the-scenes boss in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Kagaya, can guard the wrist. What is this? This is not a rookie team at all, it is purely a coercive combination. As for myself, although I have some talent now, it is still too weak. To know the talent of the king of fighters in the extreme, it refers to the genius of 1 in 100. Pick 1 in 100, put it in the ninja world, what is that? It's a medium talent. Most importantly, there is too little time for self-cultivation. In just 8 months, he has only improved the power of taijutsu a little, and he may have reached Sasuke's current taijutsu level. You must know that other Xiaoqiang have practiced more than 10 years than him. Even if the strength gap can be made up, it cannot be completely erased. What explains all this is that although Tuo Yu has been practicing boxing, he has yet to develop a decent attacking move. Think of these. Tuo Yu felt relieved immediately. He didn't even feel distressed about himself, but began to feel distressed that he would not cut it again. Apart from him, it's a miracle that if you don't kill these 3 gangsters, you can finally get your life back. But, after thinking about it, it is also a fact that I am not very satisfied with this simulation. System, the battle you replayed just now does make sense, but is there another possibility that hasn't been deduced? If it wasn't me who attacked first, wouldn't it be possible for me to survive? Tuo Yu's analysis also makes sense. The haze technique that is not cut again does have a miraculous effect on assassination. Even someone as strong as Sasuke was so frightened that he almost committed suicide. Except for Kakashi, Naruto, Tuo Yu, Little Sakura, Dasna, and Sasuke, the status of the 5 of them is similar. In other words, Zaibujian is a random attack among the 5 of them. If it was someone else who attacked first, he might still be able to survive. Calculating. Ding. Congratulations to host for deducing an extra possibility. You can choose an extra reward, or continue with the breakpoint simulation just now. Forehead. Tuo Yu dragged his chin and thought for a few seconds. Although it is good to have one more reward, right now, what he wants is to continue the deduction. He wanted to see how far this hot-blooded version of the rookie king of fighters could go. I choose to continue the game. Ding. Continuing the simulation for you. The picture of life in the mind reappears. This time, it's straight from the point of never beheading again. After reporting to each other, you started to fight. Zaibi Yu Zan launched the fog shadow technique, which caused the scene to fall into a vast fog. And if you don't cut it again, you will launch a verbal offensive, using psychological tactics to intimidate you. Zaibusian emerged from the fog and planned to attack Sasuke, but was stopped by Kakashi. Both of you are caught in an intense battle. Kakashi was trapped by the water prison technique. You, Naruto, and Sasuke played a combined tactic to rescue Kakashi. Zaibusian and Kakashi formed 44 seals with each other, launched the water dragon bomb technique. Zaibusian was defeated, Bai appeared, told a lie, and was ready to take Zaibusian away. Although you know the truth about not beheading suspended animation, you can't bear to watch them die because of your passion, so you didn't expose the lie, but let them go. See here, Tuo Yu felt a little more at ease. That is to say, as long as he is not the first to attack him, he can still survive. 8 months of practice cannot be said to be too useful, at least it won't become cannon fodder all of a sudden. You continue on your way. Kakashi is healing at the hotel. You count the time, follow Naruto to pick herbs, and you meet Shiro in the forest. Naruto was fascinated by Bai, but when he learned that he was a man, he was completely dumbfounded. When Bai was about to leave, you followed, you and him came to a private grove, and you confessed the truth to him. Chapter 14 Tuo Yu, this taste is too strong. 14,258. Chapter 14 Tuo Yu, this taste is too strong. You tell Bai Zaibusian to leave quickly, you tell them there is no chance of winning, you tell him the configuration of his squad, that is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Genius, Copy Ninja Kakashi. You even revealed Shiro's skills and how he would lose after the battle with Naruto Sasuke. Bai was shocked, he questioned your purpose. You smile in the sunshine, revealing your white teeth, you tell him, don't let any of your companions die, it's good to kill a good person, this is your ninja way, the bloody kingly way. Bai left the forest with a lot of thought, and you also left with Naruto. A week later, you and the 7th team arrived at the now No Country Bridge. However, to your surprise, the fog is full of fog here, and there is not a single person in sight, but not long after, 2 people on the bridge are approaching, it is Zaibusian and Bai. What? See here. Tuo Yu frowned slightly, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's going on here? Didn't you tell the ending already? How could he still show up? With a surprised look, Tuo Yu continued to simulate. After discovering that the masked boy was the one who was taken away that day, Naruto and little Sakura were shocked and angry. You feel very puzzled, you questioned Bai loudly, why did you come back? Bai's tone is cold, telling you that this is the fate of the ninja. Once a person chooses his own path, he can only bite the bullet and go on, even if he knows that the final result is a dead end, he must persevere. This is ninja, another kind of ninja that is completely opposite to your hot-blooded royal way. You are extremely sad and tangled, and you try to persuade again. But the battle has already begun. Bai deliberately avoided you and chose to trap Sasuke in the ice crystal barrier. But you and Naruto, stubbornly barged in. You keep questioning Bai, why does he still fight, why does he come to fight this battle that must be lost? But Shiro was just an indifferent attack, his poisonous needles kept shooting out, and you, Sasuke, and Naruto all got hit. Your fist keeps resisting poison needles, but this level of hidden weapon, relying on your King of Fighters ability, you can easily block it. Shiro intensified his attack and his speed became faster. Yu and Sasuke were finally overwhelmed and fell to the ground. Naruto was furious and burst out Nine Tails chakra, instantly killing Bai. At the same time as being defeated, Bai was also extremely shocked, because the situation in which he was defeated was the same as what you told him before. Naruto yells, constantly questioning Shiro, why he is fighting to not kill that kind of person again. White told you his tragic life experience. Naruto, little Sakura, Dasna, everyone was shocked. After the confession, Bai walked up to Yu, bowed to Yu, and said sorry. Then, he gave up his resistance and planned to be killed by Naruto, but at this moment, he sensed the danger of not slashing again. After teleporting, Bai was ready to sacrifice himself and use his last survival value in this world to block him. Reikiri of Kakashi. However, just as Kakashi's Reikiri was about to pierce Shiro's heart, a figure suddenly rushed up. That is you. You stand in front of Shiro, one of your arms and shoulders are pierced by Reikiri and fall down. A lot of blood spurted out, the ground dyed red. You suddenly made this move, watching everyone. Kakashi, Shiro, Sasuke, little Sakura, Naruto, Dasna. Even if he didn't cut, he looked panicked, and the knife in his hand couldn't help but fall. Everyone ran over crying. You were lying in little Sakura's arms, blood was flowing from the corners of your mouth, and your face showed the same sunny smile as usual. Naruto and little Sakura weep, Sasuke and Kakashi are shocked. Bai cried and yelled at you for being a fool, and asked why you did this. You look at the sky with a smile and tell him, why? The body starts to move on its own. Hearing this, Bai and little Sakura couldn't bear it any longer, and knelt down and hugged you and cried. Dasna, Naruto, and even Sasuke lost their voices in pain, and the scene was full of grief. Your bleeding is getting bigger and bigger, no matter how little Sakura and Kakashi first aid, they can't stop the wound. Your consciousness is getting more and more blurred, little Sakura is crying in pain and helpless, covering his face with your blood. Enough is enough, little Sakura. You comforted softly, it's enough. As you were dying, you looked at the sky and murmured with a confused look, I have a dream, that is, the long-term war in the ninja world will end in your generation. I want to protect everyone who is worthy of protection, I don't want innocent people to be killed. Even the rebels abandoned by the village have the right to live, don't they? After you finished speaking, all the people on the scene, Kakuzu's eyes were wet and red. Zaibushin falls to his knees weakly, weeping. At the last moment of your life, you turned your head slightly, looked at Kakashi and asked, Kakashi-sensei, I have it, do you take care of everyone? Kakashi nodded solemnly, yes. With a smile, you silently murmured, this is it. You slowly closed your eyes and left this world with no regrets. Your life ends here, simulation ends. ... Quote quote. Watch this entire simulation. Tuo Yu's whole body fell into a huge shock, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. It took half a minute for him to come back to his senses. Then he let out a long breath. Depend on. This taste is too strong. Chapter 15 Double Black Talent. Tuo Yu with a cold face. 15/258. Chapter 15 Double Black Talent. Tuo Yu with a cold face. Real. This wave of simulations made Tuo Yu dumbfounded. When he was still cultivating in the village before, the series of operations, inadvertently provoking the little boy, was enough to shock him. But where to get it? In the real battle, his blood kingship has actually taken a higher level. When Bai cried and yelled at him for being a fool and asked him why he did it. The sentence he replied, why? The body starts to move on its own. As well as, at the end, when he was dying, he asked Kakashi's sentence, I have it, do you take care of everyone? Good guy, real, a hot-blooded teenager who hasn't been for decades can never say such a thing. If this simulation didn't die, it is estimated that Shiro and little Sakura would fall completely, right? Tuo Yu shook his head helplessly. He felt a tinge of regret. After all, it's still not strong enough. The other Xiaoqiang have protagonist buffs, but he, just a medium talent, is really not enough to watch. Ding. Simulation is over. In the process of settlement. Please wait. Ding. This simulation, the score is A. Hearing the system sound, Tuo Yu was slightly taken aback. What? Why is the rating so high? Tuo Yu was a little shocked. Didn't you die in the end in this simulation just now? And he was murdered by his own people. That's it. How can I get an A grade? Ding. The scoring rules of this system are based on the thoughts of the host in this simulation. In this sim's life, you become a hot-blooded teenager, and your dream is to save your partner and fight for justice. Although in the end, you were killed by Kakashi by mistake, you died for someone else, and that person is not your friend, but an enemy, which makes you more courageous. In the end, you also successfully saved the lives of the two of them, and were recognized by Kakashi, and Naruto, little Sakura and the others will always remember them in their hearts. It is a death without regret. Ah, this. Hearing the system crackling and applauding, Tuo Yu felt a little uncomfortable. However, he can understand now. As long as you can achieve your long-cherished wish, just like with Hinata before, even if the ending is bleak, the score can still be very high. I'm just afraid of that kind of death before leaving the apprenticeship. Once the sword is ready, you will be stunned when you go out. This will definitely not get a high rating. Ding. Given that you have an A grade, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. The cumulative amount of chakra for more than 8 months. 2. More than 8 months of boxing experience. 3. 8 months of physical growth. Glancing at the reward, Tuo Yu fell into a brief thought. 1 is definitely not necessary. People without talent, let alone 8 months, 8 years of chakra may not necessarily grow much. Option 2, although it seems to be very useful, but if you think about it carefully, it seems like that. Because the most crucial thing in boxing, moves, he didn't develop them. Medium talent, plus 8 months of practice, the boxing skills obtained are improved, and that's it. The point is, if next time I draw a more advanced King of Fighters talent, get a longer training time, and practice real moves, the experience this time will be directly overridden. Instead, it's the third. Tuo Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. During these 8 months of simulation, he really felt the whole process. Both wind and rain, tempering the body day after day. If nothing else, he really wanted those 8-pack abs. System, I choose 3. After the order is given. For a moment, Tuo Yu felt that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Muscles, bones, skin, have become stronger. Body is much better. Take off your clothes and take a look, good guy. Chest muscles, abdominal muscles, inverted triangles, mermaid lines, the lines that should be there, he does not miss any. Body lines, sharp edges and corners. Look at your new look in the mirror. Tuo Yu immediately felt like he had made the right choice. After the body became stronger, even the fainting feeling of receiving information all at once weakened a lot. After silently admiring his body in front of the mirror for a while, Tuo Yu put on clothes. Go ahead and start the simulation. System, start the simulation. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, the extraction was successful. You have drawn talents. The King of Fighters black, indifferent face black. After seeing these 2 talents, Tuo Yu's pupils suddenly froze. Even breathing has become unbearable. Double black talent. If Tuo Yu remembered correctly, black talent is the second strongest talent besides black and gold. In other words, if black and gold are gods, black is demigods. In the simulation just now, he just got a black talent for his personality, but this time, his combat talent is also black. Is it about to take off? Tuo Yu's heart was beating wildly. On the system side, a quick introduction is also given. The King of Fighters. The fist is your strongest and best weapon, you will be famous for the power of the fist, and your title will also be related to the fist. Black is a very high level, this kind of talent can no longer be calculated by the ratio of ordinary people, it can only be understood. Indifferent face. You are very cold, you see everything as a dog, you only have yourself in your eyes, you don't care to talk to anyone, you don't express your heart easily, you don't even show your true feelings, you are just one in this world. Nails, a sharp knife. Black is a very high level, you are unsmiling, just standing here, the cold breath on your body is suffocating. FK, seeing the comment on this cold face, Tuo Yu couldn't help but bring in a few faces. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, Ulquiorra. These people are probably the black, indifferent face level. If it is god level, it should be heavenly pain. After all, it is a real corpse, there is no expression, and there is no temperature, the body is indeed the breath of death, the cold breath. Fortunately, this time it is a black King of Fighters talent. If there is a red one, it will become a second pillar. The strength of a weak chicken, plus a ruthless personality, this is Uchiha Sasuke. Take a deep breath. Tuo Yu calmed down silently. Then, command in your head, start the simulation. Chapter 16 Let the atmosphere freeze. The power of the Black King of Fighters. 16,258. Chapter 16 Let the atmosphere freeze. The power of the Black King of Fighters. Start the simulation. Already carried talents. The King of Fighters black, indifferent face black. The screen is being generated in real time. Please wait. After a hasty mechanical sound, Tuo Yu started a new life as if he had experienced it himself. The so-called body replacement technique. In the class, Mr. Iruka explained one of the 3 body techniques that the benevolent must have. A group of Konoha Shaoqiang listened attentively, but you, sitting in the last row of the classroom, looked indifferent. Body replacement technique, clone technique, transformation technique. Just by teaching these things, what can you learn? On the battlefield, he is also a cannon fodder. You listened silently to the morning class and the afternoon class, but you completely ignored what Iruka said. Finally, it's time for school. Naruto and Choji, with a cheerful look on their faces, go to eat ramen while shouting. Ino comes over and invites you carefully. But you ignored it, just stood up from your seat indifferently, put Kabuto in both hands, and went home without a word. Cut. Pretend. That's right, it's better than Sasuke. Forget it, Tuo Yu may not be in a good mood, call him next time. This is what your classmates say about you. To be honest, your unsmiling appearance is quite personal, at least in Yamanaka Ino's eyes, you are bright and handsome. Seeing your indifferent back, Ino's face flushed red and he became crazy. Seeing this, Tuo Yu frowned slightly. It turns out that Ino likes the cold type. No wonder Sasuke and Saishi can call. You walked silently on the street alone, found a restaurant with no people, and said coldly to the boss. 1 bowl of fried noodles, 3 xiaolongbao, 1 plate of barbecued meat, and a large portion of peanut porridge. You sit in the corner and eat dinner in silence. Because the gloomy aura on you is too strong, the guests who wanted to sit next to them all subconsciously changed their positions. Mom, look at that person, he is here to eat alone again. In the next seat, a cute little girl with a ponytail pointed to your position and asked his mother with a surprised expression. As for her mother, her face was pale, and she immediately covered the child's mouth with fright. Stupid, stupid child. What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful to be killed. The atmosphere in the entire store became weird because of this sentence. No one dares to make a sound, everyone is looking at you nervously. For fear that the next second you will make impulsive actions. But to this, you have no reaction at all. Just pick up vegetables, chew, and drink porridge silently. This seemingly bland way of eating is extremely lethal in this chilling atmosphere. Every customer is frightened, silently bowing his head to eat, and speeding up. And you, neither hurry nor slow, have maintained the original speed. After eating, you silently walk to the stage and put down the banknote on the table without looking back. This is exactly the right amount, 1 point more and 1 point less. When you walk to the little girl's table, the indifference to freezing breath seemed to pierce people's nostrils, making it impossible to breathe. Big brother, why are you always alone? The innocent little girl didn't feel the ominous aura emanating from you. She just often saw you coming to dinner alone and felt sorry for you, so she just asked a question out of curiosity. You paused and glanced at the little girl calmly. But you didn't say a word, just left silently. FK. Seeing this simulation of eating, Tuo Yu was a little dazed. He remembered that just now, in his life as a king of fighters, he also had a meal and met a little girl. But at that time, he was the sunshine of the audience. Incredibly warm sun, but now, an entire abyss black hole. The atmosphere, really, is so suffocating. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Tuo Yu adjusted his breathing and continued to simulate. You were walking on the street in silence. Because of your withdrawn personality, no one dares to approach you to start a conversation with you. Even after seeing your indifferent face, many people gave way to hide. Hey, Tuo Yu, is he still like this? Beside the street, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen watched you walk down the road lonely and sighed helplessly. Kakashi and Might Guy also shook their heads regretfully. This kid has an even more withdrawn personality than Uchiha Sasuke. Yeah, it's completely untouchable. I'm so anxious. Amid the discussions of Kakashi and others, your figure gradually drifted away. Go home. You closed the door and sat quietly on the bed alone. Although in the eyes of others, you are withdrawn, indifferent, and difficult to contact. But in fact, you look down on them. Yes, you have a powerful talent that the entire ninja world can't match, whether it's Konoha's Little Strong, Kakashi, Might Guy, 3rd Hokage. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, their talents are not as strong as yours. Yes, this is your king of fighters' talent. When you actually feel its power, you decide that you will use this pair of fists to blow up the entire ninja world. So, strong. Simulate to the latest segment. The momentum that Tuo Yu felt was completely different from before. It's not the kind of hardworking no-talented personnel, nor is it the incompetent roar of low-talented and low-quality talents. Instead, he truly has the state of being a strong man, and fights the arrogance and invincibility that comes from his heart. He just has the confidence to bombard the entire ninja world. The strong wind and rain, the falling thunder blasted my ears. It was a stormy weather, all the shops on the street were closed, and the villagers evacuated to their homes one after another, hiding under the eaves for shelter from the rain. However, this is a good weather for you. You walked out the door with a flat expression, without any defensive equipment, just bathing in the storm alone. Outside the village, an empty land. You raise your hands and throw your fists in the air. Whizzing. The first few strokes are just ordinary warm-up movements, with standard postures, and they don't seem to be very powerful. But suddenly, your aura exploded instantly. A burst of air bang, like rolling thunder, exploded in front of you. The rain in the air even exploded into a spherical shape because of the air pressure from this punch. A big tree in front of you has even been cut by this violent fist style. Chapter 17 Fighting the Waste Wood, Ino confesses. 17-258. Chapter 17 Fighting the Waste Wood, Ino confesses. You restrain your breath, concentrate all the energy in your body, and throw a punch. Boom. Like a small cannonball explosion, more than 10 old trees were interrupted by the middle, and a deep pit was blown out on the ground. You squeeze your fist and seem to be very satisfied with this power. Taking advantage of the rain, you quickly throw your fists and start further exercise. Your fist pierces through the rain, your hair sticks to your cheeks, you are like a silent volcano, gathering strength for the next eruption. You secretly set the ultimate goal in your heart, you have to sharpen your fist to the ultimate, the power of one punch is enough to blow up a mountain. Quote. See the simulation this time. Tuo Yu's heart. There are literally countless grass and mud horses running by. What's so special? Is this called talent suppression? Tuo Yu clenched his fists and felt his heart shake. In the previous life, he also carried the talent of the king of fighters, but because the talent level was not high, it was only at the red level. Even if he had been training for 8 months, he was still at the level of ordinary chunin. But now, the number 2 black talent. I haven't trained much at all. I just hold a strong will and wave, and the power of my fist is already so terrifying. Breaking a dozen trees that were hugged by one person with one punch. Make a big hole 5 or 6 meters wide on the ground. This kind of power, I am afraid it has already caught up with the 6th door of the 8th Dunjia. The combat power is close to the level of elite Jonin. This time, there must be an A- level result. To be able to get this kind of power is already worth the ticket price. Tuo Yu stabilized his mind and continued to simulate. You continue to fish at school, and your training is mostly concentrated in the middle of the night. You don't train every day, you just go out on a whim, or when the weather is extremely difficult to detect. Seeing this, Tuo Yu patted his thigh anxiously. Because, too slack. This time, although he has a very high talent, his personality is not like the previous enthusiastic youth, allowing him to be open and above board and train all the time. Because, for a cold personality, too much training will make you look stupid. Come on, in the eyes of a cold genius, you don't care about cultivating at all, okay? Those who have to rely on their own efforts, climb up step by step, and become stronger bit by bit, are all waste in their eyes, right? Tuo Yu just feels like a bit of a waste of resources. If such a good fighting talent, coupled with the blood mode just now, I am afraid that I will surpass the strength of the cage-level powerhouse in an instant. If you train for 5 or 6 years according to the intensity of the hot-blooded mode, I am afraid that it will be punched out, and the power will be stronger than Tailed Beast Bomb. Time passed bit by bit, and soon the day of graduation from the ninja school came. On the podium, Iruka asked you to take on his likeness in turn. Except for Naruto's seduction, all the other students successfully passed the exam. However, when you came on the court, you didn't transform successfully, and you didn't even make the move. There are discussions in the classroom, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was peeping outside the crystal ball, frowns. After Iruka asked you the reason, you answered calmly, you won't, you have been in the ninja school for years, and you have never listened to the class seriously. There is an uproar at the scene. All the students, teachers, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office, their jaws dropped and their faces were shocked. Iruka is anxious, because you can't transform, you can't pass the exam, and you have to repeat the class. But at this moment, you calmly explained, although your three-body technique is not good, you should be able to graduate with your fists. There is another uproar at the scene. Sasuke's face is full of disdain, and Naruto calls you bragging. Choji and Inuzuka talk and jeer, while Hinata and Ino look at you worriedly. After struggling, Iruka decides to test you. When you come to the playground, after seeing him posing, you frown slightly and ask Iruka to change. Iruka is puzzled, please explain patiently and ask him to find someone stronger to fight you, otherwise it will kill you. At this moment, the entire ninja school burst out with unprecedented exclamations. All kinds of exclamations, doubts, ridicules, resounding endlessly. Since you entered the ninja school, you have never received such high attention. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen outside the crystal ball raised his arms with great interest, waiting for your performance. Although Iruka is embarrassed, he still tries his best to protect your face, and the teacher Mizuki next to him comes over with dissatisfaction. He smiled sarcastically, and jokingly said that he is a little better than Iruka, otherwise, he will be your opponent. You have a flat expression, shaking your head and rejecting, come stronger, or you will die. Teacher Shuimu smiles slightly, resisting the murderous aura in his heart, but does not show it. But in the next second, he immediately performed the body flicker technique and rushed in front of you. He wants to teach you a lesson. However, boom, you just pack a punch, and the ground under your feet is blasted into a deep pit. Shuimu was shot 10 meters away as if bombed by missiles. After smashing a wall and being buried in the rubble, the person has passed out. The audience is silent. Naruto, little Sakura, Sasuke, Iruka, Sarutobi Hiruzen. All of them stared at you with wide-eyed horror as if they had seen a ghost. And you, just put away your fists with a flat expression, and said indifferently, I pulled back and only broke a few of his ribs. At this moment, there seems to be light shining on you. Exclamations, screams, resounded throughout the ninja school, and in the confusion, your eyes swept to Ino, she covered her lips and stared at you with a blushing face. Obviously, your handsome operation has completely conquered this lovely girl. FK, seeing the simulated battle this time, Tuo Yu was deeply shocked. This is the FG King of Fighters. The King of Fighters at the black talent level. One punch hits a Mizuki. If I remember correctly, Shuimu's strength should be at the Chunin level, and now I'm knocking him out in seconds. What kind of power is this? Cage level powerhouse? No, maybe even higher. In Tuo Yu's impression, with such a powerful fist, I am afraid that in the ninja world, only Tsunade, 3rd generation, 4th Raikage, Pain who is blessed by Shinra Tensei, and Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama can do it. Among these people, the most inferior are cage level powerhouses. And now he has reached the same level as them. Wrong. Even higher. With tension, Tuo Yu continues the simulation. You successfully graduated from the ninja school. That night, you were driven by the Shaoqiangs to eat barbecue like the stars in the moon. On the way home, when everyone else had dispersed, Ino walked up to you with a shy face. She blushed and confessed to you. She said that she likes strong men, especially strong and cold men. But you told her coldly, a woman will only affect the speed of my punches. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. I rely on. Seeing this, Tuo Yu squirted out on the spot. This idiot himself, what a straight man of steel. Everyone Ino took the initiative to confess, and actually gave such a straightforward response. Take it home and rush her. Chapter 18 Begin on the road to the King of Fighters. 18,258. Chapter 18 Begin on the road to the King of Fighters. Tuo Yu is numb, it seems. With such a cold-faced talent, there is a high probability that there will be no rushing thoughts in his mind. After all, he really couldn't think of characters like Uchiha Itachi, Tiandao Pain, and Ulquiorra who would rush people. After being rejected by Yu, Ino was not only not disappointed, but even more excited. Quote. 3 days later, the ninja school will be assigned Genin. You are assigned to the 7th class because of your high talent and amazing strength. However, when reporting, you did not come to Kakashi. Instead, you came to 3rd Hokage's office, and you told him that you didn't want to participate in any divisions, and you didn't want to be in the company of anyone. Have you begun to take a different route? Tuo Yu dragged his chin. Indeed, for him at present, it is indeed more useful to divide classes than to go it alone. After all, the current Naruto, Sasuke and others are far from their own strength. To put it bluntly, it is a group of dragging oil bottles. Besides, with his lonely personality, how do you form a team? There is simply no teamwork possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen is surprised by your proposal, but in the end, agrees to your request. He invites you to the underground prison of Konoha Anbu, where prisoners from other villages are held. Choose 2 people to defeat them, and I will grant you the title of Chunin. This is a condition given by Sarutobi Hiruzen, because only by becoming a Chunin can you skip the process of forming a team and directly participate in the mission of the village as a ninja. You ordered 2 ferocious-looking cloud shinobi, and threw 2 punches with full force, destroying them instantly. Seeing the corpse with broken bones, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and countless Anbu ninjas, were shocked. Everyone agrees that you have surpassed Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji to become the #1 genius of Konoha village. Quote. Seeing this, those 2 words popped out of Tuo Yu's heart. Talent. Really, in the ninja world, talent is so important. Effort determines the lower limit, talent determines the upper limit. But, the upper limit determined by talent is about 1 million times the lower limit. An ordinary person, if his talent is not high, even if he has a very poor life, he is at most a chunin in the water. Refer to your previous self. And those families with high talent, such as Uchiha, Senju. The descendants of these people are born, and they have basically crushed most people. This Black King of Fighters' talent, according to Tuo Yu's estimation, may be the strongest single fist other than One Punch Man Saitama's fist. No Saiyan energy, no microcosm, no magic, no haki, no other skills. His fist, if developed potential to ultimate, it may really be only a little weaker than Saitama's fist. You successfully promoted to Chunin and began to accept the mission of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the heart of love and talent, intends to cultivate you well, so the tasks he gives are all step by step. On the first day of becoming Chunin, you are responsible for killing more than 10 bandits hiding in Yamanaka outside Konoha village. You are happy to go, of course, all your tasks are completed by one person. That night, you arrived at the target location. You enter the camp and start fighting. You killed all the enemies, everyone was shattered by your beatings, you looted their money, a small part was brought back to the village, and most of them were hidden in your own home. On the second day, you went out to set up a black household and deposited the money in it, with a total of 300,000 taels. The next week, you start learning some basic ninjutsu with the help of Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3 body technique, transformation technique, body replacement technique. Although these rubbish ninjutsu are not powerful, they can still come in handy at critical times. After a month of practice, you have the skill of elite chunin. Speed, agility, and fighting skills have made great progress. Only at this time did you realize that to become a real powerhouse, you cannot rely only on fists, but also on body skills. So in your spare time, you began to work hard to cultivate various combat skills. The purpose is to allow your fist to exert its power to the greatest extent. In the 3rd month, you received the second task. Go to the Konoha village border and suppress a group of rebels, about 30 in number. After a week of rushing, you arrived at your destination. However, at this time, you find yourself fooled, because this time the number of enemies is not 30 at all, but 300. It was only at this moment that you realized that this is a game set up by Sarutobi Hiruzen, not to kill you, but to train you. In unexpected circumstances, fight with 300 people at a time. You fought very hard in this battle, you were injured in many places, and almost died. But you still completed the task and wiped out all 300 people. And you understand one more thing, the battlefield is often more complicated than imagined, especially hand-to-hand combat, you must have a lot of fighting skills and experience. The first time you feel that your skills are insufficient, and the first time you feel that you need to become stronger. A week later, you returned to the village. When your broken body appeared in Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Udatane Kaharu, were all stunned. Because they know that this is a test given to you by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is almost impossible to deal with 300 people alone. They all bet you won't come back, but you did come back. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and overjoyed, your performance made him feel that you were a person who can be cultivated. You feel very surprised, because you remembered that you read so many Hokage novels in your previous life, all of which were against 3rd generation, but at this moment, you actually think he is okay. After some measurement and probing, you find that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not pretending to use you. You are thinking, you can get a lot of benefits from 3rd generation, so you choose to cooperate with him. You made up a reason to link Orochimaru with that group of rebels, and let him know that Orochimaru was about to invade Konoha. You make up a reason, saying that on your way back to the village, you found the corpse of 4th Kazekage in the land of wind and the land of fire, so guess Orochimaru may pretend to be 4th Kazekage. Your information has greatly stimulated Sarutobi Hiruzen, he trusts you more, and at the same time, decides to teach you more fighting skills. Under the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, you practice hard. In addition to fighting movement skills, you are also practicing your boxing skills. Your strength is growing increasingly visible. 1 month later, the Chunin exam was held as scheduled. Because of the information you disclosed in advance, Orochimaru intercepted it the moment he stepped into the Konoha village, and joined Jiraiya, Kakashi, Asuma and other Konoha masters to kill it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was impressed by your magic trick, because you were right, and Orochimaru actually pretended to be 4th Kazekage. Yakushi Kabuto, Kitamaru, and Orochimaru's subordinates are all stupid. They never dreamed that the Konoha collapse plan was over before it even started. Yakushi Kabuto and others fled Konoha immediately, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not issue an order to pursue them, because he felt that these people did not pose a threat. Chapter 19 With the rise of fame, you are being targeted by the ninjas. 19,258. Chapter 19 With the rise of fame, you are being targeted by the ninjas. Chunin exams are held as usual, but you are indifferent because you don't have to take the exams either. Shikamaru got the qualification for Chunin, and Sasuke was seriously injured by Gaara who was completely runaway. After the exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen paid more attention to you and regarded you as a confidant. He unreservedly taught you all his housekeeping skills, even the telescope technique used for peeping. One night, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked you to come to his house. You go with pleasure, and in his home you get a worn-out scroll from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He smiled and told you, when he is old, the future of the village will belong to you young people, and you are the talent he values most. You open that scroll and find that what is recorded on it is the proud ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage, Flying Thunder God. You are pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, a little melancholy. Because, Flying Thunder God is a time-space ninjutsu that requires extremely high cultivation talent. With your current aptitude, it is absolutely impossible to cultivate to the level of 4th Hokage. But you don't care too much, even if you can't cultivate to the level of teleportation, it's enough to increase your movement speed. So, you took Flying Thunder God and started to practice harder. I feel that this wave is the rhythm to be accomplished. Seeing this more and more outrageous development, Tuo Yu's blood boils. He originally thought that he would join the 7th squad and fight against them again, just like last time. But where to think, it has completely deviated from the track. Became 3rd Hokage's confidant, and also got his true biography. 3rd Hokage's taijutsu, it should be very strong. Although 3rd generation is often criticized as the strongest Hokage, there is no doubt that his physical skills are very strong. In the original book, 3rd Hokage and Impure World Reincarnation's 1st generation 2nd generation played against each other. With an aging body, they just fought with 2 big hookers. 3rd generation loses because it doesn't hang. In the entire ninja world, 3rd Hokage should be able to rank 1st. This is simply too good for Tuo Yu. He needs this basic fighting skill. Because if 3rd generation taught him other arts, he wouldn't be able to learn it either. Such a strong talent, if coupled with hard training, maybe, there will really be a king of fighters. Simulation continues. Because 3rd Hokage is still alive, Orochimaru did not plant strawberries for Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame did not come to the village, Sasuke did not defect to Konoha. So for the next 3 years, the village was very peaceful. Naruto, little Sakura, Sasuke, led by Kakashi, continue the mission. Other Xiaoqiang also made slow progress. And you are madly practicing, brushing quests, and practicing boxing crazily. You have learned 5% of the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing you to move faster than ordinary people. Your fist is harder than a diamond. With a single punch, it can burst out with power beyond S-rank physique. Wojin and Uncle Gang in the full-time hunter, Garp in the pirate world. You think that if they fight against you, they are not your opponents. You start to perform more crazy tasks. You annihilated 19 rebel gangs, thousands of bandits and pirates. You alone defeated all the masters in the entire Takian village, escorted the princes of 8 countries, and with your own strength, the country of fire annexed the country of soup and the country of grass. You realize that these tasks contain Sarutobi Hiruzen's huge ambitions, but you ignore them, because you just want to throw a punch, and the more exaggerated the task, the more famous you will be. You accept it readily, even volunteered to perform more terrifying missions. Your strength is getting stronger and stronger, your reputation is getting bigger and bigger, the enemies you fight against are either slag or smashed to pieces. You have become the strongest ninja in the new generation. Everyone in the whole ninja world knows that your nickname, Ninja King of Fighters. You made Sasuke and Naruto shiver, you just walked past little Sakura and Ino, the powerful breath made them fascinated. FK, did you make it? Seeing this life simulation, I have come to this point. Every pore on Tuo Yu's body is shaking. King of Fighters, great power, he prestige. In terms of purpose alone, he has succeeded in this simulation. However, when you were 17 years old, your strength had reached its peak, but at the same time, you attracted the attention of the Akatsuki organization. Besides, 3rd Tsuchikage, 4th Raikage, and Uchiha Obito are all eyeing you. Your existence makes them feel terrified. In their words, that is, Konoha, such an awesome existence is not allowed. Your shattering fist, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's ambition, makes it hard for people not to doubt that your purpose is to annex the entire ninja world. So, they started to hunt you down. Chasing me. Tuo Yu's pupils shrank, his brows slightly wrinkled. To be honest, he had considered this development. The first shot of the gun, he is so strong, it will definitely affect the plan of the Shao organization. I just don't know, even the old things Fourth Raikage and Onogi have their eyes on him. The first ones who came to the door were Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Instructed by Pain, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame team up to go to Konoha to inspect your abilities. Their appearance caused a riot at the head of the village. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Might Guy, Asuma, everyone in the village went up. Sasuke rushed up with a clamor, a few dozen. I'm going to kill you. Then he was instantly smashed, 3 ribs were broken by his big brother, and Kisame kicked him away. Others go up to besiege collectively, but they are not opponents. And at this time, although you have already arrived at the scene, you are hidden in the dark. Because, you know that Uchiha Itachi has 3 skills that you can't resist. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Distinguished Heavenly Gods by Uchiha Shisui. As for the 10-fist sword, you think he should have no chance to use it. You silently observe the battlefield. When Uchiha Itachi activates Mangekyo for the 3rd time, he activates Susa. The battlefield is in a state of collapse in an instant. All Konoha's ninjas, Naruto, Little Sakura, Ino, are all shocked by the giant in front of them. They said that they have never seen such a thing. Can this also be called ninjutsu? For a minute, everyone frantically used skills against Susanoo, but it was like scraping, and Uchiha Itachi was not hurt at all. Susanoo went on a killing spree, destroying dozens of buildings in the village. Kakashi, Special Guy and others were also injured. Unfortunately, Asuma was killed by Susa Hammer, was smashed into meat sauce. Everyone is praying, I hope you can come. And at this moment, you, who were watching from a distance, finally waited for the opportunity. Uchiha Itachi and Susanoo, because of excessive use of Mangekyo, the corners of his eyes began to bleed, and he covered his eyes in pain. Almost in an instant, you rushed into the battlefield in a thunderous posture. Gather your strength and knock out Uchiha Itachi's Susa with one punch. You didn't give him any chance to fight back, you didn't even give him a chance to open his eyes, you punched Uchiha Itachi in the head. Brain flowers, eyeballs, plasma. Uchiha Itachi's corpse, turned into countless blood scum, scattered on the ground. At this moment, the world seems to pause. Everyone, their eyes widened in horror, not knowing what happened just now. Kisame on the other side also opened 2 round eyes, as if seeing some kind of hallucination. But in the next second, Kisame's consciousness disappeared. Because your fist, like a round of solid iron hammer, smashed on an egg, Kisame's head was instantly smashed by you. Brain flowers, eyeballs, plasma. Kisame has absolutely nothing above his neck, his corpse fell and turned into a headless horseman. Chapter 20 You were beaten to death by the Shao organization, but 3 years later, you opened your eyes. 2258. Chapter 20 You were beaten to death by the Shao organization, but 3 years later, you opened your eyes. Is this because I'm afraid of wrangling, so even the battle process is simulated? However, I have become so strong. When I saw myself in the video, I instantly saw 2 masters of the Akatsuki organization, and one of them was Uchiha Itachi, and Tuo Yu was shocked. You must know that the hardness of Susanoo's shell is not comparable to ordinary defensive ninjutsu. Danzo has no past, not even a spark. Even Uchiha Sasuke, when he was fighting against Uchiha Itachi, drew out his Kusanagi sword, leapt high, and stabbed it with all his strength, but it didn't have the slightest effect. In Tuo Yu's impression, there seems to be only one person in the whole ninja world who broke Susa directly with his fist. That's right, Tsunade Haim. In the battle of the 5 shadows against Uchiha Madara, Tsunade Baihao technique was fully open, and Fourth Raikage used lightning style to assist her to speed up, and finally broke a Susa of Uchiha Madara. However, it is hard to say whether it is really broken or not. Because at that time Uchiha Madara was actually releasing water to tease them with 5 shadows. And, the Susa and Uchiha Madara that Tsunade destroyed were nothing more than a wood clone of Lord Madara. And now myself, it was so strong that it blew Susa with one punch, and also blow up the dog heads of Uchiha Madara and Hoshigaki Kisame. The power of this fist, I am afraid it has reached its peak. After defeating these 2 people, you are not at all happy or excited, and you do not even have a sense of accomplishment in your heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, because he never dreamed that the pawn he arranged by himself would kill his son by mistake. The news that you killed 2 members of the Akatsuki organization quickly spread, and the Akatsuki organization, Tsuchikage, Raikage's office, were shocked. Obito senses that you have become an uncontrollable threat and orders Nagato to go and kill you. 6 Paths Pain, Kakuzu, Deidara, Sasori of Akasha, Konan, Akatsuki has dispatched a full 5 people, 11 people in total, to encircle you. One day 3 months later, you were walking on the border of the Land of Wind, and at this moment, you encountered a sneak attack. First, 2 puppets, father and mother, suddenly emerged from the desert and waved their scythes at you. You turn left and right, punch one at a time, instantly turn puppets into pieces. But during the interval between your attacks, the 3rd puppet, 3rd Cage, emerged from the desert in front of you, lying on your face and disturbing your vision. Then, Hiryuhu, who wrapped Sasori's body, jumped from the big clay bird in the sky and frantically released poison needles. You waved your fist, the iron fist shattered most of the poisonous needles, but a few were still nailed to your body. Your body began to be paralyzed instantly, but you did not hesitate for half a second. Rich combat experience tells you that if Sasori of Red Sand is not eliminated in the shortest time, he will release more poisonous needles. So you immediately launched the body flicker technique, faced the poisonous needle flow, killed Sasori of the Red Sand, and then punched hard, smashing his outer shell, together with the body inside, to shreds. You take out the antidote and take it quickly. This antidote is a drug you will carry with you every time you go to the Land of Wind to do a mission. Because you know that there is an old woman named Chio here who is very good at using poison, and these antidote are left by Tsunade in the past, just in case, is what Sarutobi Hiruzen often tells you. After taking the antidote, your symptoms of poisoning have eased slightly, but only relieved, not relieved. The poison developed by Sasori of Akasha, as long as it enters the human body, can instantly paralyze people. You just prolong the time of paralysis as long as possible. You know it is not good, and you must evacuate here quickly. Boom. At this time, Didara's clay bomb, falling from the sky. Because he is lurking high in the sky, your fists can't reach it, plus your poison attack, so the distance you can escape is limited. The huge blasting sound resounds through the desert, and the yellow sand gathers in the air. You were hit by the shock waves of the C2 and C3 bombs, and you were injured. I go. Seeing this, Tuo Yu's fist became hard involuntarily. So, as soon as the poison is used, I will not mention it, but also form a group to fight. Sure enough, the kind of story where the gourd baby saves the grandfather comes up one by one, only in some crazy animations. Akatsuki organizes this kind of organization, all of them are rebels and ninjas with rich combat experience. Once the opponent's strength is assessed, the most secure means will be used to solve the target. In their eyes, Tuo Yu is an extremely dangerous existence. So, it must all go together. First use poison to weaken his strength, and then use a combination of ninjutsu, without giving him a chance to breathe. Although he was upset, Tuo Yu knew that the real battle was so complicated. After all, the Shao organization has already sent 11 people. You let people come up one by one to deliver. With this kind of IQ, what kind of terrorist organization is it? Disband on the spot. Your feet, waist, and cheeks were all injured by bombs. You planned to escape into the forest, but you didn't expect that at this time, Kakuzu and Hidan were already standing there. He launched a grudge early, and the tentacles of blood vessels burrowed out of the desert, binding your hands and feet. Success. Kakuzu-senpai. Hidan is holding the March sickle, showing a crazy smile, and taking the opportunity to sneak attack from the side. However, your fists broke free from the shackles of blood vessels earlier. Your punch is like a missile explosion. Beat Hidan directly into a puddle of meat paste. Didara in the sky, Pain, Konan, and Kakuzu on the ground are all terrified of your combat power. They all thought that Sasori's poison would work, but they didn't expect you to be so capable. Kakuzu was shocked for a few seconds, and immediately separated 3 hard monsters from his back. Fire-style head hard, Laden Thunder Tiger bites and kills. Wind-style vacuum wave. The 3 levels of complementary ninjutsu overlap together, creating a powerful shock wave. You raise your right fist and are about to wave to break up this wave of fusion ninjutsu. But suddenly, a huge contraction rolled over you. Universal pull. Pain works silently. You look up at the sky with extreme hatred. But in the next second, a huge ninjutsu combined wave will run through your whole body. Your body was bombarded by lightning and high-temperature flames, and your whole body was severely burned. The skins on the shoulders, chest, waist and abdomen were scorched and smoked. You wave your fists like crazy, but the next second, a piece of white paper is stuck on your face. Next, second, third. Konan's origami technique wraps your whole body in an instant. This trick is a nemesis for you. Because the paper is stuck to you, you can't break it, especially in the case of severe injuries. Your body is unable to move again, imprisoned by the huge space pressure. Your body is pulled out of the desert, slowly rising, and under the manipulation of universal pull, you are sucked into Pain's eyes. So it's you. You saw the indifferent eyes of Pain and Konan, and in the next second, you fell rapidly from a height of tens of meters, and your chest stabbed into Hidan's March sickle. Your heart, lungs, trachea, completely damaged. Your consciousness begins to blur. Your head was chopped off by Kakuzu. You are dead. Quote comma 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 quote. I rely on. Seeing the simulation here, Tuo Yu's whole heart was shocked. Even a foul language. Just. Dead. I was beaten to death by the Shao organization. You are truly invincible. Tuo Yu's heart was beating wildly, and his breathing became short. To be honest, such a strong life has far exceeded his expectations. Pushing horizontally all the way, he has cultivated a powerful strength, which makes the ninja world terrified. Even in the end, the Shao organization will dispatch 11 people to jointly encircle and suppress him. And he killed 2 of them. It's not too bad to kill 4 members of a small organization alone, and to die after such a tragic battle, right? Tuo Yu thought silently, this wave of simulation, he should be all beautiful. The strength is also there, and the name is also played. The rating should not be low. However, what he didn't expect was, the much-awaited systematic review did not arrive on time. Because, the system continues to simulate. 3 years later, you opened your eyes. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Chapter 21 Killing Crazy. Impure World Reincarnation, the destruction of the ninja world. 21 258. Chapter 21 Killing Crazy. Impure World Reincarnation, the destruction of the ninja world. Quote question mark. Quote. Open your eyes. What's the situation? In front of you is a barren ruin, the sky is dark and weeping blood, and there are mountains of corpses lying on the ground. Sasuke, little Sakura, Inazukaya. Many of them are people you know. You raised your head, looked at the battlefield, and found that there were several ninjas in different clothes, fighting a big fight. You recognize quite a few people. Naruto, 3rd Hokage, Kakashi, Pain, Konan, Kakuzu, 4th Raikage. Besides, you also saw other people you shouldn't see, Orochimaru, 3rd Raikage, 4th Kazekage, 2nd Tsuchikage, 2nd Mizukage, 3rd Mizukage. You have come to understand, you have been Impure World Reincarnation. Lying. Trough. Seeing this scene, Tuo Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing a very shocking look. Impure World Reincarnation. This. Who did it? Just after asking the question, Tuo Yu immediately understood it in his mind. This should be Yakushi Kabuto. When Konoha killed Orochimaru before, Yakushi Kabuto saw it all. He must have a grudge, so he practiced secretly for a few years, learned Impure World Reincarnation, and then brought an army of dead people to take revenge on the village. Your body begins to move uncontrollably. After you left the field, everyone on the battlefield was sluggish for a moment. Naruto, Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Countless Konoha's ninjas all showed expressions of horror. You killed Ibiki Mori with one punch, and with another punch, you beat Konohamaru into meat sauce. Tuo Yu-kun. You hear a familiar voice, you look back and find that it is Ino who has always liked you. However, in the next second, your fist pierced through Ino's chest, tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and blood spewed out of her mouth. You didn't have time to mourn, your body didn't obey, you jumped into the crowd and started to fight frantically. You were unstoppable, infinite chakra, plus your immortal physique, make you unstoppable. You punch a Chunin, and you punch a Jonin. Changjuro, Gaara, Konkuro, Tsunade, Terumi Mei, you and the Impure World Reincarnation Army have destroyed one ninja after another, and you have leveled the battlefield. My Nima, what's the situation? Killed crazy. Tuo Yu's heart was beating wildly, and he kept breathing cold air. This is the Impure World Reincarnation Army not running. But this Impure World Reincarnation, unlike the 4 battles in the original book, still retains so many personalities. Yakushi Kabuto in the original book is to enjoy the thrill of killing each other among close relatives, companions, and friends, so he deliberately gave the deceased a personality. But now, Tuo Yu and the others of Impure World Reincarnation are simply used as killing machines. The corpses are everywhere, screaming again and again. With your participation, the strength of the army of Dirty Soil has been greatly improved. In the blink of an eye, there are only 1/5 of the enemies on the battlefield. You do this, it's innocent killing. This is not for peace at all. On the high slope in front of you, there is a man in a wheelchair with a thin body, it is Nagato. The way of heaven, the way of hell, the evil Kido, Konan, Kakuzu, and Uchiha Obito, all standing beside him in ruins. And the remaining survivors, 3rd Hokage, Terumi Mei, 4th Raikage, Kakashi. Countless ninjas from the 5 kingdoms also gathered around Nagato. They look at you with hatred and anger, and their gestures are like companions. I'm a big grass. See this scene. Tuo Yu stood up straight. Can't help it. This time he really couldn't bear it. Nagato and Kakuzu in this Sims have all formed alliances with the 5 countries. Akatsuki has also become a partner of justice. This world has no meaning to save, I want to completely destroy it. Behind you, an indifferent man with glasses came out. It is the initiator of this war, Yakushi Kabuto. Besides Yakushi Kabuto, there are also 2 ninjas with indifferent expressions and terrifying aura. It is Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Quote. See here, Tuo Yu already fully understood the follow-up to this simulation. Yakushi Kabuto, because of the death of Orochimaru's father, was greatly traumatized, and then got a group of Impure World Reincarnation Army to destroy the ninja world. And the Shao organization, which ran counter to his ideas, had to cooperate with the 5 major countries in order to stop him. After all, Nagato's purpose is to use Ten Tails high pressure to intimidate the ninja world and achieve permanent peace. He never thought about the country, and he wanted to destroy the entire ninja world. Not to mention Obito, he just wanted to have SX and never thought of letting himself die. So the 2 sides joined forces. It seems that the strongest in the entire ninja world is the one who can cast Impure World Reincarnation. Tuo Yu couldn't help shaking his head with emotion. Stronger than him, even stronger than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, under the control of Impure World Reincarnation, a super add-on level forbidden technique, they have to be reduced to chess pieces. Impure World Reincarnation is definitely the #1 plugin in the Hokage world. It's time to end. Under the control of Yakushi Kabuto, he unleashed his final annihilation skill. A huge blue chakra erupted from the controlled Uchiha Madara, and the raging chakra flames burned, condensing into a huge blue Valkyrie. Susanoo. At the same time, thousands of clones of Uchiha Madara spread across the entire ninja world, and Susa is also activated at the same time. Then, Susa's 2 sides and 4 hands, plus Uchiha Madara, 3 hands in total, begin to seal. After a few seconds, closing the sky and the sun, a huge meteorite with a width of about 10 kilometers fell from the sky. And, there is more than 1, 2, 3, dozens, hundreds. The sky above the entire planet is covered with huge meteorites. The sky is dark and the sun is shading, and the birds and beasts on the ground flee in terror. All ninjas, all civilians, kneel down in despair. Even Uchiha Obito, Nagato, gave up resistance. Boom rumble, a roar like a world annihilation sounded on the ground of the shinobi world. All villages, all the 5 great ninjas, the Impure World Reincarnation Army, were smashed to pieces. Your body starts to recover slowly, but stops halfway through. Because Yakushi Kabuto, who was hiding in the ground, lifted the Impure World Reincarnation, and he himself ended his own life. Your soul is detached from the sacrifice, and your soul floats into the air. What the hell is going on here? You saw the soul of Uchiha Madara in the air. He looked at the world that had been destroyed with a look of horror. People were stupid. Your soul drifts gradually, you return to the Pure Land, and you rest in peace. Your life ends here. Simulation ends. Chapter 22 Because of Impure World Reincarnation, I'm downgraded. 22-258. Chapter 22 Because of Impure World Reincarnation, I'm downgraded. The simulation this time is too good. Seeing the development of the plot this time, Tuo Yu felt an unprecedented shock in his heart. Originally, I thought that I was already powerful enough to embark on the road of the King of Fighters. Even if he was surrounded and killed by 11 people organized by Shao, it was only slightly beyond expectations. And the way he died doesn't sound ashamed. After all, in the history of the ninja world, there are not many people who were surrounded and suppressed by 11 super cage-level powerhouses and finally survived. Therefore, he felt that even if his life ended at that time, it would not be a loss. But where to get it? And the backhand. 3 years later, I was actually reincarnation by Impure World. This Yakushi Kabuto is really hidden. Tuo Yu had to exclaim. In the Chunin exam chapter, he felt that Yakushi Kabuto was a very hidden person. Before he revealed his true face, Tuo Yu always thought he was a good person. And seeing him get beaten up makes me feel bad. As a result, it was installed. And even if his identity is exposed, he is both good and evil. He also goes back and forth between Sasori and Orochimaru, acting as a double agent. He couldn't figure out what his true thoughts were at all. It seems that this Yakushi Kabuto really regards Orochimaru as a father. Tuo Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Yakushi Kabuto in the original book broke down after Orochimaru hung up and went on a path of no return. If it weren't for the existence of Sasuke, he might have destroyed the ninja world directly. He chose to cooperate with Obito because he wanted to see the fascinating effects of Sasuke, which Orochimaru cared about. Otherwise, with Obito's strength, what capital does it have to cooperate with people? What is Yakushi Kabuto doing to him? 100,000 cannon fodder. And this time, Yakushi Kabuto in The Sims is obviously the darkest and most unforgettable version. Made an Impure World Reincarnation Army and came out to wash the ninja world. And he also specially resurrected Tuo Yu and asked him to kill his own people. Basically, this wave of Yakushi Kabuto is just venting the hatred and destructive desire in his heart, the mentality of, tired, destroy it. There is absolutely no room for negotiation. It seems that in the future, we need to be especially careful with techniques, especially Impure World Reincarnation. Tuo Yu felt tired when he thought that even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were recruited in The Sims just now. Especially Uchiha Madara. Good guy, Madara is still waiting here for infinite Tsukuyomi, but the TMD ninja world has been wiped out. It has been planned since the Battle of the End Valley decades ago, and then swallowed all the way, various layouts, and lived underground for decades. The reason is that one day Nagato will resurrect him, absorb the 9-headed beast to become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and then open infinite Tsukuyomi to obtain eternal peace. Result: as soon as I opened my eyes, I was floating in the sky, and everyone on the ground was dead. This shit. Tuo Yu couldn't help laughing as soon as he remembered the expression Madara had in the sky just now. Quite funny. Calm down. Tuo Yu is about to start the settlement this time. The system can start. Tuo Yu rubbed his hands together, feeling a little nervous. To be honest, he was personally very satisfied with this simulation. In the end, after all, even the ninja world is destroyed. Even in terms of record alone, he has made outstanding achievements in his life and killed many masters. Looking forward to this time the simulation can give an S. Ding. Simulation is over. In the process of settlement. Please wait. Ding. This simulation, the score is A. Hearing the sound of the system, Tuo Yu was slightly distracted, and then, he became irritable. Hello, isn't it? This time the development is so strong, why is the evaluation only A? Tuo Yu felt a little speechless. In the last simulation, I slammed it and didn't cut it, and finally got an A- level evaluation. This time, I killed Uchiha Itachi by myself, destroying the whole ninja world. That's it, it's still an A. Also aware of Tuo Yu's dissatisfaction, the system came out and explained. In this time in The Sims, Host embarked on a bloody path of powerhouses, and also succeeded in gaining a strong power and making the whole ninja world get the title of King of Fighters. Death in the battle is also remarkable in the hands of the Shao organization. If your life ends here, you can get an S. But the fly in the ointment is that after 3 years, you are called out as a pawn of Yakushi Kabuto, and a pawn that has not been endowed with personality and feelings. In the world of ninjas, personality and emotions are the most important, because there are too many strong people. Without personality and feelings, it is the most inferior and inferior chess piece, in other words, it is a tool man. But it is this wave of operations that lowers your force and reduces the overall score. So you can only get an A grade. After seeing the detailed and responsible explanation from the system, Tuo Yu was speechless again. Because, what this system says really makes sense. He has always felt that the Fourth World War, and pure world reincarnation, the operation of the powerhouses of all dynasties, is a bit downgraded. The best example is Baihei Zaibujian. The death of these two people is undoubtedly a heavy brushstroke in the history of Hokage. Their deaths are very unforgettable, heartbreaking and memorable. However, in the Fourth Ninja World War, he was released by impure world reincarnation. And inexplicably died again, without leaving any deep pictures. If you do this, you will destroy the previous set of people in one fell swoop. Beyond that, there are countless examples. Like Deidara, who died to carry out his art. Uchiha Itachi, to die for ODOU beams. Chio, die for the future of the Land of Wind. The death of these people, each of them died in a proper place, unforgettable. But once impure world reincarnation is over, it becomes mediocre. It seems that you can't whip corpses often. Well, what you said, I have to admit it. Tuo Yu sighed helplessly. A- level is A level. At least, you can also get rewards. Ding. Given that you have an A grade, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. The cumulative amount of chakra in your ninja career. 2. The fist of the king of fighters that you sharpened. 3. 5% flying thunder god technique. 4. The fighting skills you have honed in your ninja career. Glancing at the reward, Tuo Yu made a decision without even thinking about it. System. I choose 2. After the order is given. For a moment, in Tuo Yu's body, an unbelievably huge mysterious power poured into it. He only felt the world spinning, and his ears roared. Even if he has strengthened his body and is injected with this huge power, he is still a little bit overwhelmed. Who? Tuo Yu lay on the ground, gasping for breath. It's too strong, this power. Is this the power of the king of fighters that can destroy Susa's shell? After lying on the ground for half a minute, Tuo Yu calmed down. And his brain and body were finally fully integrated with this power. Squeezing his fingers, Tuo Yu only felt a little numb. It's like the hand is tied up with a rope, and there is no blood supply for a long time. Then, he took a deep breath. With a flick, boom, a violent cracking sound resounded in the room. The violent fist style made a big hole in the wall. Bricks, gravel, all falling down. I haven't tried my best yet. Tuo Yu's whole body is numb. This is the fist that can pierce through Susa. With a single wave, you can shatter the wall. Tuo Yu was very excited, although he has already experienced that kind of strong posture in The Sims just now. But now, the weak body has gained such a huge power in an instant. The feeling between the two is completely different. It's like a person who worked hard and worked overtime to start a business and do business, and finally made 5 million. Win 5 million in the lottery with him. It feels completely different. Tuo Yu rubbed his head slightly. He pondered, with his current fist, the entire Konoha village, I am afraid that no one will be able to follow. Xiaoqiang, Elite Jonin, even third Hokage, it is impossible to eat his fist head on. It seems that we must restrain our strength in the future, otherwise, something will happen. Maybe with Naruto and the others, they will smash people. Take a look at the system panel. The simulation just now has been carried out for a total of 21 years, and the cooling will probably be completed at noon tomorrow. So today will come to an end for now. I touched my belly. Feeling an empty stomach, Tuo Yu decided to go to Ichiraku Ramen and let the calamus feed him. Chapter 23 Still can't change the habit of calling his husband. 23 258. Chapter 23 Still can't change the habit of calling his husband. What did you say? That kid Tuo Yu has 2 children with you. Ichiraku Ramen shop. After hearing Ayame's description in a soft voice, Kurenai Yuhi's face was very wonderful. She really didn't expect to hear such a wonderful story from the mouth of an honest girl like Changpu. The point is, this story is outrageous. Oh, keep your voice down. Don't be overheard. Calamus blushed. These few days, there has been a strange memory haunting her mind. She fell in love with Tuo Yu, got married and had children. And the children gave birth to children, and they formed a wonderful family with him, and spent decades together. Complete. I don't know why, but when I saw Tuo Yu making noodles at a ramen shop, it reminded me of this memory. That kind of feeling is like being awakened from a dream I had before, but I don't think it seems like a dream. Because everything feels so real. As if it really happened. I even remember the names of the 2 children, the boy's name is Kudo Shinichi, and the girl's name is Haibara Ai. Calamus ruffled her hair, her face hot and crimson. The red Yuhi next to him, his eyes are straight. What's the situation? Is she serious? I thought it was a joke, but now looking at the reaction of the Calamus, it seems to be true. Otherwise, how can you even remember the child's name? Your dream is too outrageous. To marry a boy 3 or 4 years younger than me. Yuhi's ruby-like eyes stared at the Calamus silently, and he silently raised his teacup and took a sip. I don't know, but, Tuo Yu is really gentle. He's kind and considerate. Although it's just a dream, I really feel the joy of being a woman. Although it was just an illusion, that memory was too lethal to the Calamus. After all, that's the only decent ending in Tuo Yu's simulation so far. Thinking of how good Tuo Yu was to her and how she took good care of her. With myself, and with that. These fond memories, Ayame even wished they would come true. That kid Tuo Yu. I remember he was in the same class as Naruto, but he doesn't seem to have any special talent, and he is unknown in school. This kind of person should have a better personality. Kurenai Yuhi couldn't understand more and more. She just felt a little outrageous. Most people dream, and when they wake up, it is almost over. But Calamus, the poisoning is a bit deep. After talking about Tuo Yu's name, her face turned crimson from time to time, and when it came to some important points, her face was shy. It feels like it really happened. Hey, don't you really like that kid? Kurenai Yuhi put down the teacup and asked with great interest. Although he wanted to nod his head, Ayame felt a little embarrassed. I can only lie. Oh, no, it's just said this. The Calamus's voice stopped abruptly. Then, the whole person was like an electric shock, froze in place, from the neck to the face, all red. Hong Yuhi looked back quickly. Good guy, it really is Tuo Yu. With both hands in kabuto, he strode towards the store. Sister Changpu, bring me a bowl of ramen. Tuo Yu sat calmly at the dining table and waved casually. But the Calamus continued to be stunned, unable to move. Sister Calamus. Okay, right away. Calamus moved stiffly, walking into the back kitchen very mechanically with hands and feet. Seeing this scene, not only Yuri Hong, but also Tuo Yu next to him was stunned. What's the situation? The appearance of the Calamus is exactly like seeing the person he likes and being so nervous that he can't move. HMPH, you said you don't like him. Hong Yuhi drank the tea in one gulp and sat next to Tuo Yu. Hello, Tuo Yu. Red Yuhi came uninvited. What do you have with her? Tuo Yu frowned slightly, looking surprised. You mean? Of course said she dreamed that you married her and had children, and spent her whole life with him. Has she told you about this? Hearing this, Tuo Yu frowned slightly. But my heart is shocked. The memory of the last time, is it still working? Moreover, it seems to have produced some unexpected effects. Tuo Yu looked surprised and serious, pretending not to know. I don't know very well, but when I was eating noodles in the store last time, Sister Chengpu suddenly called me husband for some reason. This, Kurenai Yuhi was completely dumbfounded. The staring boss looks like a ghost. Where is this still a dream? The Calamus has completely confused fantasy with reality. She has fallen. ... The two of them sat in silence like this, and the atmosphere was very suspenseful. Hong Yuhi's mind was full of question marks. She kept looking at the kid in front of her, trying to find some good points in him. But I have to say, she still found quite a lot. For example, Tuo Yu's appearance is really high. With a handsome face and deep facial features, he is obviously just a child, but he exudes a charming charm. It looks like a potential stock. Also, his body seems to have exercised. You can't see it anywhere else, but just his arms and fists, the muscles are firm and well defined, and if she squeezes her fists hard, she even thinks that blue veins will burst out. I really don't know what this kid will look like in the future. Hong Yuhi took another sip of tea silently. She could understand a little bit why the Calamus would have such an illusion. After a few minutes, Tuo Yu couldn't wait any longer, and the Calamus finally finished the noodles and served them up. Yuhi's red eyes went straight when she saw that extra-large bowl of ramen. Not only is the portion enough, but it is filled with all kinds of mountain and sea-flavored ingredients. Fish balls, beef slices, eggs, piled up into hills. Hey, I can understand your mood, but you don't need to hurt him so much, right? Kurenai Yuhi said with a bit of jealousy. I have never eaten such a luxurious amount of ramen. Actually let this kid pick it up for nothing. Calamus blushed, covered half of her face with a plate, and said in a soft mosquito-like voice, because, it's for my husband. Cough. No, nothing. Calamus was so tangled that she wanted to stomp. She naturally called out the word husband. Because I have been shouting for decades, it is not so easy to change it. ... After eating ramen with a full stomach, Tuo Yu felt that he didn't need to eat tonight. Back home and lying in bed, Tuo Yu started thinking, originally, I just had the mentality of playing around, so I got a memory as a reward. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. The Calamus is completely unable to resist itself. But if you think about it carefully, you can understand it. After all, those are the sincere feelings of 50 or 60 years, and it is not so easy to forget. The point is, everyone wants to have a good life and have some sweet memories. Looking at it this way, if you can keep your memory in the future, you can still choose. And, if there is such an extreme memory, the possible effects are not just as simple as Calamus. With thought, Tuo Yu slowly fell asleep. The moon sets and the sun rises. Soon, day 2 is here. Get up early, wash up, and go to school. Mr. Tuo Yu, good morning. Hinata greeted Tuo Yu shyly. Well, you are fine too. Tuo Yu replied with a smile. Seeing Tuo Yu's sunny face, Hinata's nervous mood finally eased. A few days ago at school, Tuo Yu behaved abnormally. She thought Tuo Yu was sick. As it turned out, he seemed to be fine now. Great. Soon, Baruka walked into the classroom and started explaining today's knowledge. And Tuo Yu was here. Then silently, opened the system panel. Chapter 24 A new simulation begins. Crazy Scratcher. 24-258. Chapter 24 A new simulation begins. Crazy Scratcher. Host. Tuo Yu. Level. LV1. System cooling time. Completed. The simulation can be started at any time. See the data on the system panel. Tuo Yu couldn't help frowning. System. Why hasn't the level improved yet? If I remember correctly, Tuo Yu sims have already been played 5 times. Still haven't upgraded yet. Every time you reach 3S scores, you can upgrade by 1 level. Please keep doing your best. Alright, I didn't think about it anymore. Tuo Yu just hoped that the next simulation would be able to perform well. It is best to have a few more combat talents. Otherwise, there is only one King of Fighters ability. He still dare not take the lead. In the ninja world, taijutsu ninjas are too limited. In particular, Tuo Yu didn't inherit his fighting skills last time. There are only hard fists, others can't move with one illusion. System, start the simulation. After his butt was firmly seated, Tuo Yu immediately issued an order. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, the extraction was successful. You have drawn talent. Tickle black. After seeing this talent, Tuo Yu's pupils suddenly froze. Then, everyone was dumbfounded. What's the matter? Tickle, or black level. Tuo Yu's heart was beating wildly. The talent that I have drawn this wave is completely different from the previous one. I won't mention only one, the key thing doesn't seem to be simple. On the system side, a quick introduction is also given. Tickles around the corner. This is your morbid psychology. It may be your birth gene defect, or it may be some kind of stimulation the day after tomorrow. In short, your blood is full of the desire to tickle people. Eating, exercising, sleeping, all the actions in this world can't make you feel lumpy, and the only thing that can make you happy is to tickle people. Black is a very high level, probably only 1 in 1 million people will be sick. I rely on. Seeing the explanation given by the system this time, Tuo Yu is numb, really. In the first simulation before, when he drew that charged god of war, it felt a bit outrageous. But now, more outrageous to come. Tickle desire. Does this mean that with this talent, you will have a special desire to tickle people all the time? Damn, what kind of shit talent is this? The talent is outrageous enough, and there is still a black. What kind of ghost can only 1 in a million people produce? Can't there be something useful? Tuo Yu swallowed, feeling a little nervous. Bring your own talent. He didn't know if he could live in Kabuto. It doesn't matter, let's simulate it first. Calm down. Then, his expression suddenly became serious. Taking a deep breath, Tuo Yu issued an order in his head. System, start the simulation. Start the simulation. Carrying talent. Tickle black just around the corner. The screen is being generated in real time. Please wait. After a hasty mechanical sound, the system began to simulate. And Tuo Yu, like a personal experience, started a new life. In the early morning, after the first ray of sunlight fell, you opened your blood-red eyes and bit your teeth painfully. Just for a second, just a second passed in this sim and Tuo Yu felt something was wrong. Discomfort, nausea, vomiting. Your body is as heavy as a serious illness. The brain is dizzy, and there is no energy at all. This is riding a horse. The reaction is too strong. Tuo Yu couldn't help retching. Hinata next to him turned around with a look of horror. Mr. Tuo Yu, why did he start again? Resist the discomfort. Tuo Yu continued the simulation. Your eyes stare blankly at the ceiling, your face is expressionless, and you keep grinding your teeth. Your hands grabbed the mattress, pinched and pinched hard, your feet were tensed, your toes stretched, and you felt extremely uncomfortable all over. Time is passing bit by bit, the sky outside is getting brighter and brighter, and your inner irritability and pain are getting stronger and stronger. You want to tickle. You'd love to tickle someone. You want to tie people up, keep tickling, creaking, hard of feet, waist. That weird desire engraved in your genes and blood keeps tormenting you. Your heart seems to be scratched by a cat. It looks like there are insects crawling on your skin, and there seem to be leeches swimming in your flesh. In your throat, stomach, bone marrow. Every inch of your skin and every muscle seems to be filled with thousands of maggots. They are squirming, crawling, and drilling holes in your flesh, laying eggs in your blood. You itch painfully, your tongue bites blood, and your fingers are stubbornly embedded in the flesh. My Nima, even after the system was weakened, Tuo Yu almost couldn't hold back after feeling this terrifying strange habit. This kind of feeling is like someone is constantly scratching the heart of the foot, but he can't move. Torment, pain, suffering. People are about to collapse. Finally, you can't stand it anymore. You get up from the bed and walk towards the living room with a weird face. You open a large cabinet placed in the corner, and take out a cage from inside, which is closed. Because you don't want other people to have your hobby, you have been hiding this thing. And you've sworn to yourself 3 times not to use this thing again. But you have no way. After your tickling desire comes up, there's no way to stop it. 5 minutes later, you finally finished removing all the plastic bags. What catches your eye is a gray-black thing about 1.5 meters in length and about 80 pounds. That is a dog, whose name is Hurricane. Yes, Gale is a scout dog of the Inuzuka family, and it took you a lot of effort to get it. You still remember that in order to get this dog, it took you 2 months to save a little from your lunch money every day and buy it ham. For 2 months, rain or shine, every day you use the excuse of watching the dog, come to Inuzukai's house, and quietly feed him ham. Although during this period, you had countless thoughts of rushing to the cage and tickling the dog to death, you held back. Because you know that your true appearance cannot be known by others. Otherwise, the only thing waiting for you is the despised road. Day after day, every day, you are feeding it, and you are full of smiles to please him. Although in the first few days, it will bark at you and even want to attack you. But as time goes by, it slowly loses its guard against you. It starts wagging its tail at you like a dog you raised, licking the back of your hands and cheeks, and rolling on the ground coquettishly. You are so excited inside, and you start scratching him. But because there are outsiders, you can't use your full strength at all, so you plan to trick it back so that you can use your full strength to scratch him. Finally, after 2 months of hard work, you are completely familiar with it. You start looking for opportunities. It was a gloomy afternoon. The Inuzuka family conducted a large-scale field practice of ninja dogs. The training course was to search. Let all ninja dogs, after smelling a Kakashi glove, go to the mountain behind Konoha and bury them in the find Kakashi, who has only one head left in the ground. You know that the opportunity is coming, and you quietly follow. Chapter 25. You have endured to the limit, you must start scratching people. 25 258. Chapter 25. You have endured to the limit, you must start scratching people. You hid in the forest, and when you saw the ninja dog army coming, you gently waved the ham sausage toward the wind, and you tricked it. It didn't have any precautions, and ate the ham you gave it in one bite, but as everyone knows, there is a strong anesthetic that you got in advance hidden in it. These anesthetics were all bought by you at the risk of going to the black outside. Of course, you only used part of them. Gaofeng gradually lost consciousness. You packed it with a snakeskin bag, you carried it, came to a nearby river, and you jumped down with Gaofeng. You soaked your whole body in the river for 5 or 6 minutes. When you came out of the river, you took out the fish juice you made at home with a juicer yesterday. Then, you started to run around in circles in the forest, finally hid in a bush. FK, seeing the simulated scene this time, Tuo Yu couldn't help it. This TMD is too meticulous. Don't you just want to tickle people? As for, in order to get a dog, he secretly planned for so long, and in order not to be discovered, he also deliberately went to the river to wash the smell, and after that, he disturbed with the smell of fish juice, and further scurried in the forest, which was extremely dangerous. It greatly interfered with the subsequent search and rescue work, and ensured that I would not be discovered. Gudong, swallowing sound, Tuo Yu feels more and more that he is a bit like a real murderer. The training of the large army is going on in the distance, every time there is a ninja dog in the woods. You will feel tense. However, your strong psychological quality has prevented you from mentally breaking down, but instead gradually calmed down. Time passes bit by bit, 3 hours have passed since you caught the blast. The sky is getting dark, and during this period, you have given Gaofeng anesthesia twice. After the training of the ninja dog, Inuzuka started to count the dog's head. Not surprisingly, he found that there was one missing. Everyone shouted in the forest first, but after they didn't find a response, they were a little anxious. So everyone began to search for the wind, and Dog Breedpaw sent a dozen ninja dogs to investigate, but because of your previous layout, the ninja dogs were disturbed by their sense of smell, and their footsteps finally stopped by the river. In the end, the search was fruitless. Inuzuka Claw and others agreed that the high wind fell into the river, or was dragged down by the strange fish in the river. After all, this place is full of a strong fishy smell. The search and rescue team withdrew to the village, and you also slipped back to the village through the back door shortly after. You go home nervously, close the door, and draw the curtains. You opened the snakeskin pocket, and the strong wind inside has some signs of waking up. With a strangely obsessed smile, you slowly exert force on your hand. You start frantically tickling the dog. The other party obviously has never played such a fun game, and keeps making cute laughter. After half an hour, you stop, your face happy and sweating profusely. You feel really wonderful. FK. At this point in the simulation, Tuo Yu's whole body was hit by a huge shock. This, totally a pervert, exhausted, just to tickle the dog. And in the end, I still feel like that. This is a pervert through and through. Mr. Tuo Yu, are you okay? Seeing Tuo Yu's face turning pale, Hinata next to him asked worriedly. Well, it's alright, it's just that Aruka said it too harshly, and it's a little uncomfortable. Tuo Yu responded casually. He guessed that Hinata must have never dreamed of it. On the surface, he seems to be listening to a class here and being a good student. In fact, in another dimension, he has used very cruel means to kill a dog. Next, it should be people. With some trepidation in mind, Tuo Yu continued into the Sims. While scratching Gale's body, you recalled how you brought him back. This dog has been hiding in your house for more than 10 days. Every time you can't resist the desire to tickle, you will use it to solve it. The fur of the wind was even balled by you. After 5 minutes, your hand gradually loosens. Although it is a post, it has relieved some of your pressure to some extent and let you release some itchiness. You put away the blast and lock it up again. You put 7 or 8 hams for him and let him replenish his body. 10 minutes later, you open the window to breathe, and you go to take a shower. Bathing under the spray head, your itchiness will gradually increase again. You hammered the wall in annoyance, and you shocked your own incompetence. Because, with your current strength, being able to find a way to scratch a dog is already your limit. But what you really want to do is scratch people. Yes, it is a living person. Naruto, Sasuke, Little Sakura, Hinata. These lively, full of vitality living people are the targets you really want to start with. However, you have no strength, and your tickling desire cannot be truly released. You are in pain, struggling. One by one, you want to scratch the lovely everyone to the knees and beg for mercy. I made a big weed. Tuo Yu really couldn't help it. This TM is really amazing. Scratching the dog is not enough, he actually wants to scratch Naruto and the others. He had read so many novels, but he had never seen any transmigrators who came across to tickle Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura. My own psychology is simply twisted and perverted to ultimate. It's an image of a crazy pervert. This is just a single talent, if you add some other. Tuo Yu can't think about it anymore. Now he just wants to see if he can succeed in this wave. Can you scratch people? Keep simulating. On the second day, you go to ninja school to study. Day 3, Day 4. Your days are repeated, and every day you try to restrain your strange desires. On the 10th day, Gaofeng doesn't want to be close to you anymore, because his hair has been bald by you. After no high winds, you become more irritable. You have trouble falling asleep all night long, you scratch your arms and pull your hair off. You know yourself, you really can't stand it anymore. You have reached your limit. You have to start looking for the real target. Yes, Naruto, little Sakura, Sasuke, it's these Konoha's little powerhouses, they are your ultimate goal. Chapter 26 Trick little Sakura into the woods and start tickling. 26 258. Chapter 26 Trick little Sakura into the woods and start tickling. On the second day, you will go to class as usual. You seem to be listening carefully, but you are actually thinking about who should you turn to. Because of your twisted psychology, these cute little strongmen are a different scene in your eyes. Their laughter sounds so harsh to you. Sincere faces are extremely ugly in your eyes, because you think that only the laughter when they are scratched by you is the real happiness. Now all smiles all fake. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Ino, all the living things around you, you want to scratch them to death. The soles of the feet, the armpits, the waist. I want to do it everywhere. Your uncle is getting more and more pervert. Feeling his insane inner activity, Tuo Yu himself became a little crazy. Shortness of breath, heart beating, breathing heavily. After general thinking, you finally choose a target. Yes, it is Haruno Sakura. The reason for choosing her as the target is very simple, because she is weak. Little Sakura is the only person in Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang who does not have the boundaries of blood and secret techniques. He is just an ordinary person. Take her away, the chance of success is the greatest. Little Sakura. Tuo Yu raised his head silently and glanced at little Sakura who was distracted beside him. Unexpectedly, the first person to become his target would be little Sakura. After making up your mind, you start planning. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems that there are not so many plans to implement, because if there is a plan, you have already done it. So you plan to start it straight away. After school at night, you pretended to go shopping with Naruto and the others for dinner, while secretly observing little Sakura's thoughts. After the dinner, everyone went back to their respective homes. You quietly follow little Sakura, following her all the way. You were discovered by her. But you immediately pretended to be shy, your face flushed, and you said, you have something to say to her. Your appearance is very confusing, and it looks like a little boy who wants to confess to others. Little Sakura is very confident, not suspicious at all, and she even feels a little proud. My own charm is still great. Tuo Yu was conquered by her. You tell her that you have something you want to show her, and ask her to go outside the village with you. Little Sakura was completely unguarded, thinking it was a confession gift you prepared for her, and she felt even more proud. You took her out of the village when the flow of people was the largest, and your timid and shy appearance made little Sakura not have the slightest sense of vigilance. You took her into the small forest, even if the vision was extremely dim and the terrain was extremely rugged, she didn't have any doubts. This is what a complacent woman looks like, you think. Finally, you found a very hidden place. You stop, little Sakura asked, looking around to find the confession gift you gave him. But at this time, your hands and feet are trembling uncontrollably, and your desire to kill has reached an unprecedented peak. You turn around suddenly and slam on her at once, and then started scratching her armpits like crazy. Ha 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 ha, Tuo Yu, ha 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 ha. Little Sakura struggles frantically and laughs, while you strangle her and scratch her waist. Both of you are ordinary people, so she doesn't have any advantage in a fight with you. A minute later, little Sakura fell down with a smile. The blood in your whole body is boiling, because this is the first time you have really scratched someone. I ride a horse. After the simulation came to this point, Tuo Yu couldn't bear it any longer, and with a hum, he stood up straight. Tuo Yu, what are you doing, kid? Baruka cursed, and the other Xiaoqiang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Tuo Yu must be thinking something bad. This guy, he was definitely distracted just now. I think I woke up suddenly from a drowsiness. Ha 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 ha. The classroom was very lively, and Tuo Yu sat down a little embarrassedly. Strongly covering his chest, Tuo Yu forced himself to calm down. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. It took him a full minute to calm down. Good guy, he's a straight lie. He made such a big move and tricked little Sakura out, just wanted to tickle her. This is too outrageous. However, the feeling of tickling others seems to be really good. Because the other party is really happy. Little Sakura, who has always been dull, let out such a cute laugh. If this is a set for Azu and them. At this moment, in Tuo Yu's mind, it was like a volcanic eruption, chaotic. He really had never seen anyone who traveled to the world of Hokage to tickle people. And this is not the kind of very harmonious operation, but a very despicable method, which feels like a murder, to deceive little Sakura to do it. Mr. Tuo Yu, Hinata's worried voice sounded next to him again. You, are you really okay? If you're not feeling well, do you want to see a doctor? Tuo Yu looked at Hinata blankly. To be honest, fortunately, his psychological quality is good. Before crossing over, he often watched some curious movies. So he can accept no matter how outrageous things happen. Otherwise, the life you just simulated, if you change it to someone else, you will definitely be dumbfounded. Calm down. Tuo Yu continues the simulation. You sit beside little Sakura, your whole mind blank. This kind of feeling is like I have never eaten meat, but every day in front of the restaurant, I smell the aroma of meat. I have been smelling it for more than 10 years, and today I finally eat meat. Tuo Yu, what's wrong with you? Little Sakura took your hand, she felt you were a little scared. After all, she was tricked out by you, but you tickled her and even laughed her to the ground. This kind of thing seems like a madman would do it. You don't need to worry about it. Actually, I'm fine. I was very happy just now, didn't I? Little Sakura comforted you. After all, although she was deceived by you, she was also very happy just now. She has never smiled so happily before. I feel that the unpleasant things in my heart have disappeared. Really, you look at little Sakura gratefully. To be honest, little Sakura is actually quite beautiful, but it's just that people have been bashing her, so she's not very popular. Really, although I don't know what kind of illness you have, but it's no big deal. If you have a chance in the future, tickle me too. Little Sakura's eyes are shining. She thinks that you are not a bad person, just suffering from some kind of disease, so you did this to her. Chapter 27. The simulation is over, and the physical confrontation begins. 27 258. Chapter 27. The simulation is over, and the physical confrontation begins. Do you want to get along with little Sakura? Seeing the innocent and brilliant appearance of little Sakura in The Sims, Tuo Yu was also sighing in his heart. Good guy, I thought I would be killed by her. But I didn't expect that the other party would actually forgive me. And seeing her shining eyes, she seems to be enjoying it. Little Sakura pulls you back to the village. You were like a kid who made a mistake and said nothing. In extreme exhaustion and stability, and fell asleep. On the second day, you woke up, and after a night's rest, your mood calmed down a lot. You take a bath, eat, and go to school like no one else. And at the ninja school, some wonderful things happened, and little Sakura became very close to you for some reason. I took the initiative to sit beside you and eat with you at noon. However, she was quite calm and did not show any clues. You secretly guessed that little Sakura has always been hated by Sasuke and has been living in an unhappy life, but your appearance, you forcibly tickled her and changed her mentality. Besides the idiot like Naruto, there are normal people who like her too, she probably thinks so. Your little Sakura's relationship is getting better and better, and you even see a trace of love in his eyes. 2 months later, little Sakura looked for you shyly. She blushed slightly and confessed to you. Quote ? What's the situation? Seeing the development here, Tuo Yu was stunned on the spot. Confess. Man, this works too. But it was only a second of doubt, and he immediately reacted. It may be that little Sakura feels that she has the courage to be with her violent woman. And it brings her joy. After all, he is not bad looking, and he is more suitable for socializing with people than Sasuke's ruthless idiot. Tuo Yu sighed helplessly. This development is a bit unexpected. It was so easy to become a couple with little Sakura. You agreed to her, because this is the first time you have been confessed by a girl, and little Sakura is pretty good, and you can pay off the mortgage. In the following days, you and little Sakura started a happy life. You scratch her when you have nothing to do, often scratching her and rolling her on the ground. Looking at her happy appearance, you also smiled knowingly. 60 years later, you are old, and you are slowly dying in the arms of little Sakura. Your life ends here. Simulation ends. After watching the simulation this time, Tuo Yu's mood can only be described as mixed flavors. Originally, he thought that this life simulator, the most exaggerated simulation, was to do some rustling simulations. But I didn't expect that even this outrageous life could be simulated. Sick. Want to tickle people. Good guy, this kind of life is not something you can experience casually. Compared with the simple use of force to conquer the world, this kind of strange life is also very interesting. After reminiscing about the life just now, Tuo Yu's mood gradually returned to calm. System, start settlement. Ding. Simulation is over. In the process of settlement. Please wait. Ding. This simulation, the score is B. Forehead. For this evaluation, Tuo Yu actually has nothing to refute. After all, what he carried this time was an outrageous talent, and in the end, he was just with little Sakura, and he didn't have any great achievements. It's kind of embarrassing. Glancing at the system panel, Tuo Yu felt that he had to calm down before the next simulation. Because he really can't guarantee that this system will generate some strange life next time. Lunchtime. Xiaoqiang's in the class, make an appointment to go to the restaurant outside for dinner. At the dinner table, everyone was talking and laughing. But the biggest topic was that Tuo Yu stood up for no reason just now. I said, Tuo Yu, what's wrong with you guy lately? I feel like you're always doing some strange things. Naruto said vaguely, chewing on the fried rice. That's right, Tuo Yu, what were you thinking about in class just now? Why are you so excited? Little Sakura was also surprised. Tuo Yu really couldn't answer the little Sakura's question. He can't say, in fact, I just married you. And you are often scratched by me, sometimes rolling on the ground laughing, and even foaming at the mouth. Speaking of which, do you have any idea about the test in the afternoon? Ino looked sad. Test? What test? Tuo Yu raised his head in confusion. Tuo Yu, you really didn't listen to the class just now. There is a physical examination test in the afternoon. And it's a blind draw opponent. Inuzuka looked at Tuo Yu with a look of schadenfreude. Others cast sympathetic glances. After all, among so many peers, Tuo Yu's strength is at the bottom. Basically, it's a back and forth with Naruto. Tuo Yu, you have to be careful, this is not an entrance exam, you can pass by writing 2 essays, this is a real drill. Choji exclaimed. Hey, that's it, it would be fun if Tuo Yu and Sasuke fought each other. They'll definitely get beaten up. Naruto also said with a big laugh. Hey, you guys, don't talk about Tuo Yu like that, okay? Ino frowned and said dissatisfiedly. That's right, it's not his fault that he is weak, at least Tuo Yu didn't make trouble everywhere like you, Naruto. Shikamaru added a knife. You are not allowed to laugh at Tuo Yu. Little Sakura stood up with a stern look. Sasuke is so strong, whoever plays against him will lose. If the rest of you are drawn to a group with Tuo Yu, don't give up. It's just a test to deceive the teacher. Seeing that little Sakura was actually speaking for him, a strange feeling arose in Tuo Yu's heart. Good guy, she really deserves to be the wife of her last life. So speak for yourself. This is what is Sasuke's feeling. Soon, lunch is over. After returning to school for a while, the students were called to the playground by Iruka. Yo, is there an outdoor practice today? A silver-haired man wearing a mask, holding lube in his hand and pulling the eyes of a dead fish, stopped as soon as he reached the gate of the ninja school. Yeah, test their physical skills today to see how they are growing. Oh, I see. Kakashi closed the book with a snap and walked in. Then I'll take a look too. Seeing that elite Jonin Kakashi from the village came to visit, many students were a little nervous. Kakashi-sensei came to visit, I have to behave well. That's right, he's elite Jonin, and he might become our teacher in the future. You have to show your strength well. Chapter 28 Sasuke vs Tuo Yu. Bad luck, refers to Sasuke. 28 258. Chapter 28 Sasuke vs Tuo Yu. Bad luck, refers to Sasuke. Soon, the students lined up and waited quietly for Iruka to be called. For the sake of fairness, this time we use a lottery to decide our opponents. Iruka took out a cardboard box. Inside are the names of the whole class. Reaching into the hole in the box, and after fumbling for a while, Iruka pulled out 2 pieces of paper. Team 1, Uzumaki Naruto, to Inuzuka. Immediately after Iruka's announcement, Inuzuka arrived at the scene to prepare. Naruto also held his head and walked into the arena with arrogant strides. Naruto, you have to fight seriously, someone else is watching today. Inuzuka said seriously. Naruto smiled and said, hey, you don't need to say it, I will definitely take care of you, Mr. Naruto. 3 minutes later, Naruto came off the stage with a bruised face. It's too bad, isn't it? Kakashi on the side, with his hands in kabuto, muttered silently. In fact, Kakashi has always been puzzled. It stands to reason that Namikaze Minato's talent should not be weak. And, Uzumaki Kushina is also a member of the Uzumaki clan and has a strong ancestry. The product of these 2 people should be very strong. But Naruto doesn't seem to have inherited any talent, not even her looks. Even if no one takes him, he should not be at this level. It's just bullshit. Naruto, you guy, have you been lazy and not training recently? Iruka stomped her feet in anger. This Naruto really makes him love and hate. Naruto swelled up a bun face and said vaguely, training, do you want to train in private? Kakashi, Iruka, a group of Konoha students. Cough cough. Iruka coughed loudly twice to ease the embarrassment. Next set, Haruno Sakura vs. Yamanaka Ino. As soon as I heard the names of these 2 people, the whole team suddenly boiled. I'm going. It's actually these 2. Good guy, some people have seen it now. To be honest, if the 2 of them fight, it's much more interesting than a fight between boys. I guess I'll be pulling my hair later, how about you? Hey, it would be nice if the clothes were torn. A group of people, especially the boys, were all excited to discuss. Little Sakura and Ino were originally 2 of the girls with more unrestrained personalities. And every now and then, he would fight over Sasuke. These 2 are in a group battle. To be honest, Shikamaru and the others were wondering if Iruka did this on purpose. Hey, don't show mercy, I'll fix you in front of Sasuke. Little Sakura said something cruel as soon as he came on the court. Ino also put his hands on his hips. Come on. Iruka walked to the middle, and repeatedly emphasized to the 2 of them. It will stop when you click, don't kill, don't swear, understand? Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. Iruka, after 3 seconds. Start. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Little Sakura and Ino, who were standing on both sides of the field, immediately rushed together. Fists, elbows, legs. Start the crazy battle. It's actually better than boys. Kakashi and the other students were stunned when they saw the beautiful physique performed by the 2. Punch to the flesh, back and forth, much better than the battle between Naruto and Inuzuka just now. 3 minutes later, both Little Sakura and Ino got lucky. Both sides gasped heavily, and neither of them refused to let the other. Ino pig, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Little Sakura wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted loudly. You are. It's a bit beyond my expectations. Ino also laughed arrogantly. Sidelines. Hey, Iruka, let the two of them stop, or they'll have to scratch their hair later. Kakashi could tell at a glance that neither of them had chakra. And I don't think it's too powerful. If you can't perform physical skills, and you have to decide the winner, then it is estimated that you will really have to scratch your hair and slap in the face. Okay, you two stop. It's no match. Iruka hurried off the stage, ending the duel between the two. Then the next set. There have been more than 10 battles in a row, most of which are remarkable. And this time, Uchiha Sasuke, yes, to Tuo Yu. After reading out the battle list for this group, even Iruka panicked. The whole playground is full of excitement. I'm going. I was really hit by that Naruto guy. That's right, Naruto, the crow's mouth. It's over. Tuo Yu and Sasuke fight. Isn't that definitely courting death? The strength is not in one dimension at all. Tuo Yu is so unlucky. He will fight Sasuke. It's over. It's definitely a fiasco. The students were talking. At this time, Tuo Yu was also very nervous. Because, just like what they said just now, bad luck refers to Sasuke, the strength of him and Sasuke. Not in one dimension at all. Hey, how is it, do I want you? Sasuke's face is easy to do. With a dash of kabuto in his hands, he left the field. I think. No need. Tuo Yu didn't know how to remind Sasuke, so he could only say this. Cut, then let you see how good I am. Sasuke's expression changed immediately, revealing the expression unique to Urzuzi. Hate, arrogance, unhappiness. It's like a dead father. Both sides end. Iruka came over and emphasized seriously. Remember, it's just a discussion, don't be serious. Obviously, this is for Sasuke. After all, as the genius of the Uchiha family, Sasuke's strength is obvious to all. If he didn't control his strength, maybe Tuo Yu would be injured. Then, let's start. The moment the voice fell, whoosh, Sasuke turned into a phantom and flashed directly from the spot. So fast. Sasuke, so handsome. As expected of the genius of the Uchiha family, this kind of speed is simply beyond our reach. Handsome Sasuke. A group of boys were amazed. And the girls are full of fascination. Little Sakura and Ino, they were almost drooling when they saw Sasuke's actions. Is this the strength of Uchiha Sasuke? Really great. Kakashi, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, could not help but frown and praised from the bottom of his heart. It just feels like Sasuke is not on the same level as the others. How can you escape? Sasuke jokingly circled around Tuo Yu, but didn't attack him. Because Sasuke wanted to provoke Tuo Yu, and he wanted to end the fight with one move. But, for Tuo Yu, who has simulated the life of the King of Fighters twice, and once even became the real King of Fighters, Sasuke at this time is the same as static. His movements, as well as his smile on the two pillars, can be seen clearly by himself. Coming, whoosh, Sasuke's phantom, turned into a strong wind, flashed towards Tuo Yu in an instant. Then, the fist was raised fiercely, hitting his chin straight and striking. But the next second, clang, Sasuke's fist was held out of thin air by Tuo Yu. Tuo Yu's face was indifferent, as if nothing had happened. But Sasuke is different. With this punch just now, he felt as if he had hit a stone. The fist hurts. He couldn't help but let out a scream. Hey, Chapter 29 Tuo Yu, I want to protect everyone. Protagonist face, 29 258. Chapter 29 Tuo Yu, I want to protect everyone. Protagonist face, question mark. What happened? Blocked. Sasuke's fist was blocked with one hand by Tuo Yu. The students on the playground, Iruka, Kakashi, all of them looked horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. Uchiha Sasuke, what kind of person is that? The proud son of the Uchiha family. The strongest new generation in the village. His attack just now was extremely sharp and swift. And the angle is tricky. It's aimed at Tuo Yu's jaw. With Tuo Yu's skill, it's almost impossible to block. But he just stopped. And it's freehand. And Sasuke screamed in pain, as if his fist hit a hard object. How is this going? Not only Kakashi and Iruka, but Sasuke at this time is also puzzled. But the battle continues. Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly, the black eyes faded, and the scarlet Sharingan emerged. Whoosh, the figure flashed again, and Sasuke flashed directly behind Tuo Yu. This time, I changed my fist to a leg and kicked it fiercely. However, boom, with a violent explosion, a deep pit appeared on the ground in an instant, and the spider web-like cracks spread out to 4 weeks, and the two people's figures stagnated in the air. This, impossible, I actually blocked it with one hand. Naruto, little Sakura, Ino, all the ninja students have a ghostly expression on their faces. Because Sasuke shook the kick for so long in front of him, he was easily blocked by Tuo Yu with his arm. He just stood there, then raised his arms and blocked Sasuke's kick. How can that be? Seeing this incredible scene in front of him, Sasuke's face was extremely distorted. Strong self-esteem does not allow him to lose here. He stretches out his hand and finds kunai from the lower back. Sasuke, what are you doing? This is a physical contest. Iruka shouted in horror. This Sasuke is in a hurry. Forget that this is boxing, and you can't use hidden weapons. Whizzing, 2 shurikens swiftly attacked Tuo Yu. But the latter, just a punch in the middle. Clap, the shuriken made of high-quality steel was directly beaten to shreds. Kakashi's body shuddered. Others may not be able to feel the fist just now, but he felt it. What power is that? Only 4 popped into Kakashi's mind. 8 inner gates. It actually does. Seeing that even kunai was smashed, Sasuke was completely stupid. Shocked. What kind of monster is this? However, before he could think about it, the next second, a huge fist came towards his face. This moment, there was only one vision in Sasuke's mind. That is his own death. Tuo Yu's fist hadn't even hit the front, and the terrifying Wei, like a mountain pressing towards him, suffocated. That's it. In the nick of time, a strong wind came. There was dust on the field. After the dust settles, everyone only saw that Kakashi was standing between the two of them. He squeezed Tuo Yu's wrist with one hand and pushed Sasuke away with the other. Thus the battle was forcibly terminated. Okay, it's over. Put your fists away, Tuo Yu. Kakashi said with a serious face. Tuo Yu Orimina nodded. Oh. The scene was silent for 5 seconds. Then, everyone burst into a violent exclamation. Oh my god, Tuo Yu, you are actually tied with Sasuke. Impossible, Tuo Yu is so strong. Hey, what's the situation? Tuo Yu can actually draw with Sasuke. This is not a joke. Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, little Sakura. All the people are surrounded. They looked at Tuo Yu in amazement as if they were looking at a monster, and they couldn't stop praising him. Only Kakashi next to him looked solemn. Tai, what a joke. If Tuo Yu's punch just now goes down, Sasuke will definitely be severely injured. It was because of the terrifying power of that fist that Kakashi rushed over to stop the fight. And he didn't dare to take it hard. Only dared to grab Tuo Yu's wrist and force him to stop throwing punches. What the hell is this kid? Kakashi felt the temperature on his back and, man, he was sweating. And on the battlefield, Sasuke walked over with a displeased expression. Hey, what kind of technique did you use? Why did you suddenly become so strong? Could it be that you used the forbidden technique? Others were equally curious. They all stared at Tuo Yu expectantly. I think that shouldn't be the forbidden technique. Kakashi strode forward. That should be the strength that has been exercised after thousands of exercises. Thousands of trials. Sasuke sneered disdainfully. This guy Tuo Yu was wandering around all day, how could he be doing exercises? The others also nodded. After all, this Tuo Yu was distracted in class not long ago, does he exercise? Stop laughing. In the face of everyone's doubts, Tuo Yu said nothing. But Kakashi saw the clue at a glance. Whoa, very suddenly, Kakashi picked up Tuo Yu's clothes. Bathed in the sun, is a lean muscle, chest muscle, abdominal muscle, mermaid line, vest line, angular shapes, perfect lines. Just a muscular guy. This. In an instant, the entire ninja school playground was boiling. Everyone looked at Tuo Yu in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. This body. Not kidding. This muscle is too perfect. Ino, little Sakura, Hinata. A group of girls can see God. Ino and little Sakura even swallowed silently. Kakashi retracted his thoughts and said solemnly to the crowd. See, this is the proof that he has exercised. Muscles of this strength cannot be grown without 4 or 5 years of hard training. Kakashi didn't say much, because Tuo Yu's muscles were trained with the talent of the king of fighters. For ordinary people, it would really take 4 or 5 years. Sasuke's whole person is stupid, and he feels that his 3 views have been greatly impacted. He walked up to Tuo Yu with a shocked look on his face, and then asked in a puzzled way, why do you have such a strong strength that you usually don't show it? I thought you were the tail of a crane. Tell me, why are you hiding your strength? Facing Sasuke's roar like 2 pillars. At this moment, Tuo Yu's brain started to run at a high speed. In fact, he had already foreseen this situation in advance. Because, sooner or later, Tuo Yu will show his true strength. A person who has been unknown for more than 10 years, suddenly burst into a powerful strength, which will definitely arouse everyone's suspicion. The way of answering becomes an art. Should I put on an indifferent face and humiliate Sasuke? Or full of youth and blood? Answer. Tuo Yu actually chose the answer long ago. That's right, hot-blooded boy template. Because, in the hot-blooded youth version, every sentence of his words is a golden sentence. Raiders a lot of people. Even Bai Zaifu was taken down by him. Because I don't want to hurt Sasuke-kun. Quote question mark quote. A group of people full of question marks. Tuo Yu, on the other hand, smiled calmly. I don't have the same talent as Sasuke, but I also want to protect everyone. So, I can only try my best to exercise my fists. Chapter 30 Seriously, Tuo Yu is a black belly. 3258. Chapter 30 Seriously, Tuo Yu is a black belly. So what? Sasuke continued to growl hoarsely. There is no way, Urzuzi is like this, it is impossible to see that others are better than him. Especially being defeated by characters who are usually not very conspicuous. He felt his self-esteem took a hit. You still don't understand. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Sasuke. Unconsciously, Tuo Yu discovered that his power has surpassed yours. In order not to blow your self-esteem, he has never shown his true strength. He's protecting you. When Kakashi spoke, the Shaoqiangs present were all shocked. Tuo Yu it was to give Sasuke face, so he kept it secret all the time. There is such a thing. My god, Tuo Yu, how can he be so nice? That's right, in order to take care of Sasuke's face, he deliberately pretended to be weak. He thought too much about others. What kind of feeling is this gushing out of my heart? Warmth. Tuo Yu is so warm. Because of Kakashi's god-made sword, a group of Konoha's Xiaoqiang, at this moment, are all impressed by Tuo Yu. Hinata, Tiantian, little Sakura. They all looked at him in shock, their hearts filled with complicated feelings. I seemed to understand. Hinata held his chest weakly. The strange behavior of Mr. Tuo Yu before must be because he didn't rest well. In order not to attack Sasuke-kun, he can't practice during the day when he's with us, so he can only practice at night. That's why I'm often insane, it must be like this. Diwa. Hinata has started to dilify. Then he just stood there and didn't make a move. Was he trying to make Sasuke? Ino's face was shocked. Actually, that battle just now, I don't think it was a draw. Sasuke even used a hidden weapon, but Tuo Yu still retains his strength to the end. After reflection, little Sakura began to reflect. Have to say, Tuo Yu's simple 2 sentences directly raised his entire image by several grades. Now that he and Sasuke are standing together, the image gap is simply worlds apart. A roar that can only be hoarse, with a Sema face all day long, and it is impossible to see the second pillar who is stronger than him. The other is a warm man who is kind, even if he has strength, but does not deliberately show it in order not to hurt the self-esteem of others. How to choose, needless to say. See little Sakura, Hinata, Ino, Naruto. A group of classmates from the ninja school, with respectful and distressed eyes. Tuo Yu felt that this wave of operations was right. However, I really want to say something. His character should not be called a hot-blooded boy, because real hot-blooded teenagers don't have as many calculations as him. People speak from their hearts and say those words from their hearts. But he, after careful calculation, layer by layer analysis. So this should be called powder cut black, or black belly. Hokage building, 3rd Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen hit his pipe with his mouth and listened to the reports of Kakashi and others with a serious expression. Oh, really, there's actually a kid stronger than Uchiha Sasuke. The story of Tuo Yu and Sasuke's battle had already spread in the village. As the top leader of the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally has to be concerned. Yes, according to my estimation, the power of Tuo Yu's fist should be similar to the 6th gate of Gai 8 inner gates. What, 6th gate? Are you kidding me, Kakashi? Asuma said suspiciously. It's just a stinky brat, how can it be so powerful? You must know that Guy has a disciple, that Rock Lee, who has practiced for so many years, and has not yet practiced to the level of 6th gate. Most people can't believe this. To know this place in the ninja world, talent is the most important. Whether a person is strong or not can be known by looking at his surname. Tuo Yu is an orphan who was brought back from the battlefield. His parents don't know who he is. How could it be possible to practice physical skills comparable to 6th gate in such a short period of time? I don't know if I don't believe it, but it's true. I have felt Tuo Yu's fist up close, and the power is definitely not bluffing. I don't even dare to take it hard. Kakashi's tone was a little more serious, not like he was joking. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in the office were thinking silently. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision. Such a talented person can't waste his talent in vain. Ninja school may not mean much to him anymore. Kakashi, you go and bring Tuo Yu over, I'll ask him what he thinks. If he is qualified, let him become a real ninja, and it's not bad to go outside to exercise. Soon, under Kakashi's lead, Tuo Yu was brought to the office. Originally, today's Tuo Yu was planning to continue simulating a new life at home. But since 3rd Hokage was looking for him, he could only follow. At the desk, Tuo Yu stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly. The other party also played the appearance of a kind Hokage grandpa. Tuo Yu, I heard that you have been practicing silently in order to protect everyone. Is this true? Tuo Yu nodded. Well, not bad. A hot-blooded teenager like you is the hope of the village, and there will be great things to do in the future. We Konoha and ninja world need a simple and kind child like you. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's amiable face, Tuo Yu couldn't help but want to laugh. Others don't know his true face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Tuo Yu, it is very clear. In the simulation of the second round of the King of Fighters, he was the #1 general trained by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his status even surpassed Konoha Sannin. Having dealt with him for decades, Tuo Yu has touched all the details inside and outside of Sarutobi Hiruzen. What kind of assassination, torture, unscrupulous means to achieve the goal? It was in the extreme tasks given by Sarutobi Hiruzen that he grew into a generation of King of Fighters. Konoha needs a simple and kind child. Fart. What he needs, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is the kind of talent who can lead Konoha back to the pinnacle of the ninja world, and even dominate the ninja world. In other words, make Konoha great again. Lord Hokage, actually, Tuo Yu's eyes flickered from side to side, as if he was hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately understood. He gave a look and motion for Kakashi and the others to leave the office. After a few seconds, the field was cleared. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious. If you have something to say it. Tuo Yu's expression was flat. But in fact, his heart is full of fun. With the previous simulation, this Sarutobi Hiruzen has nothing to do with itself. His thoughts, his thinking patterns, he knew all too well. In other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind has actually been controlled by Tuo Yu. Actually, what I said at the ninja school was not my intention. Tuo Yu began to guide Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind step by step. Then what was your intention? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath, looking a little surprised. I hone my strength, not just trying to protect my comrades. But I have a bigger vision, that is, to bring Konoha back to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Even, let Konoha annex the 5 great ancients, and even unify the map of the ninja world. Chapter 31 The third generation was caught, and Tuo Yu became a disciple of Red Yuhi. 31 258. Chapter 31 The third generation was caught, and Tuo Yu became a disciple of Red Yuhi. Why do you think that way? Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the tremor in his heart and asked calmly. Because the ninja world is originally from Konoha. Tuo Yu also answered bluntly. First Hokage and Uchiha Madara brought peace to the world and established Konoha village, but I don't think the two of them got things right. With the strengths of Senju and Uchiha, the whole world could easily be unified, but first Hokage didn't do that. Instead, they let the tiger go back to the mountain and condone the growth of the other 4 big countries. In addition to the distribution of tailed beasts, the balance of power among various countries has led to continuous wars in the aftermath. So I think that letting Konoha unify the ninja world is just doing what first Hokage should have done 100 years ago. Some words. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen be shocked. He originally thought that Tuo Yu was just pure kindness and pure personality. But did not expect, there is still such Lingyun ambition. His words, unlike Naruto's, I want to be a Hokage, were not serious at all, as if they were spoken casually. But after careful consideration, after analyzing and judging the history, I have some insights. It was right to say, if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had attacked a little harder, and the great Buddha had set off Suzuo, and had directly leveled the entire 5 kingdoms, what would have happened? First Hokage's naive, not only did not do this, but also stupidly distributed the tailed beasts to others, saying that it was to balance the combat power of the ninja world. This is good, the 4 great powers that were not very strong at first, with the blessing of the tail beast and Jinchuriki, their strength has greatly increased, and the result is that the future generations will continue to war. On the idea of the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen has more than enough heart, but not enough power. The 2 major families of Konoha will not talk about it, because of their threatening strength, they have been excluded by his design. I thought that the 3 apprentices I brought out in person could become Konoha's combat power and help him conquer the world. But one was an alcoholic, one wandered all day, and one became a mad scientist. Since the death of 4th Hokage, Konoha has basically been in a state of green and yellow. A batch of elite jonin, only Kakashi can get it. But Kakashi has no big ambitions at all, and the whole is just a salted fish. Among the younger generation of students, although there are also the orphans of the 4th generation and the genius of Uchiha, but these 2 people, one silly Badian and the other Sima Lien, are all thinking about their own affairs, and they have no heart for the village at all. How to bring this? Can't take it. And now, Tuo Yu, who appears in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, is completely different from everyone else. Just this awakening, this high level of thought. The entire Konoha is unmatched. Seeing Tuo Yu's serious appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. In his eyes, a raging fire was burning, full of promises and expectations for Tuo Yu. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the paper that Tuo Yu wrote when he entered school, "My dear 3rd Hokage Lord." Fortunately, he didn't give up at the beginning, and he was admitted by exception. After a long breath, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Sarutobi Hiruzen's excited mood calmed down a little. Tuo Yu, you're an amazing kid, I think the ninja school is too small for you. Your stage should be the real ninja world. How, are you interested in being a real ninja? Come, Sarutobi Hiruzen was brought in by himself. Sure, my fist was made for this. Tuo Yu snickered to himself. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, he knew that this 3rd Hokage would be led by his nose in the future. Then which teacher do you think of? I think Kakashi, Might Guy, are good choices. I'll let Pervy Sage teach you if it suits you. Hearing these names, Tuo Yu couldn't help smacking his mouth. Good guy, it's all elite jonin. You know, ninjas like Kakashi and Might Guy can't be brought with them. The ones they brought were all the sons of high-ranking officials. The genius of the Hyuga family, the genius of Uchiha, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Even the humble little Sakura has a lot of money in the family. As for Pervy Sage, not to mention. To put it bluntly, he would not want any of the hundreds of students in Konoha village. He would only accept Naruto as a disciple. According to the original development, if Tuo Yu can successfully graduate, 80% will be assigned to some 3rd-rate person to study. Now I can even pick it up. But, if possible, I would like to choose Mr. Yuhihiro to take me. Tuo Yu made a decision very simply. Do you choose Red Yuhi? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Why is that? Why? You say why. Tuo Yu wanted to say it bluntly. Everyone is a man, don't you understand why? But he still explained solemnly. Kakashi, Might Guy, they are all famous ninjas in the village. I think the precious opportunities under their hands should be reserved for more talented people. Dude, Tuo Yu almost broke Sarutobi Hiruzen's defense. What a kid, must let him grow up. Become the pillar of Konoha. That's good, let Kurenai Yuhi bring you. If you have any questions, please report to me directly. Tuo Yu nodded solemnly. After bowing to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was ignored and unable to find the north, he exited the Hokage office. Ninja school. In the classroom, Tuo Yu was directly promoted to genin, and the matter of graduating from school spread among the students instantly. Isn't that right, Tuo Yu, you just graduated. Naruto was shocked, feeling that he heard something incredible. It seems that after being called by 3rd Hokage to talk, he graduated, so strong. Choji also sighed. I used to laugh at others for being weak, but the clown turned out to be me. Inuzuka Toga looked helpless. And girls like little Sakura and Ino are completely incoherent. Graduating early. Too strong. Even if you are strong, you can't graduate early. What did Tuo Yu say to 3rd Hokage? It's excellent. It's already a level ahead of us. Seeing the appearance of a group of girls being nympho, Naruto and Dog Breed Teeth gritted their teeth jealously. Sasuke sat in the back row of the classroom grimly, in disgust. Sunset Mansion. After receiving the notification from Anbu, Hong Yuhi was surprised and shocked. Why is it me? Where did Hong Yuhi think of it? She actually took the initiative to be picked. The rules of Konoha, shouldn't the teacher choose the students? This Tuo Yu, Hida Hinang. Just when Yuhi-hong was surprised. Door. Jingle bell. There was a sudden rush of ringing. He walked over quickly, opened the door and saw that it was a Calamus. That, Sister Red. Calamus blushed and looked a little shy. I have heard from Tuo Yu just now that he seems to be assigned to you to do things. Yes, what's the matter? It's nothing, I just hope you can take care of him more. Chapter 32 A New Round of Simulation. Tuo Yu is not a human being. 32 258. Chapter 32 A New Round of Simulation. Tuo Yu is not a human being. This is my little care, please accept it. Talking. Calamus put a basket of delicate snacks at Yuhi-hong's feet. This. Yuri-hong was speechless for a while. Isn't this gift-giving operation like the one where the wife takes care of her husband and hopes that the boss will take care of her? Calamus, this little girl, has not forgotten Tuo Yu. Treat her like a husband. Red Yuhi snorted jealously, and then accepted the gift. HMPH, Tuo Yu, this stinky boy, I want to see if he is capable enough to be my disciple. Night. After having a barbecue outside, Tuo Yu went home alone. My life is about to change drastically. Gotta get some more abilities. Otherwise, with the strength of his fists alone, there's no way to gain a foothold in the ninja world. Don't say Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Rinnegan, Kamui, these plug-in abilities. It's just ordinary illusion, poison, summoning beast. He couldn't resist. I remember Hong Yuhi as a phantom ninja. If she wants to fix herself, she looks at me, and I can't move. Tuo Yu was quite prepared for a rainy day. Do your best to prepare before the accident. With Sarutobi Hiruzen, doesn't this fully explain the importance of peeking at the exam papers in advance? So, without hesitation, Tuo Yu sat down on the bed. Immediately turn on the system and start a new round of simulation. System. Start the simulation. Seriously. This time, Tuo Yu's heart was still a little nervous. Because of the previous simulation, he became a murderer. And also killed little Sakura. If it weren't for his mental quality, other people might have developed a stress disorder by now. Ding. Talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system starts to turn. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding. The extraction was successful. You have drawn talent. Inhuman, black gold. After seeing this talent, Tuo Yu's pupils suddenly froze. Then, the whole person's breathing became rapid. Black gold. The most advanced talent. Tuo Yu's heart was beating wildly. The talent that I have drawn this wave is actually a black gold level. In other words, the highest god level. This is so special. Are you going to take off? On the system side, a quick introduction is also given. Inhuman, black gold, this is a special talent. Only black gold has a level. After carrying it, the host will change its own existence and become something other than human beings, items, animals, or props. Anything is possible. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. See the notes for this talent. Tuo Yu was stunned. What's going on? Become something else. Improper. Hey, system, could you please explain again, what does it mean to become something else? Could it be that I will become a mouse, fly, mosquito, sanitary napkin? Yes, whether it is living, non-living, organic, or inorganic. Anything is possible. I'm going. How to calculate the end time of this simulation? Some things are originally lifeless. Does the cooling time go into eternity? Things with life will stop simulating at the moment when their life ends. Inanimate things, such as erasers, knives, will stop simulating when you are rotten. As for other special things, such as stones and plastic bags, the simulation will stop when you stop thinking completely, and of course the time cooling will be recalculated. Good guy. Tuo Yu direct good guy. Originally, I thought that the inhuman talent of this system was to make myself Diobrando at most. Now it seems that it is possible to become Kaz. Well, since I brought it, I can't help it. Tuo Yu took a deep breath and commanded loudly in his head. Start the simulation. Start the simulation. Talent. Inhuman, black gold. The screen is being generated in real time. Please wait. After a hasty mechanical sound, the system began to simulate. And Tuo Yu, like a personal experience, started a new life. You have become a cloud. Quote comma 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 quote. Good guy. This was just the beginning, and Tuo Yu couldn't hold back. It's really not human. However, it has all turned into clouds. How does this start life? Has it been floating in the sky? You floated over Konoha village, floated, and you floated over Konoha for a day. Quote comma 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 quote. Tuo Yu doesn't know where to complain anymore. Although it is just a cloud, the cloud also has the advantage of a cloud, that is, it can be high above and overlook all beings. And become a cloud, you don't have too many troubles, your life moves with the wind, walks with the wind, and is very comfortable. Okay, what you say is what it is. Tuo Yu spreads his hands. What can he do? He is also very helpless. On the second day, there was a gust of wind. You float, 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 float to the country of wind. You shouted badly, because the country of the wind is dry, maybe you will be evaporated by the high temperature soon. So you tried your best to escape from the land of wind, but you are just a cloud, and it is not up to you to decide where you can go. Good guy, do you still have your own thinking? It's just a cloud, are you still struggling to survive? And why I shouted badly, please show me. Tuo Yu suddenly felt that this system was quite capable of simulating. The brain is quite big. At this time, there is a gust of wind. Float, 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 you floated to the land of water again. You breathe a sigh of relief, because in the land of water, water is abundant, your body that is about to dissipate, grows up again, and you become a big cloud. Hey, isn't there anything exciting to unfold? Am I going to keep jumping like this? Tuo Yu was a little anxious. This wave is obviously a useless simulation. It's just a cloud, what kind of life can it simulate? It's impossible to get power. End it now, BD. Float, 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 you floated to the land of the land. Here, you meet the granddaughter of the third generation projection, Black Earth. She is flying in the sky and seems to be on a mission. She entered your body. FK. Seeing this, Tuo Yu, who originally had a face of salted fish, immediately became excited. I just said that there is no exciting development, isn't this coming? Black soil entered his body. This operation does not usually happen often. Usually it's the other way around. You wrap her body. You entered her nose, mouth, trachea, lungs. You got into her sleeves, pants, XX. Her pores, skin, and XX are all soaked by you. Quote comma 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 quote. Tick, tick, Tuo Yu wiped his nostrils involuntarily. Man, nosebleed. Chapter 33 Outrageous. Hot-blooded teenager plus sadist. 33 258. Chapter 33 Outrageous. Hot-blooded teenager plus sadist. I originally thought that this simulation would be a useless simulation. But now it seems, it's already worth the price. To be honest, just from the experience of Tuo Yu, the cloud in The Sims, in reality, it is absolutely impossible for him to experience it. Good guy, that rushing taste, that wonderful feeling. I can only say that this wave is not a loss. 30 seconds later, you said goodbye to the black soil, you were reluctant to part, but at this moment, you also realized the true meaning of being a cloud. You float, float, and float to the border of the land of the land. You completely dissipated because of the scorching sun and the breeze blowing. Your life is over, simulation ends. This time the simulation. To be honest, Tuo Yu still feels amazing. After all, he has never had the feeling of not being a human being. Occasionally it becomes a cloud, and it just floats like this. After a short life, it still feels pretty good. Ding, simulation is over, in the process of settlement. Please wait, ding, this simulation, the score is A. Hearing the sound of the system, Tuo Yu was slightly distracted for a moment and then exclaimed. I'm going, did I make a mistake? This can also be an A. After seeing the ratings, Tuo Yu only felt his head buzzing. In this simulation just now, the whole process took less than an hour, yet still got an A. A cloud with only 3 days of life just floats and floats, floats, floats. Then an A floats out. Back to host, the cloud life you experienced just now is plain but complete. You have traveled most of the maps in this ninja world. Even, you ate black soil tofu. As a cloud, you have made a worthwhile trip. The systematic explanation is, as always, philosophical and justified. But after thinking for a few seconds, Tuo Yu asked out of a sudden. System, then let me ask you, if I am a cloud, how can I get an S-level rating? It turns into a thunderstorm cloud, killing people. Forehead, all right, this answer seems to make sense. But Tuo Yu doesn't seem to be satisfied. After a pause, he asked tentatively, what if it's SS? To be honest, he is not sure whether the system has an SS level evaluation. Because the highest evaluation he has received so far is S. With an S level rating, Tuo Yu already felt it was perfect. SS level, there must be some particularly significant achievements. If you want to get an SS level rating, you can turn into a thunderstorm cloud and kill cage level powerhouses, such as 3rd Hokage. What about SSS? Then it becomes the cumulonimbus cloud when Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi fought, and summons S-rank ninjutsu, Kilin. Quote comma 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 quote. After seeing the system's answer, Tuo Yu understood completely. The simulation scene of this system has no upper limit. All kinds of outrageous expansions are possible. In view of the fact that your Sims just reached an A- level evaluation, you can choose a reward to bring out. 1. The memory of Union's life can be shared with one person. Only this. Tuo Yu rolled his eyes, only the same thing, but also asking a fart, just give it and it's over. I choose memory. Tuo Yu was not polite either, and made a choice immediately. This reward is basically useless to him, but if it is shared with the black soil, there may be some subtle chemical reactions. Because maybe in the perspective of black soil, she was completely wrapped by Tuo Yu. I might even think I'm a hooligan. After a few minutes of rest, Tuo Yu gathered his spirits again and continued to start the simulation. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system starts to turn. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, the extraction was successful. You have drawn talents. Brutal sadist black, hot-blooded boy, black. After seeing this talent, Tuo Yu's pupils suddenly froze. What's the situation? Here again, Tuo Yu's whole person's breathing became rapid. Black talent, and it looks like it's a very difficult type to provoke. It's almost the same as the previous simulation at school. Tuo Yu's heart was beating wildly. The talent that I have drawn this wave is similar to the talent of the murderer that I had drawn at school before. There is no need for a systematic explanation at all, he can know what it is just by looking at the name. Only this time, there is more talent. Hot-blooded boy, black, quote comma 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 quote. This moment, Tuo Yu just felt like the sky was falling. Brain shuts down, ears roar. The whole thing is speechless. Isn't this the template of the hot-blooded boy I drew before? Sunshine, handsome, confident, exciting, but the key, how can this thing come with the sadistic talent? What does this combine to do? Hot-blooded sadist, in Tuo Yu's confused expression. The system also opens Shikai release. Brutal abuser. You have a very strong gene of abuse, and you are addicted to abuse. Eating, exercising, sleeping. All the actions in this world cannot make you feel lumpy, and the only thing that can make you happy is to hurt the body and spirit of others. Black is a very high level, probably only one sadist in 1 million people. Hot-blooded boy. Your blood fills your whole body, you are like a fiery burning flame, a vigorous rising sun, courage and perseverance are your weapons, victory is your pursuit, and you will never stop. Fight for partnership and friendship, and fight for justice. Black is super high grade, which means very bloody. Just by your existence, you can already make people feel the fiery flames on your body. Alright, seeing the explanation given by the system this time, Tuo Yu is numb, really. It was exactly what he thought. Sadism, plus hot-blooded teenagers. This is so, I don't know what kind of weird life is going to come out. With a big speechless mentality, and a strong curiosity, Tuo Yu immediately started the simulation. You stare blankly at the ceiling, your face is expressionless, and you keep grinding your teeth. Your hands grabbed the mattress, pinched and pinched hard, your feet were tensed, your toes stretched, and you felt extremely uncomfortable all over. Time is passing bit by bit, the sky outside is getting brighter and brighter, and your inner irritability and pain are getting stronger and stronger. You want to abuse others. You want to hurt someone. You want to hear their painful screams, that will make you happy. Good guy. As soon as I started simulating Tuo Yu, it was numb. This is exactly the same as the start of the murderous talent before. But the next second, when the sun shines through the window, you bounce off the bed like a grasshopper. You are full of energy, you pick up a barbed leather whip from the bed, look in the mirror, give a thumbs up, and show a sunny and confident smile. Today is another day of abuse. Chapter 34 Gold wire glasses plus clean plus can cook. 34 258. Chapter 34 Gold wire glasses plus clean plus can cook. After you wash up, trot all the way and rush into the street. During the period, he kept waving the small leather whip, from the head of the village, to the end of the village, and then from the end of the village to the head of the village. You meet Might Guy and Rock Lee who are exercising, and you are a whip when you go up. Quote comma 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 quote. This is so special. Tuo Yu's mouth widened in shock when he saw his own behavior in The Sims. In broad daylight, I don't say anything when I go out with a whip. When I meet an acquaintance, I just put the whip on it. What is this operation? Might Guy and Rock Lee are not angry, and take this sudden whip as a workout. Even after seeing Might Guy get a whip on him, Rock Lee asks you to give him a whip as well. He also wants to suffer the same pain as Mr. Guy. Tuo Yu, what is he going to say? All I can say is, as expected of you too. You frantically wave your whip at a big tree by the roadside, you beat it to pieces, and you show a crazy smile. The little boy on the side of the road, seeing you sweating profusely and looking crazy, asked his mother in surprise, what is that big brother doing? You smiled brightly, showing your white teeth, giving him a thumbs up and telling him, this is all for the sake of protecting everyone. Well, at this point in the simulation, Tuo Yu is no longer able to complain. Just do what you want, he's already tired. He just wanted to see how this process would end. Soon, just pumping trees can no longer meet your needs, and you start to attack creatures. You were reported because you hung a live pig from a tree outside the village, skinned it and killed it alive. When Iruka brought someone over, your hands were covered in blood and you had a bright smile on your face. You told everyone, I am going to be a man who abuses shadows. You were locked up in confinement, and the village has arranged for a psychological teacher to help you. Iruka looks worried and asks why you did it. You tell him seriously, I want to be the pillar of the Konoha torture department. A week later, you were released because of your good behavior. However, that night, you were caught again, because you attacked little Sakura, beat her to the bone with a whip, and also nailed her and sprinkled salt on the wound. You were put in a dungeon, and 2 days later, little Sakura died. The entire Konoha village was in an uproar, and countless villagers were furious. You were sentenced to 20 years in prison, effective immediately. Week 1, where did you smash your fists like crazy? You resisted the urge in your heart. In the second week, you smashed your fist, and your mind started to go haywire. On the 15th day, you hanged yourself. Your life ends here. Simulation ends. Quote. Seeing this simulation, Tuo Yu had only one feeling in his heart. That is, sorry little Sakura. Before simulating a murderer, I tricked little Sakura into the woods and killed him. Now impersonating a sadist and hitting her again. Obviously, I have no grudge against little Sakura, but it is little Sakura who gets hurt every time. Little Sakura, you can have some snacks. Look for a way to become stronger, otherwise, I will always take a knife on you. Tuo Yu shook his head helplessly. What can he do? He is also very helpless. System, start settlement. Ding. Simulation is over. In the process of settlement. Please wait. Ding. This simulation, the score is C. As predicted, the simulation score this time has set a new record low. The reason is also very simple. Originally, sadism and Sunshine Boy are completely opposite extremes, and it is impossible for anyone to have these two personalities at the same time. There is only one exception. That is to add one more between these two talents, superb acting, or a very high IQ. That's right, he just looks like a hot-blooded teenager. But in fact, it's all acting and pretending. In fact, a horrible sadist. Because there is only a C-level evaluation, so don't even think about rewards. Glancing at the time, about to simulate again, it's time to go to bed. After all, I have to go to Yuhihong to report tomorrow. System, start the simulation. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system starts to turn. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, the extraction was successful. You have drawn talents. Brutal sadist, black calm restraint, black wise thinker, purple. After seeing this talent, Tuo Yu's pupils suddenly froze. What's the situation? Again, what's the matter with that abuse talent just now? But, after glancing at the talent behind, Tuo Yu's whole person's interest has improved. Because the latter two talents are very compatible with the abusive talents. Calm restrainer. You have a very strong restraint ability. No matter what kind of stimulation you encounter, what kind of distracting thoughts and desires you have, you can restrain them with huge willpower. Black is a very high level, probably because your wife is green in front of you, and you can still play the harmonica next to you to soothe your mood. Wise thinker. It is your personality to be silent, rational, and good at thinking. Never act recklessly. Always make plans and think twice before doing things. Purple is a high level, indicating that your thinking ability is outstanding. It is clear, this time, the latter two talents are very supportive. Especially the restrainer buff. Good guy, with the kind of restraint described in the remarks, the wife can still play the harmonica next to her when she is green. This is almost catching up with Bingshin's determination. It should be easy to restrain the ordinary desire to kill or hurt. Coupled with a high-level thinking talent, I feel like this wave is about to happen. Stop the heartbeat. Tuo Yu took a few deep breaths. He had great expectations for this simulation. Even a sadist, the trouble is to come to a sadist who can be remembered. System, start the simulation. Start the simulation. Talents carried. Brutal sadist, black calm restrainer, black wise thinker, purple. You are wearing golden glasses, you are humming music, and you are elegantly cooking omuris at home. Your kitchen, bedroom, and living room are very clean. You can't see a bit of dust and garbage in your home. You are immaculate and your clothes are fragrant. There is a picture. As soon as he saw his image this time, Tuo Yu felt 30% stable. Generally, that vulgar sadism can be seen at a glance. For example, being sloppy, looking vicious, and full of foul language. But a truly ruthless person can never be seen by appearance alone. Even the exact opposite. This time, the simulated Tuo Yu is so clean and elegant, and he also wears gold-rimmed glasses. Completely the image of a Sven scum. To be able to disguise like this, he is indispensable for his extremely strong restraint and high IQ. This wave, it seems to be messed up. Chapter 35 The Beginning, the life of the first torture genius in the ninja world. 35 258. Chapter 35 The Beginning, the life of the first torture genius in the ninja world. Half an hour later, you made the omelet. You wore gloves and came to the living room with a plate with a genial face. Naruto, little Sakura, Hinata. Several classmates have been waiting for a long time. They are full of praise for your craftsmanship. After dinner, you start discussing future plans. Naruto says he wants to be Hokage, Sasuke just wants revenge, little Sakura just wants to marry Sasuke, but she doesn't say it. You smile slightly and tell everyone that your wish is to enter Konoha Anbu's torture department. A group of people frowned and wondered about your dream, but you just smiled and didn't say a word. Seeing his own steps in this new life, Tuo Yu suddenly realized. Yup, this wave of operations can be done. Unlike the life of a murderer, if the sadist attribute is used properly, not only will it not break the law, but it will also become a useful profession. Is normal. The last time he simulated, he also mentioned that he wanted to become the pillar of Konoha's torture department. But that's just nice words. And the self in this life should really have the ability to enter the Konoha torture department. After all, he has a strong ability to endure, and he is so wise, he will definitely turn his pervert hobby into something legal and compliant. With anticipation, Tuo Yu continued to simulate. You studied hard at the ninja school. Because of your extremely high IQ, you have studied a lot of psychology, as well as various execution methods. 8 months later, the ninja school held a graduation exam. You didn't pass the ninjutsu exam, but you proposed to 3rd Hokage that you would enter Konoha Anbu's torture department. Everyone thinks you are crazy and thinks you are extremely immature. Because this kind of work of torture requires extremely huge mental power and willpower, and also has the ability to withstand pressure. Because torture is often more ruthless than murder. He is more critical of talent than a ninja. If the willpower is not firm to a certain extent, it is easy to cause psychological trauma and even go crazy. However, you just smiled indifferently, and then in front of 3rd Hokage and Iruka, presented your academic achievements over the past 6 months. These are some torture methods you compiled, which not only record the detailed punishment process, but also describe the lifelike pictures you personally describe, the punishment stand method, the handcuff method, the electric baton method, the belt whipping method, the sleep deprivation method, the washboard method, chain method, fly and mosquito method, cigarette butt method, buckle oil method, lower body slap method, pepper eye rubbing method, square stool mashing method, hanging thread method, starvation method, joint method, bamboo stick method, chair method, shaking method, beer pulling method, freezing method, noise masking method, acupuncture method, thread punching method, poetry recitation method. Just reading one page, Iruka felt a huge psychological discomfort, and sweat came out of his face. And 3rd Hokage didn't last 3 pages. When he closed the book, he looked at you like a monster, and his heart was extremely shocked. But 3rd Hokage has a different perspective from others. In his eyes, someone who can write so many tricks is definitely a genius. Genius in the sense of torture. So he takes you to Anbu to find a busy. After reading your academic work, Ibiki Mori was also struck by lightning, shocking beyond measure. He told 3rd Hokage on the spot that you definitely have the talent to become Konoha, no, even the #1 torturer in the whole ninja world. Konoha's current method of torture is a fart in front of your method. You successfully joined the Konoha torture department and studied with a busy. It only took a week for you to become familiar with all of Konoha's torture methods. In the second week, you started to add your own ideas to the examination department, adding a lot of things from your academic papers. This just started. Seeing it going so well, Tuo Yu was shocked by the whole person. Good guy, he is indeed the type with high IQ who wears glasses. The academic journals dedicated to torture were all edited by myself, and it seems that his level of torture far exceeds the current level of Konoha. Dimensionality reduction hits belong to yes. On the 15th day, after careful consideration, a busy decided to let you get started. That night, he invited you to his house and repeatedly emphasized the precautions with you. For example, the degree of punishment should be gradual, and the prisoner should not be overly stimulated, and the force should be controlled, and the prisoner should not be killed all at once. You nod your head on the surface, but you are very disdainful in your heart. Because under your extremely high talent for abuse, a busy is a scumbag. His lectures to you are like elementary school students teaching addition and subtraction to doctoral students. On the 16th day, your torture career officially began. After dawn, you get up silently and have breakfast. Then, as if you were going to participate in a very sacred ceremony, you entered the bathroom to take a shower, and you washed for a full 50 minutes. After taking a bath, you are naked, sitting on the sofa, your hands buckle 10, and you start to devote yourself to prayer. The object of your prayer is Sage of 6 Paths. Tisk tisk, it smells like that. Like a Sven pervert. But what the hell is this Sage of 6 Paths? Those who have no faith, but want to relieve their sins, are they forced to pray? Because it was his own life, Tuo Yu could probably infer something. Generally speaking, the more pervert a person is, the heavier his sense of ritual is. Because they will take their hobbies very seriously. For example, Hidan, organized by Xiao, seems to be a pervert murderer, but every time they kill people, they have a series of rituals to sacrifice to the evil god. Various doctrines, regulations, and more to go. The Sims himself, in his eyes, torture is definitely not just torture. It's an art, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to put all his effort into compiling such a large academic book. After all the preparations are done, you get dressed in a brand new formal suit, and you go out. After you came to the torture department, you saw the person you were to torture today. This is a cloud shinobi, lurking in Konoha village, who was discovered not long ago. He has gone through 5 or 6 rounds of torture, and his body has been ripped apart, but he has never uttered a word. The entire examination department has nothing to do with him. What you have to do is to find a way to find out the identities of the other 2 spies from his mouth. After EBC explained to you again, he and the other Anbu members left the torture room. 3rd Hokage was also waiting outside. He was also extremely concerned about you, the torture genius. Trash brat, it's just you who wants to pry Lousy's mouth open. This is the first sentence that Cloud Shinobi saw you. Obviously, he doesn't take you seriously, he thinks Konoha's torture department is rubbish. No matter what kind of object he faces, he will use some means of beating. At most, replace the leather whip with a rattan, or add some severe punishment, such as pinching your fingers. These moves are still useful for novices, but for ninjas, especially the Taiju ninjas of the Kingdom of Thunder, they are not to be feared at all. And in the face of ridicule, you are unmoved. Although your inner desire for destruction is like a monster at this time, you want to rush out of your body, but your extremely high IQ and strong restraint keep you calm. You look at the prisoner in front of you, look at his muscles and body size, and start tailoring a suitable torture plan for him. After a few minutes, you have made a decision. You are like a sales specialist who introduces products to customers, holding a notebook and pen, explaining and recording at the same time. Since you are a reckless man in the land of thunder, the ordinary package can no longer be satisfied. I will prepare special products for you. Speaking, you take out the scroll, unseal the seal with a bang, and take out a tighter stool. Chapter 36 Torture can also be as elegant as you are famous. 36 258. Chapter 36 Torture can also be as elegant as you are famous. Previous. Next. The structure of this device is very simple, just a long blackboard, but the surface is very smooth. Next to it is a box of chalk. At first glance, it doesn't look like a torture tool at all, but only you can deeply understand how terrifying this thing is. Yes, some people cannot use pure violence to subdue him, and need some special means such as sound or smell. The method of Konoha's torture department is too simple, and there is no way to face such a stubborn opponent, so you only think of this strange trick when you save the country. Ah, this. Seeing this, Tuo Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes. He probably influenced what this prop was. It's a sound prop. Rub the chalkboard with foundation to make that creepy sound. Good guy. On the first day he was on the job, he sent a big move. Seeing this simple shaped prop, the Cloud Shinobi laughed wildly. He obviously had never seen such a high-end product. But you didn't waver in the slightest, just looked calm and fixed him. Then, you made an incredible move. You opened the door of the torture room and walk out with a serious look. EBC and Sarutobi Hiruzen thought you had finished the torture, but you replied that you need to do one preparation. After 5 minutes, you changed into a brand new outfit. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, you re-entered the torture room. The Cloud Shinobi was also dumbfounded, but in just a moment, he resumed his disdain for you. Then, you start rubbing the chalk back and forth on the blackboard. Squeaky. An unbearable voice emerges. In the first minute, his expression was calm, and he was still scolding and mocking in his mouth. In the second minute, he didn't feel it, but he had some doubts in his heart, and he didn't understand what you were doing. Third minute, fourth minute. When you write about the fifth minute, Cloud Shinobi starts to feel that something is wrong. Sweat begins to sweat on his head, and his legs and feet start to tremble. You have no expression on your face, and continue to sand the blackboard with chalk. At the 6th minute, Cloud Shinobi couldn't help it anymore, clenched his teeth and let out a slight gasp. At the 7th minute, he finally couldn't stand it anymore. He got goosebumps all over his body, and scolded you to stop. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Abizi and others outside the door were all shocked, because they knew this Cloud Shinobi, but he had some willpower, and his body was extremely strong, and they didn't care after being whipped for so long. Even Sene Ibushi personally went out and activated the ability of the torture room, strangled his own skin, and did not pry his mouth open. And you didn't carry any whip or chain or rattan at all, so he couldn't stand it and wanted to surrender. Cloud Shinobi is sweating profusely. He never dreamed that his body, which had been tempered for so long, would be so fragile. There is nothing, obviously just rubbing the blackboard with chalk, but this effect is more serious than the beating of the head of the torture department. And you, who have the talent for torture, know very well where the weak points of the human body are. It's useless to attack muscles alone. Muscles can be said to be the most sturdy and grabbing part of the human body. Knee, ligament, little finger. These are the most likely places to cause pain. There are too many points to attack. And further, it is hearing, smelling, and even psychological attacks. You even need a short description of 2 sentences to cause physical discomfort. Example. The barb in his hand is suddenly torn. Example. Kicked out and hit the toes. Example. There is a gap in the nail, and it is suddenly torn. You know too much about the pain of the human body, and you know how to maximize the pain of the human body without causing death. You continue to rub the blackboard with chalk. The painful creaking sound is getting stronger and stronger. At this time, Cloud Shinobi only felt extremely uncomfortable, sweating profusely, and the voice of struggling and tangled resounded throughout the torture room. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others next to them felt panicked when they heard it. After explaining a few words, they made excuses and left. You pick up paper and pen and record his critical point of pain. Yes, taking notes is also a good habit for you. You feel that you are worthy of being a ninja, and your physical strength is so high. If you change it to an ordinary person, it will be the limit after listening a few times. You begin to slowly adjust your methods. Instead of blackboards and chalks, you have knives and glass. Because you know that putting pressure on the edge of the limit is a test of craftsmanship. Therefore, the sound of the knife scratching on the glass is also more tormenting. You start slashing at the glass one by one. There is obviously no bloody picture, but every swipe has caused great pain to Cloud Shinobi. His expression has changed from pain to panic. He begged you not to. He passed out. My Nima, seeing such a terrifying operation by himself, Tuo Yu's scalp was numb. Too cruel. As expected of the top spot in the torture department. All means are useless, just using chalk, blackboard, knife, glass, these 4 things are directly unbearable. Because it is a psychological blow. Tuo Yu was a little looking forward to his own progress. You poured a basin of cold water and woke up the unconscious Cloud Shinobi. Then continued to scratch the glass, and also switched the chalk to the blackboard. You move mechanically and repeatedly, and you work extremely seriously. You saw the opportunity and launched a psychological offensive with indifference. You tell him that it doesn't matter if you die. If you find a few other spies, let them taste this package too. By that time, I will arrange dozens of people, 24 hours a day, to make this kind of sound around you. Your words have extremely terrifying lethality, directly destroying Cloud Shinobi's psychological defense. Finally, after 10 rounds, Cloud Shinobi couldn't hold back. He agreed to give the information. You frown slightly, your expression doesn't seem to be particularly satisfied, but for the sake of professional ethics, you still stop. After 20 minutes, you clean up the props, organize your clothes, carry your bag, and strutting out the door. All the members of the torture department rushed into the torture room immediately. They only saw Cloud Shinobi, who was tortured to the ground, and showed no arrogance at all. He looked like a lamb that had been ravaged by wild beasts and was injured, and on the paper next to him, the spy's name is written. The audience exploded, and everyone exclaimed in surprise. And you, just wash your hands silently next to you, cleaning up the water stains on your hands and glasses. You change your clothes, fold the clothes you just wore and put them in the bag. You give the bag to a young ninja in Anbu and let her destroy it. She looks at you as if she sees a god, with light in her eyes. Ah, this, isn't it too strong? Seeing himself in his new life, Tuo Yu couldn't help being sluggish. Torture, can you be so handsome? Can it be so elegant? His gestures, his frowns and his smiles are full of damn charm, right? Also playing torture, Sene Bixi is taking the tough guy route. It is with his tenacious willpower and his ability to endure the pain, torture room to make the enemy submit. But you can also defeat the enemy by using the simplest props, combined with the strongest techniques and psychological offensive. Your reputation is so bad, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, Yuhika, Might Guy. All the elites in Konoha know your existence. Your torture work is getting more and more, most of them are nail households that others can't deal with. You will put on new clothes before every work. Sometimes you come out of the torture room and you will be clean, sometimes you will be covered in blood, and even sometimes, there will be vomit and excrement. But no matter if it's clean or not, you'll change your clothes and give it to Anbu's little sister for her to dispose of. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. You run into Naruto and little Sakura when you eat out. During the conversation, you discussed your work. Naruto excitedly said that he wanted to come and visit. You nod in agreement. Chapter 37. In order to improve your technique, you got Hidan's idea. 37 258. Chapter 37. In order to improve your technique, you got Hidan's idea. You think late at night. Naruto and the others rarely come to visit once, so you have to prepare yourself and get a big treat for them. Yes, get a big one. In the early morning of the second day, you wore a suit and leather shoes and went out handsomely. Naruto and the others are waiting for you at the meeting place early. Unexpectedly, in addition to Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, even Hinata, Ino, Tiantian, they also came. Because everyone wants to see what the legendary torture department is like, you happen to be their classmate, and you have the opportunity to visit. You lead them into Anbu's basement with a smile, and then to the torture room. You explained a few words to Abizi and asked him to borrow one of the most vicious prisoners from death row. This prisoner has committed dozens of murders, and the targets are all the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled, and even women and children. There is absolutely no value in torture. Naruto and Inuzuka are very excited, Sasuke's face is flat, and the others are a little nervous and even a little scared. After a few minutes, you changed your clothes and walked into the torture room in a bright suit. Then start to demonstrate to everyone. Ling Kai. After 3 seconds, Hinata fainted. After 10 seconds, little Sakura fainted. After 15 seconds, Ino fainted. Naruto, Inazukaya, Aburame Shino, even Sasuke, were too frightened to move. After 30 seconds, Sasuke turns around and vomits. After 35 seconds, Inazukaya, Aburame Shino, also started to vomit. After 40 seconds, Naruto knelt down with a horrified expression, trembling all over, and peeing his pants. You stop the performance, come out in surprise, use your big bloody hands to help Hinata and little Sakura up, and then ask someone to send them out. Your visit was interrupted, but Konoha's 12 little strongmen have all left a psychological shadow. You are starting to become lonely. Naruto, little Sakura, Ino, those former classmates, after seeing you, all began to avoid you intentionally or unintentionally. Even in the end, you can't even find a single person to eat with. However, this has no effect on you at all, because there is no room for other things in your mind except torture. 2 months later, the Chunin exam was held normally, and third Hokage was killed. 2.5 months later, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame invaded Konoha, and 4 months later, Sasuke fled. The plot develops normally, but you are not affected, because your job is to stay in the basement all day, torture all kinds of prisoners, and press for information. You even wish there was a little more turmoil, because then you would get more opportunities to use torture. During the 3 years Naruto and the others were cultivating, you worked hard on various torture methods. You have tortured nearly 200 prisoners, your skills are perfect, and everyone who has been tortured by you has left permanent psychological trauma. Some are crazy, some are crazy, some are crazy. The high-level officials of Konoha call you a genius of torture. Your name even spread in other villages. Many ninjas from the 5 major countries have said that if it falls into your hands, it would be better to commit suicide. However, you are not very satisfied with this. Torture work, after all, is not a popular work. The people who need to be tortured are those prisoners who are hard-mouthed and cannot read their memories. Only 200 are far from enough. You feel that your technique can continue to improve. So, You start thinking about countermeasures. Seeing this, a bad premonition rose in Tuo Yu's heart. This TM, are you going to start a prank operation again? Unable to satisfy the status quo, just torturing the prisoners is not enough. Are you going to tie some living people to practice your skills? In Tuo Yu's heart, he couldn't help but start to worry again. Especially worried about little Sakura. I feel that every time I do something wrong, the one who gets hurt is little Sakura. Who made her the weakest? You gradually have a plan in your mind. Yes, Konoha's prisoners can no longer satisfy you, you do need more living people to practice your hands. Otherwise, this abnormal impulse in your heart will eventually be unable to restrain it. You start to secretly dig tunnels in your own home. 2 months later, you successfully dug a basement with all kinds of torture equipment, soundproofing, and special sewage pipes. Tuo Yu felt more and more bad. This is so special, even the underground secret room has been built, so I'm really ready to start. After the preparations are done, you start the most important part, which is the candidate. The first thing you should consider is little Sakura. My Nima, no, Tuo Yu stayed in Bumbu on the spot. It's really a little Sakura. Poor Haruno Sakura. However, after some thought, you shook your head. It is a bit unkind to abuse your partner, and most importantly, you may not be able to beat the little Sakura now. Quote. Seeing this, Tuo Yu breathed a long sigh of relief. Fine, this time, I didn't attack my own people. Did not stop the road. But for this reason, depend on, although true, but it sounds too hurtful. So you think again, and finally, you think of a person. Yes, that is Hidan organized by Akatsuki. He has an immortal body and is still an enemy, so no matter how cruel you were to him, you will not be criticized. So, you just wait for the moment quietly. It's Hidan, it's almost there. After seeing the target he chose this time, Tuo Yu's hanging heart finally completely let go. Hidan is pretty good, kills and can't kill, the key is that he feels pain just like normal people. This is used to hone skills, it is simply perfect. Asuma was killed shortly after the one-tail Jinchuriki incident. You pretended to be hit hard, and you volunteered to go with the Ino Shikacho trio to avenge Asuma. You were rejected because you had no fighting ability other than torture, but Kakashi still decided to let you follow because of your obsession. On the way to revenge, you separated from Kakashi and the others at the right time. You stayed where you were on the grounds of giving Naruto and them directions, and you cleverly avoided the battle. After Naruto trains Rasengan to come to help, you follow along. After the battle, you find Shikamaru and ask him to give you Hidan. Shikamaru could not ask for anything, he even begged you, don't let this scumbag Hidan go, and torture him severely. You take a snakeskin pocket and pick up Hidan piece by piece, you ask Tsunade to sew him up, and then tie him to the basement. Chapter 38. The ending is sublimated. S's class life. Memory fixed. 38 258. Chapter 38. The ending is sublimated. S's class life. Memory fixed. On the first day, Hidan yelled at you, released all kinds of cruel words, and humiliated you. You keep calm, take out a statue of the evil god, and start sewing dresses and makeup for her. This one-handed operation is very effective. Hidan was shocked, then angry, and cursed, but you didn't move at all. You put a dog's tail on the evil god statue. Hidan began to beg for mercy, and even frantically hit the back of his head against the wall instead of kowtowing. In order to beg you to stop, he said all kinds of good things. You smile lightly, push your glasses, put the statue aside, and start putting props on him. Good guy, this is really cruel. From this part of the simulation just now, Tuo Yu can basically conclude. Now, he has fully grown into an indifferent, high IQ torture expert. You must know that for a person like Hidan, ordinary torture can't hurt him at all. And this trick is simply too cruel. Use Hidan's faith to torture him. Although he has an immortal body, other parts of Hidan's body are also normal, and it hurts when it hurts, so he passed out soon after. On the second day, you asked Tsunade to sew up Hidan's body. Tsunade vomited shortly after entering the basement. Day 3, Day 4. It took you 2 weeks to learn stitching skills, as well as basic medical ninjutsu. You start to be self-sufficient. In order to make him suffer greatly, you changed all the props to something related to the students, such as tattooing the image of the evil god to make it look like a evil god, and you even tortured Hidan directly with a statue of the evil god. A month has passed, and Hidan's cursing voice gradually fades. 3 months have passed, and Hidan has stopped cursing. 6 months later, Hidan is like a kakuzu, with black stitches all over his body, just sitting there and drooling every day. After 7 months, Hidan stopped drooling, as if he had become a living dead. Dude, is Hidan broken? Seeing this, Tuo Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, only to feel his scalp tingling. Too cruel. This Hidan can be said to be the most difficult person to kill. Even in the original book, his head was cut off, and he was still alive. In the end Shikamaru couldn't even kill him and had to bury him. But Hidan, who was so difficult to deal with, let himself clean up. Thinking of that miserable appearance, Tuo Yu couldn't help but mourn for him for 3 seconds. You experienced the plot of the original book, but you didn't interfere, because you dug deep enough, so when pain destroyed Konoha, you even escaped. 3 years later, you brought Hidan out of the cave. It's not so much that this guy is called Hidan, but it's not Hidan's body. You light a fire and burn him to ashes. You chop the bones into slag, and then flushed it down the toilet. You return to your post, and you are working hard. With the help of Hidan over the past few years, your skills have reached the peak of the peak, and in the Konoha torture department, you are like a star. Whether it's Ibis, or the newcomers who came later, they all surrender to you, and you are their king. You only need one action, one look, and one sentence to make those stubborn criminals break down. After 40 years, you retired. You are alone, just sitting in a rocking chair in the sun every day, holding a pension, and living your life leisurely. Although you take a back seat, you are still simulating in your mind how you should abuse others. After all, this is the only thing you care about in your entire life. After 50 years, your life will come to an end. On the day when your deadline is approaching, you get up early, wash your body, inside and out, up and down, and it is extremely clean. You put on a brand new dress, as if you were attending an important banquet, with a great sense of ritual. You first went to the post to report and looked at the venue where you have worked for decades. Every brick and stone has its own imprint of the past. Then, you came to the basement. Take out the information that has been organized over the years. Yes, at the last moment of your life, you want to delve into it again to see if there are any new moves that you haven't thought about. From dawn to dusk, you light the oil lamp, and under the light, you put on your glasses. You look at the notes word by word. I also write a little bit from time to time, make some comments and change some mistakes. A marquee starts in your head. I grew up from a simple boy to the #1 torture genius in the whole ninja world, this lonely but extraordinary life. As time progresses, your consciousness gradually extinguishes. As the last breath is swallowed, the pen in your hand gradually stops. Your life ends here, simulation ends. ... Quote comma 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 quote. After simulating this life, Tuo Yu sat in a chair, unable to calm down for a long time. His life, to be honest, although very pervert, is worth living. As a sadist, he did not choose to commit a crime, but cleverly used his wits and tricks to hide his hobbies and turn them into a legitimate job. And, it's also very successful. Because of his existence, the torture technology of the entire ninja world has been improved by dozens of grades. The greater his power, the more criminals who tortured him for information, which meant fewer potential crises. Even, some crimes will be eliminated at the source. For example, when I heard that Konoha had an extremely terrifying torture officer, those who wanted to commit crimes should think again. Did he die at his own hands in the end? To be honest, Tuo Yu didn't find it strange at all. This is the real artist, living for art and dying for art. Being tortured to death by his own means of execution made his whole life sublime. System, start evaluating. This time in my life, I am very confident. Tuo Yu watched the system silently. Regardless of the result, he was very satisfied with this simulation anyway. Ding, simulation is over, in the process of settlement. Please wait, ding, this simulation, the score is SS. As that's so, seeing the words in front of him, Tuo Yu felt shocked at the same time, but also took it for granted. After all, the simulation this time was perfect from beginning to end, and the way he ended his life in the end has sublimated his entire life. It is estimated that he also knew what Tuo Yu was thinking. This time, the system did not give specific prompts, but directly popped up rewards. Since your simulation score reached SS this time, you have been upgraded to LV2. You have opened a new function. Memory is fixed. After each simulation, your memory will be automatically retained, and you have the ability to share with others. There is no limit to the number of people. 3 rewards to choose from. 1. The execution methods and abuse methods you have accumulated in your life. 2. The execution of your life, the breath of death you have sharpened. 3. Your accumulated physical fitness and chakra amount in this lifetime. What else do you say? Of course it's all choice. Chapter 39 Asuma. Your willpower is not strong enough, so I'm going to test you. 39 258. Chapter 39 Asuma. Your willpower is not strong enough, so I'm going to test you. For a moment, several huge experiences and memories were poured into Tuo Yu's body in an instant like a rushing flood. The execution methods and techniques accumulated over the past 70 years, the brutal but restrained breath of death, and the few chakra. All synced into Tuo Yu's body. There doesn't seem to be any rejection this time. Tuo Yu squeezed his fist. The sequela of the memory crushing before has gradually dissipated with the improvement of his physique and ability. Moreover, thanks to this terrifying life, Tuo Yu felt that his spiritual power had increased nearly 100 times. What is mental power? That is willpower, endurance, a comprehensive manifestation of various spiritual qualities. The stronger the mental strength, the less susceptible to erosion. For example, in the same phase of severe torture, people with weak mental strength will be destroyed in an instant. But the mentally strong can always resist. And in the face of illusion, it is even more difficult to be tricked. I just feel that ordinary illusions don't seem to have much effect on me. Tuo Yu gathers the spirit. He found that his concentration became extremely focused. This is thanks to the simulation of his entire life in this life just now. Good guy, over the past few decades, we have executed so many people, used various means, and seen all kinds of cruel and bloody scenes. This mental strength can't be justified without pervert. But what makes Tuo Yu the most happy this time is that the level has been improved. Memories can be automatically synced and can also be shared. There are so many places to do this. For example, see Hidan next time. Face to face and share the memories of this life with him directly. I don't know if I will be scared to death on the spot. The weather was fine and sunny. Head of Konoha village, Kurenai Yuhi leaned against a big tree alone. She held her fair arms, her long legs were spread apart, and her sandals were on the ground little by little, looking a little anxious. The frizzy little brat made me late on the first day. I don't know what third Hokage saw in him, he was just handsome. Honestly, without her consent, she was directly arranged to take the student Tuo Yu, and Yuhika was a little unhappy. Doesn't this bring down the ranks of their elite ninjas? The other teachers are all the students they like, but she was forcibly arranged. This is kind of annoying. And this Tuo Yu, who seems to be very stinky, was late on the first day today, and I must give him a slap in the face today. Let him see the cruelty of a genin world. Yo, Red, what are you doing? A thick voice came from the side, and when he turned his head, it was Asuma's bearded man. Wait for the students, don't you know? Kurenai Yuhi replied angrily, is it that kid Tuo Yu? He's actually late. Asuma took off the cigarette butt and spit it out. I heard from my dad that kid defeated Uchiha Sasuke and graduated from ninja school ahead of schedule. Yeah, that's why I'm so stinky, and I'm late for the first day. Hong Yuhi frowned slightly. She felt that if she didn't punish Tuo Yu properly later, she felt sorry for her status as a jonin. Asuma laughed dryly. That's how newborn calves are, thinking that the world of ninjas is good and beautiful. After they do a few missions, they will know the cruelty of this world. Asuma blew out the smoke ring gracefully and leaned against the tree. By the way, Hong, have you arranged the test for this kid? Test. Yuhi's red face was surprised. Isn't this guy a genin hand picked by third Hokage? Still testing. Asuma turned his head and looked serious. Testing is essential. Third Hokage is third Hokage. You can't even know his strength, you just take him on a mission. Then what do you want to do? Yuhika narrowed her eyes slightly. I don't do anything else, just let him know that the world of ninjas is not so messy, and show him what the real ninjas will face, so that he can be mentally prepared. For the kind of kid who was pampered at school, this can help them recognize the reality faster and frustrate their spirits. Hearing this, Kurenai Yuhi understood. This Asuma says it's beautiful, but where does he really want to test Tuo Yu? He obviously just wanted to fix Tuo Yu. Or rather, get revenge on Tuo Yu. Hong Yuhi felt that revenge was more likely. Because Asuma is pursuing him, there has been no progress, and he is assigned to the little devil Tuo Yu. He's handsome and strong, but he's still a man valued by his father. So, he is jealous. I want to take revenge on Tuo Yu as a teacher. Asuma, you should leave my business alone. Kurenai Yuhi just felt a little sick. At most, she only intends to punish Tuo Yu a little, like making him do 500 squats or something. But Asuma, obviously with great malice. Even eating the vinegar of a child, can this person survive? You don't understand, Hong, this kind of newborn calf is the most difficult to serve. You must create the majesty of the teacher. Asuma was about to say something. The voice stopped abruptly, because he saw a young man walking straight towards them in the distance. It is Tuo Yu. I'm sorry, Teacher Hong. I am late. Tuo Yu bowed politely and apologized. After all, last night he simulated until late at night, and with so many terrifying abilities, it was a matter of course to oversleep in the morning. Oh no, Hong Yuhi was about to say it was okay. After all, she had thought about so many punishments just now, and when she saw Tuo Yu's polite attitude, she immediately relented. However, Asuma on one side stood up. Arriving late on the first day, it seems that your level is no more than that. Hello, Asuma, Kurenai Yuhi shouted in dissatisfaction. This is my student, don't mind your own business. No, an educated kid, I just want to teach him a lesson. Asuma has a firm attitude. After all, his father is third Hokage, no matter how angry Yuhi is, he still doesn't dare to get mad at him. On the other hand, Tuo Yu, who was next to him, immediately understood Asuma's attitude. This is Asuma seeing his goddess, coming together with other men, jealous, and revenge for himself. But Tuo Yu didn't panic at all. Because of his means, he is much more than Asuma. Since you are worried, then I will make what you worry about into reality. I'm sorry, Asuma-sensei, I have recognized the mistake, please forgive me. Tuo Yu made a serious look. But who could have imagined that under this innocent appearance, the heart has been completely black. You are too slack, and you don't have the consciousness of being a ninja at all. It seems that you still need to exercise. Asuma pretended to be calm. Exercise? What exercise? This is waiting for you to pass the Genin exam. Asuma smiled slightly, and he was going to start giving Tuo Yu a trick. Genin exam. But third Hokage didn't admit it. He is him, but as a student of Teacher Hong, it is necessary to verify your strength, otherwise how will you assign tasks in the future? Tuo Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Also, what is the content of the test? Asuma frowned, lost in brief thought. As far as he knew, this Tuo Yu graduated early because of his excellent physical skills. Therefore, the ninjutsu and taijutsu tests are not enough, it will not be difficult for him. If the assessment is too difficult, if it spreads out, it may be said that he is deliberately making things difficult. That being the case, as a ninja, the most important thing, besides strength, is your willpower. Your willpower is too weak, lazy, lax, and not mature enough to face the world at all. So, I want to test your mental strength, that is, your mental endurance. If you can't pass, I won't let you take the task. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Asuma gave a playful smile. Hong Yuhi next to him couldn't help it. Hey, Asuma, what the hell are you trying to do? What test? I don't think so at all. Red. Asuma scolded the public. Do you want this kid to be a coward? People with weak willpower will only die when they go to war. Instead of letting him make mistakes in the future, it's better to find out his weaknesses now and strengthen them later. As expected of the son of third Hokage, this is a set of words. It was obviously revenge, but in Asuma's mouth, it was said to be thinking about Tuo Yu. Yuhi Hongsu clenched her teeth and wanted to argue. But Tuo Yu grabbed her hand. Forget it, Mr. Hong, since Mr. Asuma wants to take the test, let him take the test. I also want to see where I am lacking. Chapter 37 Asuma. He can't stand a place like a hospital. 4258. Chapter 37 Asuma. He can't stand a place like a hospital. Well, since you're so confident, I'll take you to see it. Let you see how cruel the real ninja world is. Asuma threw down the cigarette butt and gave a gesture for Yuhika and Tuo Yu to follow him. 10 minutes later, several people stopped outside a construction area. Seeing this place, Kurenai Yuhi couldn't help but frown slightly. Hey, Asuma, what do you want to show him? In fact, there is no need to wait for Asuma to answer, Yuhika already knows the answer. It should be to take him to visit Konoha's medical department. In these places, the injured will be sent back at any time, and some of the injuries are particularly serious and even broken hands and feet. This is a place full of pain and death. With a serious face, Asuma said solemnly, if you want to become a qualified ninja, you must first know what kind of situation they will face. In the ninja world, injuries are the norm, and without the belief in mortal death, you will never succeed. Talking, Asuma stepped into the door of the medical department first. Then, staring at Tuo Yu, shook his head. Signal him to come in too. Tuo Yu's face was calm, and he followed Asuma in, while Hong Yuhi was sticking to him, always keeping an eye on Tuo Yu's changes. Several people came to the treatment room. Here, I saw several ninjas with broken hands and feet. How? This is the state of ninja after injury, whether it is hands or feet, or even head, it may fall off. On missions outside, injuries are the norm. It's not bad for those who can come back. There are still many people who died outside, and even the bones can't be found. Asuma looked smug. He guessed, seeing this sight, Tuo Yu must have been terrified. A little devil like him is a flower in a greenhouse and is so well protected that he has never gone outside the village to see the real world. Seeing such a sight, especially the groaning pain of those who were wounded, Tuo Yu must have had a huge psychological impact. He even had the idea of retreating. However, it's really heartbreaking. It seems that you must be more careful when doing tasks outside. Tuo Yu looked at the wounded with a serious expression. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. This reaction, let alone Asuma, even Hong Yuhi next to him was a little dumbfounded. What's the situation? Didn't get scared at all. And not only was he not frightened, his reaction was so calm. That, Asuma was about to say something when an emergency stretcher car rushed over. Give way. Asuma just glanced at it, and immediately felt his scalp tingle. This is a ninja who was injured by an explosive talisman. His body was blurred, his skin was gone, and the entire bed was covered in blood. Even Hong Yuhi felt that this scene was a bit scary, and closed his eyes in discomfort. Hey kid, look at this. Asuma suppressed the shock in his heart and shouted with a calm expression. Even he couldn't bear the injury. Tuo Yu would definitely be shocked when he saw it. Tuo Yu ran over. After seeing the injured person on the stretcher car, he was also a little stunned. HMPH, this kid, can't stand it. The legs must have been frightened soft. However, to everyone's surprise, when Tuo Yu saw this pool of blood corpses, not only was he not afraid, but he directly stretched out his hand. What are you doing? There's still an artery here that hasn't stopped bleeding. You'll lose too much blood to death. Tuo Yu held the injured person's arm with his bare hands, pulled the bandage with one hand, and began to wrap it frantically. A huge amount of blood flowed out, and his hands and face were full of bright red blood stains. After a busy minute, the bleeding stopped. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have found out. A group of medical staff bowed wildly and thanked Tuo Yu. And Tuo Yu looked relieved. He carelessly wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, and said urgently, leave me alone, save people. You can still be rescued. Tuo Yu walked back and took a long breath. Looking at Tuo Yu, whose body was covered in blood and his face was full of blood, Yuhika and Asuma were stunned. Especially Asuma. Who I am? Where am I? What happened? Obviously, he wanted to make fun of Tuo Yu, let him experience the bloody scene, and blow his mind. Result. People are not afraid. He even ran to save someone. That kind of scene, which Konoha kid can withstand. Not to mention these little devils, there are many real ninjas who can't bear it in their hearts after seeing such a bloody scene. The legs are weak, and the vomiting does not stop. In severe cases, it will leave permanent psychological trauma, and even withdraw from the ninja world. Oh, this. Seeing the surprised expressions on the two people's faces, Tuo Yu had a sudden realization. Looking at his hands, he said apologetically, I'm sorry, this look scares you. Shit. Hearing this sentence, Asuma only felt a slap in the face. Also ready to scare Tuo Yu. Instead, he thought he was frightening himself. I'll take you to wash your face. Hong Yuhi pulled Tuo Yu and walked towards the bathroom. After a few minutes, most of the blood stains on Tuo Yu's body were cleaned up. Almost all right. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Asuma with a mocking expression. Still want to scare people, Tuo Yu. See who's actually scared. This is called shooting yourself in the foot. At this time, Asuma was also a bit stupid. There's no more zeal than before. Asuma nodded silently. Hong Yuhi patted Tuo Yu on the shoulder. Okay, let's go out. Tuo Yu nodded, but his trip wasn't over yet. I saw him solemnly walk to the wounded room, and bowed deeply to the ninjas who had broken their hands and feet and were holding bottles. Seniors, thank you for letting me see the cruelty of the ninja world. Although I can't make your broken hands and feet grow back, I will try my best to make this kind of thing never happen again. I will use my whole life to create a ninja world without war. I will do my best to protect the families of the seniors and future generations. Thank you. Done. Tuo Yu ran out of the medical department without looking back, and those injured people were confused and shocked at first. Then, there were discussions, and then, countless people were full of emotion, and even wept bitterly. This little devil. His words, this is the first time someone has spoken to me like this. Having paid so much for Konoha, no young man has ever come to visit us, this kid is the first time. What's his name? Tuo Yu. I didn't have the confidence to live anymore, but Tuo Yu's words made me feel that everything I did was worth it. I've been reflecting on what I'm fighting for, and now I understand that I'm fighting to protect people like Tuo Yu in the village. Thank you, Tuo Yu boy. Thank you. Seeing this incomparably warm and moving picture, those doctors, nurses, and Hong Yuhi from the Konoha medical department. All were shocked, and my heart is boiling. This kid, I really saw him wrong. Hong Yuhi clenched her hands tightly, her heart full of contempt for herself and her admiration for Tuo Yu. Such a high level of thought. How many people in Konoha can do it? She suddenly understood why the Calamus was so obsessed with Tuo Yu. Who doesn't love such a man? If it were her, she couldn't help herself. Chapter 38 Teacher Asuma, after visiting the morgue, should we go to the torture department next? 41 258. Chapter 38 Teacher Asuma, after visiting the morgue, should we go to the torture department next? Outside the hospital, Tuo Yu was sitting on the steps, staring blankly into the distance. Asuma and Yuhika came out. At this time, the red eyes of Yuhi are no longer the same as before. Looking at Tuo Yu, I can't tell the love and love in my heart. Compared with Tuo Yu, he felt that the Asuma next to him was simply a maggot. Small-minded and calculating, he even eats the vinegar of children. What was he doing when he was the age of Tuo Yu? Does anyone have such a high level of thinking? Tuo Yu. Asuma walked over with an ugly face. At this time, he felt as uncomfortable as eating a blowfly. Originally, I wanted to make fun of Tuo Yu, make him embarrassed, and make him nervous. But who would have thought of it? He actually created a stage for him to perform. Okay, you've got through. Asuma had no confidence before, and said in a low voice. However, Tuo Yu stood up with a serious face. I see, let's go to the next place. What? Asuma looked bewildered. Next place. Tuo Yu's eyes were full of sincerity. Yeah, Asuma teacher, do you want me to see the real ninja world? I understand, you brought me to the hospital just to make my heart feel. I've already learned something, so let's go to the next place. But, after a sudden counterattack, Asuma suddenly couldn't find the north. Next place. Where is the next place? He never thought that he would take Tuo Yu to other places. Tuo Yu. Next place, where are you going? Kurenai Yuhi came over and asked with a serious face. Why don't you ask? Of course it's the morgue. Faced with trauma and pain, it should be death. Tuo Yu answered bluntly, and there is no flaw in what he said, and it is justified. Pink, he's finished. Now, it's his turn to the dark side. After hearing this place, Yuhi's ruby-like pupils suddenly shrank, and cold sweat broke out instantly. And Asuma, just feel the roar of both ears, the brain is blank. What's the matter, Asuma-sensei? Are you not going? Tuo Yu asked innocently. Go, of course, this is also part of the test I designed. Asuma was roasting meat on the stove at the moment. Can you step down? He said no. Alright then, please lead the way. After a few minutes, the three came to the morgue in the basement of Konoha Anbu. In this morgue, most of the corpses of ninjas from other villages are placed, because these corpses have scientific research value, and some can read emotions. Are you sure you want to see it? Sene Ibuxi looked puzzled, somewhat strangely looked at Asuma. Look, he said he wanted to. Asuma's face is extremely ugly, but as of now, he has to bite the bullet. Alright, Ibi sighed with joy. Then, the door to the morgue was opened. Suddenly, a strong cold air, mixed with the smell of corpse, rushed towards the face. Red Yuhi almost couldn't hold back her vomit. Asuma also only felt his stomach churn and kept retching. Hey, what's wrong? Asuma-sensei can't stand this smell. Tuo Yu asked with a serious look on his face. Asuma's face turned green. But what can be done? It's not just a swollen face and a fat man. Who told you? It's just that it's been too long. Hearing this, Abizi couldn't help frowning. In his mind, Asuma has been here once or twice, and it was more than 10 years ago. Then I'll go in. Tuo Yu took a step and walked into the morgue very indifferently. To be honest, ordinary people would never dare to enter this place. All are corpses, and some have been stored for decades. The smell on the body, don't say it, the mice feel like throwing up when they smell it. But for Tuo Yu, he didn't respond at all. Just kidding, what kind of scenes have you never seen from your 60 or 70 years of abuse experience? These corpses, compared with the things he made, are simply high-quality goods. Tuo Yu visited one by one. For each corpse, the white cloth must be turned over to look at it. And also to mourn. Asuma just feels on pins and needles. Everyone is numb. He is now full of regrets. Why did he provoke this kid Tuo Yu? This guy can't be scared at all. On the contrary, my heart is going to be traumatized. After an hour, Tuo Yu carefully, after visiting all the corpses in the morgue, came out slowly. He still had a calm expression, standing at the door mourning. And Asuma, like being swept away by someone's soul, has a vain footstep and is about to lose his footing. This idiot, this is called self-inflicted. Seeing Asuma's cowardly look, Hong Yuhi also laughed in her heart. This is called shooting yourself in the foot. Okay, let's go now. Asuma has completely lost his previous arrogance. Virtually like a rabbit. However, how could Tuo Yu let him go so easily? Go, what are you talking about, Asuma-sensei? Tuo Yu looked sincere. Isn't there still the most important place to visit? The most important place. An ominous premonition rose in Asuma's heart. It's the torture department. It's the harshest and cruelest place in the entire ninja world. Didn't you say you wanted to test my mental strength? Come here, do you want to return empty-handed? And the head of the torture department, isn't he here? Tuo Yu glanced at Ibiki Mori next to him. Speaking of which, this Abizi was also his subordinate in the previous simulation. A test of mental strength. After hearing Tuo Yu's words, Asuma looked dazed. Next to Mori Ibushi, his brows wrinkled. Who is this testing who? How it looks, it seems that Tuo Yu is testing Asuma. What's the matter, Asuma-sensei, don't you dare to go. Or you haven't been there at all? Tuo Yu asked with a black belly. He knew very well that Asuma at this time was difficult to ride a tiger, and he had to go if he didn't go. Really, in order to save face, Asuma still pretended to be calm and nodded in agreement. Then go. Then, under the lead of Abizi, the three came to Konoha's torture department. In the dim basement, the broken floor, and the old walls, black blood stains appeared from time to time, and the air was filled with a stench that was no less than that of a morgue. It was the stench of living people. This kind of environment, to be honest, more than 90% of the people in the ninja world can't stand it. Even some jonin, because the torture department is the darkest and bloodiest place in the entire ninja world. Mental and physical abuse is going on here all the time. What? A scream of whipping and pig killing resounded in the corridor. Yuhi Hong's face was pale, and her whole body was covered in perspiration. And Asuma, his heart was beating wildly, his ears continued to roar, he just felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. But Tuo Yu was different. Calm down, no response. That calm look, that relaxed expression, is like going home. Even Abizi next to him was dumbfounded at the moment. This is so special, where 90% of the whole ninja world dare not come, you are so relaxed and comfortable, are you here for work? 2LS. Chapter 39 Memory Sharing, Scaring Prisoners. 42-258. Chapter 39 Memory Sharing, Scaring Prisoners. Ah, these are torture instruments. Tuo Yu pretended to be novel and looked through the shelves of the torture department. This place, to be honest, is more familiar than his own home. He knows how many bricks there are on the ground. However, in order to match the atmosphere, he still pretended not to know. Hey, it's almost there, you can go back if you've seen enough. Asuma couldn't take it anymore. He stayed in the hospital, morgue, and torture department continuously, and his spirit was under great pressure. However, how could Tuo Yu let him go so easily? It's over, haven't you visited yet? Quote. What do you want to visit? Asuma asked sadly. Of course it's the torture scene. How can you take every mission seriously without experiencing the pain of being caught and tortured by the enemy? You say so, Asuma-sensei. With the innocent face on Tuo Yu's face, Asuma just felt like he was roasting on the fire. But what can be done? Not just bite the bullet. Under the leadership of Abizi, the three came to a torture room. There's a torture going on here. The one who was caught was a rock shinobi from the land of Earth, who was being beaten with a leather whip and had bloodstains drawn from his body. Seeing the scene in front of her, Hong Yuhi immediately felt a great sense of discomfort and closed her eyes uncomfortably. Asuma is also somewhat unbearable. The scarred body and the painful screams had a great impact on his soul. As for Tuo Yu, it's different. Calm down. These screams were not harsh to him at all, and he didn't feel anything special. After all, he's been doing torture for decades. This level of torture, in his eyes, is almost like slapping each other in the face of a child. 1, 2, 3. Tuo Yu kept visiting the prisoners in the torture room. Everyone looked at them carefully, and even asked what their name was, what job they did, and what they had committed and were locked up here. Kurenai Yuhi covered her ears and kept her eyes fixed on the floor. Asuma's face was pale, his steps were sluggish, and he continued to sweat coldly all over his body. Finally, when visiting the fifth one, Asuma couldn't take it anymore. Leaning against the wall, he vomited in a big mouth. Asuma-sensei, what's wrong with you? Why did you vomit? Tuo Yu murdered his heart and asked nervously. On the other hand, Hong Yuhi, who was next to him, looked straight and shook his head. Is this Asuma okay? Pretending to be there, and now finally hurting yourself. I wanted to test people's psychological endurance, but I couldn't stand the stimulation first and vomited out. I really lost the face of their Konoha shinobi. Abizi frowned and motioned to the men next to him to take Asuma out. Although Hong Yuhi also wanted to go out, he was afraid that Tuo Yu would not be able to hold on, so he stayed. Okay, almost finished, you can go. Abizi waved his hand, he didn't want to continue to entertain Tuo Yu and the others. Otherwise, if you vomit again, you will be too lazy to clean. Then see another person. Abizi nodded, and Tuo Yu walked into the nearest prison. But, as soon as he walked in, he was stunned. Because the person in this prison is the first prisoner to clean up in his last simulation. That Cloud Shinobi, the one sitting on the tiger bench. He still remembered the other party's name, it seemed to be Nishino Yu. Mr. Abizi, this guy doesn't seem to be afraid at all. Tuo Yu asked knowingly. Ibi sighed with joy. This BD is a spy of Cloud Shinobi village. He is professionally trained and has a strong ability to withstand pressure. I can't pry his mouth open even in battle. Oh, I see. Tuo Yu hummed silently, then walked into the torture room on foot. Hey, Tuo Yu, what are you doing? Come out, it's dangerous inside, Ibiza shouted, but Tuo Yu just crouched down 1 meter away from Nishino Yu. What's your name, can you tell me? Also, why are you doing bad things? Tuo Yu's fan-cut black acting skills start to explode. This Nishino Yang, but his first torture object. The impression of him is very clear. Go away, Konoha's stinky brat, don't let me kill you. Nishino Yu scolded disdainfully. Tuo Yu frowned, but in the next second, he was facing Nishino Yu and released his own unique breath. The breath of death honed by more than 60 years of torture. For a moment, Nishino Yu noticed something was wrong. He twitched his body and raised his head nervously. Obviously, this little devil has an innocent face on his face. But the breath on his body is extremely evil and dirty. It feels like a murderer who has killed thousands of people. Hey, you BD, who are you? You, don't come here. Nishino Yu was trembling with fright, he kept staring at his feet, shrinking frantically towards the corner of the wall. This scene made both Abizi and Yukiko beside them dumbfounded. Let him go, hurry up and take him away. This man is a murderer. No, don't come here. Nishino Yang roared wildly, as if he had seen a ghost, his face twisted in horror. Ibiza is stupid. Even if he personally went into battle and served him with severe punishment, this Nishino Yang took it down. But now, when I saw Tuo Yu, I was so scared. What's the situation? What the hell happened to this guy? Are you crazy? Tuo Yu continued to release his breath, but his face remained innocent. Alele, what are you talking about? What murderer? I'm still just a kid. Speaking of which, Tuo Yu directly activated the second ability of the system, memory sharing. For a moment, about golden glasses, clean suits, tiger stools, bricks, pieces of paper. All kinds of painful memories flooded into Nishino Yu's head in an instant. You are, no, Nishino Yu's screaming voice has changed from fear to begging for mercy. Even the urine is scared out. That kind of real pain, the memory engraved on the bones, doesn't seem to be an illusion at all. But it's exactly what happened. Please, stop torturing me, I'm all recruiting, please stop now. Nishino is lying on the ground, frantically kowtow to Tuo Yu. This scene, not only Yukika and Abizi next to them, the Anbu staff of the entire torture department, and even the prisoners, were all dumbfounded. Mr. Ibiza, Tuo Yu stood up, confused and hurt. He said he recruited, why don't you come and ask? ... Hokage building, 3rd Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen blinked his pipe and looked out the window with a complicated expression. How is Asuma? An Anbu ninja next to him immediately added. It's not a big problem, it just needs to rest for a few days. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and the hand holding the pipe could not help but silently exert force. My own son, what a waste. In order to test the pressure resistance ability of other students, I brought myself in. If this matter spreads out, it will definitely make people laugh out loud and make his Hokage father lose face. Go and stare at Asuma, if there is any problem, report it to me in time. After Anbu responded, he left the office, and Abizi next to him came up and comforted. Lord Hokage, I don't really blame Asuma, after all, such an extreme place is not something everyone can afford. Chapter 40 Tuo Yu, do you have a Sharingan? 43 258. Chapter 40 Tuo Yu, do you have a Sharingan? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not speak, because he felt that the comfort of Ibiki Mori was like farting. A total of 4 of you went to the torture department, and 3 of them endured it, but my son didn't endure it. What the hell is this called? Not everyone can afford it. There is still a child in the key, and he has endured it. How can you make people feel bad? What do you think about that prisoner in Tuo Yu? Sarutobi Hiruzen is back in the seat. It is puzzling that a Cloud Shinobi spy who would rather die than give up. He was scared to pee within 3 minutes of seeing Tuo Yu, and even now he is still insane. According to the account behind the Cloud Shinobi, he said that Tuo Yu used a heavy sentence on him, called a tiger stool or something. Abizi was also puzzled. This Tuo Yu, this is the first time he has come to their torture department, and he has never seen that Cloud Shinobi before. But the other party actually painted the picture he imagined so carefully, as if it really happened. Could this be an illusion, Lord Hokage? Ibiza's mind came up with the name of an illusion. That's right, that is the advanced illusion of the Uchiha family, Tsukuyomi. It is said that as long as the person who was hit by the technique will be trapped in the spiritual world, and then tortured by the practitioner for 3 days and 3 nights. It's unlikely, ordinary illusions are just to confuse opponents and cause illusions. That kind of harmful illusions are all advanced illusions. Tuo Yu doesn't have a Sharingan, how could he have performed such a powerful illusion? Maybe it's just pure insanity, like Tuo Yu looks like someone who hurt that guy before. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Compared with his own trash son, Tuo Yu's excellence is not a little bit. Going to the hospital for a face-to-face, so many Konoha shinobi people look at him with admiration. It even allows some people who have lost confidence to find hope of living again. Go to the torture room, and directly tell the secrets of the characters that even Captain Anbu can't handle. Such a good boy, it is worth shouldering the future of Konoha. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Tuo Yu, I heard that you scared a prisoner to pee, didn't you? Naruto and little Sakura stared at Tuo Yu in shock. How long has this Tuo Yu been out of school? Just under a week. It has already worked out. Tuo Yu silently picked up a fish fillet and chewed it in his mouth. Then he said nonchalantly, I don't know, it's probably crazy. This is too exaggerated. I heard that Asuma vomited in that torture room. You can still bear it. It's amazing. Ino stared adoringly at Tuo Yu. She felt that since Tuo Yu showed his strength last time and had a showdown against them, the whole person's momentum had changed. Although he is still the same as sassy as always, he has a more aggressive aura. Much handsomer than Sasuke. Actually, there is nothing to be afraid of in that place. As long as the psychological quality is a little stronger, it will basically be fine. Tuo Yu's indifferent words made Naruto and the others imagine endlessly. What's the situation? Didn't it say that teacher Asuma vomited? Tuo Yu actually said that there doesn't seem to be anything to be afraid of in that place. But with 4 people in, only Asuma vomited. Could it be that Tuo Yu's mental quality is better than teacher Asuma? How can that be? After some discussion, they came to a conclusion. Tuo Yu's psychological quality certainly cannot be better than others. Because everyone has seen big scenes, ninjas who have really been on the battlefield. Then there is only one possibility. Asuma's psychological quality is relatively poor. By the way, Tuo Yu, when are you going out on a mission? Little Sakura leaned over and asked. To be honest, Tuo Yu still thinks a lot about the task. This is not a simulation. If something goes wrong during the mission, it will really lose a small life. Mainly, he also doesn't have the main character buffs like Naruto or Sasuke, and luck won't take care of himself. Whether the mission can be successfully completed depends entirely on its own strength. I don't know yet, let's wait for 3rd Hokage to arrange it. Although he said that, Tuo Yu actually had a plan in mind. That is to find a way to choose their own tasks. Otherwise, if you are assigned to the task of sending you to death, wouldn't it be free if you go up? Of course, add some noodles. Good husband. Early in the morning, the sun shines on the window. Tuo Yu rolled over and slowly opened his eyes. But just opened his eyes. Tuo Yu was so frightened that he couldn't sleep at all. Because there is a face in front of him. Fair face, delicate facial features. The key is that those ruby eyes are staring intently at him. Puff. Mr. Hong, what are you doing here? Tuo Yu sprayed on the spot. This red Yuhi actually slipped into his house and was lying on his bed, face to face with himself. The distance is so close that it is already nose to nose. No, why not? That's weird. Kurenai Yuhi muttered in confusion, then got up from Tuo Yu. Hey, what are you looking for? Also, when did you come in? Tuo Yu frowned slightly. This Yuhi he read, didn't he just secretly see all his body? Oh, I just came in. You woke up as soon as I sat by your bed. Kurenai Yuhi answered truthfully. However, I find it strange that you don't have that. That one, I have it, and it's huge. Hearing Tuo Yu driving, Yuhi's pale face instantly flushed red. After a glance at Tuo Yu, she explained in surprise, I mean eyes. Eyes. You obviously don't have a Sharingan, how did you perform such a powerful illusion? Hearing this, Tuo Yu understood. Hong Yuhi should still be struggling with that cloud shinobi thing. After all, the other party will show that kind of reaction, and it is easy to think that he secretly cast an illusion. I can't do illusions. Tuo Yu shrugged. What? No illusions? Then how did you scare him like that? Kurenai Yuhi felt incredible. With her knowledge, he only knew that there was a technique in the ninja world that could recreate the human spirit into that. That is Tsukuyomi of the Uchiha clan. She originally thought that Tuo Yu was some clan who was missed by Uchiha Itachi, or that he secretly pretended to be Sharingan. But when I peeked just now, I didn't seem to find anything unusual. Maybe my aura is too strong. Tuo Yu replied casually, then got dressed. Momentum. What kind of aura can you have? Yuhi Hong was full of disdain. No, in fact, as long as you focus on your mind, even a baby can have a strong aura. Tuo Yu said seriously. Don't tease, you are just a little devil. At best, your willpower is relatively firm. How can you have such a strong momentum? Kurenai Yuhi waved his hands in embarrassment. Even if it was 3rd Hokage in the peak era, she didn't feel how strong the opponent was. Tuo Yu, forget it. Then do you want to try it? Tuo Yu sat next to Yuhika. Chapter 41 Mission, Can I Choose It Myself? 44 258. Chapter 41 Mission, Can I Choose It Myself? Okay, I don't believe it. What kind of momentum can you stinky brat have? Tuo Yu smiled slightly, then touched Yuhi's face and turned her around to face him. Then I'm going to start releasing my momentum. Haha, come on. The two looked at each other like that. 10 seconds later. Hey, haven't you started yet? Red Yuhi's ears were a little hot. Being stared at by Tuo Yu like that, she felt embarrassed. After all, no man has dared to touch himself so boldly. Face to face, eye to eye. The tips of the noses are almost sticking together. Hey, brat, haven't started yet, do you want to eat my beans? For a moment, Yuri Hong's voice stopped abruptly, and her shy and disdainful face suddenly changed. Because, she could feel an extremely evil, terrifying, and brutal aura of death released from Tuo Yu. That feeling is not the temperament that a pure teenager should have. And it's like the temperament accumulated after bathing in countless blood and mutilating many people. It's like a super pervert murderer, pretending to be kind and sitting in front of him. Yuhika's eyes widened in shock. The body, even out of fear, began to twist. Want to step back? How about it? Tuo Yu restrained his breath, released his hands, and asked with a smile. This is really. Kurenai Yuhi's tense nerves suddenly eased. Covering his chest in horror, layers of perspiration ooze out from his forehead, and his heart is pounding. For a moment just now, she even felt that she was about to be killed. Killed by Tuo Yu's brutal and bloody violence. What kind of move is this? Tuo Yu spreads his hands. This is not a move, it's momentum. How could there be such an evil and bloody aura? How did you practice it? Tuo Yu said with a ha-ha, as if he was ignorant, and explained, think about it with your head, you can practice it after you think about it. My god, are you still human? This kind of trick, this is completely able to become an ninjutsu. Even stronger than some illusions. Yuri Red's heart is shocked. She felt that she might have met a genius. 10 years, no, even 50 years to produce a genius. Just thinking about it with your head, can you practice such a strong spiritual ninjutsu? Even the geniuses of the Uchiha clan cannot do such a thing. In response, Tuo Yu just smiled calmly. To be honest, he also thinks it's pretty good for this imposing function. If it is developed well, it may really become a shocking weapon like Haki or Ryutsu. It's just that his weapon is more aggressive. Haki and Ryutsu, just plain tough. Use your power to intimidate your opponents. But his breath is mixed with murder, blood, cruelty, and many other dark side factors. Would be even more frightening. Tuo Yu can't wait to draw the next murderer talent now. If you have high IQ, murderous desire, sadism, pervert. If these talents are mixed together, the aura that is finally honed may be stronger than this sadistic aura. Maybe you can scare people to death by staring at them directly. Just like Konoha Yellow Flash and Shunjin Shisui, just because of his reputation, he can make ninjas in other villages give up their missions. After calming down, Hong Yuhi slowly got up and warned Tuo Yu solemnly. In short, you need to practice this ability a lot, it may become a very useful move. And also, with a thud, Hong Yuhi swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear. Never tell other people that you have this ability, and don't use it lightly on people. In the mansion of the Sarutobi family, Asuma was sitting in the yard with his hands crossed, staring blankly at the grass. When he remembered the pictures he saw in the torture department before, the screams of those people couldn't help but sound in his mind. Sharp, terrifying, full of pain. Hey, Asuma, haven't you recovered yet? On the fence, Kakashi was squatting there, looking over with dead fish eyes. Whoosh. Seeing that Asuma didn't respond, Kakashi jumped down. It's Kakashi. Asuma realized this. I said, is it really okay for you to look like this? Kakashi was a little worried. This Asuma didn't even notice that he had come. If the person who came just now was an assassin, Asuma would be dead by now. Isn't it just seeing a bloody picture? Is it so depressed? Asuma shook his head. Actually, it's much better. After all, I'm also a man who went to the battlefield. How could I be defeated by this kind of thing? By the way, Red, have you seen Red? Asuma was surprised that he was obviously sick, but Hong Yuhi didn't come to visit him. Ah, she. Kakashi dodged and pulled the blindfold. I think you should leave her alone. What's wrong? What's wrong with Hong? Seeing Kakashi's attitude, Asuma immediately became anxious. After all, she is his goddess. It's nothing, the main Yuhi Hong is now focusing on bringing Tuo Yu. I don't have time to come to you. Tuo Yu is. As soon as he heard the name, Asuma began to panic again. He felt that Tuo Yu was obviously not in front of him, but he could still hear his laugh in his mind. He is obviously a senior, and in front of Tuo Yu, he is like a waste. That kid, it should be about to be assigned a mission by 3rd Hokage by now. I don't know if he can successfully complete the mission. Hokage office. In front of the Sarutobi Hiruzen table, Tuo Yu and Yuhi Hong were summoned here, the purpose of which was naturally that 3rd Hokage would give them 2 assignments. Tuo Yu, I know all about your torture department a while ago. Although I don't know what method you used, you did a good job. We managed to find several other Cloud Shinobi spies. This is a reward for you. Talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen put a bag of money on the table. There are 10,000 taels of silver in it. Enough for Tuo Yu to live for several months. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Tuo Yu was not polite and took the money directly. The next to Yuhi Kane saw a burst of jealousy. Good guy, obviously Tuo Yu was forced to try his courage, and he even got a bonus. Good luck too. 10,000 taels, that's the money that can only be distributed for AB level mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with satisfaction. Then he took out the official document from the table. Your strength should already be able to take on the task, this time I plan to assign you one. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish speaking, Tuo Yu interrupted immediately. Lord Hokage, I have a request. You say. Task, can I choose it myself? Chapter 42 The simulation begins. You have become a cloud uniform. 45 258. Chapter 42 The simulation begins. You have become a cloud uniform. This, to be honest, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yuhi Hong were a little surprised by Tuo Yu's request. They also thought that, based on Tuo Yu's personality, he should unconditionally accept any mission. Choose your own mission. There is no precedent for such a thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little tangled. You know, the task list can be said to be the top secret information of the village. Through the task list, you can know the movements of all the ninjas in the village in detail. If it leaks out and is targeted by the enemy, it will definitely be a hit. But, after some deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was at the same time. After all, he really wanted to train Tuo Yu and make him the pillar of Konoha. Maybe Tuo Yu also has his own considerations. If that's the case, then come and see. I was going to assign you a task of finding someone, but I don't know what your plans are. Tuo Yu walked over and began to scrutinize the to-do list. Looking for the lost cat in the tea shop. Help the kebab shop owner catch his wife cheating. Escort the daughter of the casino to travel to the country of Yuno. Most of the previous tasks were C-level or D-level tasks, but the latter tasks gradually became more advanced. Go to Yinan village to investigate the disappearance of young children. Research in the Land of Wind and get the latest news of Sand Shinobi village. Investigate the specific strength of the 10 fortresses in the border defense of the land. Assassination Mizukage Guard Blue. Assassination of 3rd Tsuchikage's son Lois. Looking for the boundaries of the Ice Escape bloodline. These tasks, with the current Tuo Yu, can't be said to be completely infallible, but not very sure. Assassination, investigation. This is basically the most extreme task. It requires a great test of the comprehensive ability of the ninja. Such as infiltration, camouflage, communication ability, flickering ability, and the ability to adapt to the situation, the strength of hands-on, the ability to retreat. So many abilities are indispensable. Any mistake in any link may lead to the failure of the mission, and the worst result is his own death. How is it? Have you chosen the task you want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked patiently, but Tuo Yu had a serious face. I'll think about it when I get home, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Exit the 3rd Hokage office. Hong Yuhi immediately followed, with an incredulous look on his face. You're a little too spoiled, aren't you? 3rd Hokage has been in power for decades, and there are only a few people who can choose tasks, and those people are either Konoha Sannin, Konoha's White Fang, or not yet. 4th Hokage inaugurated. Kurenai Yuhi felt incredible. The others, they were the best of Konoha village, talents that 3rd Hokage nurtured. But Tuo Yu, just a fledgling newcomer. Can you get the same treatment? Does he have so much energy? Tuo Yu bit his finger and silently replied, have you read the composition I wrote? Which one? It's my dear 3rd Hokage-sama. Quote. Kurenai Yuhi rolled his eyes immediately. Although she hadn't read the composition, she could probably guess the content by listening to the name. The name of your composition reminds me of a composition that Asuma also wrote when I was studying, and it was publicly praised. What's it called? My Hokage father. Quote. Well, Tuo Yu didn't know that Yuri Hong actually had a tricky side. Kind of cute. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Have you selected the task? This is our first mission, and we must not fail. This time, Hong Yuhi also attaches great importance to this task. One is that she has never brought students on assignments before, so she might have accumulated rich experience this time. Then, she wanted to see how much Tuo Yu's strength really was. If possible, let him practice his murderous aura. See if you can actually destroy the enemy. I don't know, why don't we go assassinate 4th Raikage? Kurenai Yuhi's face changed, and the veins on her fist burst out. Then, with a bang, it hit Tuo Yu on the head. Stinky boy, just kidding me. Night. After eating fried rice outside, Tuo Yu returned home. Then he sat on the bed, thinking solemnly on his face. The reason why he didn't choose a mission right away was because Tuo Yu felt that those missions were unlikely to leave him completely. Although he has the skills of the King of Fighters now, he does not have the movement and fighting skills of the King of Fighters. It's easy to be attacked. So close combat is a loser. Not to mention when fighting at a distance, Tuo Yu's chakra attributes are thunder and water, but they are only attributes. The amount of chakra, the cultivation talent of ninjutsu, is completely lacking. Not to mention the powerful lightning style, so far, even a decent water style ninjutsu has not been released. Although I seem to be quite strong, but looking at the ninja world, I feel that there is still practice. Tuo Yu sighed helplessly. It seems that what kind of mission he will choose in the end depends on what kind of life he can simulate tonight. It is best to have another powerful talent, and then practice a powerful destructive skill. After sorting out my mood, turn on the system and Tuo Yu starts a new round of simulation. System, start the simulation. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system starts to turn. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, the extraction was successful. You have drawn talent. Inhuman, black gold. After seeing this talent, Tuo Yu's pupils suddenly froze. What, this one again? Tuo Yu frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, this inhuman talent is basically an experience card. Don't look at the highest level of black and gold, but this thing is useless at all. Because after carrying this talent, Tuo Yu is no longer a human being. Can only be an item, or a non-human being. Forget it, consider it a warm-up. Let me see what the hell this time. Tuo Yu sighed helplessly. It's all drawn, what can I do? If you can't resist, just close your eyes and enjoy. Taking a deep breath, he ordered loudly in his head. Start the simulation. Start the simulation. Talent. Inhuman, black gold. The screen is being generated in real time. Please wait. After a hasty mechanical sound, the system began to simulate. And Tuo Yu, like a personal experience, started a new life. You have become a piece of clothing, an auspicious cloud uniform. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Good guy. This was just the beginning, and Tuo Yu was immediately dumbfounded. Clothing, turned into clothes, can still play like this. But while feeling outrageous, Tuo Yu quickly looked forward to it again. Because it's changed into Shangyan uniform, it seems, it's okay. If worn on Conan, Chapter 43 Tuo Yu, what? Even dad can choose, 46 258. Chapter 43 Tuo Yu, what? Even dad can choose. On the first day, light suddenly appeared in your sight. You were taken out by a slender and jade white woman's arm and handed over to Kakuzu. You were put on Kakuzu. Sleeping. The simulation had only just started, and Tuo Yu was a little stuck. What is Kakuzu? Thought it was Conan. Tuo Yu rolled his eyes, he felt that this wave should be pure experience. On the second day, you were put on Kakuzu and bathed in the rain of the land of rain. You knew that this should be Kakuzu doing the task, but you are just a piece of clothing, you have no means to refuse or change the status quo, your brain filled with resentment, why didn't I wear Conan? Quote quote. What a rant. It seems that even if he is reborn from a piece of clothing, his head is still easy to use. From the country of rain, to the country of earth, and then to the country of wind. On the way, you have witnessed Kakuzu kill countless people, and your body is often covered with hot blood, both men and women, young and old, and sometimes even intestines and other things fly over. But you don't have to choose, you are just a piece of clothing, you imagine, if only you could exercise like a human being. You are tattered, but every time Kakuzu washes his clothes, he will carefully sew you up with needles and threads under the lamp. Sometimes even when Conan persuaded him to change one, he didn't change it. Kakuzu said that the patch can still be worn. At this point in the simulation, Tuo Yu almost couldn't hold back. As expected of you, Kakuzu, the first miser in the ninja world, earned so much money and refused to even change a single piece of clothing. It's too economical, isn't it? In the second year, you met Hidan, and in order to let him join, Kakuzu had a war with him. This is the worst time for you, because Kakuzu used the heart of grief, and your entire back was broken. After returning to the organization, Conan brought over the new clothes, but Kakuzu still refused, he said that the patch can still be worn. Quote quote. Just like that, you followed Kakuzu and did hundreds of missions large and small. The country of fire, the country of earth, the country of water. You have seen all the places in the ninja world. Finally, you meet Asuma. No accident, Asuma was killed, but then, the revenge team composed of Ino Shikacho and Kakashi came up. You were pierced by Kakashi's Reikiri, and after Kakuzu got up again, he forgot about you. At this moment, you know, without your protection, Kakuzu will surely die. But you haven't witnessed Kakuzu's death, because after he unleashed two hard monsters, you were ignited by fire-style head painstakingly and turned into a pool of ashes. Your life ends here. Simulation ends. Check out this simulation. To be honest, Tuo Yu still feels amazing. Although I have no role in the whole process, but anyway, following the footsteps of Kakuzu, I have traveled to many places in the ninja world. Kakuzu is the model worker of Akatsuki's organization, either on a mission or on the way to a mission. It's him who does the task, it's also who changes the money, and it's also who brings the money back. So, he has definitely walked the most. Forget it, just treat it as a warm-up activity, the system can settle the bill. Ding, simulation is over, in the process of settlement. Please wait, ding, this simulation, the score is C. Hearing the system sound, Tuo Yu was not surprised. After all, I just watched the whole process, how could I have a high score? System, I would like to ask, can't this kind of life without being a human carry other talents? If Tuo Yu remembered correctly, the last time he turned into a cloud, he just turned into a cloud. There is absolutely no heaven-defying means of changing one's life. If this is the case, wouldn't it be possible to win something in the future, so I have to stare blankly the whole time, unable to do anything at all? No, in Human Zai's simulation can also carry other talents, it's just to see if the host can get it. Alright, with this answer, Tuo Yu felt a little more at ease. Then don't waste time, let's start the next round of simulation. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, the extraction was successful, you have drawn talents. Demolitionist black, you have a father purple. After seeing these two talents, Tuo Yu's pupils suddenly froze. Then, the whole person immediately cheered up. Come here, combat skills. If Tuo Yu guessed correctly, the talent he had drawn this wave was a fighting skill. Demolitionist, isn't that obvious? This must be a blasting skill. On the system side, a quick introduction is also given. Demolition Maniac. You have an ability similar to explosion style. The blood in your whole body is eager for the pleasure brought by the explosion. Black is a very high level. Explosion style. Not bad, finally a decent ninjutsu. Tuo Yu nodded beautifully. For him now, what he desperately needs is a ninjutsu, especially a ninjutsu that casts spells from a distance. This explosion style, although there is no specific explanation, he speculates that he should be able to simulate the ability to remotely explode. But, after calming down a bit, Tuo Yu focused on the second talent. You have a father. What the hell is this? If you don't look carefully, you haven't noticed, this new talent feels a bit nonsense. What is you have a father? How did I come here without a father? Does this count as talent? Seemingly aware of Tuo Yu's question, the system immediately explained in his mind. You have a father. This is a talent that can change your birth. After carrying it, you will randomly become the son of someone in the ninja world. The higher the color level, the stronger your father. For example, if you win the white level, your father is an ordinary cannon fodder. Blue level, your father is a chunin level ninja, or a middle-class family. Red grade, your father is elite jonin. Purple rank is the existence beyond jonin. Seriously, although I have simulated so many times, I have also seen all kinds of strange talents. But the, you have a father, talent that appeared this time really made Tuo Yu dumbfounded. Guys, Tuo Yu straight guy, can this simulation system still play like this? Choose someone to be your dad at will, and the higher the color level, the stronger his father is. Does that mean he could even be the illegitimate son of first Hokage or Uchiha Madara with a bit of luck? Tuo Yu was speechless, but, after only half a minute of wondering, he was relieved. Because, he seemed to understand the use of this talent. That's right, this talent may seem like nonsense at first glance, but in fact, it is very useful. Chapter 44 You've become Hinata's big brother, and your nanny is Uchiha Makoto. 47 258. Chapter 44 You've become Hinata's big brother, and your nanny is Uchiha Makoto. First of all, in Konoha, relationships are the most important. With a background and a father, you can find a good teacher. Come again, if you have a father, what kind of shit can you make? You can let your father come to Kabuto. For example, breaking public props, killing people and setting fires. You can let your dad come forward to settle it. And most importantly, with the current progress of Tuo Yu, within 3 years, he will definitely grow into a very amazing ninja. When that time comes, he will surely arouse suspicion by grasping all kinds of outrageous heaven-defying ninjutsu. And if at this time, he could embody the father in the simulation, wouldn't it make sense? For example, Tuo Yu's father is actually the ancestor of Ninja Sage of 6 Paths. Then all his unreasonable abilities can be explained. A purple-level dad, I don't know who it will be. Tuo Yu rubbed his hands together excitedly. Then immediately give the order in your head. Start the simulation. Start the simulation. Talent. Demolitionist, you have a father. The screen is being generated in real time. Please wait. After the hasty mechanical sound, the system immediately started a new round of simulation. And Tuo Yu also opened a new life again. When the forest runs out of water, there is a mountain, and the mountain has a small mouth, as if there is light. In the beginning, he was very narrow, and he was able to understand people. After walking dozens of steps, he suddenly became enlightened. Yu Quack landed and came to the ninja world. Quote. My dear, is this the point of view from which a child is born? Enough literature. Seeing the beginning of this simulation, Tuo Yu silently complained. As soon as you open your eyes, you realize that you have passed through, and around you are a group of people with white eyes. The head of a young man rushed over and hugged you anxiously. You recognized his identity, the patriarch of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hiyashi. What? It's actually Hyuga Hiyashi. This wave is okay. Tuo Yu's heart moved slightly. The Hyuga family, that is now the largest family in Konoha, has money, power and status. He is still the son of the patriarch. This is a golden start. With excitement, Tuo Yu then looked down. As a baby, although you have a clear head, you know that you can't do anything with your baby's body. So until your body grows well, you choose to live, and what you do every day is to eat, pee, and shit. Your appetite is very large. In order to meet your needs, Hyuga Hiyashi even found a few nurses for you. At first, you did not refuse, and then later, you began to choose some good-looking nurses. Afterwards, if the appearance value is lower than 7 points, you will just shake your head when you come. One day at 5 months, when you were walking down the street with Hyuga Hiyashi, you saw a girl with black hair. That was Uchiha Makoto holding Sasuke, and you immediately started yelling, hands facing Uchiha Makoto waving. At first, everyone thought you were frightened by Makoto. Uchiha Makoto hugged you to comfort you, but in the next second, you posted to her and made an appearance of liking her. Seeing your appearance, Uchiha Makoto likes you very much and resolutely acts as your nurse. From then on, you screamed every day. At first Hyuga Hiyashi didn't know the reason for your crying, but then he found out that you wanted to go to Uchiha Makoto. Because every time you meet Uchiha Makoto, you struggle and make noise, twisting your limbs, trying to jump into her arms. Over time, Hyuga Hiyashi understands the rules. Whenever you cry, he will hold you and go to Uchiha Makoto. This search is out of control, and you even took away the share that originally belonged to Sasuke. But Uchiha Makoto is also very happy to be liked by you so much, and even thinks that you are her third child. At this point in the simulation, Tuo Yu only felt that everyone was numb. This wave of his operations cannot be said to be very beautiful, only Tianshou. The flower show, good fortune bell god show. The show's scalp is numb. Accidentally manipulated Uchiha Makoto into his own nurse. Moreover, it is also reasonable and legal. People Uchiha Makoto still love it. A year later, you can walk, you are much stronger than ordinary children, but you are not happy at all. Because you can no longer be above board, go to Uchiha Makoto. However, you still often go to Sasuke's house to find Uchiha Makoto to play. You are like a normal child who likes a good-looking big sister, throwing herself into her arms and acting like a spoiled child. She takes care of you, makes cakes for you, holds your hand, and takes you for a walk, just like a real same as mother. 2 years later, you still run to Sasuke's house every day. At this time, Sasuke can already walk, and he will be bullied by you at any time. In the 3rd year, your sister Hinata was born. You circle around her excitedly every day, help her to urinate, bathe her, and take her to Sasuke's house to rub milk and drink. In the 6th year, you predicted Uchiha's genocide. The day before the night of annihilation, you asked Uchiha Makoto to take you out of the village, in order to save her from the vicious hands of the filial son. However, Uchiha Makoto had long expected this day, and she chose to advance and retreat with her own clan. You were so anxious that you tried every means to lure her away, but she refused. She even had a premonition that you would know about the genocide, but she still chose to stay. This is her destiny. On the evening of the night of the genocide, Uchiha Makoto held you for a long time, and then let Hyuga Hiyashi take you home. The Uchiha clan was annihilated that night, and Uchiha Makoto died. You and Hinata hugged and cried for a long time. After several months, you are still very sad. You start to be angry and try to be strong, practice the physique and gentle fist handed down by the Hyuga family, and hone your white eyes. You swear to avenge Uchiha Makoto, and kill Uchiha Itachi, the dutiful son. After a year, your taijutsu and ninjutsu have progressed in average, and the sharpness of your eyes is also average. At this time, Hyuga Hiyashi understands that you are not very talented, but you don't think so because you discovered your other talent, that is blasting. In an accidental practice, you found that the fist you punched out could produce an explosion-like power. This is definitely not the power of gentle fist. After accidentally triggering it a few times, you finally realized that this is your special talent, and you named it the blasting talent. Soon, your training focus will shift from Hyuga's taijutsu to developing blasting skills. You begin to try to control this power so that it can be stimulated at will, no longer by accident. You find yourself extremely talented, and in just 1 week, you can control the power of the explosion at will. Chapter 45 Practicing the Skills of the Killer Queen. Ability Out of Control, 48-258. Chapter 45 Practicing the Skills of the Killer Queen. Ability out of control, but this power is still too weak. Even if you use all your strength, it can only generate the explosive power of 5 cents a box of firecrackers. This kind of power can only be used to fry cow dung, and it can only barely knock off some bark, and it can't blow through the trunk. Good guy, how do you measure blasting power like this? Tuo Yu narrowed his eyes. 5 cents a box of firecrackers, the power is really average. But if every punch can produce this kind of power, it is actually quite impressive. You start to focus on improving the power of blasting. 1 month later, the explosion in your fist can blow up the bark in the trunk of about 1 centimeter. After half a year, the power of the explosion increased again, and it could directly punch a gap in the tree. 1 year later, you punched down and was able to completely blow off the trunk. You entered the ninja school and began to learn ninjutsu and other knowledge. However, the focus of your training is still on blasting ability. 1 month after entering school, you began to combine blasting and gentle fist to develop a set of explosive punches. After the successful development of this skill, you will have a contest with the Little Devils of the Akamiki clan that day. As a result, there is no doubt that the other party suffered a fiasco. And because of your great blasting power, you were seriously injured by the explosion. This incident disturbed the younger half of Konoha village, the school teacher's criticism, the other's parents made trouble, and finally your father Hyuga Hiyashi came forward to settle the storm. 2 months later, Hinata was kidnapped by the Land of Thunder. Although he was finally rescued, he sacrificed the life of Hyuga Neji's father. At the family meeting, you were very angry and at the same time very self-blaming. Said that Hinata might not have been killed if you had been there, so it's all your fault. And to make up for your mistake, you decided to move into Hinata's room to sleep and guard her day and night. No one can stop your violent temper, and all the clansmen praise you for loving your sister. That night, you moved into Hinata's room, you got into her bed, and told her, Hinata's body is yours to guard. You start practicing harder, your blasting ability is getting stronger and stronger, you don't even need to use any physical skills, just swing your fist vigorously, you can generate an explosion. You start to research stronger blasting technology. Because you know that you are talented in this regard, what kind of art you can develop this blasting ability into is entirely up to you. In your mind, with a template character, you want to create similar abilities to him. This template character is the boss Kira in JoJo 4, his stand-in Killer Queen, who turns everything he touches into bombs. You start to think about how to create this ability. You go to ask Kakashi, Jiraiya, 3rd Hokage, these masters in the village. Because of your prominent status, they are all eager to explain to you and impart your knowledge. After 6 months, you finally successfully developed a skill similar to the Killer Queen. The principle of this technique is to turn your chakra into a bomb. When you touch an object, you will leave a layer of chakra on the surface of the object, and then you will detonate it, so it looks like everything you touch will turn into a bomb. At first, the power of this kind of bomb was very small, almost only a slight shock, and even the paper could not be blown. 2 months later, the power gradually increased. After you touch an ordinary paper cup, you can already blow it up. After 5 months, you touched the steamed bun in the breakfast shop and successfully blasted it. 8 months later, when you were taking a nap at the ninja school, you accidentally touched the hand of a kid from the Nara clan, which caused an explosion and blew his entire hand into a maim. This time, it's your father who came forward to settle it, and you can't help but sigh. It's really easy to have a great father. 9 months later, you tried to blow up a banyan tree in the backyard of your home. After you touched its bark, you avoided it and detonated it. You succeeded. The hard tree trunk was blasted through a hole by you, and your person was in a room 20 meters away, which means that you already have the ability to explode remotely. And this power is enough to cause real damage to ninjas. At this point, Tuo Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, unable to hide his excitement. Actually, successful, he actually created an ability similar to that of the Killer Queen. Tuo Yu was shocked. You know, the Killer Queen, but one of the few doubles he thinks is very handsome. The hole is a blaster, and the ability is extremely unrestrained. Anything he touches will directly turn into a bomb. There is no way to escape at all, and this was actually developed by yourself, using the ninjutsu system. Genius. Your explosive ability has caught the attention of Hyuga Hiyashi. Under his inquiry, you did not hide it, but told him truthfully about your abilities. After all, you know that Hyuga Hiyashi is the biological father, and he will only protect you. Soon, Kakashi, Might Guy, 3rd Hokage. The higher-ups in the village also know about your terrifying abilities. In the Hokage office, when you learned that you graduated early, you slapped the desk excitedly, and then the desk exploded. In the chaos, you touch 3rd Hokage's body again, and 3rd Hokage explodes. Fortunately, 3rd Hokage's body is tough, but his arm was blown open, and there is no serious problem with life, otherwise your ninja career will end today. You begin to discover the drawbacks of this ability, that is, with your physical development, physical fitness and chakra growth, your blasting power is getting bigger and bigger, and most importantly, your emotions, which greatly affects your ability. If your emotions are too excited, it will cause the objects that your body touches to explode instantly. 1 month after you graduated from Genin, you caused multiple explosions. Hokage office, Konoha Street, Ichiraku ramen shop. Because of the Killer Queen skills you developed, everything around you may turn into bombs, so everyone starts to panic about you. The classmates began to deliberately keep a distance from you, and the clansmen also try not to contact you. Only Hinata, when she is in her room at night, will still let you sleep with her arms. You feel very distressed, because you didn't think about the situation of losing control of your ability. You just keep increasing the firepower in your chakra, but you didn't expect the concentration to be so high now. You feel like you've become a walking powder keg. You start to feel a little lost, and even Hinata dares not touch it. Because you have reached that age, if some throbbing is not controlled, you are afraid that you will hurt Hinata. After half a month, under the advice of Hyuga Hiyashi and the thinking of 3rd Hokage, they decided to let Pervy Sage accept you as a disciple. Because everyone knows very well that the ability of blasting, although it has great destructive power, is also extremely dangerous. If you don't control it well and use it freely, it will cause great security risks. You, and Deidara of the Land of Earth, are good examples. In order to control your own power, you decided to embark on the path of cultivation with Jiraiya. On the day you turned 13, you waved goodbye to everyone in the village. Chapter 46 Develop a remote blasting technique, air blasting. 49 258. Chapter 46 Develop a remote blasting technique, air blasting. You carry your luggage and leave the village after the tall figure of Jiraiya. You and Jiraiya walked for a whole week. When you arrive at a small town on the border of the Land of Fire at night, Jiraiya tells you, the explosive ability is very difficult to control, especially your ability, which will go berserk according to your emotions and mentality. In short, your heart can't accept let it go, especially when you are emotionally unstable, like a woman with a big ant who has completely turned into a walking powder keg. You agree with Jiraiya's theory, because you are really upset. After all, you have reached the age when you need to vent, and the ability to practice such a violent all day long makes you very angry. You ask what should Jiraiya do. You think that with such a powerful knowledge of him, there must be a way to deal with it. If it really doesn't work, go to Turtle Island, control the tailed beast, and let your restless heart cool down there. However, what you didn't expect is that Jiraiya responded to you with a smirk. In this case, just come with one shot. You were dumbfounded on the spot, but Jiraiya gave a smirk and continued to explain in a prudent manner. Your ability is out of control, and it comes from the restlessness in your heart. As long as you vent it out, your heart will automatically become calm, and your ability will naturally just got it under control. You are stunned for 2 seconds, then give a thumbs up, saying that Jiraiya is really good and well deserved. You are willing to use his method to try. Please lead the way. An hour later, the two of you came to a bath shop in town. This kind of shop is legal in the ninja world, and Jiraiya is an old acquaintance here, and he will take you in with a familiarity. You picked a girl who looked like she could play. Jiraiya picked 2. You two walk into 2 rooms, and in order not to be embarrassed, the rooms are far apart. Puff. Seeing this, Tuo Yu squirted out on the spot. Good guy, what's the situation? Isn't it good to go to practice? How did you go to the strange store? Moreover, Jiraiya, the LSP, is too outrageous to operate. His theory was right, but who would bring a kid into that kind of shop? Tuo Yu's heart was pounding, nervously looking at himself in the Sims. Although a bit outrageous, he was still looking forward to it. After all, this technician lady is pretty good looking. Without any accident, you started to practice. The little sister asked you a few polite words charmingly, such as how old are you this year, is it the first time you have come to this kind of store, etc. You answer truthfully. After 5 minutes of preparation, Miss Sister takes the initiative to take you to the theme. However, 1 minute later, the entire massage parlor had a huge explosion. The little sister under you, all the guests, the owner of the hotel, were blown to ashes. Only a terrified Jiraiya is left, sitting in the scorched ruins with a blank buttocks. Quote, quote. At this point in the simulation, Tuo Yu's expression has frozen. Nice guy, he shouted out, nice guy. He also said to release the pressure and calm the heart. This is such a direct blow to everyone. The store was bombed. This idiot Jiraiya, look at your bad idea. Killed so many female bodhisattvas, alas. Tuo Yu sighed silently. In my heart, I mourn for 3 seconds of silence for those kind ladies and sisters. That night, you escaped from this town. After walking for a full day, he stopped. Jiraiya apologized to you. He said that he did not expect that things would develop to this point. Actually, it will blow people up. You look speechless, although your heart is indeed calmer now, but that is at the cost of dozens of lives. If you can, you would rather not have this peace. After a while, Jiraiya took out a balloon from the bag and let you touch it, and he put another balloon on the outside of the balloon. He told you that this is the earthly way to cultivate Rasengan. Now you must try it. After detonating the inner balloon, the outer balloon will not be affected. You accepted this method and began to continue to practice. 1 day passed, and you easily blew up 2 balloons. 3 days have passed, and you have blown up hundreds of balloons. Half a month has passed, and you can succeed 1 time out of 10. This way of blasting and controlling your strength is very difficult for you. Because the two are inherently contradictory. The explosion is to release the power as much as possible, but now you have to completely control this power. This is like in an explosion, a 360-degree spherical airflow is generated. This airflow will generate tens of millions of shocks. As long as a shock wave hits the outer balloon, it will be detonated. In other words, at the moment you cast the explosion, you have to control tens of millions of shock waves. This is really hard, but there is no way, you have to travel and practice at the same time. During this period, while you were controlling the blasting, you began to develop stronger blasting ninjutsu. Because you think, if you really can't use the pseudo-killer queen anymore, you can simply change to a distant war mage. Yes, the blasting technique with large destructive power is displayed from a long distance, just like the blasting mage in the light novel. After a week, your new surgery will have a look. You can detonate a balloon at a distance of 5 meters. After a month, your control number has not progressed at all, but you can detonate 10 balloons at a distance of 50 meters. This exaggerated rate of progress, even Jiraiya was dumbfounded. After all, Namikaze Minato and Kakashi, who are called geniuses, their 2 signature ninjutsu Rasengan and Reikiri, the development units are calculated in years. But you shortened the time to months. Jiraiya even wonders if her plan is in the wrong direction. 2 months later, your remote blasting technology has reached a state that can be used for actual combat. You can detonate an adult height stake from 200 meters away. In other words, if your target is an ordinary person, you can blow it up 200 meters away. But your control is still not progressing. And as you practice a lot of powerful blasting techniques, the gunpowder content in your chakra is getting stronger and stronger, and sometimes even just stepping on the grass will cause a burst of explosions. 2 months later, you and Jiraiya came to the vicinity of the land of the earth, and here, you happened to encounter a battle. The 2 sides in the fight are Deidara and Haidu. Not long ago, Deidara betrayed the land of the earth, and Haishu, as a junior sister, has been looking for him. But when we meet again, Deidara has already put on the auspicious cloud uniform of the Shao organization, and in order to get rid of the black soil, he is about to hit her hard. Deidara threw a clay bomb, and bursts of explosions came from the sky. The black soil couldn't resist, and had to retreat. However, just when Deidara was about to throw the C3 bomb, you shot. You just put your hand in the air, and the newly formed C3 bomb exploded instantly, causing a series of explosions. Then, you launch remote blasting again, blasting 5 or 6 rounds around Deidara. In the end, he couldn't bear the terrifying blasting power and fled in a panic on the bird. Chapter 47 With the help of black soil, your ability sublimates. 5258. Chapter 47 With the help of black soil, your ability sublimates. You walked out of the forest and wanted to walk away, but you found that Haidu was injured in the explosion just now and was unconscious. You rescued her with the demeanor of a gentleman. In the next month, you took good care of the black soil, fed her, changed her clothes, and even gave her a bath. Although she resisted at first, she couldn't beat you. You tell her that you are very good at dealing with burns and blasts, and have been dealing with them for more than 10 years, so it is right to listen to you. Haidu didn't believe it at first, but as her injuries recovered quickly, she realized that you really want to take care of her, not to eat her tofu. It may be because you were moved by your persistence and sincerity. After 3 months, the two of you fell in love with each other and fell in love with each other. Is it going so fast? Tuo Yu only felt that he was simple and arrogant. Hinata is a strong woman, and she actually has feelings for him. It seems that he is too sincere. You told Black Earth about your experience, she expressed sympathy for your flammable and explosive constitution, and she expressed her willingness to help you practice. You started to continue the balloon exercise, but now there is a cute girl who is squatting next to you every day, looking at you with a look of fondness. When you succeed, the black soil cheers, and when you fail, she will come to hug you and tell you not to be sad. With the attention of your girlfriend, your technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, and you are only a step away from the final success. But there is only one thing that makes Hinata very incomprehensible, that is, she has become your girlfriend, but you have not taken the initiative to touch her, not even holding hands. That night, the starry sky filled the air, and the summer insects contended. You and Black Earth are embracing by the lake, and the atmosphere is very good. Black soil took the initiative to kiss, although you resisted, but the atmosphere was in place and still followed the trend. But just when the two of you were about to communicate further and prepare to make big moves with each other, you suddenly stopped, because you remembered before what happened at the massage parlor. It was on that night that you left behind sequelae. The reason why you dare not take the initiative to touch the black soil is because you are afraid of hurting her. Because your whole body is full of bombs, your chakra, hair, and even your saliva, may become bombs, so you are very cautious. Seeing this, Tuo Yu felt a little uncomfortable. This time, I finally talked to a girlfriend normally, but in the end I couldn't touch it. At the critical moment, did you put on your pants? So angry, you hug your knees silently, squatting on the spot with a desperate look on your face. Hinata actually already knows your reason, but she still chooses to come and hug you, she is not afraid of your ability. And at this moment, Jiraiya, who had been hiding in the lake and peeping, got out of the water a little unhappy. He told you both to try a dangerous cure. You look confused, and the black soil is flushed, and you pick up a big stone and smash it at it. Jiraiya was smashed with a big bag on her head, but she told you seriously, when you are the most excited, if you can still control your blasting power, then you can completely master this kind of strength. After he explained the specific plan to both you and Hinata were flushed. Because the specific operation timing of that method turned out to be like that. You refuse on the spot, because you absolutely don't want to take this risk. If you fail, you will be blown up by you like the lady in the massage parlor before. But Hinata held your hand tightly and said with a serious face, I am willing. You were moved by her attitude. At this moment, you feel that you are really in love with this woman, not her face and legs, but her heart, her whole. Quote. Seeing this, Tuo Yu has no idea where to complain. All I can say is, as expected of you, Jiraiya. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that Jiraiya's method seemed to be fine. As the saying goes, heart disease still needs heart medicine, he is the root of the disease left at that time. Moreover, if you can control your explosion even when you were the most emotional, isn't it easy at ordinary times? 3 days later, the final practice officially begins. You and the black soil entered a deep cave. You have placed carpets, candles, and fragrances here in advance, and you have tried your best to create a romantic atmosphere. Because you don't want the woman you love so plainly to lose the first time. When the black soil asked you why you chose this place, you turned your head seriously and told her, if you succeed, you two will go out together, if you fail, you two will be buried together. Hearing this, she held your hand even tighter. The two of you held hands and lay in the cave for a whole day. You were very nervous and kept making mental preparations. Jiraiya is silently leaning against a big tree outside the mountain, with his eyes closed and his arms folded on his chest. He wants to witness everything today, no matter if he succeeds or fails. Finally, it is late at night. There is no light in the cave, you lit candles and fragrances, and under the light of the light, you feel that the black soil is so beautiful and beautiful. The candle gradually burns, and the two of you still do not move. Finally, when the candle is about to go out, you start the ceremony. On one side is the girl you love deeply, and on the other side is your uncontrollable explosive ability. You finally understand at this moment, the explosion is actually very simple, but the real difficulty is restraint in order to protect the loved one. This is called, like is presumptuous, love is restraint. Your emotions have reached the highest point, but, in order to protect the black soil, you are fighting with your own soul. You are finished. However, there was no explosion. Your cultivation is successful. Hinata hugs you tightly, weeping. Jiraiya outside, also showed a smile that was swept away. After calmly raising his hand, he silently disappeared into the forest. From now on, your ability has been sublimated. Your blasting talent no longer haunts you like a disaster, but is real and becomes a part of your body. You can control all kinds of explosions as you like. You can blow up the top half of a toothpick from 20 meters away. You can fry the ice cream packaging, leaving only the body. Your big explosion technology can produce a super large explosion with a radius of 1 kilometer at most, but with your chakra is limited, you can only cast it up to 5 times a day. Chapter 48 You disintegrated the Shao organization, you married the black soil. 51 258. Chapter 48 You disintegrated the Shao organization, you married the black soil. Has it been successful? Become a demolition maniac. Seeing the simulation here, Tuo Yu pursed his lips. Not to mention the power of his own blasting. As far as the unforgettable love between him and the black soil is concerned, it feels okay. This memory must be preserved well, and then find an opportunity to share it with her. Your explosive ability is getting stronger and stronger, even Jiraiya is amazed, and if you continue to grow, your explosive ability will even catch up with Tailed Beast Bomb. Another year has passed. During this period, you followed Jiraiya on several missions. With some savings, you told Black Earth that you plan to marry her in the future. She's moved, but you know it won't be so simple, because 3rd Hokage and 3rd Tsuchikage are mortal enemies. If you really want to marry Black Earth, you have to find a way to get 3rd Hokage to step down. So for the next 2 years, you have not returned to the village, and you have been wandering around the ninja world with black soil, and occasionally you will take some tasks on the black market to make money. Wait until the Chunin exam is over and 3rd Hokage is killed before you return to the village with the black soil. Your classmates, friends, family members, all gathered around to see your little girlfriend. Hyuga Hiyashi, Kakashi, all showed gratified smiles after learning that you have been able to successfully control your runaway power. When you were at home, you and Black Soil lived in Hinata's bedroom. The two of them slept next to each other and you slept in the middle. After a few days, Xiao organized a duo to attack. You know that you still have one important thing to do, that is to kill Uchiha Itachi and avenge Uchiha Makoto. Your ability is extremely unbelievable. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame have just stepped into the territory of Konoha village when they were hit by a series of explosions. Stones, sand, even grass on the ground, everything that catches the eye, turns into bombs. And the power is not bad. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame immediately withdrew to the river. Little did they know that your blasting ability has surpassed common sense. Even water, as long as it gets on your chakra, you can turn it into a bomb. 2 people were thrown out in the overwhelming explosion. Kakashi, Asuma, Might Guy, Red Yuhi. All Konoha's masters were dispatched and began to encircle and suppress them. Of course, you are also among them. With everyone's cooperation, you successfully seized the opportunity and displayed a big explosion. Kisame was blown into fish sauce and killed on the spot. After a few rounds of battle, Uchiha Itachi also discovered the principle of your blasting technique. As long as your chakra doesn't touch your body, there will be no explosion. He turned on Susa's body, but as everyone knows, you already know his details. Susa, who is not turned on by Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, can only last for 20 or 30 minutes at most. So you frustrated everyone and fought a tug of war. After a lot of pulling, the outside of Konoha village was smashed into pieces. Among them, Asuma was unfortunately hacked to death by Susa again. Why say again? After some delaying tactics, Jiraiya joins the fray. With the side effects of the eyes, Uchiha Itachi started to be unable to hold on, and the Susa shell began to dissipate. And you, taking the opportunity, used all the chakra to cover his neck. After a muffled sound, Uchiha Itachi's head was separated, and his neck was cut off neatly. Afterwards, you took Uchiha's head and came to the tombstone of Uchiha Makoto. You hang his head here and let him repent for the rest of his life. FK, what the hell is this? Seeing this, Tuo Yu couldn't help but pouted. After taking revenge, forget about it, and even hang his son's head in front of his tombstone. How deep is this hatred? But if you think about it carefully, Tuo Yu should be able to understand. Uchiha Makoto, a very important woman to him. I was fed by her, so my feelings are naturally different, just like my sister. Makoto's death may have really made me sad. After killing Uchiha Itachi, you start to plan the next step, which is to dismantle the small organization. Otherwise, the wedding date between you and Heitu may not be in sight. You just want to protect this woman and let her get happiness. After Tsunade returns to the village, you call Jiraiya and come to the Hokage office together. You tell them that you have already investigated the details of Xiao's organization during your travels in the past few years. Tsunade and Jiraiya were shocked when they learned that the true identity of the organization turned out to be the 3 children they had rescued. You made a plan and infiltrated the country of Rain with Jiraiya. You deliberately chose the battlefield in a closed sewer, where you released a large amount of chakra. When the 6 Paths Pain gathered, you set off a bomb that blinded them. Without Rinnegan's sight, 6 Paths Pain is like a kite with a broken eye, and Nagato, without Pain's protection, is just an ordinary disabled person. You have no mercy, and you directly used 2 big explosions to organize the entire Xiao organization. All bases were destroyed. Apart from Nagato, Hidan was unfortunately killed by you. As for the others, they are all performing tasks outside at this time, and they don't even know that their home is gone. You found Konan, and with Jiraiya's persuasion, let her calm down. You offered to cooperate with her to kill the masked man, and she readily accepted. 1 month later, the lake on the border of the Land of Rain. Obito, who received a notification from Konan, was tricked. Konan released more than 500 billion detonating charms prepared here, which continued to explode for 10 minutes. Obito casts Izanagi and rewrites reality. However, just when he thought all the detonating talismans were used up, the seawater actually exploded. Then continued for another 3 minutes. This time Obito has no moves, so he can't activate Kamui. His strength is at most the level of Kakashi. He was killed by you. Konan took the bodies of Nagato and Yahiko, and followed you back to Konoha village, where he opened an origami shop. 2 months later, Tsunade found Orochimaru's secret base and let him return to Konoha on the premise of promising to heal his hands. Yakushi Kabuto, Shangolin and others also followed along with shame, and the potential threat was lifted. 3 months later, the 7th team led by Kakashi found Black Zetsu hidden in the country of grass, and killed him according to your instructions, and the biggest threat was lifted. Half a year later, the Land of Fire issued an invitation to form an alliance with the Land of Earth, on the grounds that your precious granddaughter was going to marry at Konoha village. Onogi angrily flew to Konoha village with his subordinates to visit his granddaughter who had not returned for several years. After seeing you, who is a talented person, and learning that you have dismantled the record of the Akatsuki organization, the kinship group in the land of the land lost their temper. Your father-in-law, Huang Tu, proposed to play 2 tricks with you. The Konoha people said he was courting death, but you deliberately lost to him. However, as everyone knows, it is this act that makes him feel that his daughter is not wrong, and he can trust the black soil to you. 1 year later, you and the black soil held a grand wedding. On the wedding day, the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Thunder also allied with the Kingdom of Fire. After the banquet, you took the black soil and went to worship Uchiha Makoto, and you said a lot in front of her tombstone. In the end, you suddenly realized that Uchiha Itachi's head seemed to be taken away by something. At this point, the ninja world is peaceful. After marriage, you and Haidu did not choose to have children, but went to the ninja world to wander around. And the main reason is that she can fly and it is convenient to go anywhere. 10 years later, the Otsutsuki star invaded the earth, and at this time, you are taking a bath with the black soil in the country of soup, and you don't know it. A few years later, the war ended, and after all, the ninjas won the aliens. 50 years later, your life has come to an end. Lying on the hospital bed, under the comfort of the black soil, you smiled and told her to go on waves in the next life. You slowly close your eyes. Your life ends here. Simulation ends. Chapter 49. Start the mission. Go to the land of the land to investigate. 52-258. Chapter 49. Start the mission. Go to the land of the land to investigate. Quote, quote. Check out this simulation. Tuo Yu's heart was extremely shocked, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. You and the black soil have been wandering for a lifetime. And, it's too sweet. In order to create a peaceful ninja world, he married the black soil smoothly, and also disintegrated the Akatsuki organization. This is love. This wave, we must save the memory well, this is more lethal than the calamus. Tuo Yu can't wait to meet the black soil. His life, especially his relationship with Hei-Tu, is really remarkable. If nothing else, Haishu risked his life to be with him in the cave in order to help him in his cultivation. It was very unforgettable. This is not true love, there is absolutely no way to do such a thing. Take a deep breath. Tuo Yu calmed down his shocked heart. At the same time, the red face gradually returned to its original color. Okay, the system can settle the bill. Ding, simulation is over, in the process of settlement. Please wait, ding, this simulation, the score is SS. Hearing the sound of the system, Tuo Yu was a little excited for a moment, then immediately calmed down. True to its name, in his life this time, it is not an exaggeration to get the evaluation of SS. Born from a good family, lovely sister, good teacher, rich experience and practice, brilliant record. The key is to have a long-legged wife. This time, it can be said to be perfect. It is no exaggeration to get SS evaluation. Ding. In view of your rating getting SS, you can choose 3 from the following rewards. 1. The blasting ability you have honed. 2. Your accumulated amount of chakra for decades. 3. The skills you and Black Earth developed together. I remember that memory seems to be automatically retained now. Tuo Yu dragged his chin and glanced at the system panel. Then what else to choose? It must be all. For a moment, several huge forces poured into Tuo Yu's body instantly. In the past few decades, the blasting ability that has been honed hard, the amount of chakra that has not increased much, and the good memory with the black soil. All loaded to the body. This, after countless detailed images flashed through his mind, Tuo Yu blushed. There is actually a scar on the black soil's butt. Did you blow yourself up? Taking back his unkind thoughts, Tuo Yu quickly checked his abilities. He clenched his fist slightly and felt it. He suddenly felt a complex and mysterious blasting mystery lingering in his body. His blasting technique, unlike Deidara's, only bombards mindlessly. But you can do it freely. What does it mean? For example, to blow up an apple placed on a chair, a common detonator or Deidara's clay bomb must be ignorant. Just blow up the whole apple and the chair. But Tuo Yu's blasting technology can only blow up the apple, or even only a specific notch on the apple, but not affect other places. Precise control explosion. This accuracy has already surpassed the Killer Queen. There was a hint of excitement in Tuo Yu's eyes. This is really worthy of the years he has been honing. If it is just an explosion, then he may not be so strong. Because blasting ninjutsu requires a lot of chakra, according to his current chakra, the big blasting technique can only be released 3 times. But with this precisely controlled blasting technique, he was able to do the most damage with the least chakra. To know that he killed Uchiha Itachi, he just wrapped a chakra around his neck. Then the next task. With this simulation experience, and after getting these abilities, the tasks in Tuo Yu's mind were already numbered. That's right, it is to go to the land of the earth and carry out a reconnaissance mission. Cover the quilt and turn off the lights. Tuo Yu fell asleep beautifully. Early on day 2, he and Hong Yuhi came to 3rd Hokage's office. How is it? Have you thought about the mission? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, smashing his pipe. After thinking about it, I want to investigate the specific strength of the 10 fortresses in the border defense of the land of the land. After hearing this mission, Hong Yuhi frowned slightly next to her. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was also a little horrified. Have you really thought about it? This task is not an easy task. 10 fortresses mean that a large number of troops will be deployed there. If you don't get it right, the two of you will be captured. Kurenai Yuhi thought so too. Reconnaissance is a task second only to assassination. Generally speaking, reconnaissance missions need to go deep behind enemy lines, in other words, go to the enemy base camp. Such conditions requires ninjas with extremely high reflexes and hiding abilities. Otherwise, enemies are all around, and if an action is not done correctly, it will immediately arouse the suspicion of the other party. The consequences could be disastrous. Face the concerns of the two. Tuo Yu remained unchanged. I have decided, if even this kind of task can't be completed, how is it possible to make the ninja world peaceful? Besides, hasn't the land of Earth always been the nemesis of the land of Fire? Chapter 50 Meet the Black Soil, Deidara joins the battle. 53 258. Chapter 50 Meet the Black Soil, Deidara joins the battle. Hear this. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. He took a serious look at the young man in front of him, and from his eyes, he saw full of expectations and enthusiasm for the future. As if he was lying down, not to complete a daunting task, but to meet his girlfriend who had never seen many children. Well, since you are determined to do this task, then go. Be careful and come back alive. After watching Tuo Yu and Hong Yuhi leave the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently exhaled a cigarette and sighed with relief. To do this for the village, this child is Konoha's hope. Konoha Street. Hong Yuhi walked behind Tuo Yu. To be honest, this time, she felt a little pressure. To investigate the border of the land, and 10 strongholds. How many troops must be stationed there? At least hundreds of people. In this case, at least a small class is dispatched. It's just her and Tuo Yu this time, is that okay? Hey, Tuo Yu, have you really made up your mind? This mission is no child's play. If one is not done well, both of us may die outside. Yuhika asked bluntly, not wanting to pretend to be an adult. It doesn't matter, I will die sooner or later anyway, it would be better if I died together, isn't it? Tuo Yu replied with a smile. You guy. Kurenai Yuhi blushed. Tuo Yu was so determined, she couldn't say anything more. Only biting the bullet. That night, Tuo Yu packed up his luggage and set off with Hong Yuhi. The land of Earth and the land of Fire are not directly bordered by the land of Rain, the land of Grass, and the land of Taki. In order not to cause trouble, Hong Yuhi chose to pass through the country of Taki. At the same time, over the land of the land, a big clay bird was quietly gliding through the clouds. At this moment, a man in auspicious clouds uniform with golden bangs covering one eye was carefully observing the situation on the ground with the binoculars on his eyes. What the hell is that old man doing? Are you planning to invade the land of Taki? Damn it, I was supposed to test my new bomb today, and I had to be sent to investigate. That stinky BCH Conan, sooner or later I'm going to blow her up, huh? Deidara muttered in dissatisfaction. Because the ninja world is such a large area, no matter which country has troubles, the information will be spread immediately. And the land of Earth and the land of Rain are very close, so once they do something, Pain will react immediately. No, let Deidara, whose former owner is the land of the land, come to investigate today. And the other side, after more than a week of traveling, Tuo Yu and Yuhi Hong finally arrived at the border of the land of the land. In the forest, Tuo Yu and Kurenai Yuhi hide their breath, lurking in the grass. At this time, on the other side of a large river on the border of the land, a dozen fortifications have been built. Looking at the shape, it should be built with Earth style and used to live in a concentration camp. And a group of rock shinobi, who are going back and forth at this time, are quickly building bridges over the river. There are more than 20 bridges in total, and each bridge is 30 or 40 meters long and 10 meters wide. It can be used as a road for troops. Why do these people build bridges? Are you ready to go to war? Or, just to deliver supplies? 35. Kurenai Yuhi kept thinking. It is also one of their goals this time to find out the reason for such a big commotion in the land of the land. Hey, Tuo Yu, what do you think? Hong Yuhi touched Tuo Yu's arm and asked in a low voice. What do you think? Well, it's really pretty. Tuo Yu stared ahead with his eyes and said intently. Where does it look good? Legs. Didn't you see my old, that black-haired girl, do you have long legs? Kurenai Yuhi blinked her eyes in surprise, then gathered her energy and looked forward. Really, a black-haired girl of 15 or 16 was floating in the sky. It seems to be in command. Can float. She should be 3rd Hokage's granddaughter. After realizing what Tuo Yu was looking at, Hong Yuhi immediately pinched his A. You stinky boy, let you perform a task, what are you looking at? But Tuo Yu didn't care at all. He feels very lucky, because I originally came to this task with the mentality of giving it a try. I didn't expect to meet Black Earth, his ex-wife. Should I give her the memory now, or will I give it to her after we meet? Tuo Yu thought in his mind. In the end, I decided to talk about it after we met. Otherwise it would seem a little weird. Even though no one has ever seen her before, she still knows each other and becomes Tuo Yu's wife. Hey, speed up your progress, otherwise, you won't be able to keep up. The black soil floating in the air, like a black-hearted foreman, urged the ninjas below. Hey, I said. Tuo Yu touched Yuhika's shoulder and whispered. Our mission is to investigate what these people are doing, right? If we kill them all, will the mission be considered a success? 99. Hearing this, Hong Yuhi immediately panicked. You idiot. What nonsense are you talking about? How do you kill so many people? This is also. In fact, according to the current ability of Tuo Yu, it is not a problem to kill half of the people. Just put 2 big explosions, and everyone here will turn to ashes. But the problem is, he didn't want to accidentally hurt the black soil. And if he rashly kills people close to the black soil, his memories will be useless no matter how good they are. Then why don't we just destroy the bridge and the house? Tuo Yu suggested again. It's possible, but it's not easy to implement, so many people are staring at it, and I didn't bring so many detonating charms. I don't need a detonator, I can. What? Kurenai Yuhi stared at Tuo Yu in surprise. Do you want to rush over? She was a little nervous. No, I can just lie down here and destroy all their buildings. Hearing this, Hong Yuhi felt as if she had heard the Arabian Nights. She just felt that Tuo Yu was talking nonsense. From the grass they were monitoring, to the fortifications on the other side of the river, at least 70 to 80 meters away. Is he going to fly over there? Otherwise, how could it be possible to blow up something so far here? However, without explaining to Hong Yuhi, Tuo Yu just silently activated his blasting ability. A finger-thick chakra floated out of Tuo Yu's body, and then floated all the way to a bridge that had been repaired. Then, the chakra began to spread, pull, and become like a huge spider web, covering the bridge. Are you ready? Don't look away. Tuo Yu smiled strangely. Then, as if imitating the pose of the Killer Queen launching the bomb, she pressed her thumb. Swish. A puff of smoke flickered from the bridge in an instant, and then. Rumbling. The whole bridge actually started to collapse. What happened? All rock shinobi are dumbfounded. This is so good, why did the bridge suddenly collapse? Get out of the way. The bridge has collapsed. Mother. What happened? A group of rock shinobi, screaming and running away, and the black soil floating in the sky was also stunned. But after only a second of confusion, she immediately began to command. Everyone, stay away from the river bank. Evacuate to the house first. However, he did not wait for the black earth voice to fall. Beside, a 2-story building fortification cracked, and then collapsed with a bang. 1 building, 2 building. Just like tarot cards, the stone bridges and buildings began to collapse one after another. In the blink of an eye, the scene was in ruins. Seeing this scene, Kurenai Yuhi was completely dumbfounded. How did you do it? How can that be? Tuo Yu smiled mysteriously and remained silent. His blasting ability, even when looking at the entire ninja world, is extremely unbelievable. Originally, if you want to blow up such a big bridge, you need at least dozens of detonating charms or hundreds of kilograms of explosives. But for Tuo Yu, no need at all. All he had to do was release his chakra charges, distribute them extremely evenly in all the crevices, and detonate. As long as there are enough lines in the branch, even a little explosive power can shatter the target. What the hell happened? In the sky, looking at the project that has been completely destroyed and turned into ruins, the black people are stupid. Originally, it was 3rd Tsuchikage who supervised her to build these bridges. The purpose is to annex the country of grass in the future. However, this is good, it is almost halfway repaired, and the bridge and fortifications all collapsed. The river is 30 or 40 meters wide, and the current is fast. There's no way to get past it. And right now, on the ground, a group of rock shinobi suddenly shouted to the sky. Look, there seems to be someone in the sky. That big white bird, that's Deidara. Damn, did he do it? Countless people instantly began to scold the betrayal of this land country. Tuo Yu was also stunned. Before he even showed his face, someone came out to take the blame for him. In the sky, Deidara looked at the ground in surprise. Didn't they say they were secretly building bridges here? What about the bridge? Where is it? However, before Deidara could search carefully, the black soil had already flown over. Deidara, UBD, why ruin our good? Quote? Deidara looked bewildered. We've almost repaired the bridge, and you guys actually blew them all up. What's your purpose? Quote. Deidara almost didn't utter a foul language. This FK, what's the situation? When people fly in the sky, the pot is buckled. I just arrived, what bridge did I blow up? What does it have to do with him? Hey, black soil, don't spit blood. I've only just arrived, so I didn't blow up the bridge. Deidara explained loudly, but how could the black earth listen? Pulling out kunai, he charged towards Deidara in a rage. Whizzing, black earth continued to shoot shuriken at Deidara, but he was dodged by him. And Deidara is not easy to provoke. She used to be a violent temper, but now she is slandered, and the fire is even bigger. Stinky woman, I think you are the granddaughter of 3rd Tsuchikage and don't want to kill you. Since you came to die on your own initiative, don't blame me. With that said, Deidara put her hand into the satchel around her waist and started making bombs. Ah, no, black soil can't beat Deidara. 55. In the grass, seeing his ex-wife being bullied, Tuo Yu immediately stood up. Then point one finger at the sky, aiming at Deidara's big bird. Boom, with a sudden explosion, the big clay bird under Deidara's feet was instantly reduced to ashes. And his whole person is like a kite with a broken string, falling straight down again. Deidara, quote. 2 people, as well as a few 10 rock shinobi, looked dumbfounded. Who is it? Who threw the cannonball? Chapter 51 Deidara. In front of Senior Tuo Yu's miracle, I'm a scumbag. 54 258. Chapter 51 Deidara. In front of Senior Tuo Yu's miracle, I'm a scumbag. Who is it? Get out of here, or I'll blow up this area. Deidara yelled. A group of rock shinobi were terrified. And, anyone else? Black Earth frowned in surprise. It wasn't until this time that she realized that she had misunderstood Deidara just now. There are actually other ninjas in this place who can use demolition ninjutsu. The bridge was blown up by that guy. Damn, do you still want to hide? Without saying a word, Deidara put both hands into her pocket, made 2 bird bombs from the bag, and threw them into the grass on the opposite side. Drink. As Deidara raised 2 fingers, a violent explosion immediately occurred in the grass opposite. Boom. The perched birds were startled. After a few seconds, 2 figures came out of the forest. Is that you? Who are you, guy? How dare you blow up this big clay bird? Deidara cursed wildly. Black soil and other rock shinobi also quickly surrounded. However, because there was a big river of 30 or 40 meters between the two, and the river was fast, no one could pass through. The 2 sides had to scold across the river. Oh, it's not all because of your random shots. Bombs, you didn't use them like that. Tuo Yu replied calmly. Originally, his own big bird was blown up, and the battle with the black soil ended, and Deidara just wanted to teach this man a little. But it's different now. How dare he say that his bomb doesn't work? This is tarnishing your own art. Capital offense. UBD. How dare you underestimate my art? Do you know that I'm the most powerful blasting artist in the whole ninja world? Deidara yelled angrily. What? It's up to you. Stop laughing. Tuo Yu looked contemptuous. Your art of demolition is not even a child's trick. Number 71. Tuo Yu's words are like dancing in a minefield. It directly angered Deidara from head to toe. That guy. Who is? How dare you say that about Deidara's art? The black soil on one side was also dumbfounded. You must know that Deidara is a madman who lives for explosions. Since he learned the blasting ninjutsu, he is either doing blasting or on the way to blasting. Even because of this incident, he was forced to leave the village. Black soil even thinks that Deidara regards the art of demolition as more important than his life. And the other side, so shameful. 023 Humiliation. This guy, looks like he's going to completely PS off Deidara. The black soil unconsciously took 2 steps back. She already felt the murderous aura in Deidara. UBD. How dare you underestimate my art? I must kill you today. Deidara quickly reached into her pocket. The mouth on the hand bit down a piece of clay, and then, 70 or 80 locust bombs were sprayed out. Go to hell. Dozens of flying insects flew across the river towards Tuo Yu and Kurenai Yuhi. Be careful. Kurenai Yuhi immediately cast 2 explosive talismans, which detonated in the air at Vice Admiral. But there were still about 10 locust bombs that were missed. Just about to bump into Tuo Yu. However, squeak. The locust bomb is like being entangled in a spider web, hanging in the air and unable to move. Next second, clap clap. Dozens of locust bombs blew themselves up for some unknown reason. But the point is, the sound of their explosion is extremely small. Like a dud. What happened? Not just Deidara, Yuhi Red, Black Soil, and a group of rock shinobi from the land of soil are all stunned. They could see that what blocked the sky above Tuo Yu just now was a spider web woven by chakra. But why did Deidara's bomb turn into a dud? And it was not controlled by him, and it exploded on its own. UBD. What the hell did you do? Deidara questioned in shock. Haidu also looked nervous and wanted to know the reason. Tuo Yu's face was indifferent. It's nothing, I just used my bomb to blow up your bomb in advance. 99. What a joke. Deidara was shocked and angry. My bomb is not so weak. Tuo Yu frowned slightly. When you destroy the nuclear bomb, do you also want to trigger a nuclear explosion? But he explained that Deidara must not understand. The only response is a stronger bomb. The 2 big mouths in Deidara's hands spurted out 2 balls of white clay. The clay quickly condensed and formed on the ground, and after a few seconds, it turned into 2 human-shaped puppets, which were manipulated using chakra lines. Whizzing. Deidara manipulated the puppet and swung 2 knives, but stopped abruptly. Because he found that these 2 puppets seemed unable to cross this river. Boom. Deidara was furious and detonated the puppet directly. Did you see it? This is the power of my bomb. 55. After seeing the power of this explosion, Hong Yuhi and those rock shinobi were shocked. Only Tuo Yu and Black Soil, feeling a little speechless. CACG. Deidara, didn't you really detonate them on purpose when you found that they couldn't jump over? Hei-Tu asked silently. Shut up, or I'll blow you up. Deidara's face turned red. Immediately take out a more powerful bomb. C2. Dragon. A huge dragon-shaped clay monster appeared out of nowhere. His fierce aura and the huge energy released from his body made everyone terrified. Hey, you're afraid. 35. This is my. Boom. Before Deidara could react, the next second, the clay dragon collapsed. Turned into a cloud of dust. Seeing this scene, Deidara's whole person is stupid. It was very close just now, so he could see clearly how his bomb was misfired. My own C2 dragon was wrapped in a layer of mesh chakra, and then vibrated in an instant, and it was misfired. How can that be? Isn't that chakra? That small amount of chakra can explode. What the hell is this technique? Deidara's scalp was numb, and a cold sweat broke out from her palms. The chakra of Tuo Yu just now is almost negligible. If fully condensed, it is estimated to be only half the size of a fist. Such a little chakra directly detonated such a huge dragon. So I said, your art is not mature enough. Tuo Yu's face was calm. What are Deidara's bombs compared to his decades of demolition careers? You know, even his sweat, hair, can turn into a bomb. Everything he touches, or wherever his chakra goes, can be detonated by him. And the power can be freely controlled. I don't believe it. UBD, I don't believe you have such technology. Deidara was completely furious, and directly sacrificed his trump card. C4 Garuda, a giant humanoid Deidara bomb. Seeing this technique, Haitu's face instantly paled. Unstoppable trembling all over. How is it possible? 9. Deidara, are you bastards blowing everyone up? The other rock shinobi also recognized it. This technique is one of Deidara's two strongest blasting ninjutsu. Once cast, the doll will break down into invisible, almost molecular-sized mini-bombs that are sucked into the body by the creature. After these bombs are put into the body, they will be flooded in the blood vessels and intercellular spaces. Once detonated, disintegrate the creature directly from the inside. It's over. This BD actually used this technique. He was kicked out of the village because of this technique. 35. Run. Countless rock shinobi, scared to flee the scene. The red and black soil of Yuhi has long been pale, and his legs are weak, and he can't take a step. Deidara's whole body is also excited. Roaring madly, don't waste your efforts. Use this trick, none of you can escape. All die here for me. Next second, Deidara raised both of them and roared angrily. Drink. However, what was expected did not happen. That human-shaped Deidara bomb didn't explode. What happened? Deidara hurriedly jumped over to check. I was stunned by the sight in front of me. Because C4 Garilo has been decomposed and turned into countless tiny molecules, which are free. But it was wrapped in a thin layer of chakra. Nothing leaked out. Boom. Tuo Yu here, clenched his fists. The countless molecular bombs that were wrapped exploded instantly. That layer of chakra coating was even stretched open and turned into a sphere. What the hell is this technique? Seeing the scene in front of her, Deidara was completely shocked. He is second only to the most powerful bomb that blew himself up, and there are so many powerful bombs just now, so easy to crack. The other party used a little chakra, and all his bombs failed. You, who the hell are you? Deidara shouted in panic. Nothing, just an ordinary Konoha genin. Having said that, Deidara only felt a punch in the face. No, absolutely impossible, your blasting skills are so strong. It can't be just genin. Tuo Yu shrugged helplessly. Although everyone doesn't seem to believe it, he really didn't lie. What kind of technology do you use? Your blasting ninjutsu is completely different from mine. Deidara hammered the ground with some grief. He also has an ultimate ninjutsu C0 self-destruction that has not been displayed because he has not yet fully developed it. If that's the case, can you surprise the demolitionist across the river a little? Tuo Yu frowned slightly, perhaps because he also had a life as a demolition maniac, so he did not hesitate to say a few more words. Your explosive ninjutsu is too rough. Just to make a powerful explosion, everyone can do it. 5. Talking. Tuo Yu straightened his right arm and pointed to an open space in the distance. All the people on the scene cast their gazes nervously. Black soil, Yuhi read, Deidara. After 2 seconds, no response. After 5 seconds, still no response. Just when everyone's patience reached the limit and wanted to turn back. Sudden, boom, a huge blast that exploded out of thin air. A monstrous flame, burning into a sphere in the air. The soil and gravel on the ground were pushed open into a huge deep pit. The explosion radius is at least 300 meters. The rock shinobi at the scene were all stunned. Panic, heart palpitations, fear after. All kinds of fearful emotions emerged in their hearts. Detonate from the air, without the help of any warlocks, any props, or even a link seal, there was an explosion just so far away. If he pointed at the crowd just now, wouldn't everyone suffer from this explosion? Boom, boom, several rock shinobi, unable to bear the huge impact, sat on the ground in fright. The black soil is also weak in the legs, and can't help but be afraid. As for Deidara, the whole person has a ghostly expression. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Actually, you can explode without using anything. And the power is so strong. No one has ever seen such a terrifying ninjutsu. After all, he is Tuo Yu's black talent, which he has spent decades working hard to develop. Understood. Pure power, this is nothing extraordinary. The key is fine control. Tuo Yu spoke to Deidara calmly with the look of a senior. Then, what shall we do then? Deidara raised her head nervously. At this time, he has a completely different mentality from just now. Rather than going all out to find a way to kill Tuo Yu, what is more in his heart now is his curiosity about Tuo Yu's blasting technique and his respect for him. This feeling is like a junior high school student who loves playing basketball suddenly encounters an NBA star disguised as a passerby. Goodbye. After realizing the absolute technical gap, it is impossible to continue to be rampant. Instead, they will hold the attitude of reverence to seek knowledge and explore. About control, that's hard. Tuo Yu can only explain it this way. After all, it took him many years to control the fineness of the blasting. He even staked his girlfriend's life as a bet. However, it seems that you are also playing blasting, I can show you. That black-haired, long-legged lady over there, please pick up a rock. 35. Heitu shook his head from side to side and found that she was the only girl present, and immediately blushed. What are you doing? Hurry up and pick it up. Deidara urged anxiously. Heitu had no choice but to pick up a stone slightly larger than his fist. Is this okay? Yes. 99. Tuo Yu nodded. Then, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people at the scene, he slowly raised his hand. A stream of chakra filaments, invisible to the naked eye, almost only visible to the white eye and Sharingan, began to emanate from his fingers. Then, floating across the river, attached to the stone in the hands of the black soil. Then, Tuo Yu pulled his fingers slightly. Crackle crackle, an extremely subtle blasting vibration spread on the stone. The black soil only felt numb in the hand. In the next second, the stone in his hand began to collapse as if it had burst into the shape of a heart. There's even a line of grooved text on it. Love black soil, lying trough. This almost miraculous operation caused the entire scene, hundreds of people, to fall into a dead silence. This is too exaggerated. How exactly did it happen? My God, who the hell is he? This is too strong. A miracle, I would call it a miracle. Amazing skill. Hundreds of rock shinobi, Red Yuhi, Deidara, shocked beyond measure. The black soil is holding the stone heart, looking at the writing on it, his face is red, he stands in the same place like a wooden stake, and his heart is beating wildly. Understood. That's about it. With Yuhi Hong's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Tuo Yu calmly put away his hands. The opposite Deidara, at this moment, has completely fallen. Fallen by Tuo Yu's almost miraculous blasting technique. Compared with Tuo Yu's skills, his blasting ninjutsu is really not a fart. Just like a child player's house, it will only throw bombs at random. There is no sense of art at all. Predecessor, senior, Deidara put her hands on the ground, lowered her head humbly, and called out to Tuo Yu loudly. Please tell me your name. Seeing Deidara make such a move, everyone was deeply shocked. But in fact, their hearts are the same as Deidara. I also want to know the name of this god-level blasting master on the opposite side. Tuo Yu didn't speak, just stretched out his hand again. Chapter 52 Tuo Yu. Stop pretending, it's a showdown, I'm a descendant of Sage of Six Paths. 55 258. Chapter 52 Tuo Yu. Stop pretending, it's a showdown, I'm a descendant of Sage of Six Paths. Chakra came out of the way. Boom. On the ground in front of Deidara, a circle of dust-level explosions suddenly occurred. The breeze was blowing, and the dirt that had just been blown into dust by Tuo Yu drifted away with the wind. Engraved in the dent in the ground is his name. Tuo Yu. This moment, the whole scene was dead silent, and the needle drop could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at Tuo Yu's name, and they were shocked beyond words. Senior Tuo Yu. At this point, in Deidara's eyes, Tuo Yu's body is so tall big. He is like a hero hidden in the city, exuding brilliance. Senior Tuo Yu, I will definitely surpass you. Please wait and see. Deidara was extremely reverent, turned to leave Tuo Yu, and bowed deeply. This is from the same blasting madman, a rookie, and respect for the top gods in the industry. Artist's etiquette. Seeing Deidara from being arrogant and domineering at the very beginning, to being humble and yielding now, with a respectful appearance. The black soil next to him, his fingers could not help but squeeze slightly. What kind of power does that boy have? To make that BD Deidara look like this? Heitu couldn't help thinking silently, but when he saw the stone love in his hand, his face immediately turned extremely red. And in a trance, there seemed to be some strange memories floating in her brain. He was injured by Deidara and rescued by Tuo Yu. Fall in love with him again, help him practice, share the bed. Even in the end, the two became a couple and lived a romantic life. Quote exclamation mark. 35. Black earth covered his mouth in fright. His fair face was full of crimson, and his eyes were shining with happiness. What's going on? I just glanced at him, and actually, I even thought about the life after marriage with him. Tuo Yu, what kind of person are you? In the forest, while walking in the direction of the land of fire, Hong Yuhi asked Tuo Yu in shock. The terrifying murderous aura that scared the PG prisoners before, plus today, instantly lost the strength of a member of the Akatsuki organization. Tuo Yu is definitely not an ordinary person. Hong Yuhi even wondered if Tuo Yu was the illegitimate child of third Hokage, or some other big family. Otherwise, there is no explanation. Tuo Yu paused and looked at Hong Yuhi with a serious face. I'm supposed to be a descendant of Sage of Six Paths. What did you say? After hearing this name, Hong Yuhi was stunned in place, and she was horrified. Sage of Six Paths. Tuo Yu turned out to be the originator of the legendary Chunin world, the descendant of Sage of Six Paths. Are you serious? 99. You're not kidding. Sage of Six Paths, isn't that a character that exists only in legends? Kurenai Yuhi was obviously frightened. If Tuo Yu said something like this in normal times, she would definitely pass it with a fist. Who are you fooling? Also Sage of Six Paths. Why don't you go to heaven? However, at this time, Red Yuhi was completely unprepared. After seeing Tuo Yu's terrifying power with his own eyes, the origin of the other party has completely become a mystery. No matter what exaggerated truth Tuo Yu says, she will believe it. On the contrary, if Tuo Yu said that she didn't know, or was vague, and just found a low-level reason to prevaricate it, she would still doubt it. This is the right lie. Seeing that Yuhiko was completely taken in, Tuo Yu went a step further and started to guide her. No, Sage of Six Paths really exists. In my mind, there are still memories related to the ancient times. For example, I remember the last name of Sage of Six Paths, he seems to be Otsutsuki. Lying. Trough. Red Yuhi's face was extremely shocking, and the ruby-like eyes stared at the boss. Even the last name of Sage of Six Paths is mentioned. With that said, Tuo Yu is definitely not lying, he is serious. He is truly a descendant of Sage of Six Paths. Then, can you remember anything more? 35. About the Six Paths, or your background? Kurenai Yuhi asked anxiously, but Tuo Yu was in no hurry to tell all the information. Because if it's all said, for example Sage of Six Paths is called Otsutsuki Hagoromo, his mother is called Otsutsuki Kagaya, Senju and Uchiha are the reincarnations of his sons. If this is all said, then the credibility will be reduced. It is just hazy, and if there is something, it reveals some information. Neither true nor false, this ambiguity is the most convincing. The rest, I can't remember. But there is one thing that I have an impression of. I remember the eyes of Sage of Six Paths, it seems to be called Rinnegan, with a circle of spiral patterns. This information was deliberately selected by Tuo Yu. The reason is of course simple. Because this information is verifiable. You know, although Yuhika or Kakashi, the younger Jonin, don't know the intelligence of Sage of Six Paths. But there are a few people in Konoha village that definitely know it. That's Konoha Sanin. During the Second Ninja World War, when Jiraiya rescued Nagato and Yahiko, he instantly recognized Nagato's eyes, which are the same as Six Paths. The reason why he was able to recognize it must be due to Orochimaru's homework. After all, even the ultimate evolution of Sharingan was Rinnegan, which was deduced by Orochimaru, and he naturally knew the existence of Sage of Six Paths. Therefore, as long as Hong Yuhi goes back to Jiraiya to verify, he will be able to confirm what Tuo Yu said immediately. Yuhi Hong was stunned in place, her heart tumbling incessantly. I thought that what I brought with me was just a stinky brat. Where did you think it would be a descendant of Sage of Six Paths? This kind of thing is so shocking. Teacher Yuhika. Tuo Yu patted Kurenai Yuhi's leg, pulling her thoughts back from her trance. Can you keep this a secret for me? Tuo Yu looked sincere. Why? Because, I don't want everyone to know my identity, otherwise, I may not be able to be friends with everyone. Tuo Yu's realistic acting skills completely made Yuhiko surrender. Look, what is air volume? He is obviously a descendant of the ancestor of the ninja world, Sage of Six Paths, but he is so low-key just to cherish the friendship of his partners. I don't know how many times better than the guy who wrote, My Hokage Father. Hong Yuhi was doting on her face, and her eyes flashed with a gleam of love. Well, I will, only the two of us know this secret. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. Shao Organization Base. Deidara has returned. Conan opened the paper wings and slowly fell to Hidan. If pain hadn't reminded her that Deidara had returned, she would have thought he hadn't arrived home. Otherwise, why didn't you report to her? Yeah, that BD came back a long time ago. With a sullen face, he locked himself in the room after he came back, and I don't know why he was stimulated. Hidan looked unhappy. Really, I really want to stab him with a knife. Inspired. After hearing this explanation, Conan's pale face also had some doubts. Deidara can be said to be the most outgoing and unrestrained person in their organization. It's not about demolition, or it's on the way to demolition. Never saw him depressed. Did you have an accident outside? 35. Conan frowned slightly, then fluttered his wings and flew into Deidara's room. Dong dong. After knocking twice, Conan pushed open the door and entered. At this time, Deidara had already taken off his uniform, and the explosive bag around his waist had also been removed and placed on the table with a decadent and confused look on his face. This scene really stunned Conan. What's the situation? Didn't he ask him to investigate the construction of the bridge on the border of the land? Do you feel heartbroken when you meet an acquaintance? Deidara, what's wrong with you? Have you met someone from the past? Deidara's background is known to Conan, who was expelled from the village because of the random explosions, which cost her life. So I chose to be a traitor. Mainly, Deidara's age is not very big. If he met his old friends, such as Third Tsuchikage, during the mission today, if he persuaded him to be good, maybe his heart would really be shaken. Well, I met. Conan frowned. Is this Deidara about to leave the organization? However, it's Tuo Yu Senpai who I'm concerned about. How can he be so strong? So strong, so strong, so strong. His art is the real art, mine can't even touch his heels. 0. Deidara took care of herself and thought a lot. Conan was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Senior Tuo Yu, is it a master of the land? Deidara, who is that Tuo Yu you speak of? 35. Conan asked further. The movements and psychological conditions of the members of the master organization are one of her tasks. It's a senior of Konoha. Deidara's expression was still a little dazed. Konoha's. There was a hint of doubt in Conan's dark orange pupils. She doesn't seem to have heard of Konoha and a master of Tuo Yu. Could it be that he has only shown his talents recently? What is the origin of that person named Tuo Yu and Kakashi in their era? Or with Konoha Sanin? No, Deidara shook her head. Senior Tuo Yu is only about 13 or 14 years old, much younger than me. If you don't explain it, you don't know, but when you explain it, Conan is even more confused. 13 or 14, senior. What the hell is this Deidara talking about? He's only 13 or 14, but you call him senior. Conan added discrepantly. It's not a matter of age. Deidara became excited. Senior Tuo Yu's technique is the pinnacle. I've never seen anyone use blasting like that. Really, just like miracles, you wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes. Deidara Barbara said a lot. Although most of the descriptions Conan didn't understand, what kind of air explosion, blowing up his own bombs with his bombs, blowing stones into hearts, and engraving names with the explosions. This sentence sounds like a fantasy, Conan really can't imagine it. However, she could tell from Deidara's attitude that Deidara was not exaggerating. The other party is an amazing demolition expert. Deidara was totally freaked out. Then, that person named Tuo Yu, do you want to send someone to get rid of him? 35. Conan just asked a tentative question, and was immediately attacked by Deidara's fierce artillery fire. BD, how can you do this to Senior Tuo Yu? He is the most powerful blasting genius in the whole ninja world. 50 years, no, not even 1 in 100 years. He's a true master of art. Even if I practice for another 10 years, I may not be able to surpass him. 39. Seeing Deidara looking like he was about to go mad, Conan quickly changed his words. Okay, I see, that guy named Tuo Yu, I don't care about him. It's the master. Call him Master Tuo Yu. Well, I don't care about Master Tuo Yu. Chapter 53 Tuo Yu, the Great Screenwriter, A Touching Diary. 56 258. Chapter 53 Tuo Yu, the Great Screenwriter, A Touching Diary. The sun is setting, and dusk is approaching. Konoha Village, office of 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was leaning back in his chair, reading Yuhika's written report. Forcing the members of the Shao organization to withdraw. More than a dozen bridges and construction fortifications were all destroyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked more and more wrong. An old face looked solemn, and his heart was full of shock. What's the situation? Tuo Yu chose this time, isn't it a B-level mission? How could he be made into an S-rank mission? Witnessed by hundreds of rock shinobi, destroying people's construction works in person, and fighting and defeating a member of Akatsuki. In the end, the two of them were able to come back intact. What is this kidding? Is this something that a newcomer of you can do? That's the way it is, Lord 3rd Generation. Tuo Yu's strength is far beyond our imagination, especially his blasting ninjutsu, it can be said to be the pinnacle. 5. Yuhi Hong's face was a little embarrassed. She didn't really want to say the specifics of this mission, because she was afraid that 3rd Hokage would investigate Tuo Yu and harass his life. But don't say it, because there were so many people at the scene, the paper couldn't wrap the fire. In case 3rd Hokage knew after the fact that Hong Yuhi had deliberately concealed the details of this mission, it would be even more troublesome. So, aside from the fact that Tuo Yu is a descendant of Sage of Six Paths, Yuhika has all the tricks. As that kid's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply. Indeed, he underestimated Tuo Yu. I thought that Tuo Yu was only a Chunin-level brat, but he was smarter and loved the village. But I didn't expect it to be so hidden. Directly force back a member of the Akatsuki organization. Even if it is Konoha's Jonin, I am afraid that only a few people can do it. Okay, I know what happened, you can step back. 99. Red Yuhi nodded and exited the Hokage office. She walked on the street worriedly, looking a little dazed. But suddenly, Hong Yuhi was refreshed, because she saw a white-haired man in red clothes. It was Jiraiya. Jiraiya-senpai. Hong Yuhi hurried to catch up. She had a problem that she had to figure out. Yo, what's the matter, little Hong Hong? Want to go for a drink with me? Jiraiya looked like an ISP with a wicked smile. Hong Yuhi said with a serious face. No, actually I want to ask you a question. Do you know about Sage of Six Paths? Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya frowned slightly. Yes, do you know anything about him? For example, does he really exist, or what is his name and what characteristics does he have? This. Jiraiya thought for a few seconds while dragging her chin. Then, iced smile again. Why don't you go have a drink with me and I'll tell you. Senior. Kurenai Yuhi stared angrily and puffed out her face angrily. Cough cough. Jiraiya hurriedly coughed to relieve the embarrassment. Sage of Six Paths, it definitely exists, but I don't know the name. Speaking of features, by the way, the eyes of Sage of Six Paths are Rinnegan, you know, the kind of eyes that can control the reincarnation of six paths, like this, circle after circle. Jiraiya crouched on the ground, picked up a tree branch and drew the shape of Rinnegan. After seeing that shape, Kurenai Yuhi's brain roared and her whole body shivered. Actually, it's true, Tuo Yu is truly a descendant of Sage of Six Paths. At this moment, it is not Tuo Yu, but Sarutobi Hiruzen that Yuhika begins to worry about. If one did not operate well and really sent someone to investigate Tuo Yu, forcing Tuo Yu to explode with more powerful power, then 3rd Hokage might be in danger. How is it, little Hong Hong? Would you like to have a drink with me? Go to Utatane Kaharu for a drink. At night, at Tuo Yu's house. After a long journey, Tuo Yu took a shower and lay down on the bed to rest. Ah, so tired. If only I could have the ability to fly like Black Soil. I don't know how the Black Soil is doing now, have you received a memory copy? Tuo Yu sighed to himself. But he actually didn't know that the Black Soil far away in the land of soil had not slept well for 3 days and 3 nights. As soon as I close my eyes every day, the images of her and Tuo Yu automatically flow into my mind. And when he thinks of those pictures, Haitu's face is red and his ears are red, so shy that he can't sleep. If I had known, I should have stayed longer, at least meet face to face. 99. Tuo Yu thought so silently. After about an hour, he got up and sat down at the desk. Get out your notebook and pen. Tuo Yu began to write something seriously. What is he doing? Who do you write to? On the roof of a building outside Tuo Yu's house, Anbu, who was hiding in the darkness, sighed in confusion. He was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor Tuo Yu. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to take some measures after learning such exaggerated information. Otherwise, if he doesn't even have such a little sense of vigilance, then he should stop being a Hokage. Ah, it should be like this. On the desk, Tuo Yu's expression was sometimes tangled and sometimes soothing. Looks very serious. Certainly, he's not really writing letters, he's writing a diary. And this diary of his is not what he wanted to write, but for third Hokage. In this mission, Tuo Yu burst out with such terrifying strength, and if you think about it with your toes, you can guess that third Hokage will investigate him. 9 times out of 10, someone is already watching him outside. Tuo Yu is not afraid of third generation, mainly because Sarutobi Hiruzen still has value for him. Rather than being a ninja at the mercy of others, it would be better to lead the third generation by the nose without being aware of it. That's right, silently control third Hokage. So, just go ahead, set up the game, and wait for third Hokage to jump into the pit. After writing this small composition, not to mention too much, third generation's trust in him will definitely increase by 2 levels after seeing it. The third generation will be stronger, the master is in his own hands. I have been writing for an hour. Tuo Yu just closed the notebook and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that he was getting more and more grandmaster layout and calculation. It may be because I have simulated a few times of high IQ life and learned some unique ways of thinking and strategies. After stretching, Tuo Yu put the notebook in the drawer. In order to make it easier for the surveillance ninja outside to find it smoothly, he also deliberately hid the second notebook under the book. Because if you do this, even if you open the drawer as soon as you go home, you won't find that the notebook under the book is gone. Buy him time. He went back to bed and turned on the light to sleep. Early on day 2, Tuo Yu went to the street for breakfast as if nothing had happened. And sure enough, just as he left, Anbu Ninja, who had been guarding all night, immediately sneaked into his house and found a notebook in the drawer. This is, only opened for a cursory glance. Anbu frowned slightly. It must be shown to Hokage-sama. Hokage Building, 3rd Hokage Office. Today's Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the post earlier than usual and started smoking non-stop as soon as he sat down. He walked back and forth in the room, looking restless. Sarutobi Hiruzen's bedroom was disturbed after hearing Yuhika's report yesterday. Because Tuo Yu was his key cultivation target, and his hope of unifying Konoha in the world of ninja is all pinned on him. But this kid was actually dishonest and concealed his strength from them. If it's just his act of kindness, it's fine. Of course, if there are deeper motives, such as Tuo Yu being manipulated, Tuo Yu has more terrifying purposes, etc., then it will be a big trouble. Damn, why haven't you come yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen urged irritably. Next second, the office door was pushed open. Lord Hokage, seeing that the person coming was the Anbu he sent, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stepped forward to greet him. Point 0. Is there a situation? Yes, he came home last night and wrote a diary. 35. Quote question mark question mark question mark. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply. Bring it here and let me see it. Anbu hurriedly handed over the diary respectfully, while Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't wait to open it. Remember the first official mission. The meaning of the title is obvious. Serious Diary. This is to record the details of this mission. I am very happy to be appreciated by Lord Hokage and send me to do such an important task. Lord Hokage is indeed a good person worthy of respect. Seeing the first sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little bit stunned. How could Tuo Yu admire himself so much? His dangling heart eased a little. Tuo Yu could evaluate himself like this, it shouldn't be a big problem. To be honest, I am still quite nervous about this mission. After all, the land of the land is a long way away, and I am not familiar with the place. When I was on the road a few days ago, I was very scared, afraid that the mission would fail. I don't want to hurt Teacher Hong, and I don't want the village to suffer losses. Although it was very painful, I still endured it. Judging from the current results, it is fortunate that I held on to my teeth at the beginning, and I did not embarrass Lord Hokage and the village. Quote. Different from when you were on a mission, did you feel very entangled and nervous after actually leaving the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a thoughtful puff. The description in Tuo Yu's diary is vivid. It is exactly the mentality that a real ninja should have when he performs a mission for the first time. It's actually normal. After rushing for a few days, Mr. Hong is indeed a gentle and kind big sister, and she is good looking. I think he and Mr. Asuma are a perfect match, and they are suitable for each other. Speaking of Mr. Asuma, I don't know why, but I feel like he doesn't like me. Last time I went to visit Anbu, it seems that Teacher Asuma also proposed, and I was very sad when it ended up like that. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. This kid, did you already notice it? That idiot, Asuma, thought that what he did would deceive children, but people already knew about it. As soon as the two people were compared in his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen got angry. His own son Asuma, I don't want to talk about it, and his mind is still small. On the other hand, it was Tuo Yu, who knew that he was being targeted by Asuma, but he still endured it, and even blessed him and Hong Yuhi. This disparity in character is really not to mention. Continue reading 2.6. After rushing for several days, we finally arrived at our destination. My dear, I have never seen so many ninjas, each with a vicious appearance, repairing bridges there. However, there is a girl older than me, who is very good looking, and I learned later that she is the granddaughter of 3rd Tsuchikage. Teacher Yuhika guessed that these rock shinobi bridges were built so that they could attack the country of grass in the future. When I heard this, I felt very bad. The land of Earth has always been a very jumping country among the 5 major countries, and its troops are strong and strong. If they capture the country of grass, it will be directly bordered by the country of fire. I feel very confused, because our mission this time is just to investigate, not to assassinate or fight, and with the equipment we both carry, we cannot blow up these bridges. But the fact is, if we don't do anything and just leave like this, those bridges will be repaired soon, and then there will be pressure on the border of the Fire Nation. Very confused, because I know that I have that ability. I have never used that blasting ability, and there are many other abilities besides this. Because I know they are too powerful, and once used, they make me look different. I just want to be a genin in peace and be with Naruto, little Sakura and the others. I just want to protect everyone silently, and I don't want to be excluded because of my outstanding abilities. And if I use that ability, maybe Yuhika-sensei will also be hit. Chapter 54. The simulation starts again. There is actually a charging god of war. 57-258. Chapter 54. The simulation starts again. There is actually a charging god of war. As this kid struggling, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath. Because one's own ability is too large, if you use it at will, it may cause harm to others and hit their self-esteem. Just like with Uchiha Sasuke before. He's really a kind kid. If ordinary people have such strong power, I'm afraid they can't wait to show themselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt that Tuo Yu was very different from the rest of his age. Whether it is strength or thinking, they are far beyond them. And what worries Sarutobi Hiruzen even more is that, judging by the way Tuo Yu's diary is written, he may have other powerful powers. Although I was very entangled, in the end, I still used the ability to blast. After all, compared to everyone's life, what is it that I am alienated from others? The road of a hero is always difficult, and sometimes you have to make some forced actions. See here, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. Immediately, a warm current surged up. Tuo Yu's words, well said. Just like him, you must know that he, the 3rd Hokage, was not blackened behind his back. Said that his methods were vicious, insidious and cunning. But in fact, which movie is not like this? Playing politics, without any means, can you continue to play? Even the most foolish first generation in Konoha's history, there is still a second generation around him who is giving advice. Relying on truth, goodness and beauty alone can stabilize the village, eliminate bad guys and threats. This kind of situation only occurs in Dreams 20. I destroyed all the buildings, and I also defeated a guy who seemed to be organized by Akatsuki. However, I did not kill people because I wanted to settle disputes peacefully. Whether it's everyone in Konoha or ninjas from other countries, there is no distinction between high and low in human life, everyone is very important. I don't know if I'm doing it right or not. I hope that after returning to the village, Lord Hokage will not scold me. Silly boy, how could I scold you? Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a relieved smile. Seeing this, he can basically be sure that Tuo Yu is no longer a threat. Not only is there no threat, moreover, he is even more worthy of cultivation. Such a state of mind, such a height, how many people in Konoha village can have? The mission is finally over, although the process was a little rough, but after returning to the village and seeing Hokage and everyone, my heart returned to peace. And, I am even more convinced. The path I take is the right one, and I will always fight to protect everyone. As long as there are leaves flying, the fire will burn, the shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and new leaves will sprout. Where the leaves are flying, the fire also grows. Konoha 59 years, July 8th, clear. After reading the last signature, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the notebook, I was filled with emotion. After a while, he looked down at Anbu. Go, bring Tuo Yu to me, bring me to the ninja school. 35. Also, this diary, you go and make a few copies. In future meetings, I will use it as a model. Konoha Street, Ichiro Ramen Shop. Tuo Yu was eating ramen with hesitation on his face. At this moment, an Anbu stepped forward. Tuo Yu, Lord Hokage is looking for you. Seeing this battle, Tuo Yu knew that the diary had been read by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The opponent has been fooled. Ninja school, Tuo Yu walked in under the leadership of Anbu. As soon as I stepped into the class door, I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting on the podium with a kind smile. Tuo Yu, you are here. To others, Sarutobi Hiruzen's amiable appearance may be fake. But for Tuo Yu, it's real and heartfelt. Lord Hokage, good, excuse me, what's the matter? Tuo Yu looked timid, as if he was still worrying about the things in his diary. And in today's classroom, not only Naruto and little Sakura are these students, Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuhika, Asuma. Many Konoha Jonins were also called. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. He came over and patted Tuo Yu on the shoulder. It's nothing, the main thing is that you have performed well in your mission this time, and I want to commend you. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen strode forward. He said to the students below and the elites of Konoha. Although Tuo Yu was just a newcomer, he is not afraid of difficulties and bravely completed the task. He is a good example for our Konoha. Whether you are students at school or mature adults, you must have the spirit of Tuo Yu. Don't be afraid of hardships and dangers, go forward with enthusiasm, and use your strength for the sake of your companions in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen speaks loudly. Many people below applauded. In order to appreciate Tuo Yu's contribution this time, I decided to give him a bonus of 50,000 taels. I hope he will make persistent efforts. Talking, an Anbu next to him suddenly came over with a plate. Inside is the silver note prepared by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly, the entire classroom exploded. How much? How much? 50,000 taels. My god. Little Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. This is enough to live for a few years. It's so cool. Naruto was also drooling with envy. Damn it. Tuo Yu has made a fortune. It has become a household of 10,000 yuan. Inazukaya also sighed in surprise. In addition to these students, Kakashi next to them are also shocked. Darling, 50,000 taels. This is enough for the full reward of AB level mission. What happened to third Hokage? Did you take the wrong medicine? When did he become so generous? Che, isn't it just to complete a task, as for such a high-profile commendation? Beside him, Asuma said disdainfully, immediately attracted the red eyes of Yuhi. What did you say, Asuma? Yuhi's red face suddenly pulled down. It's nothing, it's just an exaggeration. Hearing this, Hong Yuhi sneered twice. When I think of Tuo Yu's life experience, and look at this sloppy bearded man, I feel ridiculous. Asuma, seriously, you don't deserve Tuo Yu to carry shoes. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Read Yuhi's simple words, like a mace, smashed directly on Asuma's head. Everyone is stupid. What, shoes? Is it so serious? Isn't it just to complete a reconnaissance mission? Kurenai Yuhi didn't speak, just put on a look of contempt, like looking at garbage. After glaring at Asuma, he walked away angrily. On the street, holding the heavy silver note given by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tuo Yu happily went to the bank to deposit money. Own this wave of operations. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, eliminate suspicion and let third Hokage trust him more. No, it should be said that he has a deeper control over him. Second, Bai picked up 50,000 taels of silver notes and received praise from so many people. As for the third, Tuo Yu couldn't help but PK up his ears. Father, I really don't know. Asuma's voice came from the yard next to him. Immediately after, Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed. Shut up lousy. UBD. What are you? You think you're good at it? Do you know that your trick to tease Tuo Yu last time was already seen through? The loss has been endured silently, without making the words clear. 35. Look at your virtue. You also said that Ren Yuri Hong was deceived. I see that you are deceived, and you are fascinated by ghosts. People Tuo Yu sincerely wish you too, you have such a low and selfish idea. Snapped. A heavy slap hit Asuma's face. Even through a wall, Tuo Yu could hear it clearly. The third bird of the 3 birds with 1 stone is to play Asuma badly with a good attitude. At least between Asuma and Hong Yuhi, it is impossible to continue. The next step is to find a way to give him a hat. Evening. After work, Tuo Yu returned home. He opened the drawer and found that the diary had been returned. 027. Also, there seems to be no Anbu surveillance around the house. It seems that he has completely gained Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust. Close the door and draw the curtains. Tuo Yu sat silently on the bed. That's right, he's getting ready to start the simulation again. At the moment, Tuo Yu has 2 Super S-level abilities, the Fist of the King of Fighters and blasting skills. These 2 things are enough for him to surpass all Konoha Chunins, and even compare to some Jonins. But not enough. You must know that this simulation system can extend all kinds of life, so it is impossible to imagine any strange abilities that can be simulated. Just like this blasting skill. The strongest demolition expert in the whole ninja world is Deidara. However, Tuo Yu, who is equipped with black talent, after decades of simulation, actually created more advanced and exaggerated blasting skills than him. This doesn't mean that lightning style, fire style, water style, all kinds of ordinary ninjutsu, you can surpass yourself. And besides that, hearing, smell, strength, hardness, staying power. As long as there are attributes in this world, he can simulate them all. Even something that doesn't exist can be simulated. After sorting out my mood, Tuo Yu turned on the system. Then, start a new round of simulations. System, start the simulation. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, extraction is successful. You have drawn talents. Inhuman's Eye, black and gold, human, red, god of war, red. After seeing the talent that appeared this time, Tuo Yu couldn't help frowning. There was a very surprised expression on his face. What's the situation? Inhuman, human, and the charged god of war. If Tuo Yu remembered correctly, this inhuman is to make himself into something that is not human. Like rocks, sticks, but how come another person attribute? And, there is actually another god of war. Chapter 55 becomes the uniform of Shongyun again. This time it will be worn on Konan. 58 258. Chapter 55 becomes the uniform of Shongyun again. This time it will be worn on Konan. Hey, system, what the hell is this human talent? There are non-humans and human beings, isn't this a conflict with each other? Tuo Yu asked in his head puzzled. Ding, human, Talent refers to the talent of being a person, and it is specially matched with the non-human talent. In other words, as long as these two talents appear together, you will become an object with human thought, characteristics and action. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Does this mean that I can act like a human being? Seeing the system's explanation, Tuo Yu felt a little shocked. If you turn into a stone and bring the talent of human, can you run around? That's kind of scary, but didn't think too much about it. The specific effect has to be simulated. Taking a deep breath, he ordered loudly in his head. Start the simulation. Start simulation. Talents have been carried. Inhuman, human, charge god of war. The screen is being generated in real time. Please wait. After a hasty mechanical sound, the system began to simulate. And Tuo Yu, like a personal experience, started a new life. You have become a piece of clothing, a uniform of Shangyan. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Good guy. At the beginning, Tuo Yu was dumbfounded. Isn't this the same as the previous one? But in the next second, things unfolded differently. You were so restless and scolded God, why did you turn into clothes? How can you play this? However, at this moment, you discovered something strange, because your clothes seemed to move a little as you got emotional just now. You hurriedly activated the mind test. You were shocked. Because you found that you can control the body of your clothes as freely as a person. You can stand and twist your waist. You can breathe from top to bottom. Every inch of your clothes is like your organ. You have hearing, touch, vision, and even when you are emotionally excited, your body temperature will rise, and your clothes will become hot. You can even talk. FK. So, does that really mean that? Tuo Yu was shocked. Different from before. Before becoming an item, he was a pool of stagnant water. Without any action, he could only sit and wait. But now, he actually has the power of human action. A piece of clothing that can move and breathe like a human being. This feeling is like those exaggerated situations in Tom and Jerry. You are getting excited. Seeing this, Tuo Yu's face couldn't help but start to heat up. Because according to the effect of the third talent, I am afraid that I will start to make trouble. Originally, you were still worried that you were not a human being, but now you find that it is also beneficial to become clothes. Wearing on Conan is a benefit. As soon as you make up your mind, you immediately prepare to implement the plan. You move your body quietly and jump out of the cabinet. This scene seems to outsiders as if the clothes were accidentally blown off by the wind. You waited quietly on the ground for a few minutes and found no one. After some observation, you find that your location is the warehouse of Xiao's organization. Besides you, there are other Shangyan uniforms here. After waiting for another 5 minutes, you found that there was still no one, and stood up. Yes, a black base and red printed Shangyan uniform, just stood up. This, quote, seeing this picture, to be honest, Tuo Yu feels quite magical. Good guy, the clothes are alive. This is it. If other people saw this scene, I would be scared to death. You quietly open the door and stick out a corner of your clothes. Because of your special structure, every part of your body is an organ of hearing, touch, sight and smell. In other words, you can see, hear, and smell what's outside just by sticking out a corner of your clothes. You find a figure walking in the corridor. It's Hidan. He is shirtless, and the Shangyan uniform on the other side has been torn apart. From his appearance, it is obvious that he is coming to the warehouse to get new clothes. You quickly return to the hangar, fold yourself quickly, and hide it at the innermost. Your heart is pounding, because you definitely don't want to be taken away by Hidan. If you wear it on him, you might as well die. Hidan scolded. Who didn't close the door? Then goes to the hangar and starts to rummage. After a few seconds, Hidan got the new clothes, took off the old clothes, put them on the cage, and then walked out of the warehouse cursing. You have a false alarm, because you have no heart and pulse, so you can't feel it. You jumped out of the closet again and came to the door. You put your whole body on the door, so that you can hear the sound outside without opening the door. Unfortunately, there are people walking outside every now and then, so you can't just sneak out and sneak into Conan's room. You can only wait on the closet for an opportunity. I felt that it was quite difficult to make clothes, and the first step could not be carried out for a long time. 35. Tuo Yu felt that the most difficult part of his simulation this time was how to get out of the warehouse and put it on Conan smoothly. I don't know what I can do. Soon, 10 days have passed. In the past 10 days, you have been thinking about how to get out of this place. But there has been no good idea, and during this period, Hidan came to pick up the clothes twice. After all, every time this guy kills, he uses his own body as a bait. He will pierce himself with clothes, and he will lie on the ground to pray after he is done, so his consumption is the greatest. On the 15th day, someone came again. This time it's Hidan and Didera. Hidan still has a hole in the middle of his clothes, while Didara's clothes are all burnt in the second half, which seems to be caused by playing blasting art. Hidan picked up his clothes quickly, and was yelled at by Kakuzu after he walked out of the room, saying he wasted money. But Didera is different. He took one and threw it aside. Take another piece, still beside it. He took 7 or 8 pieces in full, only 2 pieces were missing, and he stopped when his hand reached your body. You suddenly realize at this time that he is looking for a size. The members of Akatsuki's organization are all different heights, so the sizes are also different. After Didera left, you became excited, because you thought of a way. There is a high probability that you can be worn on Conan. That is to change the size. You quickly measure your size. Unfortunately, you are L size. And Conan's body, according to your estimate, it should be AS size. In order to verify, you searched in the cabinet, and sure enough, you found a few uniforms of size S. You are sure that those are the clothes for Conan. Second, seeing this, Tuo Yu involuntarily applauded and praised himself. If I changed my size to a size S, it would definitely be taken away by Conan. And it is 100% taken away, because no one else can wear it. Now see if he has the ability to automatically change the size. Your plan has already been preliminary, that is, let yourself become an S size. Because you have human action methods, your body is very convenient to control. With great mental preparation, you start to draw the thread from your body. Sure enough, as you think, drawing the thread is a little painful. But still within the range that you can accept. And you found one more thing, that is, the thread that was pulled out and discarded no longer has your thinking, and your thinking, or your soul, can be left to the wool in the whole body. Walk in the middle. This is a great good thing for you. In other words, even if you are destroyed to the point where only a small piece of cloth remains, you still have a soul. As long as all the lines are not destroyed, you can survive. You can even sew the thread with the soul into other clothes, and you can complete a technique similar to living corpse reincarnation. Soon, you finished drawing the thread, you threw the thread in the pile of rags that Didera and the others threw away, you began to gird your waist and shoulders, and after a few minutes you adjusted, you changed from a size L uniform to I got a Shongyun uniform in size S. But it's not quite over yet, because there are more than a dozen S-size uniforms in this warehouse. How can Conan be able to choose himself among a dozen clothes at a glance? There is only one answer. That is to make yourself special and different. You start to adjust the line, changing the shape of an auspicious cloud on your chest into a red rosé. You understand the thoughts of women very well. They all love beauty. Conan also has a white paper rose pinned to her head. If she sees a wrongly printed flower here, she will definitely not be able to hold it. You climb back into the cabinet, stack yourself on top of the S size, and wait quietly for Conan to arrive. 66. This is really wonderful. I have to say, this series of operations is really too thoughtful. The chance of being drawn from a very low probability has now become almost a 90% chance of being drawn. Tuo Yu had to sigh with emotion that color is the primary productive force. I really worked so hard to get dressed on Conan. 5 more days have passed. Next 10 days, 20 days. During this period, many people came in to change clothes. Hidan, Didera, Kisame. Every time someone took clothes inside, Kakuzu would stand at the door and swear. Can you guys be careful? Clothes also cost money. Damn, Hidan, you've already changed your clothes a few times. Do you really want money? 35L. Don't throw away the old clothes, wear them back together next time, you can also take them out and sell them. 1. Whenever you hear Kakuzu yell at them, you want to laugh out loud. But you are afraid that you will be discovered, so you have to endure it. Finally, after a month, the person you have been waiting for is finally here. Closing square bracket dot. Chapter 56 You become Orochimaru's experiment, you will be infected with all the poisons in the whole ninja world. 59 258. Chapter 56 You become Orochimaru's experiment, you will be infected with all the poisons in the whole ninja world. Conan walks into the warehouse, you can tell there is a play just by looking at her tattered body. As expected, she walked over to the shelf where the uniforms were placed and started looking for the uniforms. You have already laid out in advance, and immediately caught her attention. This pattern is, Conan picks you up in surprise and looks at the red rose on his chest with a puzzled expression. She guessed that it was because of the wrong printing when making clothes. However, she couldn't resist your temptation, so she still took you out the door. You were taken away by Conan, and your heart was very excited. A few minutes later, you are wearing Conan. At this moment, you feel very strange, you seem to be Conan's armor. And Conan also felt amazing, because she felt that the dress seemed to have some temperature, and it was warmer than usual. In this way, you become Conan's clothes. You are inseparable from her, and every morning after getting up, she will put you on her body. I don't let you down until it's dark. She took you to see pain, issued orders to other members, and you and her went to patrol Rain Shinobi Village and go outside to detect intelligence. You followed Conan and identified a lot of history. The growth of Akatsuki's organization, various tasks, and she bought a lot of detonating charms with Kakuzu on her back. Dude, have you witnessed the purchase of the explosive charm? Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain. That night, after killing Jiraiya, Conan was so sad that he lay down on the bed without taking off his coat. The next morning, she found some clothes fibers that fell on her stomach for some reason. And she felt comfortable all over, as if she had been massaged all over her body at night. Since then, Conan has been sleeping with you on a regular basis. She herself can't understand why sleeping in clothes is more comfortable than not wearing them. Sometimes even have some strange dreams. With the passage of time, you and she have witnessed the history of the ninja world, big and small. Because you are very close to your body, even if it rains, you still have a temperature so that she will not feel cold. So, even though you have some small bits and pieces, she is not willing to throw you away, but sews and mends it, and then wears it again. This, see here, Tuo Yu feels a little embarrassed. He is clearly a piece of clothing, yet he still has so many sassy actions. It's a story about beheading a girl. Finally, the time has come to that day. On the sea in the land of rain, Konan and Uchiha Obito confront each other. Obito was not killed after all 600 billion starter symbols were detonated. Obito used Izanagi to resurrect and was about to pierce Konan's heart with a steel pipe. You stepped forward. I saw you pull hard. Konan's body was driven by your body, and then you took her and fled the scene at a speed of 80 miles per second. After escaping to the border of the land of rain, you finally stopped, and at this time Konan was completely dumbfounded. She touched the clothes on her body in horror, but you spoke at this time. You told her that you were alive, and in order to facilitate her understanding, you made up an excuse that you were cursed and turned into a piece of clothing. Konan is shocked and takes you off quickly. You solidified into the shape of a person, stood in front of her, and told her that if you hadn't shot, she would have been killed by Uchiha Obito. It took a full day for Konan to fully understand the situation in front of him. Although it is difficult for her to accept this reality, she is still very grateful to you. And you suggested to her, or simply find another place to live. After all, Uchiha Obito will be defeated in the near future. After some thought, Konan agrees to your suggestion. Just like that, the two of you have settled down in an obscure town in the country of grass. The two of you are like a harmonious husband and wife. She is in charge of buying and cooking, while you are in charge of cleaning and other housework. 1 month later, in order to prevent outsiders from discovering the identity of Konan Shao's organization, you asked her to buy a new dress from outside, and you parasitized on it again. A year later, the relationship between the two of you is getting better and better, because Konan has no other relatives and friends in this world except you. 2 years later, Konan looked at you a little embarrassedly, she said, wanting to wear you on her body. You readily agree. You tell him that in addition to a coat, you can also turn into women's clothes or even underwear. For more than 10 years after that, you and Konan maintained a special relationship. It is neither a husband nor a couple, but it also transcends the relationship between people and clothes. 50 years later, Konan died. You who have no love for life, also plan to end your own life. So you put on Konan's body again, you set off a fire, and turned yourself, him and your home into ashes. You are dead. Your life ends here. Simulation ends. After simulating this life, Tuo Yu has only 2 words in his heart, that is, wonderful. He really didn't expect that just a piece of clothing could start such a crazy life. His experience with Konan, to be honest, probably not even a human being. Every inch of Shaolin's body, every pore, he knows all about it. Don't waste your life. System, it can be settled. Silently ordered. Ding. Simulation is over. Payment in progress. Please wait. Ding. This simulation, the score is A. Good guy, so tall. Hearing the system sound, Tuo Yu was stunned for a few seconds. But thinking about it, I understand that as a piece of clothing, he has already made a lot of money. After being worn by Konan for so many years, what's not to take advantage of? And in the end, he even saved her life. She also lived with her for decades as a dressed CACG. This kind of thing sounds outrageous enough, but it really happened. Ding. Since your score reaches A, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. A uniform of Shao organization. Just this. After seeing the system panel, Tuo Yu was stunned. Choose a fart. The uniform of the Shao organization, if this really appeared in his hands, it would be in big trouble. The trust that had been gained with great difficulty immediately aroused suspicion. Forget it, I won't give the reward this time, let's continue the simulation. Tuo Yu felt that the memory of that life just now was worth the ticket price. When I have nothing to do, I reminisce about it, it is quite exciting. System, I remember this kind of inhuman memory, can the cooling time be shortened? Yes, the simulation system has been refreshed this time, and the simulation can be continued at any time. Then keep simulating. Ding. Talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system starts to turn. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding. Extraction is successful. You have drawn talents. Tenacious Life Black Time Machine Black and Gold. You have a father purple. After seeing this talent, Tuo Yu's pupils suddenly froze. The whole person's heart is also beating fast. Black and gold talent. And, there is also a black talent. Time machine. Could it be? Tuo Yu's new book probably has the answer, but he chose to look at the system explanation to be on the safe side. Tough life. You have the same tenacious vitality as Xiao Chang, and any disease or serious injury cannot take your life away. Black is a very high level, probably only by cutting off your head, stirring your brain, and breaking your heart, can you be killed. Time machine. You can travel through time and go to any point in the ninja world. This talent has only black and gold talent, which is the highest level talent. You have a father. This is a talent that can change your birth. After carrying it, you will randomly become the son of someone in the ninja world. The higher the color level, the stronger your father will be. Purple is a high level, your father, who is beyond Jonin. Seeing this wave of systematic explanations, Tuo Yu immediately became excited. Good guy, this is full of buffs. 1 black and gold, 1 black, 1 purple. The lineup is quite luxurious. What kind of life will unfold this time? Tough life force, what can this do? In Tuo Yu's mind, several different lives have been constructed. But for some reason, he felt that every life in the end was a bit miserable. Because, the undead body, the biggest role, seems to be used for experiments. It doesn't matter, let's simulate it first. Taking a deep breath, he ordered loudly in his head. System, start the simulation. Start simulation. Inherited talent. Tenacious life, time machine, you have a father. The screen is being generated in real time. Please wait. After a hasty mechanical sound, the system began to simulate. And Tuo Yu, like a personal experience, started a new life again. You open your eyes, surrounded by green liquid. You find yourself with dozens of tubes on your arms, stomach, shoulders, an oxygen mask over your mouth, and you're still a baby. You struggled to get out of this strange liquid, but in the next second, a purple-black liquid was injected into your body through the catheter. You fell asleep again. I don't know how long it took you to wake up again. When you opened your eyes again, you found a pale face outside the glass cover. You recognize his identity. It is Orochimaru, and it is Orochimaru when he was young. You have calculated that the current time is probably before the Second Ninja World War. After a few hours, the solution in the petri dish is evacuated, and you are carried out by Orochimaru wrapped in a towel. During his conversation with his assistant, you learned your identity. You are a scientific experiment, and your mission is to act as a petri dish to infect all the poisons in this ninja world. Closing square bracket dot. Chapter 57 Begin. The Life of the Poisonous King of the Ninja World. 6258. Chapter 57 Begin. The Life of the Poisonous King of the Ninja World. What the hell? Infection. Could it be that this is your intention to train yourself into a poison king? Tuo Yu is never disappointed with Orochimaru's experiments. After all, the #1 scientist in the ninja world, experimenting with human bodies is a common practice. According to this time his father should be Orochimaru minus. You were placed on the operating table, and 2 assistants, a man and a woman, conduct a physical examination on you. You were drawn out of a tube of blood and injected into the instrument. Your body value was displayed on the instrument. After Orochimaru glanced at it, he showed a shocked expression. Because there are no Senju Hashirama cells implanted in you, but your vitality is extremely tenacious. The activity of your cells is comparable to that of cancer cells. The high temperature of 80 degrees, the low temperature of -30 degrees, the erosion of bacteria and viruses, and the special light exposure, your cell activity can still keep alive. People in the whole lab are surprised because they think that your vitality is unreasonably strong, even comparable to first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru and the male assistant are excited, because you are the first successful individual in his experiment for so long, and his concept may be successful. The female assistant flicked your little water bottle in the chaos. FK. Tuo Yu's eyes went blank. What the hell is this idiot female assistant doing? Believe it or not, you have a face. After making a cup of tea, Tuo Yu continued to grind while tasting it slowly. After this, you will be taken care of by Orochimaru. From their dialogue, you probably understand that Orochimaru was inspired by Hanzo of the Salamander, the land of rain, and decided to create the most powerful human-type virus weapon in the entire ninja world. Your mission is to infect the entire ninja world's virus and make your body a huge virus reservoir. Even the poison of Hanzo of the Salamander is in front of you, just like the common flu. So whether your vitality is tenacious or not becomes the key factor for success. It's exactly as I guessed. Tuo Yu dragged his chin. He had just suspected that he might be used for experiments. Did not expect it to be true. However, although it looks a bit miserable, Tuo Yu is still looking forward to the follow-up. You are still soaked in a petri dish, injected with nutrient solution and trace amounts of toxins every day. Because you are still a baby, the amount of toxin control is very small, and after each injection, Orochimaru has to check the data himself. In this way, day, after a year, you finally got out of the petri dish. You were placed on the operating table again, and the 2 assistants again draw blood for testing. The female assistant glanced at your kettle and screamed in surprise, this. Something changed. After Orochimaru checked the data, he showed a satisfied but somewhat penetrating smile. The toxins in your body have exceeded the lethal dose of ordinary people, but your vital signs are still stable, and you have withstood his experiment. Orochimaru holds you up like a father, but you cry and pee on his face. Orochimaru is not angry, just smiles happily. The others are also relieved, looking at you with light in their eyes. You are the crystallization of their hard work. On the second day, Orochimaru's face was rotten. PFF'd. 35. Seeing this, Tuo Yu spit out a sip of tea on the spot. Good guy. This is too sudden. Orochimaru, just let yourself PS and disfigure yourself. Tuo Yu was already starting to get a little nervous. Orochimaru, how many toxins did they inject themselves? He is obviously still just a baby, yet has such a strong destructive power. What if it grows up? Orochimaru gave himself 5 layers of skin, which made the skin on his face return to normal. However, although he was disfigured, he didn't blame you at all, and he didn't have any resentment in his heart, but he loved you even more. Because he knows your potential is limitless, you can definitely be beyond Hanzo of the Salamander. Therefore, a more scientific and step-by-step poisoning plan was launched. You are wearing special gloves and clothes, and Orochimaru has prepared a special room for you. Because you are different from other people, you are extremely dangerous, so Orochimaru does not dare to relax your physical and psychological care. There is a monitoring device on your wrist, which can record your toxin strength at any time. Your room is also specially designed. The water you drink and the food you eat contain some toxins that are scientifically matched. Even the toilet you use is not connected to the septic tank of Konoha, but is specially designed for you build one, and specialists do research and analysis. Orochimaru will come to see you every day and treat you like a child. Of course you know his purpose, because he is an experiment made with Konoha behind his back, so Orochimaru only wants you to be used by him. During the contact, you gradually discovered that Orochimaru is actually not that bad, all his motivation is for science, and you are also willing to accept his kindness. At the age of 5, the poison developed by Orochimaru can no longer satisfy you. No matter how many doses of Orochimaru, even if you eat the poison as food, you will not have any danger to your life, but your toxin strength has stopped increasing. You have encountered a bottleneck. However, for you now, you want to see how poisonous you are. You guess it may be because you have been infected with poison every day for so many years, which has made your mind a little confused. You think that your body has become a poison for walking anyway, so it is better to be extreme, break the jar and see how much you can break the jar. You want to be the poison king. So, you began to propose to Orochimaru proactively that you should try to infect the toxins that exist in the biological world in addition to drug toxins. After hearing your plan, Orochimaru and other assistants in the laboratory were shocked and discouraged. You must know that the toxins produced by organisms are dozens of times, or even hundreds of times, stronger than synthetic toxins. For example, there is a species of Clostridium botulinum in pork, and the toxin botulinum toxin secreted by it is the most poisonous thing in the world. 7/100 millionth of a gram can kill a person. Converted to half a kilogram, it is enough to kill a person, light to all mankind. King Cobra venom. 1 gram of king cobra venom can kill 15,000 people, and it can cause death within a few minutes after poisoning, which is more harmful. Tetrodotoxin. Only 0.5 milligrams of tetrodotoxin can cause death. Everyone strongly discourages, because they all feel that it is too early for you to have these powerful toxins. They don't want to see their years of research effort go to waste. But your mind has been decided. On that night, after you and Orochimaru chatted all night, he agreed with your choice. You have to step into the Jonin world and take the initiative to find poison. In the middle of the night, you wore the same gas mask as Hanzo of the Salamander, dressed neatly, and quietly walked out of Konoha village. You start looking for those poisonous creatures in the forest. Because you have watched a lot of animal world dramas in your previous life, you probably know where you can encounter these poisons. Pristine forests, deserts, deep seas. Zero flowers. In short, it follows a principle that the more inaccessible a place is, the more likely it is to encounter highly poisonous creatures. You start looking in the forest of the fire country. You rummaged through the damp stones and dug out a centipede under the soil. You deliberately stimulated it to induce him to bite you. The effect of biological toxins is indeed very unusual. Just a few centipede bites will make you feel dizzy. The discomfort persists for a few hours, and you endure the poisonous attack. You can detoxify so quickly because of two aspects. First, your tenacious vitality, comparable to the physique of a cockroach, makes you not so easy to die. Secondly, it is the immune system that you have cultivated by continuously testing poison for so many years. Your immune system is completely different from ordinary people. You can quickly secrete various cells that resist toxicity, and even your ordinary cells are stronger than ordinary viruses. In other words, if the flu virus enters your body, you will not stimulate your immune system, and you will be able to kill it by relying on ordinary body fluids and cellular fluids. Your body makes the virus shiver. 2 days after being bitten by a centipede, you have to dig out some new bugs one after another. 0. Centipedes, ants, leeches. As long as it is something that can bite, you will induce them to bite you, and you even suspect that you have a tendency to be abused. After a few days, the bugs in this small area have been tried by you. You caught a wild pheasant and buried it in the soil. You imitated Hong Chigung and induced centipedes to bite the chicken. It's just that Hong Chigung ate non-poisonous centipedes, while you ate chicken and centipedes together. FK. Seeing the life he simulated, only 2 words floated in Tuo Yu's heart. That is, strong. Really, there are some people whose toughness is not limited to the surface and the body. It's his actions and actions. With his deliberately letting insects bite and testing poison, Uchiha Madara probably wouldn't dare to come. Too strong. If it goes on like this, you might really become the poison king. Tuo Yu took a sip of tea nervously and continued to simulate. After half a month, you walked out of the forest of the land of fire and came to the border of the land of rain. The ecological environment of this place seems to be much better than the land of fire. Abundant rain water, moist soil. The forest is completely like a tropical rainforest, and even the trees are several times taller than other places. Ordinary people in the forest of the land of rain are almost afraid to enter. In such a humid and cold environment, they may not have encountered other creatures, and their feet will be cut off by poisonous weeds. Sure enough, you are hit. You just stepped into the forest, and before you walked for 2 minutes, you felt a tingling in your ankle, and when you lowered your head, you realized that you had been cut by a red sawgrass. And the toxin of this thing is very strong. You immediately feel some numbness in your calf. You sit on the ground and begin to rest, and at the same time your body begins to detoxify itself. At this time, you see a toad with golden patterns and white Madara dots next to it. You have some excitement in your heart, because the toad is one of the 5 poisons. Although in the forest of the land of fire, you tried to catch a few toads and squeeze out the mucus under their skin, but the toxicity is not high. And this one, you obviously feel that it is different. That golden skin is highly poisonous at first glance. You jump up immediately. Deficit. Chapter 58 Dozens of Life and Death Wandering, you finally became the Poison King. 61 258. Chapter 58 Dozens of Life and Death Wandering, you finally became the Poison King. After a scuffle, you managed to catch the toad. You cover it with a cloth bag and put it aside. 2 minutes later, your hand reacted. Just grabbed the palm of the toad, and the place where it touched the skin, a huge blister was formed, crystal clear, and it was broken when it was poked. This scene stunned you, because in Orochimaru's laboratory before, although you were injected with so many poisons, you did not have any physical changes at all. And now just touching a toad makes you infected. At the same time of surprise, you are also very excited. And at this time, you finally understand why Hanzo of the salamander can become such a poisonous existence just by transplanting a Sancho fish in his body. Your longing for biological toxins has greatly increased. You can't wait to explore this unknown world and find more poisonous creatures. After half a day, the numbness in your feet disappeared. After a day, the blisters on your hands are also reabsorbed. You feel that you should almost have antibodies to these toxins, so you squeeze out the toad's venom and blood and inject yourself with the mentality of taking a gamble. After 1 minute, you passed out. After 5 minutes, your body begins to fester. The whole 030 body is swollen, the skin blisters, the hair falls out, and it falls into the forest like a pile of rotten meat. Your ears are roaring, your brain is blank, and your consciousness is gradually blurred. You feel that you have played a big game in this wave, and you even think that you will die here. It's really a big game. Tuo Yu's heart pounded. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. Whether or not he can become a Poison King depends on whether he can survive this test. You feel your consciousness getting more and more blurred, your lungs are cramping and bursting, and your bones seem to be melting. You start to have a high fever, you can't move, you can only let your body fall into the soil. You have had a difficult 2 days. After 2 days, your consciousness began to recover a little. You feel less pain than before, you stick out your tongue and lick the rain on the leaves. You try to keep yourself alive as much as possible. After 5 days, your limbs have been able to start to move slightly, and your mind has returned to about half of the normal level of sobriety. You know that you may have survived, your immune system has successfully resisted the toxicity of the toad and secreted antibodies. After a week, you were finally able to move your body, the puffiness on your body had largely dissipated, and the blistered skin was flattened, but the hair had not grown back. After you rested in place for 2 weeks, you have completely recovered your health, or completely recovered your previous highly poisonous body. You start to move on, looking for the next prey. 71. It's really on the edge of life and death. Seeing this part of his life, Tuo Yu only felt his heart skip a beat, and he couldn't help but sweat. It's too much work, and, too, crazy. Directly inject the toxin into the blood, if one fails to get it right, it will kill you on the spot. And what's going on with your state of mind? When other people see these highly poisonous creatures, they all run away, and the farther they hide, the better. He actually hunted these creatures like a hunter. Tuo Yu took a sip of tea. Unlimited emotion in my heart. He felt that with his death-defying mentality, if he continued, he might really become a Poison King. After all, he is reluctant to let his child fall for a wolf. With his physique, he was born to take risks for the sake of desperation. Soon, you encounter a second target in the forest, which is a group of red ants. Their appearance is a bit like the red ants you have seen in your previous life, but these things are obviously more poisonous. After you have only been stung, you will feel heart-wrenching pain, and the wound will burn like fire. But your death-defying mentality and your desire to be highly poisonous make you take even crazier moves. You find the ant's nest, take off your clean clothes, and lie beside you. Countless ants are biting wildly on you, injecting a lot of toxins. You feel that the blood in your whole body is like chili oil, burning and boiling, every cell in your body is in pain, and huge blisters appear on your body again. But you feel very satisfied, because the symptoms this time are different from the last time. Last time it was dizziness and nausea, this time it was just a burning pain. It's a brand new poisoning experience. You faint in pain. With the first experience before, this time, your recovery time will be shorter than last time. After a week, you are fully awake, and your body has accumulated a lot of toxins and produced antibodies. You have developed immunity to these ants. No matter how they bite, you will not feel itching and pain, and even bring some special pleasure. So you grab a handful of ants and put them in your pants kabuto. Quote. This way, you will die in various ways. When you encounter a bee, you go to the honeycomb and deliberately lure the bee to sting you. When you meet Lion Majesty, you jump straight up like you met a baby. You have lived in the forest of the rain country for a full year, and you have visited all the poisonous creatures in this place. Your body has become a huge poison sac. Before walking out of this forest, you found a small pond, and you decided to try the toxicity of your own body. You urinated in it, and after an hour, all the fish inside floated up. And at this time, you discovered a special creature. Purple-black body with 2 beards, you can recognize it at a glance. This is the highly poisonous creature transplanted by Hanzo of the salamander, Sanjiao fish. You hurriedly went up to check, and sure enough, you found that it still has a trace of breath. You praised it in your heart as a famous poisonous fish, so you immediately extracted its body fluid and injected it into your body. This time, you were in a coma for 10 days. Fortunately, before you fell into a coma, you made a drinking device and kept dripping rainwater into your mouth. After absorbing the toxicity of the Sancho fish, your toxicity has risen to another level. You wear a special breathing mask to prevent the poison released by breathing from killing the surrounding creatures. You walked out of the rain country, and before you left, you bowed to the forest where you have lived for more than a year, because you also know that you have become the most poisonous creature in this forest. My dear, can you even control the poison of Hanzo of the Salamander? Tuo Yu clenched his fists excitedly. Know that Hanzo of the Salamander is a tough guy to deal with. Especially the living state. Ordinary people will be poisoned to death as long as they smell the gas he exhales, but now that he has even endured his poison, it seems that Hanzo is no longer an opponent. After leaving the land of rain, you start to move towards the land of water. Point 0. Because you know that there are countless highly poisonous creatures in the ocean. You commute to the fisherman's wharf every day, hoping they've caught some kind of stinger fish, or a blue-ringed octopus or something. But soon, a month has passed, and you have found nothing. Even though some fish have poisonous spines, for you, this level of toxicity is just a matter of sprinkling water. So, you rented a fishing boat and started to float and slide in the ocean. 1 month later, you met a blue-ringed octopus. This octopus was almost invincible in the previous life. As long as it was bitten, there was nothing to do but to die. You immediately angered it and let the blue-ringed octopus bite you frantically. However, its toxins are useless except to bring you pleasure. You just found out that your toxins may have exceeded most of the creatures in the ninja world. You were wandering blindly in the 5 countries, you were trying to find a more intense toxin, absorb and tame it. Just when you were at a loss, the Second Ninja World War broke out. You feel extremely excited, because you know that in this war, there will be countless major events. The most useful to you is Tsunade of Konoha Village and Chio of Sand Shinobi Village, the 2 sides use poison and detoxify. You go back to Konoha. To Orochimaru, you volunteered to join the battlefield, and you expressed your willingness to become a human shield to fight against the puppet troops of the Land of Winds. In the first war, 7 of Konoha's 10 advanced troops came back, and you were one of them. All 7 of you were poisoned by Chio, but when Tsunade wanted to treat you, you refused. And at this time, Orochimaru also knew that paper could not contain fire, and revealed your existence to Tsunade and Jiraiya. After you had a high fever for a day, you successfully diffused Chio's poison. You can even analyze some of the ingredients from her poison, which is to use biological toxins and then mutate them. You have to admire her power. In the second war, 20 of Konoha's 30 combat troops came back, and you still survived. The mutated poison took the life of one of the team members, but the rest were rescued by Tsunade in 2.6. The third, the fourth. Chio's poison is getting stronger and stronger, and there are more and more changes. There are fewer and fewer ninjas who can survive from his hands. But every time, her poison was cracked. During the 10th battle, Chio recognized you in the crowd. She was dumbfounded at the time, because then she remembered that you were there in every previous battle, and every time you were poisoned, you were still alive. This battle is very dangerous, you almost died. Fortunately, you managed to escape in the end and overcame Chio's poison once again. And you find that the further back you go, the weaker your painful reaction to the poison she's making. Even in the last war, the Konoha shinobi who were cut by the puppet, all howled in pain, and then died, you didn't respond. You can only be sure now that you have become the most poisonous person in the world. I'm going, is it successful? Tuo Yu clenched his fists excitedly. It's not easy, he suffered so much and suffered so much. After wandering outside the gate of hell countless times, I finally became the king of poison. With the transfer of the battlefield, the battle between the land of fire and the land of wind temporarily came to an end, and the battlefield came to the land of rain. 1. Chapter 59 You destroyed the whole ninja world, you ended the history of the ninja world. 62 258. Chapter 59 You destroyed the whole ninja world, you ended the history of the ninja world. You follow the large army, but halfway through the march, you follow the direction of Jiraiya. On the border of Rain Country, you witness the battle between Hanzo of the Salamander and Konoha Sanin. As in the original, the 2 sides were at a stalemate after a battle, and Hanzo of the Salamander decided to give up the attack on the 3 and instead gave them the title of Konoha Sanin. However, at this moment, you stood up. Because the 2 sides have already experienced a war and there are signs of peace talks, Hanzo of the Salamander did not attack you, but asked who you were and what you wanted to do in surprise. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru all looked demented, and no one thought that you would appear from the side. You walk to the feet of the summoning beast of Hanzo of the Salamander, take off the mask, and exhale at it. 3 seconds later, the summoning beast began to roll in pain, then foamed at the mouth and died. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark question mark quote. Seeing this scene, Tuo Yu was stunned. What's the situation? Immediately die. Hanzo of the Salamander, a summoning beast so big, was poisoned to death by his own breath. The entire battlefield, all the people, are dumbfounded. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, all have their eyes wide open and look like hell. And Hanzo of the Salamander, who was also terrified, jumped off the body of the summoning beast and immediately attacked you. But you just took out the kunai from the bag in a hurry, cut your own palm, and sprinkled the blood on Hanzo of the Salamander. The blood just splashed on him, and with the washing of the rain, it quickly disappeared. Everyone thought you missed, but in the next second, everyone on the scene just felt paralyzed and unable to move. All members are poisoned. Hanzo of the Salamander was also poisoned. He knelt on the ground, took off his mask. 20 wanted to use his poisonous gas against you. But you don't know that this level of poison has long been useless to you. The poison in your body is tens of thousands of times stronger than his. You didn't do anything, just approached him, and the poisonous gas you released from your breath directly paralyzed him. You killed Hanzo of the salamander with one knife in front of everyone's terrified eyes. You put on your mask again and leave the country of rain. It was not until a day later, under the scouring of heavy rain, that the toxins on the scene were washed away. Under the treatment of Tsunade, those poisoned ninjas were able to save their lives. 3 days later, all the villagers in more than 10 villages in the land of rain were poisoned to death. See here, Tuo Yu is numb all over. Good guy, you have become the most poisonous creature in the ninja world. Just use the poison produced by breathing to instantly kill Hanzo of the salamander. And the villagers of the more than 10 villages in the land of rain. He estimated that his blood was washed away by the rain, and then washed into the river, and was eaten by those people, so he died of poisoning. This is so special, it feels a little bad. To be poisoned like this, there is no way to survive normally. Tuo Yu was a little worried about his next development. With such terrifying toxicity, it is absolutely impossible to live like a normal person. It is estimated that it will be difficult to return to the village, and even, according to the practice of Konoha village, the next step is to find someone to get rid of him. Your toxicity is getting stronger and stronger. You find that even if you don't look for new poisonous creatures, your physique is constantly iterating, and newer and stronger viruses are upgraded. You are aware of the danger of your own abilities, so you deliberately stay away from the eyes and ears of the 5 great powers. However, after only a week, there are troubles. The first wave came from the land of the wind, because you killed Hanzo of the salamander and your reputation rose, so now you have become an important contender for the 5 major countries. Everyone wants to take you away and use it as a weapon. There are 20 people in this group, and under Chio's instruction, all of them wear gas masks. You start a chase. Because you were running violently, your body was sweating, and you were breathing heavily, the poisonous gas you released this time was huge. 20 people were poisoned to death one after another, and all creatures within a radius of 1 kilometer were also poisoned to death. Next, the second wave, the third wave. You start to recruit other villages to contain them. During the 5th roundup, you were desperate, because the person who came here was Orochimaru, who had always raised you and regarded you as his own child. Because your ability is too terrifying and has exceeded his control, he must get rid of you, which is also what the village means. In order to escape, you have to fight back. You cut open your palms, start bleeding profusely, and you perform the fire style you've been practicing. Half of the people at the scene were poisoned to death instantly, and the remaining half were also poisoned. Although Orochimaru has a special physique blessing, it can't support it under the super toxicity that you have received thousands of times. The cells of the whole body were poisoned, and Orochimaru also died. I'm going, can't I take it? Tuo Yu saw his palms sweat. As he guessed, if the ability is too strong, he will definitely be hunted down by Konoha and other ninja worlds. After all, his ability is not an ordinary melee ability or illusion ability. It can be said to be extremely dangerous ability. Between murder and invisibility, and a large piece of death. After killing Orochimaru, you became a wanted criminal, and it is the target of the collective wanted of the whole ninja world. However, as everyone knows, your ability has far exceeded the range that the entire human world can jointly deal with. Your toxicity has begun to evolve and iterate again, and it has reached the version after tens of thousands of generations. In the past, you could restrain your breathing and wear a special mask to suppress toxicity, but now, it is completely useless. Every pore of your body is exuding deadly poison. Wherever you go, all creatures die. When you step into the forest, mosquitoes and birds fall down like rain. Large tracts of animals fell to the ground. You put your hand into the lake, and after a minute, all the creatures in the water will float up. In the village you walked through, everyone died within 3 minutes. In just 1 month, you have wiped out hundreds of villages. You walked into the desert of the land of winds, and 3 days later, your poison was blown to San Shinobi village, 3rd Case, Chio, and Sasori of Akasa, all of them died of poisoning. You have destroyed the country of wind. You walked to the land of water, cut your wrist, and put 100 milliliters of blood in the sea. Thousands of schools of fish began to be poisoned and died, and the ocean began to be polluted bit by bit. After half a month, the entire country of the water was destroyed. Your poison is getting more and more serious, and even drifted to all corners of the ninja world with the flow of air. Closing square bracket comma, the country of fire, the country of earth, the country of thunder. Some people died of poisoning one after another. 2 months later, the only 10,000 ninjas left in the ninja world found your trace under the antivirus suit developed by Tsunade. 3rd Hokage, 3rd Raikage, 3rd Tsuchikage, a rare alliance. Everyone unanimously decided to fight against the water, seal you, or destroy you. At this moment, you seem to have become the ultimate poison king that no one can control. There are no living creatures in a radius of 100 kilometers. The closer you are, the less effective the antivirus suit will be. Haven't seen anyone yet, the coalition army has lost 1/3. Continue to approach half the distance again, and the number of people will be reduced by 1/3. In the end, no one can successfully reach you. Everyone, all creatures, died under your poison. I rely on. Seeing that the simulation had come to this point, Tuo Yu finally couldn't bear it any longer and stood up. This is too exaggerated. You actually killed everyone in the whole ninja world. To be honest, the development of this wave was indeed a bit unexpected by Tuo Yu. He had thought that, he will be the same as the previous king of fighters, after killing Hanzo of the Salamander, he will become famous. Then take the road of the Poison King of the ninja world. Where can I imagine, it's out of control. Because the toxicity is too strong, there is no way to control it freely, and once the toxin is released, the creatures will die in pieces, and there is no room for rescue at all. It seems that things like toxins will continue to evolve. Tuo Yu knows some principles of biological virology. Ordinary viruses, if the first time is not completely eliminated by the immune system, then the second time will iteratively evolve and become a new strain. Every time the immune system attacks the virus that is left will evolve again, without limitation. For Tuo Yu, his body is the best host for viruses. Because of the powerful cells and antitoxicity, all the toxins are iterating wildly in his body. In the end, he has become a completely uncontrollable super poison king. You poisoned 80% of the creatures in the ninja world, and you decided to self-destruct. Ordinary methods can no longer make you die, so you decide to jump on a volcano. After a year-long trek, you finally arrived at a crater in the land of Earth. 030, you are very depressed, because you finally traveled through a trip, but you are lonely all your life. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, these people were killed by you before you even met. Naruto, Hinata, little Sakura, even strangled in the cradle by you. You actually ended the history of the ninja world, which is a bit surprising. With regret, you plunged into the crater and immersed your body in the boiling magma. With great pain, your body starts to catch fire and then melts. In the end, it completely turned into dust. You are dead. Decades later, the Otsutsuki stars came to the ninja world to harvest the sacred tree, but they were also poisoned by the poison floating on this planet shortly after they landed. Your life ends here. Simulation ends. After watching this simulation, Tuo Yu couldn't calm down for a long time. Good guy, is it okay to end the history of the ninja world by yourself? One person killed 80% of the creatures in the ninja world. Third Hokage, Third Raikage and the others were poisoned to death without even touching their own fingers. It's a bit miserable, but it's also awesome. Such a life is just as wonderful. System, start settlement. After stabilizing his mind, Tuo Yu immediately gave an order in his mind. Ding, simulation is over. In the process of settlement. Please wait. Ding, this simulation, the score is S. After seeing this rating, Tuo Yu was not surprised. He even felt a little low. How many people in this world can directly destroy the whole ninja world? Just 1 or 2 people. Moreover, their destruction is not complete destruction, except for people, other creatures are not affected. But as the Poison King himself. But it can treat all creatures equally and destroy all creatures together. Turn the entire ninja world into a Death Star. Even the star Otsutsuki got caught. Ding, since your score reaches S, you can choose 2 from the following rewards. 1. The amount of chakra accumulated in your life. 2. The Poison King physique that you have accumulated in your life. 3. The toxin resistance you have cultivated in your life. Closing square bracket dot. Chapter 60 Deidara. Chief, I really want to see Senior Tuo Yu. 63 258. Chapter 60 Deidara. Chief, I really want to see Senior Tuo Yu. Seeing the reward popping up in front of him, a surprise flashed across Tuo Yu's face. Because he was thinking to himself just now that this time in the simulated life, the reward is about to be sent. I am afraid that he will not dare to choose any of the rewards that come out. Especially the second one. Good guy, Poison King physique, can you choose this thing? This is a big killer that can poison all creatures in the ninja world. Fortunately, there is a third reward. This well-honed toxin resistance, in other words, a powerful immune system. There are so many kinds of strange poisons with such terrifying power that they have not killed themselves and their own antitoxicity and immunity. It is estimated that they can no longer be regarded as human beings. Invincible. System, I choose 1 and 3. 35. Without hesitation, Tuo Yu made a choice. Moment. A huge force rushed into the body, muscles, blood vessels, and even cells have undergone extremely strong evolution. This is the strongest antitoxic immunity. Tuo Yu squeezed his fist in disbelief. So shocking. This kind of feeling is like practicing in the boxing ring for more than 10 years and then going to the kindergarten to sweep. Not a single one can beat. It didn't cost me so much suffering in this simulation, but I got a good physique for me. Tuo Yu felt that the poison of the ninja world had no effect on him. Not only poison, but anything that invades his body will be killed by this terrifying immunity. Well, today's harvest is quite rich, so that's it. After going through such a painful and crazy life, Tuo Yu also felt a little tired. Turn off the lights, cover the quilt, and fall asleep beautifully. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. This is a ninja village founded by Hanzo of the Salamander, known as a demigod. Although Rain Shinobi Village has a small population, each ninja's ability will be honed to the limit and there are many unique moves. In other words, go the elite route. Because of its location at the junction of 3 major powers, Rain Shinobi Village has been under the fire of war over the years. So under the training of Hanzo of the Salamander, Rain Shinobi Village's assassination technique is very developed. He often accepts commissions from other countries to carry out various assassination missions. Even the famous ones are included. Currently, Rain Shinobi Village has become the base of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato, as Pain secretly rules the entire Rain Shinobi Village, codenamed God. Rain Shinobi Village is still raining heavily today. This bad weather is like this all year round, and some people have never even seen the sun since they were born. On a peculiarly shaped steel building. At this time, a man with orange hair and black rivets on his nose, mouth and ears is sitting on the tongue of a human statue. He is Tiandao Pain, the superficial controller of the Shao organization. At this time of the day, Pain would sit on the statue, quietly watching the entire Rain Shinobi Village. From this high point, you can see everything below. The whole world, as if already in his master. Isn't it time yet? Nagato groaned silently. As Akatsuki's leader, he has only one purpose, and that is to resurrect the legendary Ten Tails. Using Ten Tails' high-handed policy, other villages and countries in the ninja world are afraid to start war easily, so as to achieve the so-called permanent peace. Simply put, it is nuclear deterrence. To this end, Shao organized 3 steps. The first step, recruiting troops and recruiting horses and gathering money. Step 2, capture Jinchuriki. Step 3, resurrect Ten Tails and use the tailed beast weapon to suppress the world. At present, the Shao organization has completed the first step. After Orochimaru left, Akatsuki's organization has stabilized. Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Kakuzu, Hidan, the super-strong rebellion and tolerance of various countries have been absorbed. However, because these people are crazy and dangerous, the second step cannot be carried out immediately. They must be allowed to perform tasks for a period of time, and the team can be run and mature before the second step can be carried out. Otherwise, the combination of the first aid chapter will only make the original successful mission fail. Pain. Just when Pain was silently drenched in the rain, a cold female voice came from behind. Pain turned his head silently. Behind him stood a royal sister with short blue hair, fair skin and a melancholy temperament. It is the White Tiger of Dawn, Conan. Did something happen? Pain turned his head, looked down silently, and asked coldly. Conan's face was covered with rain, and his expression was a little ugly. Something went wrong with the organization. Maybe, you need to fix it. The problem. What kind of problem? Yes, it's a member's psychological problem. Conan seemed a little unspeakable. There was a strange look in Pain's indifferent eyes. Psychological problems. What's going on? A group of people in Shao's organization are all fearless and fearful. Everyone is stained with countless blood and bears countless lives. Arguably, there should be no one in this world who is more pervert than them. How could someone have a mental problem? But, although this is the case in theory, there is something wrong with the members of the organization right now. As the leader, Pain had the need and obligation to take a look. First floor. In the organization hall, 2 men in Shangyan uniforms are pulling here. You let me go, Hidan. I'm going today. I must go to Senior Tuo Yu and ask clearly. An angry blonde man rushed out the door. A pervert with a glossy hairstyle next to him tried to stop him. You idiot. It's been said that you are not allowed to act without authorization. Our identity is rebellious and forbearance. If we go to other people's villages casually, something will happen. Hidan pulled Deidara hard. If it weren't for the team's rules against killing each other, he would have already stabbed the other side by now. But without Senior Tuo Yu, my skills would not be able to surpass him. I would like to know. I want to know why Senior Tuo Yu is so strong. I want to know how he works out. Deidara's voice was hoarse, and her expression was painful. For so many days, he has been living in the shadow of Tuo Yu. Whenever he picked up his own explosive pack, Tuo Yu's miraculous technique that day would immediately pop up in his mind. Compared with his technique is a joke. He really wants to learn from Tuo Yu and be able to use blasting ninjutsu freely. So he practiced like crazy, a lot of practice. But despite his life-threatening cultivation, he didn't make any progress. I don't know how to eat, I can't sleep at night. People are going crazy, so today he will be desperate to go out. Just go to Konoha village to meet Tuo Yu. Best, worship him as a teacher again. Hidan, just let me go, otherwise, don't blame me for using the blasting technique on you. Deidara's eyes were bloodshot, and an angry attitude told everyone that he was not joking. Pain frowned slightly. About Tuo Yu, he had heard from Conan. I only know that the other party is a Konoha shinobi who has a great blasting technique and is not very old. And it seems to have left a deep impression on him in the previous duel with Deidara. But he didn't expect that Deidara's poisoning was so deep. Thinking of going to Konoha village to find Tuo Yu. You too, stop. Pain slowly fell from the sky. The aura of indifference, as well as the power of indifference, like a godlike coercion, suddenly made the 2 juniors stop arguing. Head, leader, Deidara gave a timid greeting. He glanced at Hidan complainingly. It was this BD who stopped him and alarmed Conan. Only now has the leader been attracted. If the leader was here, he would definitely not be able to leave today. Deidara, I ask you, what is your reason for joining the Akatsuki organization? 35. Pain's indifferent eyes glanced at Deidara. Does that need to be said? Of course, you can use the blasting technique to kill people freely. Deidara replied succinctly. Quote. Hearing this answer, Pain and Conan couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. There was no response for a while. Because Pain's purpose has always been the same, that is to make the ninja world peaceful. Brainwashing myself, hypnosis, implying myself like this every day. Before I knew it, I thought this was the default purpose of the Shao organization. Now Deidara's words reminded him. Peace of mind in the ninja world is just his wish. The other members were just homeless and got together for various reasons. After a few seconds of embarrassment, Pain responded silently. I really want to understand your mood. After all, as a blasting ninja, the other party's technology is far superior to yours, and he can be your senior. Yeah, so you asked Hidan to let me out. Deidara exclaimed. Pain's face was grim. But the rules of the organization are organized. As a rebel of the land, if you rashly appear in Konoha village, it is bound to cause chaos. Maybe some of our Shao organization's intelligence has also leaked out. Can you live up to this responsibility? As soon as this is said, Deidara lost her temper instantly. He was afraid that the leader, the good ones, would use the rules of the organization to oppress him. After all, for these rebellious ninjas, the only place in the whole ninja world that can settle down is the Akatsuki organization. Deidara didn't want to lose the sanctuary. But the leader, Deidara still had an uneasy look on her face. After all, he is not young, and he is so paranoid about art, he cannot give up so easily. Pen, Conan shouted silently. This situation is what she does not want to see. Moreover, if Deidara doesn't have Tuo Yu's wish, he will definitely not stay in the organization with all his heart. People are not in the same mood. What will happen next? I know, Pain replied silently. He still understands the simple truth that if you want to do good things first, you must first sharpen your tools. To let Deidara concentrate on the organization, he can't let him have other distractions, so he still has to be let out. Deidara, you have a lot of potential and I hope you can stay in the organization for a long time. 99. Although it's a bit inappropriate to do so, you should go anyway. Hearing Pain's words, Deidara was surprised for a moment, and then her whole body was cheered up. Really, Chief, can I really go? 35. Can I go to Senior Tuo Yu? 55. Pain nodded, but to be on the safe side, you're going with someone else. Conan, Hidan, Sasori, the three of you should accompany Deidara to Konoha. Chapter 61. As soon as I entered Konoha, I saw Tuo Yu blasting. 64 258. Chapter 61. As soon as I entered Konoha, I saw Tuo Yu blasting. Hey, why do you want me to accompany the guy? I'm very busy, Hidan immediately retorted. Sasori also crawled over with a black face. Yeah, this beaties Arabian Nights, why do you want to pull us together? Everyone still has tasks at hand. Rebuttals from several members. Pain stared at them directly and pointed it out. Deidara is too young and tends to act impulsive. If you are around, you can watch him, and in case of conflict with Konoha's people, you can escape safely with your strength. As soon as these words were said, several people immediately had no reason to refute. Think about it, I haven't seen the deity named Tuo Yu yet, and Deidara looks like he's going crazy just in the base. I really want to see myself, so what? Shouldn't you just go straight up? Send 2 people to watch. As for Conan, needless to say, they were definitely being watched. After all, Conan is Pain's eyeliner, and it's an open secret in the organization. Okay, since the leader has said so, let's go. Sasori shook his head a little helplessly. Deidara, don't make trouble for me, or I'll stab you to death. Hidan yelled. After some cleaning up, a few people took Deidara's big bird and set off. Konoha village. The weather is good today. Tuo Yu got up early and went to the street for breakfast. Morning, Tuo Yu-kun, good morning. Yo, isn't that Tuo Yu? Would you like to come to me and eat some dumplings? On the street, the pedestrians who came and went greeted Tuo Yu in a friendly way. All of this is due to Third Hokage's previous recognition of him. The first mission was completed so beautifully. Not only did they detect the movements of the land, but they even destroyed the opponent's fortifications. Directly turn a C-level task into an A-level task. This kind of thing, even in the history of Konoha, only a few people can do it. Such as Namikaze Minato, Konoha's White Fang. But those people, who can complete the task so well, are also in adulthood. It's really dazzling for someone like Tuo Yu to perform like this at an age when their peers have not graduated yet. Walk into a breakfast shop. Tuo Yu ordered a basket of steamed buns, 2 bowls of porridge 043, a fried dough stick, and a cup of soy milk. Start eating slowly, big brother. Next to the table, a cute little girl, showing her white teeth, looked at Tuo Yu in surprise. Big brother, you eat a lot. Tuo Yu looked up. The look couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Isn't this little girl the one who asked his little girl in the previous hot-blooded King of Fighters mode? Actually let myself come across it. Tuo Yu didn't think much about it at all. Respond to her immediately following the previous pattern. How can I protect you if you don't eat enough? This sentence, the little girl is still ignorant. But the other customers in the breakfast restaurant were all silently watching Tuo Yu, their eyes full of praise. Especially the young mother of the little girl, with pity and emotion on her face, her eyes are full of love for Tuo Yu. Tuo Yu, the boss roared proudly. How can there be no eggs for breakfast? These 3 eggs are delicious. Looking at the 3 more tea eggs in the bowl, Tuo Yu frowned slightly. But boss, I didn't. Oh, what's your politeness, it's for you. After coming out of the breakfast shop, Tuo Yu felt his bulging belly. Good guy, sure enough, your choice was right. Secretly influences and controls Sarutobi Hiruzen, eat it wherever you go. That feeling of being respected and being liked by young women, to be honest, is really pretty good. As he walked around the village, Tuo Yu thought about his next task. Now he already has the 3 abilities of King of Fighters, Ultimate Blast, and immunity against all poisons. Ordinary B-level tasks should be no problem. Tuo Yu wondered, why don't I go to 3rd Hokage today and do another quest? After all, the ninja world is so big, and he wants to go out and move around more. The most critical, he also wants to find opportunities to use his own abilities. And right now, Tuo Yu-kun. Behind him, a timid girl's voice came. Tuo Yu looked back. It's a white-eyed girl with short hair. Hyuga Hinata. The moment he saw Hinata, the previous memory flashed through Tuo Yu's mind. CACG, Hinata became her own sister, urinating and bathing her and wiping her buttocks as a child. It's a pity that the self in that lifetime chose to be with the black soil. Otherwise, the development of orthopedics is actually quite good. It seems that this kind of plot has to wait for the next simulation. Is there a problem? Asked Gentleman Tuo Yu. Quote. Hinata poked her fingers, blushing and shy. It's us, Ino, little Sakura, and Naruto came out from the side alley. Actually, we heard that you seem to have incredible abilities, and we want you to show us. Ability. Tuo Yu frowned slightly, but he immediately understood what ability they were talking about. Your own blasting ninjutsu. After all, he has only shown this ability outside, and they have already seen the power of the King of Fighters. Yes, but it's not very convenient here, let's go outside the village. Tuo Yu made a gesture to go out. His blasting ability is not something that a small place like a village can withstand. In case they want to see the big explosion, once they send it out, the radius can be up to 1 kilometer at most. Blow up the street, so it is more appropriate to go outside to demonstrate. Tuo Yu put Kabuto's hands in his hands and walked leisurely in front. Behind Hinata and the others, they all followed happily. And there is a lot of discussion. Hey, why didn't I find out before? Tuo Yu turned out to be such a powerful person. Little Sakura stared straight at Tuo Yu's butt, and said with a face full of nympho. That's right, I thought Tuo Yu was the tail of a crane like Naruto, but people have been hiding their strength, and it's just to keep others from being sad, it's too warm. Ino's eyes were also full of admiration and longing. Although Hinata didn't say anything, the atmosphere was here. Compared with Tuo Yu, she couldn't find Naruto's advantage at all. After all, no girl can resist a warm man. 10 minutes later, everyone came to an open space outside the village. This place is also 2 kilometers away from the village, surrounded by forests, and almost no one will pass by. Perfect for blasting. Then choose here. 35. What kind of explosion do you want to see? Tuo Yu sat carelessly on a large rock and asked. Little Sakura immediately stood up and said with a look of anticipation, it's the one who blew up bridges. That technique of blowing up more than a dozen bridges at once. That. Tuo Yu held his chin with a mysterious look on his face. In that case, you need to prepare. It's okay, we're waiting for you, we have time. 2 girls, Little Sakura and Ino, were full of excitement. Seeing their appearance, Inazukaya, Choji and others, who were next to them, looked jealous. Damn, that Ino guy. I've never seen such an expression before, Choji said unhappily. He and Ino are old friends, both are members of the Ino Shikacho family and have grown up together since childhood. Ino's eyes are very picky, ordinary men, in her eyes, are not interested in the slightest. In the whole new generation of Konoha, I am afraid that only Uchiha Sasuke can penetrate her magic eye. However, now that Sasuke has fallen out of favor, Ino is completely disinterested in him. Even when Sasuke was still in the limelight, Ino had never looked like this. Now facing Tuo Yu, my dear, that's not even a bit of arrogant dignity. HMPH, what's so amazing, isn't it blasting? I will too. Naruto took out a detonator from his bag. This is what he asked for from Grandpa Hokage 2 days ago. Not just to compare with Tuo Yu. Idiot Naruto, other people's jutsu is not your kind. Tuo Yu's is ninjutsu, which is much more advanced than yours. Shikamaru said calmly and silently complained. Sasuke, what do you think? Aburame Shino asked in a low voice. Sasuke put his hands on his chest, and although he was a little unhappy in his heart, he pretended to be calm and said, I don't know, but listening to them blowing like a god, I think the power is not bad. 99. After half a minute, Tuo Yu has released enough chakra to spread the chakra network of Tien Luo Di throughout the area. Exaggerate a bit, if he had a fever at this moment and directly detonated the bomb, all the new generation of Konoha would have to be blown up by him. But this is definitely not going to happen, after all, this is not a simulation. Ready, which tree are you going to blow up? What, tree? Everyone was puzzled. No, we are so far away from those trees, can you blow it up too? Little Sakura asked suspiciously. Everyone else nodded suspiciously. The place where they are standing now is an empty flat ground. The nearest tree next to it is also 20 to 30 meters away. Can this blow up? Hey, Sasuke, can your great fireball technique burn the opposite tree? Inuzuka asked curiously. Sasuke's face was grim. If you use your full strength, you should be able to, but if it's too far, I'm afraid it won't work. Then Tuo Yu can really blow up that far. Even the detonating talisman can't be thrown that far. Just when everyone looked suspicious, Ino stood up and pointed to a giant tree 100 meters away in the distance, just that one. Visualize that distance. A group of people couldn't help but secretly sighed, this Ino pig is really cruel. I picked one that far away in one fell swoop. This time, Tuo Yu is probably going to miss. 39. Inazukaya laughed. Sasuke, Choji, Shikamaru are also looking forward to it. But the next second, I saw Tuo Yu pointed with one hand, and then snapped his fingers in the air. Crack kaka kaka, a small, rapid burst sounded, and the target tree selected by Ino collapsed immediately. Fall down. My god, how is this done? What's the matter, has the tree been blown up? I didn't hear the explosion at all. A group of people stared into the distance in disbelief. There was no popping sound or even a fire, but the tree just fell down. And, smashed to pieces. It's like it was literally blown to crumbs. What's the situation? Sasuke, Shikamaru, and others were amazed. Especially Sasuke. He originally thought that Tuo Yu would learn from his great fireball technique, get a large fireball out, rush directly to the target, and blast the target. But who knows, even quietly and without interest, the target is destroyed. This, won't it? Ino looked shocked. Then, what about that one? You blow up that one. Ino switched to a closer target this time. Because they wanted to see how Tuo Yu was fried. Next second, crackling. After a rush of sparks, the second tree collapsed again. And just like being blasted, there were countless wounds on the trunk, which broke into pieces of debris. I'm going, God, how is this done? It's so cool, it's amazing, there is such a technique. A group of people stared blankly. Tuo Yu's ability to play anywhere with this trick is so cool. Sasuke was also shocked. He walked out in disbelief, swallowed his saliva, and asked, why didn't an explosion occur? The tree was clearly blown up, but why didn't a violent explosion occur? Tuo Yu looked indifferent. You're not asking nonsense, what if there was an explosion in the forest and a fire broke out? After hearing this, everyone was thoughtful. Then, can you have a big explosion like that? Like the explosion of the detonator. 35. Little Sakura's eyes flickered, and she asked with a look of longing. Sure. Tuo Yu pointed to the sky with one palm, chakra released in large quantities and rushed into the sky. Then, get a squeeze. Boom. A huge explosion sounded out of thin air. The shining spherical explosion cloud eclipsed the sky and the earth in an instant. Even the birds in the forest were shocked by this sudden shock wave and flew out. Looking at the sky, that group of gigantic fireballs with a diameter of more than 200 meters. Naruto, little Sakura, Sasuke, Ino, all widened their pupils and opened their mouths, deeply shocked. This is incredible. What kind of power is this? Is this also ninjutsu? Hundreds of times more than a burst. My god, I've never seen such a terrifying fireball. If this exploded on the ground, it is estimated that all of us would be killed. Everyone was shocked by Tuo Yu's big explosion. And this time, in the sky, above the clouds 7 or 8 kilometers away from Konoha village, Deidara jumped with excitement. I'm going. 35. That is Senior Tuo Yu. It's his demolition ninjutsu. 9. So handsome. Really so handsome. Chapter 62. What happened to Hidan? He was actually scared to vomit by Tuo Yu. 65 258. Chapter 62. What happened to Hidan? He was actually scared to vomit by Tuo Yu. Deidara yelled in excitement, eyes full of admiration and excitement. And seeing Deidara's appearance, Konan, Sasori, and Hidan were also shocked. Originally, they thought that Deidara would worship Tuo Yu so madly, just because of his crazy personality. Maybe if you see a little bit of a powerful blasting expert, you will admire the 5-body throw to the ground. And now, when they came to Konoha in person and saw the huge mushroom cloud in the sky, they were all deeply shocked. What kind of power is this? Can this be called a blasting technique? Doubts and evidence were written all over Conan's pale face, and his fingers tightened. Deidara's blasting technique, she had seen, many times. Power, that is, the level of the detonator. If it is replaced by the C-series, the power can be increased several times, or 10 times. But, this round of explosions just happened in the sky. $71. This is simply the medium version of Shen Luo Tianjiang. How many people in the whole ninja world can handle a jutsu with a radius of more than 200 meters? Deidara, are you kidding me? You told me that such a strong blasting technique was used by a child. Hidan yelled. He feels like his IQ has been insulted. I didn't lie. I told you earlier that Senior Tuo Yu is a genius. Believe it now. When I saw the 3 companions, they all had a ghostly expression on their faces. Deidara is so proud. This kind of feeling is like giving others Amway his own idol. I was despised at first, but after hearing people sing with my own eyes, I was shocked. In my heart that is called a triumph and satisfaction. This power, this is no joke. Sasori frowned slightly. He has been in the ninja world for so many years, and he has never seen such an exaggerated blasting ninjutsu. It may only take 10 toss to destroy a village. This kid named Tuo Yu is a bit dangerous and must be removed as soon as possible. Konoha does not allow such an awesome existence. The big clay bird accelerated and flew towards the location of the explosion. And this time, a group of small strongmen at the scene also ran over in shock. They surrounded Tuo Yu with expressions of admiration and envy all over their faces. I'm going. Tuo Yu, you are really too strong. So strong, why did you hide your strength before? That's right, even 3rd Hokage can't handle your technique. Naruto, little Sakura, Ino, a group of people were very excited. However, at this time, swoosh, sudden, a strong hurricane slapped down from the sky. The wind was blowing, and the ground raised countless dust. Then, a screeching sound resounded in the sky. Senior Tuo Yu, Senior Tuo Yu, 35. Hearing this voice, Tuo Yu was shocked, as if he had been electrocuted. He raised his head and looked up to the sky. Good guy, it's actually the Akatsuki organization. And, more than one. Deidara, Hidan, Sasori, Konan. 4 came at once. I rely on. What's going on here? Tuo Yu scolded on the spot. Although he is stronger than Naruto and the others now, he still can't face so many members of Akatsuki at one time. The most important thing is that there are a lot of drag oil bottles next to it, which are holding back. If you really want to conflict, you are at an absolute disadvantage. Huh, who are they? 35. Little Sakura, Naruto and others were puzzled. Obviously, at this time, they haven't seen the clothes of the Shao organization. I'm afraid I don't even know the existence of the Shao organization. Senior Tuo Yu, Deidara can't wait, jumping off the big clay bird in excitement. Sasori and Hidan also jumped in turn. Konan is suspended in the air, silently monitoring everything. Senior, I finally found you. You don't know how tormented I have been for so many days. 39. I haven't learned any of the techniques you demonstrated to me last time. Can you teach me a little secret? Otherwise, I can't even eat. Hearing this, Naruto and little Sakura looked at each other and nodded. Oh, I get it. This guy should be Tuo Yu's apprentice, right? Naruto's expression looked understood. Dude, has Tuo Yu already accepted his apprentices? This is too exaggerated. Shikamaru shook his head helplessly, filled with emotion. Damn, he is already accepting apprentices before we graduate. Is the gap so big? Choji and Inuzuka gritted their teeth unwillingly, and felt inferior in their hearts. Hearing Naruto's discussion, Tuo Yu was speechless at this time. Good guy, he's straight up good guy. This Deidara is really a lunatic. He actually came all the way over and asked himself how to blast it. Moreover, I also brought 3 teammates here. Tuo Yu was about to say a few words to deal with him. Yet at this moment, that's it, Deidara. A low, deep voice came from behind. Deidara turned her head and saw that it was Sasori who had raised his steel tail and was ready to attack. Brother Sasori, you haven't waited for Deidara to ask. Hidan next to him also took out the March sickle, with a terrifying bloody smile on his face. Hey, Sasori-san, Hidan-senpai, what do you two want to do? Deidara's face changed instantly, and she guarded Tuo Yu in front of them. Sasori and Hidan's posture, it's obvious that they are going to do something wrong. Want to kill, Sasori said in a cold and gloomy tone. The ability of this kid is a bit beyond expectations. In order to prevent him from becoming a potential threat, I will get rid of him now. Hearing this, Deidara was instantly furious. Hey, Sasori-san, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you attack Tuo Yu-senpai? 35. This is not a mission. Hidan next to him laughed twice. Oh, Deidara, you are already obsessed with ghosts, so let me cut this kid and cut off your worries. You two bastards, Deidara yells. He felt as if he had been betrayed. Konan, aren't you here to persuade them both? 99. Both of them are totally against the rules. The leader didn't let them kill at all. Faced with this situation, Konan is also in a dilemma. On the one hand, blindly killing people is really not good, because it will cause unnecessary incidents. But on the other hand, as Hidan said, Deidara is already fascinated. If you kill Tuo Yu at this time, you can cut off his worries and get rid of a potential calamity. Hey, Konan, you talk. 9. This. Konan was in a tangle. You stinky woman, you were indeed on their side. Deidara is furious. He felt that he had lived so long, and he had never suffered such a big calculation. Unzipping the satchel around her waist, Deidara reached in with her hands and started chewing the clay inside. Sasori, Hidan, if you dare to do something to Senior Tuo Yu, don't blame me for doing it to you. I will definitely make you look good. Seeing this outrageous development in front of him, Tuo Yu at this time, with a confused expression, was already messed up in the wind. Good guy. The members of Akatsuki's organization actually fought against their comrades to protect themselves. This expansion is a bit outrageous. But, Tuo Yu didn't stand still. With Deidara's strength, it is really difficult to kill Sasori and Hidan. After all, apart from blasting ninjutsu, he has no other moves that he can use. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, illusion. Nothing. Opposite Hidan, although he is also a serious subject, he is good at physical skills and has a very heaven-defying anti-injury. Sasori is even harder to deal with. With hundreds of puppets on his body, there are even high-end goods like third cage. If Sasori didn't release the water, Xiaoqiang who was present would probably all die here. Deidara, you step back. 9. A cold voice came from behind. With a gloomy face, Tuo Yu walked out silently. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became extremely tense. Naruto and little Sakura, etc., did not dare to come out. They didn't expect that things would turn out so fast. In the last second, I thought it was a touching scene of master and apprentice meeting. In the next second, the other party will kill them. Fall from heaven to hell. Hidan isn't it? Tuo Yu was not in a hurry and stood in front. Dark eyes glanced at Hidan's face. Hey, you stinky boy, what are you looking at? After being despised, Hidan was extremely angry. Look again, just stare for another second and I'll send you to see Lord Evil God. 35. Hidan carried the March sickle with a black face and came over with murderous aura. I'll cut you into 8 pieces. I'm not kidding you. 0 flowers. Your intestines will be cut by me. Hidan walks and threatens, but the next second, bang 1. A huge stream of memories flooded into his mind instantly. At this moment, countless pictures and countless fragments began to flow in Hidan's mind like a roller coaster. Gold wire glasses, suits, basements, chains, candles. Cut through the body one by one. Stitch by stitch. All kinds of bizarre torture instruments, unsmelling blood water. Broken body, bones exposed. Day after day, year after year. An extremely tragic life of abuse, in just a few seconds, emerged in Hidan's mind. This moment, Hidan's spirit has been severely damaged. The expression of the whole person changed greatly, the heart was beating wildly, every pore on the whole body was sweating, and even the standing was unsteady. What is this? This memory is, what is it? Hidan scratched his head in horror, like seeing a ghost. He looked at Tuo Yu with a face full of fear. Impossible. You don't come here. 9. Don't come here, please. Stop torturing me. 39. Ah, it hurts. My foot is cut off. Hidan was so frightened that he stepped back and kept his feet on the ground. See this scene. The entire scene, like a stillness at first, was dead silent for a few seconds. Then everyone exploded on the spot, showing a terrified look. 0. What happened? What's wrong with that guy? Crazy. Why are you suddenly scared like that? 35. I'm going. What's wrong with that Hidan? Is there a mental problem? A group of small strong, stunned to see. Sasori next to him, Deidara on the opposite side, and Konan in the sky also have a ghostly expression. What's the situation? Illusion. However, it is impossible. He's not from Uchiha. He doesn't have a Sharingan. How come he didn't even have a seal? He just activated the illusion. And is there such a strong illusion in this world? With just one look, Hidan, who was extremely pervert crazy, was so frightened that he couldn't even stand. Hidan, what's wrong with you? What are you afraid of? Sasori roared loudly. But Hidan's sanity, where can he stay awake? To know, what Tuo Yu gave him just now was not a good memory. It's the bloody, vicious, brutal horror memory. The strongest damage-type illusion, Tsukuyomi, only suffered 3 days and 3 nights of persecution in the hallucination. Even if Tsukuyomi can stretch the victim's sense of time, it's only a few months at most. But Tuo Yu's memory was different. It was a painful memory that lasted decades. In that memory, Hidan has been tied up in Tuo Yu's basement, subjected to all kinds of torture every day, ravaged and devastated by madness. The body is cut and mended and cut. In the end, the oil was completely exhausted, and I was tortured to death. Such memories are now directly loaded into Hidan's mind, and it is impossible not to collapse. Hidan didn't go mad on the spot, all because he had the ability to undead, and he was a pervert himself. He had killed so many people, so he had a relatively strong endurance. Please, don't come here. Hidan was trembling and sweating. I can't even hold the march sickle. Vomit. The huge psychological impact made him physically uncomfortable. He got down on the ground and started to vomit. FK. See this scene. Everyone on the scene is stupid. Deidara, Sasori, Konan, Naruto, little Sakura, Sasuke. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. Full of question marks. Tuo Yu just took 2 steps forward, and the guy with the scythe was so frightened that he vomited. What's going on? This BD, what a piece of trash. Sasori cursed fiercely. He really couldn't understand what happened to this Sasori. Being stared at by a little devil, he slumped to the ground with one look, and vomited out. What a shame for their organization. Sasori's head twisted. Then, the spine wriggled, and a row of sharp bayonets cut through Shongyun's uniform, revealing it. Little devil, it seems that you have some skills. If you don't play with you will die painfully under my poisonous needle. 35 losses. Chapter 63 Pain. 4 sent out, 3 crazy. 66 258. Chapter 63 Pain. 4 sent out, 3 crazy. Click, click, click. After a rapid mechanical vibration, Fei Liuhu, the Sasori-shaped puppet that Sasori was using now, completely exposed his body to Tuo Yu and the others. The hands are sharp knives, the back is a strange face, and the steel Sasori tail swings in the air, dripping from time to time. After the liquid dripped on the ground, it immediately made a sizzling sound, and then a choking white smoke appeared. It looks like it carries some kind of poison. Sasori, UBD, are you coming for real? 99. A cold sweat dripped from Deidara's forehead. This is no joke. If Sasori of Red Sand really wants to kill him, he can't stop him. Nonsense. This kid must be killed immediately. Get out of here if you don't want to die. Talking, Sasori manipulated the puppet, with his long tail standing tall, and then whoosh whoosh, countless poisonous needles as thin as a cow's hair shot out from the tail. Naruto, stay away. Boom. Tuo Yu raised his fist, violent fist style, swept away all the poisonous needles. Not only Sasori and Deidara, but also Konan in the sky were a little stunned when he saw that Tuo Yu suddenly used taijutsu, and it was such a strong taijutsu. This kid is really dangerous. 5. Sasori's attacks are getting more and more vicious. The port on the puppet opened. Whoosh whoosh, a large number of poisonous needles, sprayed from the body, attacked Tuo Yu. Boom, boom, boom. Tuo Yu twisted his body flexibly and kept punching and punching. 043. Under the power of the King of Fighters, these poisonous needles are like folded paper. They are blown out with a punch, and they are immediately blown away, and some are even bent by the shock wave. Sasori changed gears, and the shuriken started to pop out of the pliers of both hands, and his body jumped, firing poisonous hidden weapons from all directions. Tuo Yu looked for opportunities while dodging. He wants to seize the opportunity and give the opponent a fatal blow. However, at this moment, puff, a sharp poisonous needle penetrated the fist wind and stabbed Tuo Yu's thigh. And Sasori on the opposite side stopped attacking immediately. It's over, kid. 35. Hearing this sentence, Deidara's face suddenly changed. Conan in the sky also closed his eyes regretfully. Because Sasori's poison is the most powerful poison in the whole ninja world. Even surpassed Chio in the land of wind. If he is injured by his hidden weapon, the opponent will be paralyzed in an instant, and his body will not be able to move. Then, in great pain, you can only wait to be harvested. Damn, to shoot from here, this is a dead end. Tuo Yu pulled out the needle and threw it aside. Then, continue to put your fists in front of your eyes in an attacking stance. What's the situation? 99. Sasori was a little confused. What's the matter? Didn't he just stab him? But why didn't this guy fall? Sasori frowned, wondering if he had just stabbed too shallowly. So attacked again. Whoosh whoosh. A few seconds later, another poisonous needle pierced into Tuo Yu's body. This time it's the waist. Hum hum. This time is almost there, right? Sasori stopped attacking, pulled out the ninja sword hidden in the pliers and swaggered towards Tuo Yu. He is ready to harvest. However, I'll go, don't shoot anywhere else. It hurts. Tuo Yu frowned, pulled out the poison needle with a grumbling expression, and threw it to the ground. This moment, the three people in Xiao's organization were all stunned. Hey, what's going on? Little devil, are you unresponsive? Sasori yelled in a hurry. His poison needle is the most powerful poison weapon in the world. Ordinary medical ninjas can't even solve it. Don't talk about children, as long as they are stabbed by his poisonous needles, even the elephant will be paralyzed instantly. But he has already shot 2 shots in a row, and this kid has nothing to do. Could it be that my poison has failed? Sasori's face darkened, and he instantly fired a shot at the crowd next to him. 35. A scream sounded quickly, and then, Sasuke fell to the ground directly. 2 seconds later, Sasuke let out a howl of pain like a pig. Okay, it hurts. What is this? My body can't move, my legs seem to be burning. Naruto and the others immediately surrounded him nervously. Ino and little Sakura quickly used some medical ninjutsu they had learned to rescue Sasuke. But at this time, Sasori was shocked. He felt that his head was not enough. What the hell is going on here? Obviously it works. Saying that, Sasori sneaked up on Tuo Yu again. Because for a moment, Tuo Yu's mind was on Sasuke who was howling, so there was a flaw in his dodging. Puff puff. This time, 7 or 8 poisonous needles stabbed Tuo Yu. The hands, legs, abdomen, and even the face were stabbed with poisonous needles. This time, is it time to fall? Sasori waited a little apprehensively. However, Tuo Yu just scolded and pulled the needle out of his body in extreme annoyance. Damn, did you make a mistake? I didn't say anything about shooting hidden weapons, but they still attacked. With that said, Tuo Yu put on an attacking stance again. This moment, in the whole place, apart from Sasuke's howl, no other sound could be heard. Sasori of Red Sand, Deidara, Conan, the 3 members of the Akatsuki organization, all stared at Tuo Yu in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. How can that be? My poison is actually ineffective. Not only Sasori was horrified, Conan and Deidara also widened their eyes. Is this a joke? Sasori's poison, which can paralyze more than 30 adults in a row, has no effect on him. Senior Tuo Yu is simply too powerful. He was able to take Sasori's poison abruptly. Facing the shock of the enemy, Tuo Yu was not surprised at all. Of course, now Tuo Yu's body has the strongest antitoxicity in the whole ninja world. No matter who comes, Sasori, Chio, or Orochimaru, even if they go together, take out the most powerful poison and spray Tuo Yu like insecticide. It is impossible to cause any harm to Tuo Yu, because Tuo Yu's body has endured the strongest toxin that wiped out the entire ninja world. The poison of Sasori's level is completely the level of sprinkling water. Hateful, I don't believe it. What kind of technique did you use? Seeing that his poison had no effect at all, Sasori's heart became extremely anxious and panicked. Bang bang bang. Fei Liuhu's abdomen, back, shoulders, and even face, all parts of the body were opened, and strange-shaped weapons appeared. The blades of these weapons are coated with all kinds of deadly poisons. Each one can be fatal. As if losing his mind, Sasori roared frantically, I don't believe that you can handle so much poison. Go to hell. Saying that, Fei Liuhu launched a more violent attack on Tuo Yu. Swish, puff, click, sword and sword shadow, poison needle flashes. Although Tuo Yu's King of Fighters' strength is unparalleled, in terms of skills, he is still not comparable to such an experienced ninja. Especially puppets. You must know that puppets have no movement restrictions. They can perform all sorts of outrageous movements that are beyond the limits of the human body. Very difficult to guard against. After a fight, Sasori took the initiative to distance himself. He glanced at the weapon, and in all likelihood, blood had been scraped from it. This time it should fall, right? Sasori waited terribly. He couldn't believe that Tuo Yu might be fine after suffering so much poison. However, damn, how come I'm not careful? There are 5 or 6 more wounds. Tuo Yu looked at his clothes with a distressed look on his face, and he had to sigh that the skill of the #1 puppet master in the ninja world was amazing. After only 7 or 8 seconds of fighting, he actually cut himself so many knives. What the hell? What's going on? At this time, Sasori on the opposite side was completely dumbfounded. Brain and mind are blank. The whole person is completely in a trance. Did not fall. Tuo Yu still didn't fall down. 5 seconds, 8 seconds. 10 seconds have passed. 20 seconds have passed. He still hasn't fallen. What the hell happened? You guy, aren't you afraid of poison at all? Sasori shouted hysterically, in addition to confusion, panic, and more fear in his eyes. Because right in front of his eyes, something completely incomprehensible appeared. This goes against his common sense. However, the opposite Tuo Yu has a serious face. 0. Damn, I won't play with you anymore, you are too cruel. Pupils shrink. Then, a huge momentum burst out from the body. Boom. A step, with a fearless momentum. Tuo Yu rushed directly to Fei Liuhu. Break me. Boom. The fist with explosive power exploded in the air in an instant. The hard shell of Fei Liuhu was smashed to pieces, and countless parts and hidden weapons were scattered all over the ground. And Sasori's body was also knocked out at the same time. After hearing the explosion, Naruto and little Sakura also cast their eyes nervously. However, after seeing Sasori's main body, all of them widened their eyes and froze. Hey, what's the matter? How come a young man seems to have popped out of it? Pink hair, could it be a girl? It seems so. It feels cuter than little Sakura. See Sasori's true colors. Deidara also looked sluggish, and the whole person was not well. What's the situation? Big brother Sasori looks like this. Why does he look younger than him? Did the body appear? Tuo Yu retracted his fist, ready to punch Sasori again. At this time, Sasori didn't think of any countermeasures to avoid it. He just froze in place, staring blankly ahead. How is this possible? How could my poison be cracked? It's impossible, there's no reason. For the puppet masters, making puppets is their first duty, and creating poison is their second duty. I used all my poison, but it didn't hurt Tuo Yu at all. Worse than a mosquito bite. This made Sasori take a huge psychological blow. Oops, Sasori guy, lost his mind. Konan, who was silently monitoring everything in the sky, was keenly aware of Sasori's abnormality. If he goes into a trance again, the next punch will be killed. Swoosh. Countless pieces of white paper fell from the sky, instantly wrapping around Tuo Yu's fist and half of his face. 2.6 inches Deidara, retreat. The paper is embedded in the soil, turning into a flying carpet, dragging Hidan, who is already delirious, up. Konan pulled Sasori and sat on the clay bird with Deidara. Senior Tuo Yu, Deidara shouted in remorse. This time is an accident, next time I will come to visit you. 35. With a reluctant expression, Deidara took off slowly. Konan, on the other hand, looked at Tuo Yu coldly. This boy, I'm afraid it will really become a danger. Before he could finish speaking, Konan felt a strange memory come into his mind in the next second. This is. Konan looked terrified and grabbed Shongyun's uniform. What happened? Clothes. I actually went with the clothes. Is this an illusion, or? Rain Country, Shao Organization Base. Pain was still silently watching from the roof, observing the village's every move. Yet at this moment, in the space, a spiral-shaped rippling wave appeared. A moment later, from the spiral hole, a masked man with short hair appeared. Uchiha Obito, Nagato, what the hell are you doing? As soon as Obito appeared, he immediately scolded. Pain turned his head in surprise. What happened? What's the matter? The 4 people you sent out have just returned, but 3 of them have lost their minds. Chapter 64 Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looks like you don't know you're a genius. 67 258. Chapter 64 Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looks like you don't know you're a genius. What? Hearing Obito's words, a look of doubt appeared on Pain's icy face. But he understood immediately. It should be Konan and they have an accident. Quote. Pain's heart skipped a beat. Deidara had been clamoring to see Tuo Yu before, and to be on the safe side, he even invited 3 people to accompany him. But what's the situation now? Only 4 people were sent out, and 3 of them were already delirious. What the hell happened to them outside? Pain was inexplicably surprised. He really could not have imagined that Konoha village, who had the strength, would destroy the 3 members of the Akatsuki organization at one time. I gonna go see. With a gloomy mood, Pain walked downstairs slowly. And Obito, because the surface has not officially joined the organization at this time, so he had to hide his identity. The Kamui Sharingan unfolds, and Obito is reabsorbed into the space. Base, first floor space. At this time, Konan, Sasori, Deidara, Hidan. 4 people have come back soaked wet. Seeing that all 4 of them still have arms and hands, Pain's heart dropped a little. But immediately, his brows furrowed. Because, as Obito said, these people have problems. The first and most obvious one is Sasori. Man, when you go out, you lose your vest. Then there was Hidan, who was terrified and curled up on the ground, as if he had suffered some kind of huge stimulus. Although Konan doesn't seem to have changed much, Pain, who gets along with her day and night, can see at a glance that something is wrong. Konan is also in a state of dismay, and he doesn't know what the stimulus is. Of all the 4 people, only Deidara, who was arguing at the beginning and was nervous to go outside, was the most normal. With a nonchalant look on his face, even in his eyebrows, there is a hint of pride and joy. Pain is completely stupid. What the hell is going on? What exactly did they experience at Konoha Village 20? How did the group get wiped out all of a sudden? Hey, Hidan, what are you pretending to be a BD? Get up for me. Beside, Kakuzu came over with a dissatisfied face, stretched out his foot and kicked Hidan hard. Clap, clap, clap. Hidan was kicked around like a ball. Are you FG crazy? Quickly wake up lousy, get up and kill. Kakuzu thinks that Hidan may be on a nerve. Otherwise, how could it be so good, and become such a ghost? A murderous demon, actually curled up on the ground in fear. Isn't this what the hell is it? Kakuzu, stop hitting him. Pain slowly floated down from the sky, and several other members, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Ju, also came over. Obito also peeked out an eye from the far wall. Conan, what's going on? What happened to you outside? Pain forced himself to hold his breath. Yes, it's Tuo Yu. At this time, the memory in Conan's mind was also confused. She didn't even know if it was her original imagination or her memory. I always feel that this Tuo Yu has come into contact with myself. That's right, he turned into a dress. Wearing it on myself for years, helping her keep warm on rainy days, and rubbing her when she's empty. In the end, he even saved his life from the masked man, and he maintained a special relationship with him and lived together for many years. Seriously, if these memories hadn't been real and came to mind on their own initiative, Conan wouldn't even be able to think of it if she cut her scalp out of her own imagination. This is too bizarre. Brainstorm. How can anyone turn into clothes? And he actually has feelings for a piece of clothing. Not only physical feelings, but even spiritual feelings. It's outrageous. That boy named Tuo Yu, we did meet, but... Conan cut down the complicated and simplified, and said the matter in Konoha aside. Of course, there was no mention of Tuo Yu turning into clothes in her mind. She wants a face. Is that so? Does that mean that the young man has a lot of strength, so he scared the two of them like this? Pain's face was still not very good, or even worse. Konoha village has become so strong. How could one kid just wipe out two of their members? Is the other party too strong, or their side is too weak? Haha, of course, I said long ago that Senior Tuo Yu is a genius. 99. I didn't expect him to be able to defeat even Sasori-senpai. Deidara looked smug. In the previous battle, it was obviously Sasori and Hidan who went to challenge first, but both of them lost. Just so embarrassing, but for his fans of Tuo Yu, this result is not bad. However, in Conan's description just now, it seems that only Sasori and the boy named Tuo Yu had a fight. His poison was completely cracked by the opponent, which was indeed a bit of a blow, but Hidan simply surrendered without starting a fight. Isn't it weird? 5. Kisame added an important point. Yeah, actually I'm also very puzzled. It stands to reason that this BD, Hidan, should be a guy with extremely strong willpower. After all, he kills himself every time he kills someone. How can he be so easily mentally broken? Kakuzu is also very surprised. Maybe it's an illusion. Ju spooked out of the ground. As long as it's an illusion, no matter how strong the opponent's willpower is, there will be times when it won't last. I think you can ask Uchiha Itachi for this. A group of people cast their eyes on Uchiha Itachi. As a member of Akatsuki's organization, and even in the entire ninja world, there are only a few Uchiha people. In the field of illusion, he has the most say. A few dozen. Do you know that boy named Tuo Yu? Kisame asked. Uchiha Itachi nodded silently. I know, but in my impression he is just an ordinary child. 5. Huh, not from your Uchiha clan. Kisame was surprised. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Could that be your Sharingan's illusion? For example, where did he pick up a Sharingan and put it on himself, and then cast the illusion on Hidan, just like that Hitaki Kakashi? 35. At this point in the discussion, basically everyone agrees that Hidan is in the illusion. Tuo Yu's powerful physical skills and powerful interpretation skills are true, but the most important thing is that he killed Hidan's illusion in one glance. To be able to scare a pervert into this is definitely a terrifying illusion. Uchiha Itachi frowned, constantly unlocking his knowledge in his mind. But after a while, he still shook his head and rejected this statement. It shouldn't be possible. According to my estimation, the level of ninjutsu that can cause such great psychological trauma to Hidan is at least Tsukuyomi's level. 35. However, in order to activate Tsukuyomi, we must have the physique of our Uchiha clan. If outsiders use it, they can only use ordinary illusions, such as short-term imprisonment. That said, however, what puzzled Uchiha Itachi was that, how could there still be illusions of the same level as Tsukuyomi in this world? And even Tsukuyomi, it's impossible to scare Hidan like this. How traumatized is this? The discussion suddenly stalled. The atmosphere at the scene was a little dull. After all, this is the first time that Shao has suffered a defeat since the organization's personnel were assembled. And it's still a hit. After a while, Pain stood up. Well, regarding this matter, it seems that the investigation will continue. 39. Prior to that, let's stay put, and the most important thing now is to get Hidan back to his senses. Itachi, I'll leave this to you. After speaking, Uchiha Itachi lifted Hidan up and took him into his room. He is a master of illusion, and naturally there are many ways to remove illusion. Everyone else went back to the room with their own thoughts. Only Uchiha Obito, lurking in the corner, looked unbelievable. Konoha village, there is such an awesome existence. Konoha Village, hospital ward. The door was pushed open, and Naruto and little Sakura asked the doctor nervously. How is Sasuke? Is it all right? 39. The attending doctor nodded. The mood has stabilized, but his poison is relatively deep, and it may take a month for him to be completely relieved. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. This Sasuke is really unlucky. Obviously that Sasori, who has been fighting Tuo Yu all the time, only targeting Tuo Yu in the whole process and doesn't pay attention to them at all. But for some unknown reason, a poisonous needle was suddenly shot in the middle. Unbiased. Let Sasuke do the next thing. This is good. Tuo Yu got an injection, but nothing happened. Sasuke fainted from the pain. Naruto and the others don't know whether Tuo Yu's body is too good, or Sasuke's body is too weak. Hokage Building. Office of 3rd Hokage. Boom. After hearing the report that Anbu Ninja got from the hospital, Tuo Yu slammed the wall with grief and anger on his face. Tuo Yu, don't do this, it's none of your business. 99. Yes, you have done a good job, you have saved everyone. Yuhika and Mitarashi Anko, two people comforting Tuo Yu by the side. For other people, their thoughts at this time are a bit complicated. Tuo Yu, he really killed 2 members of the Akatsuki organization by himself. Might Guy has a face full of question marks and exclamation marks. From the bottom of his heart, he felt very shocked, even a little suspicious of life. Knowing the organization, what kind of person is that? The #1 terrorist organization in the entire ninja world. It is said that there are all the rebels in various villages, with fierce methods and superb strength. And Tuo Yu actually beat 2 people at once. Is it because of the help of that guy named Deidara? 35. Kakashi added. To be honest, he didn't believe it either. Although he has never really fought against the members of Akatsuki's organization, he can judge their general strength from the members inside. Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru. These 2 people went out from Konoha, and Kakashi is very clear about their strength. Does Tuo Yu already have the strength to compete with these 043 people? I think it's 80% that the opponent is too weak. Seeing that Tuo Yu and the others are not very old, they let their guard down. Asuma puffed out a smoke ring and analyzed himself. All Konoha Jonin are suspicious in their hearts. But only Hong Yuhi is convinced of Tuo Yu's strength. She even scolded secretly. You people know shit. Tuo Yu is a descendant of Sage of 6 Paths, you can't compare. After some heated discussion, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally cleared everyone out. Only Tuo Yu was left. Tuo Yu, what are your thoughts on this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen smokes a pipe. In fact, he asked Tuo Yu what he thought was bullshit. He mainly wanted to ask what level the 2 members of the Shao organization were in Tuo Yu's eyes. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen suspects now, Tuo Yu may have a great misunderstanding of his own strength. He may have surpassed Jonin's strength, but in his cognition, he still thought he was a student or a genin. This young man may be a rare genius in the history of Konoha for decades. Strength. I feel that they haven't shown their true strength. Tuo Yu didn't even pretend, he just told the truth. In fact, it was the same. Sasori and Hidan of Akasha basically did not use their abilities. The main reason for winning them this time is the clever use of psychological tactics. And the ability in hand just restrains them. What do you think of that puppet player? Does his poison have no effect on you? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked seriously. It doesn't seem to work. Actually, I'm wondering why Sasuke hurts like that. Could it be that only the needle that shot him was poisonous? Tuo Yu asked schemingly. Quote. Seeing his reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen probably felt a little bit in his heart. My guess was really close. What about the guy who was stunned by you? What kind of ninjutsu did you use? I don't know, but sometimes, I think my eyes can make others hallucinate. But it doesn't seem to be an illusion, so I always think it should be some kind of psychological effect. After hearing 2 answers from Tuo Yu, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood completely. Sit down. This Tuo Yu is really a genius that Konoha has rarely encountered in decades. He is completely unaware of his own strength. Unparalleled anti-toxicity, innate illusion ability, and the terrifying fist. He didn't notice at all. Chapter 65 The new simulation opens. Accurate to every minute of the future. 68 258. Chapter 65 The new simulation opens. Accurate to every minute of the future. What kind of hallucinations will your illusion create? Can you control it? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked about the key point. Ordinary illusions, even the Sharingan illusions of the Uchiha family, are directional. In other words, what kind of picture the caster wants him to see, what kind of picture the other party can see. And to this question, Tuo Yu naturally shook his head in veto. You can't talk nonsense. If in the future, he simulates some exciting life and wants to show it to the other party, wouldn't it be difficult to make a move? Tuo Yu had a puzzled look on his face, and seemed to be saddened by the loss of his own abilities. Lord 3rd Generation, to be honest, I actually don't know if it's an illusion. Sometimes I just glared at others fiercely, and they couldn't stand it. At first I thought it was my talent, but later, after I studied the relevant knowledge carefully, I realized, how could there be such an illusion? They should have been frightened by my aura, and they were just brainstorming. Brain make-up. Sarutobi Hiruzen day thoughtful. Indeed, as an ninjutsu doctor, he has never heard of other illusions other than Tsukuyomi of the Uchiha clan, which can be performed without knots. It may really be like what Tuo Yu said, it was made up by someone else's brain. Not to mention other people, even Sarutobi Hiruzen sees him, and all kinds of images of expectations for the future can arise in his mind. After thinking for a moment, Tuo Yu, you can go home now and have a good rest. 35. This time it is also hard for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked approving, even a little grateful. If it weren't for Tuo Yu's presence, the new generation of their Konoha generation would probably all be buried. At that time, the village was really called Xingguang, not answering. Tuo Yu nodded and left. Of course, just to be on the safe side. When he got home, he immediately began to write a small composition. The content is naturally a thrilling battle, guilt for Sasuke, and heartfelt for the village, etc. The accident this time is really unexpected. It seems that I have to seize the time to improve my strength. After forcing 4 members of the Akatsuki organization back at one time, no matter how big of a heart pain is, he probably won't sit idly by. According to Tuo Yu's calculations, someone might come to Konoha secretly to investigate him soon. So before that, he must simulate new abilities as soon as possible. Otherwise, just relying on these abilities in hand, there is no way to fight against other members of the organization. Especially Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and Pain. Their abilities, for their current self, are quite tricky. If there is still a team coming, let alone, it is a dead end. Close the doors and windows and draw the curtains. Tuo Yu sat alone on the bed, his face more serious than any previous simulation. Host. Tuo Yu. Level. LV3. System cooling time. Completed. You have a new property to view. See the data on the system panel. Tuo Yu couldn't help frowning. Level up. If I remember correctly, Tuo Yu got S several times in the Sims after the last upgrade. It should be from the upgrade of the life of the Poison King before, but I didn't have time to check it. Quote. Without thinking about it, Tuo Yu immediately clicked on the system panel to view the new properties. Fixed point simulation. This is a brand new simulation method, which allows the host to simulate at a fixed point time, without having to start a new life or wait until the end of life. This is good. After seeing the explanation popped up by the system, Tuo Yu's eyes immediately brightened. The previous simulation was like restarting your life, grabbing a talent and training for a lifetime. Now this fixed point simulation is like a short-term forecast. You can predict what will happen next in reality. Can the system, this fixed point simulation, carry talent? Sorry, the fixed point simulation is a short-term simulation based on your current life, with a maximum time of no more than 1 month, so you cannot carry other talents, you can only choose one action or state. For example, if you choose to sleep, escape, run. Tuo Yu nodded. Indeed, if it is only a short-term simulation, even if it carries talent, it is not very useful. To be able to develop a new skill in just 1 month, I am afraid that only 2 scumbags in the whole ninja world can do it. Prince and Arzuzi, so Tuo Yu's focus is still on forecasting. Mainly he wanted to see what happened after this. System. Start simulation. After his butt was firmly seated, Tuo Yu immediately issued an order. Ding. Start the simulation. Please select the time. Note. The time of fixed point simulation corresponds to 1 hour a day. Is it so short? Tuo Yu remembers the previous large-scale simulations, where 1 year corresponds to 1 hour. Now shortened so much, it seems necessary to be cautious. Choose 3 days first. The time has been determined. Please select your status. Let's keep it as it is now. Don't move, don't take the initiative to provoke anyone, and don't try to hide from anyone. Simulating. Please wait. The screen is being generated. You slept all night, and on the second day, you woke up at 7:50 in the morning. You got a tuba on the toilet, and at 8 o'clock, you took a shower. At 8:10, you go out and eat at that breakfast restaurant as usual. The good guy just saw the simulation at the beginning, and Tuo Yu felt unusual. This is directly accurate to the minute. But it makes sense to think about it. After all, what he is simulating now is the next 3 days. And this is about the real world, and everything that happens in the future may come true and affect oneself. To the minute, that's reasonable. Because no one knows what the world will be like in the next minute. At 8:12, you took your plate and sat down. You bumped into the little girl you saw a few days ago. She still looked at you with admiration on her face. You and her greeted each other with gestures. At 8:20, you left the breakfast shop and started walking on the street. At 8:25, you meet Might Guy and Rock Lee who are running, and you greet each other. At 9:05, you finished your walk and came home. You found Yuhika sitting at your house. At 9:06, you learned that her intention was that she had an accident before. She took the initiative to visit you, and bought you fruits and vegetables. From 9:07 to 9:30, you were chatting with her on the sofa. She complained to you about Asuma. She felt that Asuma was becoming more and more stingy, and she no longer thought about Asuma. At 9:31, you asked her how she thinks about sibling love with the mentality of giving it a try. She blushed after being stunned for a while, and told you that as long as 2 people sincerely love each other, age is not a problem, even if the other party is younger than her. 10 years old is also acceptable. At 9:32, you have a clue. Continue to ask her what she thinks of a man opening a harem. She replied that she would smile and then find an opportunity to poison him. After finishing speaking, Yuhika's face is not as good looking as before. She even asked you with a smile, did you have such thoughts? Seeing this, Tuo Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes. Good guy. Sure enough, people in the ninja world are too conservative in their thinking. Isn't it normal for a man to like several or even a dozen girls at the same time? Everyone lives happily together, squeezes a blanket at night, and eats rice from a pot. Isn't this a beautiful thing? Why can't it be accepted? But after thinking about it, Tuo Yu decided not to step on the thunder. After all, the current Yuhika and the others have not been adjusted, so they may not be able to accept it. When I get to know her a little more, I will ask these things again. Well, the advantages of this fixed-point simulation, good as Zhao-like, have begun to show. 35. If you don't ask about Yuhiko tomorrow, you will be able to successfully avoid the thunder spot. At 10:30, you suggested to Hong Yuhi that you should not eat at home. Although she accepted it, she was angrily the whole time. You understand, it should be caused by the matter of opening the harem to him before. You feel some regrets, because if you are angry, the delicious food will become unpalatable. 12 o'clock to 12:30, the two of you have dinner at home. As you guessed just now, she has been sulking and even stepped on you on purpose. 12:40, Kurenai Yuri left your house, and before leaving, she came to your stomach for a moment, as if to retaliate. Damn it, I really can't talk nonsense. 35. Women are too careful. Tuo Yu couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. Fortunately, I predicted tomorrow's events first, so it seems that I must be cautious. Continue the simulation. In the afternoon, you stay at home and start writing a small essay by Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are a little doubtful whether he can really believe what you said yesterday. At the same time, you are also worried about whether the people from Xiao's organization will really come to the door. Closing square bracket dot. Chapter 66. The identity of crossing is exposed. Known by Danzo, 69 258. Chapter 66. The identity of crossing is exposed. Known by Danzo. Previous. Next. You spent the whole day in thinking. At 7:25 in the evening, when you decided to go to the street to eat noodles, something abnormal happened. You were blocked by several people wearing dog head masks, and you recognized their identities at a glance. This is the root of Danzo. They explained their intentions. It is Lord Danzo who wants to see you. Damn it, did you wait for Danzo first instead of waiting for Akatsuki? Tuo Yu came up under pressure. Before he deliberately attracted third Hokage, in addition to the consideration of allowing himself to move freely and choose tasks at will, there is also a very important reason, that is, beware of Danzo. To know, Danzo is not a good thing. Since Hokage lost the election, he has been hiding in the dark, calculating this and that all day long, doing some sneaky things. And this guy coveted a lot of power. Wood style, Sharingan, even Shisui with distinguished heavenly gods Sharingan. Tuo Yu was afraid of being brainwashed by distinguished heavenly gods, so he pulled third Hokage. Who knew that this third generation could be so incompetent and useless? Danzo seems to ignore him at all. Regardless of whether he is a celebrity beside him or not, he must find him and investigate. Tuo Yu took a few deep breaths and became a little nervous. Continue the simulation. After learning of the other party's intentions, although you have scruples in your heart, you feel that Danzo does not dare to do anything to you, so you still go. 7:50, you arrived at the basement, in Danzo's room. As soon as you walked in, the door was closed. Danzo stared at you with a gloomy face, and directly pointed out his intention. He asks if you are an orphan of Uchiha. Did you really ask that? In fact, Tuo Yu had expected this situation before. At a glance, Hidan was stunned, and it was easy for others to associate his art with the legendary Tsukuyomi. You categorically rejected, and you even took the initiative to show Danzo your eyes, indicating that you do not have a Sharingan. Danzo pondered for a moment, but the next second, he suddenly lifted the blindfold and launched the illusion distinguished heavenly gods on you. 047. You were caught off guard and hit on the spot. Quote question mark exclamation mark. Lying. At this point in the simulation, Tuo Yu almost didn't sit up on the spot. Good guy. Got hit right away. I was caught off guard, so I let Danzo do it. Tuo Yu's heart was pounding, and a trace of sweat was oozing from his palms. He really never thought that this Danzo would be so bold. He can now say that he is already a big celebrity in Konoha, the most eye-catching existence among the younger generation. That's it. How could Danzo still attack himself? Good guy. Fortunately, it's simulated now, otherwise it will be late tomorrow. Tuo Yu wiped the sweat from his head and continued to simulate. After being cast by Danzo distinguished heavenly gods, he brainwashed you. And there's only one thing to brainwashing, which is, you're always loyal to Danzo, but you'll do anything for him when you need it. Single quote closing square bracket. It's really like Danzo's style. Tuo Yu had to sigh. Is it the man who was carrying the dark side of Konoha? Danzo brainwashing him like this will not make him behave abnormally, or what should he do? But as long as there is a need in the team battle, he will immediately become his pawn. Do anything for him. This must include the assassination of third Hokage or something. Maybe one day, Danzo feels the time is right and will order himself to kill third Hokage. This idiot Danzo, with such great skills, is directly brainwashing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let him pass the Hokage position to you, won't it be over? While feeling emotional, Tuo Yu also had to admire Danzo's stupidity. With the most inexplicable plugin in the whole ninja world, he would only hide in the underground and calculate, and become the king of pots. What a waste. After calming down, Tuo Yu continued to simulate. 9:10, you come out from the basement of the root. Because the ability of distinguished heavenly gods is impeccable, you don't even realize that you have been brainwashed. In your subconscious, you already think that you are a Danzo subordinate. This consciousness is like the instinct of an animal, just like a newborn duck. It will automatically follow behind the mother duck without being taught. Used by Danzo at a critical time, he went through fire and water, even sacrificing his life to do some diabolical things. Your instinct is to think so. Damn, this thing is really hanging on. 35. After seeing his own reaction, Tuo Yu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This ninja world is really too many and outrageous. Impure world reincarnation is already very confusing. But the most inexplicable thing is this distinguished heavenly gods. This thing didn't crack at all. Directly and subtly change people's cognition. Turn the content of brainwashing into an instinct engraved in your genes. Even if he is a traveler and knows the power of this technique in advance, he cannot get rid of it after being hit. 9:40, you get home and go to bed. In the early morning of the second day, you wake up, take a shower, eat, and go shopping as if you were nothing. There is nothing unusual about your performance, and before, you are still calculating, you have to quickly get the power to fight against the possible members of the Akatsuki organization. My dear, this technique is really outrageous. There is no abnormality, that is the biggest abnormality. It seems that he has really become a tool person of Danzo. In the morning, you walked around the village and went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office to see if there were any tasks you could do. Because you want to leave the village temporarily, simulate on the way to the mission, and get new abilities. After you are optimistic about 3 or 4 tasks, go home and start preparing. You are going to take advantage of the afternoon and evening time to simulate again, and then master the new ability. 12:10, you ate and hurried back to the house, but didn't expect that Danzo was already here waiting for you. He asked you to go with him, you did not resist her question, you followed him all the way to the outside of the village. 1:05, you came to the place where Shao organization invaded Konoha that day. Danzo wants you to show him your ability. You don't have any doubts, you directly show your blasting skills and the appearance of the king of fighters. You caused huge damage, and you smashed a large pit 7 or 8 meters wide on the ground. Danzo was terrified on the spot, surprised by your abilities. He wants you to tell him how your ability was acquired. You answered truthfully, Kasi, revealing that you are a transmigrator and that you have a simulation system. This, 99. Seeing this, Tuo Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Scalp tingling. How could you even say such a thing directly? This is too exaggerated. 35. There is only one thought in Tuo Yu's heart, that is, distinguished heavenly gods, this pair of Sharingan, must find a way to destroy it. Otherwise, this is still playing with a hammer. It's unheard of for the biggest secret to be exposed so easily. After hearing your explanation, Danzo was stunned for a while, but he immediately asked you to continue explaining. You explained to him in detail what the system is and what the Sims are. You explained to him what a traveler is, and the world you are in is a modern world, and Hokage Ninja is just a comic and an animation on your side. Danzo was so shocked that he couldn't make it any worse. After a full half-hour of delay, he continued to ask questions about his life. You tell him that you know his life like the back of your hand. In the manga, 3rd Hokage will die in the near future, and Tsunade will succeed the 5th Hokage. You will be killed by Uchiha Sasuke when you meet with the 5 Shadows in 2 years. You even told him that his nickname is Konoha Pot King. In your world, there are many people who will ridicule him, such as Susa stabbing Kunai and Danzo risking his life just to seal half of the bridge. Danzo is so angry that his face turns green, and after gnashing his teeth for a few minutes, he continues to press your purpose. You tell him that your purpose is to rush women, Hinata, Ino, Little Sakura, Chiantian, Yuhika, all the girls in the ninja world, you have to get them, and now it's just to achieve the goal and accumulate strength. Danzo didn't say anything about your grand goal. He may think that you young people play a little bit different from old people like him. He continues to ask, what can you do about making yourself a Hokage? If you answer truthfully, wouldn't it be better to brainwash Sarutobi Hiruzen with distinguished heavenly gods? In this regard, Danzo also tells you the reason why you can't do this, because many high-level officials in Konoha village know that Danzo coveted Hokage's position, and he also assassinated the 3rd generation before, so let him be everywhere. Let's not talk about whether I can succeed or not. Even if I succeed, if 3rd Hokage gives way to me, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of many people, such as Mitokado Homura, Udatain Kaharu, Kakashi, Asuma, etc. These people will suspect that it is his hand. So, he can't directly attack him, but wait for the opportunity. It is better to wait for the 3rd generation to die because of other things. He asks you again, if you follow the plot of the comics, will you prevent 3rd Hokage from being killed? Tell him he will, because you've been using 3rd Hokage, and you still need him for your own benefit. Danzo tells you that if you really wait until the day when Orochimaru invades Konoha, don't take action, and after the 3rd generation is killed, you must find a way to kill Tsunade. You agreed. I'm FG. Seeing that the simulation has come to this point, Tuo Yu's whole person's thoughts are rolling over and over. Number 71. Besides the matter of the transmigrators, he actually spoiled so many things. A matter of my own world, Hokage is a manga, Danzo's plot, Kunai Susa. And most importantly, this Danzo just made the most of himself. Not only did he get information about the future, he even used the information to make deployments for him. Kill Tsunade. If he really succeeds, Danzo might really be able to sit in Hokage's seat logically. It's too dangling. Fortunately, the events of the next 2 days have been simulated now. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Swallowing his saliva, Tuo Yu continued to simulate with a false alarm. Danzo asks you if your system can be transferred. After you ask the system, tell him it can't. The team battle shook his head regretfully, and then gave you an order. He told you that all simulations in the future must be carried out in front of him, and the simulated life and abilities acquired must be told truthfully to him. Because your mind has been changed, you can only nod your head. 5:30 p.m., Danzo wants you to go home alone. After returning home, you start eating and thinking as usual, but the difference this time is that you start to take Danzo's admonition as a guideline for your actions. Chapter 67 Red Yuri, what do you think of sister and brother love? 7258. Chapter 67 Red Yuri, what do you think of sister and brother love? Previous. Next. You feel a little tired, maybe you talked too much with Danzo about the future plot in the afternoon. 8:30, you lie on the bed, you fall asleep deeply. In the early morning of the second day, you are called over by Danzo's men again. This time, he wants to know exactly what will happen in the future, so let you explain the history of Hokage to him. You talk to him all day, from Naruto to Mizuki, all the way to Bo Renzuan, and Danzo's heart skipped a beat. At 7:30 p.m., after you got home, you were still lying on the bed tired, and then fell asleep. End of 3-day simulation. When the prompt from the system came, Tuo Yu turned off the panel and began to think. Have to say, this wave of his simulation is simply the most dangerous simulation ever. Although he did not encounter an enemy, he was completely controlled and turned into a chess piece. Moreover, it also let the dog Danzo know about the system and the future. Fortunately, it was simulated today, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. After thinking for a few minutes, Tuo Yu got up and went to the refrigerator to get a carton of milk. Then sit on the bed and continue to think. Right now, Danzo and Uchiha Itachi are on top of the list. After all, these two people, but one of them has mastered the strongest Sharingan in the ninja world, and as far as he is currently concerned, he is still unable to resist. It's best not to get in touch with Danzo. Although Danzo's courage was beyond Tuo Yu's imagination, he probably wouldn't be able to use illusions on himself in broad daylight, in front of others. Within 3 days, won't everyone from Xiao's organization come over? Tuo Yu sucked the milk calmly, but he was relieved. What he is most worried about now is that the Xiao organization will send people to Konoha. If Pain came earlier, there might not be a single player in Konoha village. Even in the original, with the help of Sage Mode and Ninetales Runaway, Naruto didn't completely defeat Pain head-on. At most, it is an ending where all jade and stone are burned. Now Naruto's mouth escape has not been practiced, so once Pain invades Konoha, it will be the end of the whole team. It seems that the most important thing now is to get a technique that can resist the attack of the members of the Xiao organization. And it's better to know who will come through this fixed-point simulation. Tuo Yu drained the milk, threw it away, and blindly shot it into the trash can. The cooldown time of this simulation was as long as 3 hours. Now that it was very late, Tuo Yu decided to sleep first and talk about tomorrow. At the same time, the border of the Fire Nation. Somewhere in a dark, damp forest, a man in the uniform of the Akatsuki organization was silently dancing back and forth on the tree, walking towards Konoha. After about 50 or 60 jumps, he stopped and stood on the tree to rest. And on the tree trunk next to it, a geek in the shape of a pitcher plant appeared silently. I didn't expect it to be you this time, Obito. 39. Said gloomily. Obito actually dispatched himself, which really surprised him. The ability of the other party makes me a little concerned, and I don't know when Konoha produced such a powerful kid. Obito felt a little unbelievable. He is a native of Konoha. Although he has betrayed more than 10 years ago, he always pays attention to Konoha village. He basically knew all the little ghosts in the village. The best ones are Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. Although Uzumaki Naruto has 9 tails in him, third Hokage leaves him alone, and he hasn't learned to control that power. Basically just trash, but this one called Tuo Yu. Honestly, Obito was not impressed at all. There is no prominent family name in the name, and it seems that he is a genius born from the common people just like Namikaze Minato. Those who can get rid of the 3 of us at once will definitely not be easy. Besides, I am very interested in that illusion of his. 39. Obito really wanted to know the origin of Tuo Yu's illusion. Even a pervert like Hidan can't stand it. I don't know if it is the same level as Tsukuyomi. Then what are you going to do after seeing him? It will slowly sink to the ground. Kill it, or take it for your own use. Obito's tone was cold. For the variables that he can't control, his first choice is naturally to get rid of them. Of course, if that kid is actually a Uchiha clan, you can also choose to use it. After the rest, Obito jumped up and continued on his way. The sun was shining brightly, and the morning air was exceptionally fresh. Tuo Yu rolled over and opened his eyes a little reluctantly. Has it come today? After getting rid of the drowsiness, Tuo Yu's mind gradually became clearer. In yesterday's simulation, today is a very crucial day. Because at night, Danzo would call someone to find him. Once you get to the root basement, you will be brainwashed by Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods. In other words, Tuo Yu has to change this future. After washing his face, Tuo Yu went out to eat as usual. Zero seeking flowers. Since Danzo only comes to him at night, he is not restrained during the day. No matter how much you think about the problem, your stomach must be full. Exactly the same as in the simulation. After Tuo Yu finished eating, he met Might Guy and Rock Lee who were running. Mr. Guy, good morning. Tuo Yu greeted politely. Might Guy also gave a thumbs up, revealing a big white fang. Morning, legendary boy. Tuo Yu rolled his eyes. Dude, is your image in Might Guy's eyes so bright now? Legendary boy, is this an exaggeration? After a short walk in the street, Tuo Yu returned home. Just like in the simulation, Hong Yuhi broke in and sat on the sofa at his house. And through this, Tuo Yu also learned a truth. 0. That is, some of your own subtle actions will not interfere with the future that appears in The Sims. Tuo Yu remembered correctly. During the simulation yesterday, I walked 3 streets in Konoha. But today, he walked 5 blocks and spent about 15 minutes more. But even so, Kurenai Yuhi appeared in his home as usual. I didn't leave because I came back 15 minutes late. It seems that these small actions alone cannot change the future. Still have to do something. Tuo Yu also planned to trigger the butterfly effect before. For example, if you eat an extra bun in the morning, Donzo's men may not come at night. It seems to be thinking too much now. If you want to change reality, you have to make big moves. For example, if you go out of the village today, or if you blow up the basement of the route, then maybe Danzo will not send people. You're back. Yuhika stood up happily. Why did you come to my house by yourself? Tuo Yu pretended to be dissatisfied and said, it was inconvenient to stand outside, so I came in, and I had a key anyway. 35. Kurenai Yuhi shook the key in her hand. Good guy, she did all the prep work. I heard that you have made great achievements recently. It's all right. Then I am a teacher, and I have a good face. Hong Yuhi looked at Tuo Yu with joy. When Tuo Yu was assigned to her, she wanted to make fun of him. I didn't expect to find a treasure. That's not right. 99. Looking at the happy red Yuhi, Tuo Yu's expression was a little dazed. But suddenly, he had a plan in mind. Mr. Hong, what do you think of the love between siblings? Chapter 68 Double Black Talent, Simulation starts again. 71 258. Chapter 68 Double Black Talent, Simulation starts again. What? Hearing this question, Yuhi's pale face turned red with a swipe. That, of course. She took a few deep breaths and looked at Tuo Yu in disbelief. She is older than Tuo Yu, and the other party is asking this now. Isn't it obvious that the intention is not? I think as long as 2 people really like each other, age doesn't matter. Just like the previous simulation, Yuhi Hong said this sentence. Tuo Yu nodded thoughtfully. Then why don't I go to your house today? Ah, this. Why? Because I want to live with you. 35. Hearing Tuo Yu's answer, Hong Yuhi was caught off guard, and everyone panicked. However, this kind of opportunity doesn't come often, and she immediately nodded and agreed. After lunch, Tuo Yu took the toiletries and went to Hong Yuhi's house. This wave should stabilize. Danzo they're breaking through tonight. Over time, soon. It was already 8 p.m. Sure enough, just as Tuo Yu thought, Danzo's subordinates broke through an empty door. The matter of distinguished heavenly gods in the latter part naturally did not happen either. Call. Fortunately, I simulated it beforehand, otherwise, it would be finished today. 050. Tuo Yu breathed a sigh of relief, then sat down on the bed and started the next round of the simulation. The most important thing at the moment is to predict the time when the Shao organization will appear, and whether he can get the ability to fight before that. System. Start the simulation. 35. A command in his mind. Ding. May I ask whether the host chooses conventional simulation or fixed point simulation? 66. 99. Tuo Yu dragged his chin and thought for a moment. The cooldowns for both simulations are not short now, so be careful. But, Tuo Yu looked around and smelled the tangy aroma in this room, and his heart moved. The system, can't you just simulate what's going to happen in a few hours? Ding. Of course you can. May I ask what state should the host choose? A state of turmoil. A sly smile appeared on Tuo Yu's face. They've already gone to the girls' homes, and if they don't do something, isn't it in vain? Start simulation. At 8:50, your mind is confused, thinking in your heart that Yuri Hong lives next door to you. Do you want to test her opinion? After 10 minutes, you have decided, go. The time is right, the place is right and the people are there, and during the day you hinted at Hong Yuhi, and I saw her reaction. Even after you proposed to spend the night at her house, the other party did not refuse, which means that she may like you. 9:10, you walked into Yuhi Hong's room. You saw Yuhihika sitting on the dressing table brushing her hair, you walked over and sat next to her. She was surprised at first, but instead of driving you out, she asked why you came in. You answer truthfully, saying that you actually like her very much. She was shocked for a moment, and then she confided in you. After 50 minutes, you fall asleep with your arms around her. FK. It was really successful. Seeing the pictures in this simulation, Tuo Yu was a little shocked. Originally, he just had the mentality of giving it a try, but where did he think about it? Hong Yuhi really had this idea. Interested in him. I've heard people say before that if a woman wears the same set of underwear, she'll come prepared, but today I look at it. I really don't deceive me. After calming down a bit, Tuo Yu decided to do as in the simulation. Speaking of which, isn't the reason why you simulate yourself to reduce risks? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the family of Yuhihiko disagreed? But now that the other party has this idea, what are you waiting for? Of course, go directly and ask. Tuo Yu quietly walked into Yuhika's bedroom. At this time, Hong Yuhi hadn't combed her hair yet, just took a shower and sat on the bed in a daze. Tuo Yu took courage and hugged him from behind. Hong Yuhi's reaction was the same as before, her body trembled slightly and she was a little shocked. But after a few seconds, it was relieved. Everything that follows is the same as just deduced. It was a very dreamy experience. After an hour, big bed, Kurenai Yuhi covered her face shyly and turned to the side. She felt impulsive and did something irreversible. Actually put Tuo Yu to sleep. Now I can only go to Tsunade to learn Bai Hao technique, and wait for Tuo Yu to grow into an adult. And Tuo Yu, the brain at this time, is empty. Countless worries have also dissipated a lot. After his mind was clear, he was not idle, and immediately began to simulate. System, start point simulation. 39. Time 8 days. 1 command. The system began to operate immediately, and from this moment to the next 8 days of life, Tuo Yu's mind emerged. You held Hong Yuhi, and slept beautifully. Early the next morning, you couldn't help it again and started driving a wave of cars. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Hong Yuhi, like a good wife and good mother, gets up, washes the sheets, and cooks for you. In the 2 days after this, you are like a couple, eating, sleeping, chatting, driving every day. You feel very happy. 71. Seeing the simulation behind this, Tuo Yu couldn't help but start to look forward to it. Looking forward to coming soon tomorrow. On the 3rd day, you go out of the house, because you know that the 3-day safe period from the last simulation has passed, and you have to check to see if any suspicious people have sneaked into the village. On the 4th day, something unexpected happened. During your inspection, you were found by Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito used the Kamui Sharingan, twisting your hands and feet, and pulling you into a different space. You are here, locked up for 3 days, and you are dying without a drop of water. On the 8th day, Uchiha Obito appeared and began to question you about your situation. I'm going, and I'm here. Seeing this simulation, Tuo Yu was shocked. Just as he had guessed before, after defeating the members of Akatsuki's organization, Pain and Obito will never do anything and come to investigate themselves. The result is here, and he's the big boss behind the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Obito. It's not good. Tuo Yu frowned slightly, feeling a little tricky. Uchiha Obito's Kamui Sharingan, it can be said to be the most difficult Sharingan in the entire ninja world except distinguished heavenly gods. In a sense, even harder to deal with than Rinnegan. The most important is the absorption and twist-off function. No matter what horror ninjutsu, even the arrow of Indra, Kamui can suck it for you. The twist-off function is even more pervert, directly distorting the space, and even almost 10 tails were twisted to death by Kakashi. Kamui Obito this Obito doesn't have any other abilities, and it's quite difficult to deal with the eyes. 55. Tuo Yu couldn't help but start to think deeply. Point 0. With just 2 abilities in hand, it's definitely impossible to beat Obito's Kamui. Even in the entire ninja world, the only one who can escape the absorption of Obito is the Flying Thunder God. If Obito really wanted to kill Naruto and Sasuke, he would just stare at them. Just like the self in the simulation, after being absorbed into the different dimension, starve him for 3 or 5 days, and then he can easily harvest. It seems that the only thing I can do is look forward to the next simulation. Can I get a countermeasure against it? Glancing at the system panel. Well, 8 hours of cooldown, almost just enough to sleep on my own. Let's talk about it tomorrow then. Covered with the quilt, Tuo Yu fell asleep silently. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight slowly shone down and landed on the ground. Tuo Yu and Hong Yuhi were both motivated to get up. After struggling for a long time, they finally got up. Yuhi Hong virtuous cleaning the room, including sweeping the floor, washing the sheets, washing Tuo Yu's clothes. And Tuo Yu, sitting on the sofa, started a new round of simulation. System, start simulation. 35. Tuo Yu issued an order in his head. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, extraction is successful. You have drawn talents. Fast runner, black, tough perseverance, black. After seeing these 2 talents, Tuo Yu's pupil suddenly froze. This, double black talent. Also, it seems to be a combat type skill. System, show me the detailed description. On the system panel, a detailed description of the 2 talents pops up. Fast runner. You have a very strong talent for speed. Your dream is to become the world's first in speed. Black is a very high talent. The highest limit is the speed of light. If it is black and gold, you can even just like the Flash, he runs faster than the speed of light and reverses time. Tough perseverance. As the name suggests, you have extremely strong perseverance. Any difficulties and pains will not knock you down, and you will continue to get up and fight again. Black is a very high talent. Basically it is not to die and not to give up. Guys, Tuo Yu straight guy. Double black talent, 2.6 and, a very important speed talent. Tuo Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. You must know that there is a famous saying by the famous martial artist Huiyan Evil God that in all martial arts in the world, there is nothing strong that cannot be broken, only the fast cannot be broken. Speed is a powerful weapon. Take the 4th generation Hokage, Namikaze Minato, the fighting ability from head to toe is mediocre. There are not many chakras, and there is no mass destruction of ninjutsu, not to mention the high-end things like illusion and blood jeopardy. But he was still able to make a name for himself in the ninja world, and even won the title of Konoha Yellow Flash, and even became Hokage. The biggest reason is because of his speed. As long as the speed is fast enough, no matter how strong the enemy is, it is not an opponent. Because you are still here to seal, people have flashed to your side in an instant, knocked down with one punch. This time, it must be a good simulation. If you can list the extreme speed, maybe you can directly kill Obito. Tuo Yu washed his face with cold water and calmed his mind. Then, sit on the couch and start the simulation. Start simulation. Inherited talents. Fast runner, tenacious perseverance. In the early morning, the sun is slowly falling, and you appear at the door of Konoha's blacksmith shop. Closing square bracket dot. 3ls. Chapter 69 Break the Human Limit, run 100 meters in 5 seconds. 72 258. Chapter 69 Break the Human Limit, run 100 meters in 5 seconds. Previous. Next. You gave him the size of your feet, and then paid 2,000 taels of silver. You plan to make a pair of iron boots for him. Good guy, do you train with weights as soon as you get up? Seeing these iron boots, Tuo Yu couldn't hold back on the spot. I am running too fast, so I deliberately increase the difficulty. After the transaction is completed, you will go to the practice ground outside Konoha village as usual and start practicing running. You bend over, bend your knees, and instantly exert strength. Whoosh, you are blowing like a gust of wind, and the wildflowers on the roadside are all rattled by your yi. You look at the timer in your hand, 13 seconds 05. You shake your head, this speed is not enough, it can't surpass Su Shen, so you continue to train. Long distance running, sprinting, fast running, jogging. You only have running in your eyes, and you can only feel the authenticity of being alive when you are sprinting at speed. Your short-term goal is to surpass God Su within a week. The medium-term goal is to surpass Bolt within a month. You start working toward these two goals. My dear, are you going to exceed the limits of human beings as soon as you come up? Tuo Yu couldn't help but get excited. He felt that if he could really achieve this speed, it would still be possible. To know the general battle, the range of the two sides is only a few meters apart, and the longest is only a few dozen meters. Unless it's like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, where large maps are bombarded in the distant stretches, other battles are basically close at hand. If you can practice the ability of instant speed within 100 meters, your combat skills can be improved several times. You start practicing day and night. When Naruto and the others were in class, you were running. You were running when you hit 20 ramen noodles with your hands. You were running while third Hokage peeped at the women's bathhouse with a crystal ball. You were like Forrest Gump, you have no desires in your mind, only running. You were facing the wind and the rain, your figure has become a unique landscape in Konoha. It's quite positive. I have to say that Tuo Yu was very moved to see such a pure self. Especially in the dark and cruel place of the ninja world, it is actually quite good to only focus on doing one thing occasionally. After a week, you retest your 100-meter speed. Strengthen, kick your legs. Whoosh, you are as fast as a string, and after reaching the end, you look at the timer, 8 seconds 53. You are shocked, because your speed has surpassed your original world's fastest 100-meter sprint speed, Bolt's 9 seconds 58. You begin to re-examine your abilities. You decide to go beyond Namikaze Minato, and fourth Raikage. It's about the same. 35. Tuo Yu nodded silently, his runner talent, but at the black level, targeting ordinary humans is simply too petty. But what surprised Tuo Yu was that his progress was so fast. In just 1 week, he can run 100 meters in less than 9 seconds. If he continues to practice, I am afraid he can really surpass the speed of Namikaze Minato and fourth Raikage. You practiced for another week, and your 100-meter speed has already run within 7 seconds. But at this time, you feel that there is a bottleneck. No matter how much you train, the speed never increases again. You guessed that you may have encountered the bottleneck of biology. After all, you are really hard running, and you have not learned the special ninjutsu blessings like fourth Raikage or Namikaze Minato. You suspect that you have reached the upper limit of human beings. Tuo Yu could still predict this. After all, no matter how powerful humans are, there are limits. For example, no matter how fast human legs are, it is absolutely impossible to run 100 meters in less than 5 seconds, but a cheetah will do. This is called a genetic lock. Whether he can surpass the human limit depends on whether he can break the genetic lock. You feel it's time to put more weight on yourself. This day is the graduation day of the ninja school. You took over the custom-made things from the boss. It is a pair of long boots made of pure iron, each weighing 20 pounds, and there are more than 10 grooves on it, which can be added later. One weighs 20 pounds, two 40 pounds. It is too exaggerated. Tuo Yu was stunned on the spot when he saw the weight-bearing equipment he actually got. This level of weight is completely like dragging 2 children to run on the legs. Don't know how to go step by step. You take the boots, and the people around you cast surprised glances at you. Because they've never seen anyone wearing such a heavy fit, they're all talking about how you don't go step by step. But you don't think there is any problem at all, just wear them on your legs silently. You take 2 steps. Suddenly, you feel an extremely huge resistance, like dragging 2 children on your legs. 99. How can this even be the same mental activity? Tuo Yu can only say that it is worthy of him. Even with different talents, his feelings are still the same. You take off your iron boots again, put several layers of socks on your legs, put on your iron boots again, and you start running down the streets of Konoha village. These matches are indeed a bit beyond your expectations. You run very hard, and every step you take, you feel like it takes all your strength. After running less than 20 steps, you are already sweating profusely and out of breath. Mom, look at that person, he is running in a pair of strange shoes. Besides, the little girl appeared again, but you don't care about her evaluation, because you are a runner, you only have running in your mind, you just want to make yourself happy by running continuously, you are not interested in other people indifferent to things. Are you more focused this time? Tuo Yu couldn't help but look at the three words, running, in talent and fell into thinking. Generally speaking, those with madness are not mentally normal. Paranoid, stubborn, but for cultivation, this is just right. Otherwise, if this is a charged god of war, he will run 2 steps today and go to the Hinata's house. Tomorrow I will run for a few more minutes and go to little Sakura's house again. Let's not talk about how well you practice, your physical fitness can't hold up at all. Soon, 1 day has passed, because of these iron boots, you have run less than 200 meters in total today. When you get home, you take off your iron boots, and after jumping 2 steps in place, you feel as light as a swallow. On the second day, you continued to wear iron boots and run on the street. On the third day, you met Might Guy and Xiao Li. After you exchanged ideas, they gave you a thumbs up. On the fourth day, you saw that Might Guy and Xiao Li also made a pair of boots of the same style as yours. Guys, is there still human-to-human transmission? On the 5th and 6th days, you still ran hard. But you were almost used to the weight under your feet. From the first 200 meters, to the later 500 meters, to 1000 meters, you keep breaking the limit. On the 7th day, you added the first lead plate, 5 pounds on one side, and 10 pounds in total. It has to be said that after touching the critical load point again, every time you increase the weight, it will feel extremely obvious and you will be unable to run again. On the first day you only ran 300 meters, but on the second day, your distance doubled. After a week, you got used to it completely, and you continued to increase the lead plate for the second time. This time, you were cruel and added 20 pounds on each side. When you run, it becomes more and more difficult, and you even feel that your legs can't lift. But your talent as a runner drives you to keep moving forward. You want to bathe in the wind, you want to be the fastest trapeze in the ninja world, so you grit your teeth and insist. After a month, you finally get used to the weight on your legs. There is a weight of 70 pounds on each leg, which adds up to an adult who is tied to your leg, but even so, your 100-meter sprint can still run within 10 seconds. You start adding lead plates, 8th, 9th, 050. Every 10 pounds of weight added later, it will take you at least 2 months to get used to it. 1 year later, all the lead plates have been filled by you. It took you another half a year to get used to it. During this period, your exercise never stopped. Because your whole body weighs nearly 300 pounds, a mark will appear on the ground every time you take a step. After half a year, you are completely used to the weight on your feet. After you take off your equipment, start testing the limit speed. Prepare, accumulate strength, kick your legs. At this moment, you feel that your body is lighter than ever before. Every time you take a step, you can only see the surrounding scenery, and you are retreating quickly. At the end, you glance at the timer, 6 seconds 01. You are extremely shocked, because you have far exceeded the speed of the human limit, and you have broken the genetic lock. You start to load yourself more crazy. In addition to your legs, you also put on special equipment for your whole body. From head to toe, arm to teeth. You look like the Mark I that Iron Man made in the cave. It's just that its equipment is powered by energy, while you are powered by flesh. After half a year, you test it again, your speed has been able to run within 5 seconds, which has exceeded the speed of a cheetah. I'm going, it's awesome. 39. Seeing the latest results, Tuo Yu was startled and excited. To know that this speed is enough for him to deal with most of the battles. Running 100 meters in 5 seconds is equivalent to running more than 20 meters in 1 second. In other words, even if the opponent casts a spell on him more than 10 meters away, as long as he runs instantly, he can reach the opponent's side within a second. Close combat is invincible, but Tuo Yu didn't stop there either. Because he knew that he would never stop. It can be even faster. Fast to surpass fourth Reikage, comparable to Flying Thunder God. Chapter 70. You have reached 6 times the speed of sound and you have thrown Uchiha Madara into the sea. 73 258. Chapter 70. You have reached 6 times the speed of sound and you have thrown Uchiha Madara into the sea. You continue to train, moving towards a faster speed. You know that running more than 10 meters in 1 second is nothing, because the top speed ninjutsu in the whole ninja world, Flying Thunder God, is a space ninjutsu, and can teleport hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters in 1 second. Your goal is to reach this level, or even surpass it. You continue to increase the weight, but the effect has been minimal. You start looking for a new method, which is to drag the weight behind you. You wrap an iron chain around your waist and tie a 600-pound rock behind you, and you start running with it. Because the friction force generated by drag training is much higher than that of weight training, this time it took you a full year to get used to this weight. You continue to increase the weight to 800 jins, 1 ton, 1.2 tons. Good guy, this amount of training is getting more and more terrifying. Tuo Yu saw his palms sweat. It feels like his simulation this time is almost the same as the one in the Dragon Ball world. It's just that he doesn't have the technology of the Dragon Ball world, and there's no way to make a 100-fold gravity chamber or a 5-ton bracer. But technology is not enough, try to make it together. Even if you tie a stone, the effect of tying a few more pieces is the same. You left Konoha village in search of bigger stones. You have come to the land of the earth. There are a lot of rocky mountains in this place. You are training and living here. Because you don't want to work, you steal or rob your food and clothing. In the small town of the land, you often loot the shops here. The steamed buns just came out of the oven, a gust of wind blows, and there is no trace of them. The clothes in the clothing store are taken away by you as soon as they are put out. And because of your extremely fast speed, no one can see your face clearly, and even many shop owners who have been ransacked by you don't know what happened. You don't stop practicing in Yamanaka deep in the land of the earth, and after a year, you have been able to drive 2 tons of stones for running. 2 years later, you have been able to sprint 100 meters with 2 tons of rocks. 3 years later, he has been able to drag a stone weighing nearly 3 tons and perform a 100-meter sprint. You keep increasing the weight and speeding up, and you feel that your speed has reached a qualitative leap, which may have exceeded your original goal. In the 4th year, you thought that your cultivation was almost enough, so you untied the chain and started sprinting again. Charge, kick, impact. This time, your consciousness can't even keep up with your body. You only feel that there are hard objects in front of you constantly being smashed, and your ears are roaring. When you come back to your senses, you find that you have rushed to an extremely distant place, at least 2 kilometers away from the starting line. You are shocked because you know you have succeeded. This speed has definitely surpassed Flying Thunder God, and it can almost be regarded as the fastest speed in the ninja world. Finally succeeded. Tuo Yu sat up excitedly and was happy for himself in The Sims. In 1 second, sprint directly for a distance of 2 kilometers, which has exceeded the speed of sound, and only that kind of supersonic anti-ship missile can do it. As for Flying Thunder God, if the speed is single, it is also a sure win. Because the prerequisite for Flying Thunder God to activate is to set the mark in advance. And Tuo Yu's speed is a real hard speed. As long as it is where he wants to go, he can go anywhere. You train for another month, and successfully controlled the speed of the runaway to the extent that you can control it at will. You are going back to Konoha village to visit relatives, but at this moment, the 4th Ninja World War broke out. You brought clothes and food from the town at a speed that no one could see clearly. After you slept comfortably for a day, you started to go to the battlefield. You are in the land of earth, and the battlefield you want to go to is in the land of wind. You jump up 1,000 meters and rush directly to the highest mountain in the land of earth. Then you move towards the direction of the land of wind, and with a kick, you are like a missile. It only took less than half a minute, and then more than 50 kilometers forward. At this time, on the border of the land of winds, Gaara's troops just beat 3rd Raikage and 2nd Mizukage and others. But 2nd Tsuchikage summoned Uchiha Madara. After some exchange, Uchiha Madara appeared in front of the Gaara troops. Everyone is shocked, and Uchiha Madara, who intends to show the true power of Yakushi Kabuto behind the scenes. He jumps down from a height. He just said yes, but in the next second, the person disappeared. Everyone present, Naruto, Onogi, Tamari, Gaara, and Yakushi Kabuto, who hides behind the scenes and prepares for a good show through the perspective of 2nd Tsuchikage. Everyone has a dumbfounded expression, and Uchiha Madara, who is moving frantically, is even more shocked at this moment. He didn't even understand what happened, because his body is moving madly at 6 times the speed of sound. He only felt that there was someone behind him, but the strong air pressure made him unable to turn back. You push Madara like a supersonic missile, destroying all the way. I have been rushing from the land to the land of water. Next, on the coastline. You let go instantly. Whoosh. A beautiful arc. Uchiha Madara is like a cannonball that was shot out, flying through the sky at a speed of several hundred meters per second. Then fell to the center of the sea. Seeing this, Tuo Yu went numb on the spot. Jumped straight up. What am I? Can you still do this? I threw Lord Madara away. Tuo Yu almost didn't laugh out loud. Lord Madara, who was finally resurrected, was about to show Yakushi Kabuto the strength of his 6 immortals. As a result, the person just landed on the ground and was carried away by himself. All the way from the land to the land of water, and was thrown into the sea. This is too miserable. Tuo Yu covered his mouth, trying to keep himself from laughing. Still couldn't resist. Of Lee's ha 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 ha. FK, absolutely, I have to say that this wave of actions is really cool. To be able to defeat Uchiha Madara like this is simply unexpected. Continue to simulate in. Standing on the coastline, you look out at Uchiha Madara in the sea, and you see a blue Madara point. Obviously that is Madara's Susanoo, but because he was thrown too far by you, he now looks the same size as an ant. You take a breath, and then, start to rush to the battlefield again. 2nd Tsuchikage, 7 people. Those impure world reincarnation bodies that have not been sealed on the battlefield are constantly being taken away by you and thrown into the shore. Tsunade, 4th Raikage, Naruto, Little Sakura. All the ninja coalition forces are dumbfounded, and Yakushi Kabuto has already seen his life in doubt. He doesn't even know what happened on the battlefield. All he sees is that all his chess pieces are thrown into the sea. Chapter 71 Obito, I'm at Konoha. I've been thrown out again. 74 258ths. Chapter 71 Obito, I'm at Konoha. I've been thrown out again. 71. Can't I stop the 4th Ninja World War with my own power? 35. Seeing himself throwing people crazily, Tuo Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. Only, you recalled the situation on the battlefield and found that Yakushi Kabuto could not deal with it himself. Because to cancel Impure World Reincarnation, the opponent needs to automatically seal the seal, and it must rely on Izanami's power. Also, even if Impure World Reincarnation is released, Uchiha Madara cannot be defeated, and he can automatically release the contract of Impure World Reincarnation. So your goals are extremely limited. Is that true? Seeing this, Tuo Yu had to sigh again. This Impure World Reincarnation is still difficult to deal with. Especially Uchiha Madara. Even if Impure World Reincarnation was lifted, he would still be able to perform a wave of reverse operations, out of control. It's hard to do this now. Madara must have opened Susa now. I'm afraid I can't get close, so I'm afraid I have to find Obito in the end. After some thought, you decide to go to Obito. Because to stop the war, Uchiha Madara and Obito must settle one. Sure enough, just as Tuo Yu guessed, he picked a softer persimmon to squeeze. However, he couldn't really guarantee that he could kill Obito. After all, Kamui Sharingan is one of the best plugins. It depends on how lucky you are. You start to use your speed of 6 times the speed of sound to frantically search the battlefield. After 5 minutes, you locked Obito's position. At this time, he is confronting Naruto and others. You activate supersonic speed, follow the same method, push Obito directly, and shoot it out like a rocket. Naruto, Killer Bee, and several Jinchuriki's 6 paths controlled by Obito were all dumbfounded. However, after you just rushed with Obito for 3 seconds, the other party launched Rinnegan. The shoulders you pushed directly hollow, and your hands penetrated into his body instantly. Because of the sudden loss of balance of your body, your feet slipped, and when you fixed your posture, Obito activated Kamui and sucked his body and you embedded in his body into the different space together. Your body was twisted off and fell to the ground. Obito examines you in surprise, then ends your life with fire style. You are dead, your life ends here, simulation ends. 5. I go. Seeing this unexpected ending, Tuo Yu's whole body is not well. Lost to Obito, are you still in Kamui? Good guy, this Kamui Sharingan is indeed an eye that almost killed 10 tails, there is no solution at all. Tuo Yu is full of emotion. Indeed, if he wants to push people, he must make physical contact with Obito, but if the other party activates the hollow ability at this time, he will have no choice. No matter how fast you increase your speed, there is no way you can't hit. And even more terrible is the ability to absorb, even if it is not twisted on the spot, even if it is sucked into his different dimension, it can only wait for death. There is no food or drink, the space is so small, and it can't be used at all. It seems that Obito can't be completely killed by speed alone. Tuo Yu thought silently. It may be that when Obito comes to Konoha in a few days, he can only find a way to send him away, delay the time, and then wait until he simulates again to see if he can obtain crushing power. Well, when Obito arrives, I will use this ability to put a sack on his head and send him away. After drawing up a rough plan, Tuo Yu took a deep breath and planned to start the settlement. To be honest, he was a little overwhelmed by the system settlement this time. So it seems that I have developed a terrifying speed, but I still died in the end. Don't come to AB, otherwise it will be a waste of simulation. System, start settlement. With an uneasy mood, Tuo Yu ordered in his mind. Settlement in progress, please wait. Ding, your evaluation for this simulation is A. After seeing this letter, Tuo Yu's nervous heart immediately let go. Fortunately, it's A, I didn't simulate a game in vain. 55. The system also gave comments here. Although host has achieved a very fast speed this time, he has not trained the highest realm of black talent of the runner. Although you had a dazzling performance in the Ninja World War in the end, you only slightly disrupted the battle, and did not really end the battle. Not to mention that you died at the hands of Obito. Tuo Yu recalled it, and it was true. Not to mention how my life is, it seems that the talent I carry has not been fully practiced to the highest level. A fast runner, the highest realm of black talent is to reach the speed of light. Now he is only 6 times the speed of sound, which is barely a supersonic speed. Far from the speed of light, it's just that Tuo Yu couldn't figure it out after thinking about it. What more rigorous method is there, and he didn't put himself into training. They were already wearing iron boots, iron armor, and even tied large rocks behind them. Is there a better weight training program than this? Shouldn't you push the mountain yourself to run? It doesn't matter, A is A, at least you can get the reward. Tuo Yu rubbed his hands excitedly, and he couldn't wait to test the feeling of hypersonic speed. Ding, since your performance reaches A, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. The 6 times the speed of sound that you have practiced. 2. Your chakra growth. 3. Your body grows in length. Is this still a choice? It must be choice 1. 9. After an order, an extremely huge force poured into Tuo Yu's body in an instant. Bones, muscles, blood vessels, and even skin, all undergo metamorphosis and then evolve. 5 seconds later, Tuo Yu stood up, he just felt as light as a swallow. Your weight is as light as a feather. Step lightly, whoosh, he knocked away a few chairs and tables, and instantly moved in front of Kurenai Yuhi. Tuo Yu, are you? Seeing Tuo Yu flashing in front of him, Hong Yuhi was so frightened that she almost dropped the plate in her hand. Why are you so fast? What happened? 99. Tuo Yu smiled slightly, it's nothing, I just wanted to scare you. After walking out of Kurenai Yuhi's house, Tuo Yu immediately went outside the Konoha forest and became familiar with the speed of sound ability. After 3 hours of testing, he has basically mastered this ability. However, it is a pity that there is no way to teleport too long. Because he in The Sims has gone through a lot of hammering and training, and his body has been trained to an extremely strong level. The current Tuo Yu's body doesn't have that kind of strength yet. Therefore, there is no way to directly throw people from the desert of the land of winds to the sea of the land of water. He can only run 20 kilometers back and forth at most once, otherwise his body will be overwhelmed. 20 kilometers, it's actually enough. The blast radius of Didera is only 10 kilometers. Tuo Yu nodded his toes. This is a very practical ability at present. Let's see how I cope with Obito. The other side, the forest beyond the fire. After a long journey, Obito has finally arrived at Konoha. Are you there, Konoha village? 35. Obito stood on the tree, staring at the village in front of him with bleak eyes. He couldn't help but think back to his time in this place when he was a Konoha village ninja. However, it's all over now. Uchiha Obito is dead. Only the masked man, Ah-Fei, lives in this world now. The whole world has nothing to do with him anymore. Even if it was his former hometown, he will destroy himself in order to achieve his goals. The confusion in his eyes turned into murder in an instant. Then, Kamui Sharingan activated, spiral ripples appeared out of thin air, and Obito's body was also sucked into the space. A few seconds later, in the village. Come yet. Looking at the location in his simulated memory, space fluctuations appeared, and then an orange mask was released from the spiral. Sure enough, it's Obito. Tuo Yu held the sack in his hand and began to accumulate energy on his feet. And this time Obito is here. After successfully sneaking into the village, he couldn't help but sneer. As expected, it's still weak as always, Konoha's defense. As long as they encounter my technique, they won't be able to detect it at all. Obito snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. But the next second, whoosh, a muffled sound suddenly enveloped Obito's head, and almost at the same time, his eyes went black. The body felt a huge impact on the body. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Obito just felt his feet take off, as if being pushed by something. 2 seconds later, the opponent let go, but he was pushed by the huge impact force and flew out. Obito immediately activated the Kamui and sucked the sack in front of him. Rumble boom. After hitting 2 more trees, he immediately began to hollow his body again. And quickly bent his body and slowed down on the ground with a kunai. After sliding for more than 10 seconds, Obito finally stopped. However, when his body completely solidified, the whole person was dumbfounded. What is this place? Looking at the surrounding lush green onions, like a virgin forest, Obito's face turned green. Because, he was thrown into the forest of the country of fire again. This place is at least 20 or 30 kilometers away from Konoha village. F.A. What happened? This. Chapter 72 against Obito. The first double black and gold talent. 75 258. Chapter 72 against Obito. The first double black and gold talent. Obito looked around. It's not a hallucination to find that I'm not mistaken. He has really retreated into the forest outside the land of fire now. What's going on? What the hell happened? There was a lot of perspiration on the face under the Obito spiral mask. The scalp is also tingling. Seriously, if it weren't for the ninja world, where there are bizarre incidents everywhere, he would have thought that he had encountered a supernatural incident. So weird too. Damn, is it because of some kind of magic? The only one that can instantly transfer people to other places should be the 4th generation Hokage, Flying Thunder God. 35. But the 4th generation is dead, and the feeling of this technique is different from that of Flying Thunder God. It feels like someone was forcibly pushed away. Obito has one hand on the tree, and the more he thinks about it, the more confused he is. With his knowledge, he thought about the techniques of the entire ninja world, but he couldn't figure out the truth of the incident just now. AJ, who is it? Has my whereabouts been exposed? With a hint of horror, Obito gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. Whatever happens, wait until Konoha village. The other side, Konoha village. The Calamus, it's still the same. Here's a deluxe package. In a ramen shop, Tuo Yu calmly sat down with Naruto and the others. Calamus is happy and frantically adds side dishes to Tuo Yu's noodle bowl. I'm going. This is too luxurious, isn't it? By taking care of Tuo Yu like this, won't you be afraid that your family will go bankrupt? Look at the mountains of fish balls, ham, quail eggs piled up in Tuo Yu bowls. Naruto and Choji are drooling with envy. Calamus came over with a blushing face. What do you know? Tuo Yu-kun is a big celebrity in Konoha now. If he doesn't let him eat more, how can he protect you in the future? This makes sense, but Naruto and the others were speechless. Hey, when Sasuke was still around, he used to watch him show off his prestige, but now Sasuke can't do it anymore. Choji shook his head regretfully and took a sip of the ramen. That's right, I don't know what wrong Sasuke did. You said that he is impartial. How did the needle hit him? Inazukaya also shook his head, expressing regret. But fortunately Tuo Yu saved everyone. Everyone can still eat ramen here normally, thanks to Tuo Yu. Ino said with a look of love. A group of people enjoyed the meal. And not far away, in a dark alley, a peculiar creature in the shape of a pitcher plant quietly stuck its head out of the ground. As that guy Tuo Yu. It's so popular. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were discussing one by one. Before they came, they thought that Tuo Yu would be the kind of person who was very cold, just like Pain or Uchiha Itachi, with no smile. But I didn't expect it to be just an ordinary kid. Just looks more handsome. The target has been locked, but Obito, why hasn't he come yet? Black Zetsu looked around in surprise. Did not see the Obito people. What's the matter, is he still looking for someone elsewhere? Black Zetsu frowned, sinking into the ground. Then, in the whole range of Konoha village, I searched one by one. However, Obito was not found at all. What happened? Is Obito not here yet? Absolutely dumbfounded, puzzled, because Obito has always been ahead of him. He thought that Obito had already locked on Tuo Yu, and then just waited for the right opportunity to start. But what's the result now? No one has been seen. Is there an accident on the road? He was absolutely dumbfounded. Obito wasn't there, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Look outside, maybe you'll get lost, White Zetsu suggested. You are talking nonsense. This is Obito's hometown, how could he get lost? Black Zetsu cursed. Then look for it in the river or the cave, maybe it fell somewhere. White Zetsu. At night, go home. Tuo Yu looked out the window and found no one. Today, during the day, he lost Obito at least 30 to 40 kilometers away. Even if Obito had to run, he would not arrive until tomorrow at the fastest. Let's simulate it first and see when Obito will arrive. Sitting on the bed, Tuo Yu immediately opened the system command channel. System, start point simulation. 39. Ding, start the simulation, please select the time. 1 day. The time has been determined, please select your status. Go ahead, let's see if I fight Obito head on, if I can take him out, or if I can throw him out one more time. Simulating, please wait, the screen is being generated. You are sitting on the bed, guarding the surroundings. At 8:40 p.m., Kurenai Yuhi went home. After you and her came to the living room, you went back to your room to sleep. You get up at 7:50 on the second day, and after washing up, go out to investigate. You lie on the roof and start watching the movement of the back door and the side door. Because you know the main gate of Konoha, there are 2 door gods guarding there, and ordinary people are afraid to enter. As strong as 6 paths pain, the invasion of Konoha is the back door, not to mention the single-handed Obito. Sure enough, at 1:20 noon, you found the trace of Obito. He used Kamui's spiral space to bypass the protective barrier of Konoha directly. You grab the sack and use the supersonic speed again to rush over. You put on his head again, ready to push him out. However, this time, Obito was already alert. After you pushed him to less than 500 meters, his body turned into white smoke and disappeared with a bang. Only then did you realize that this is just one of his clones. And the real Obito, at this time he was at the side door, has completely seen all this. I can't really see what's going on, but Obito has a Sharingan, so he can see your movements. He was extremely surprised and puzzled. After a few seconds, you're shocked and panicked by pushing against Obito's dummy. You return to Konoha, return to Yuhika's house, and thought about your next move. And the seasoned Obito is following all the way. He used the Kamui space, bypassed the door directly, and appeared in your room out of thin air. You were greatly surprised, and immediately activate the blasting ability and the King of Fighters ability. But the bug-level Kamui Sharingan avoided all these spells. Your fist directly penetrated Obito's body, and the huge arrogance generated by the explosion was also sucked away by Sharingan. You tried to activate supersonic speed, but the field is too narrow to play. And Obito has already aimed at your vitals. After launching Kamui, it sucks you into the different space. This. Sure enough, it didn't work the second time. 0 flowers. Tuo Yu sighed regretfully. It can only be said that he was only 16 years old who designed to kill 4th Hokage and cause the Nine Tails chaos. This fighting consciousness is indeed higher than himself. The second sonic skill, it doesn't work for him. Then it's hard to do now. If you haven't got new abilities tomorrow, you may have to escape. Tuo Yu made a simple calculation in his mind. Obito is definitely coming for him. And maybe now Black Zetsu has already arrived at Konoha village, just hiding somewhere to watch over himself. So even if he escaped, Black Zetsu might pass the information to Obito. Although he was able to avoid Obito for a short time, he didn't want to hide like this forever. It seems, if I can defeat Obito tomorrow, I can only watch tonight's simulation and see if I can get the skills that can deal with him. I don't have the mind in Yuhiko anymore. Take a deep breath. Tuo Yu silently gave orders in his mind. System, start simulation. Tuo Yu issued an order in his head. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. 0, 0. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, extraction is successful. You have drawn talents. Spiritist black and gold, stubborn concentrator, black thief, black and gold. After seeing these 2 talents, Tuo Yu's pupils suddenly froze. The whole person's heart began to beat violently. It's actually a double black and gold talent. I read that right. Double black and gold talent. 5. Tuo Yu's whole body is going to explode. This is the first double black and gold talent that has appeared since his simulation system has been bound for so long. But, after being shocked for a few seconds, Tuo Yu immediately regained his senses. Spiritualism. Thief. What kind of talent is this? It feels like he is far from his goal this time. System, show me the detailed description. After the order was issued, the detailed description of the 2 talents popped up on the system panel. Souling. This is a kind of beyond common sense, almost equivalent to 6 paths reincarnation and impure world reincarnation's superb ability. and this ability has no weakness. It will not be like Rinne Tensai. After summoning the soul from the Pure Land world, it will pay the price of life. Unlike impure world reincarnation, it is necessary to sacrifice the lives of the living to summon the spirits of the dead. This is the simplest ability to summon a soul. Black gold is the highest talent. After reaching the highest limit of cultivation, you can summon the soul of any dead person, even the soul outside the ninja world. The thief. As the name suggests, you have an extremely powerful ability to steal treasures, secret treasures, confidential documents, and whatever it is anywhere. As long as you want it, you can grab it at your fingertips. Black gold is the highest talent. As long as you want to steal, there is nothing in this world that you cannot steal. Stubborn concentrator. You will focus on doing one thing, you will devote yourself to it, nothing else, and will not be affected by anyone's eyes or words. Black is a very high talent, which means that you are dedicated to doing one thing all the time, in addition to eating, sleeping and regular physiological needs. What am I? After seeing these three talents, Tuo Yu's whole body is full of question marks. Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. What's the situation? Spiritualism. Thieves. What kind of life is this going to develop? Loss. Chapter 73 Summon the Soul. Your goal is to turn the pure land of the ninja world into the Hall of Valor. 76 258. Chapter 73 Summon the Soul. Your goal is to turn the pure land of the ninja world into the Hall of Valor. Tuo Yu looked serious, but at the same time, there was a hint of expectation. Because, if his spiritualism can really succeed, then he wouldn't have to hide from Obito. See if you can go beyond the limit. System. Start the simulation. After an order. Start simulation. Talents already carried. Conjuring, black gold, stubborn concentrator, black stealer, black gold. The screen is being generated in real time. Please wait. After a hasty mechanical sound, the system began to simulate. And Tuo Yu, who also entered the Sims, began to experience a new life in person. Mani Mani Bebe coaxing. On Konoha Street, you are wearing a yellow Taoist robe and holding a mahogany sword. You were performing your spiritualism for Naruto and little Sakura. Did you start expanding your moves as soon as you came up? Seeing his bizarre dress on the screen, Tuo Yu was simply stunned. This is not the dress of the ninja world at all. Yellow Taoist robe, black hat, paper talisman, peach sword. This is exactly what Uncle Nine looks like. Naruto and the others laughed out loud, because the way you dance is too funny. But you are not angry at all, and instead tell him that as long as your technique is successful, you can even help Naruto to summon back the lost parents to 050. The scene was in shock. Sasuke and Naruto, their eyes widened, they caught up and kept asking. Sasuke also wants to resurrect his parents, and Naruto asks in surprise who his parents are. You made no secret of it, and directly explained the situation. Naruto was shocked and slumped on the spot. Sasuke is asking you to continue the spell. You continued to dance the great god, but you did not succeed in recalling. After dark, everyone dispersed and you returned home, but you did not fall asleep, but meditated on the bed and entered into meditation. My dear, why is this a bit scary? Tuo Yu got goosebumps on his arm. I feel that his spiritualism is completely different from impure world reincarnation in Rinne Tensai's path. It's like the kind of operation in a ghost movie. With the soul-calling skills, you can feel things that ordinary people can't feel, such as the Pure Land world. Your goal is to summon the soul of the Pure Land world to the living world without paying any price, such as your own death, or the sacrifice of living sacrifices, so this requires great difficulty. As for the Taoist robe and the peach wood sword you are wearing, they are only used to enliven the atmosphere. After all, you still admire Ninth Uncle quite a bit. After seeing himself thinking this way, Tuo Yu didn't even know where to complain. Too many flaws. One day has passed, and you have made no progress. The second day has passed, and there is no progress. On the third day, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked you to go to the office. He asked you why you knew that Naruto's parents were the fourth Hokage couple, and then you realized that you accidentally leaked the word that day. So you lied and said that you heard it accidentally when you were eating out. In order to turn against customers, you deliberately asked third generation why you didn't tell Naruto the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his temper immediately, just pretended to ponder for a while, and then a sentence popped out of his mouth. This is all for Konoha. You nod thoughtfully, then exit the Hokage office. You start to continue practicing spiritualism. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months. A full 4 months have passed, and you have made no progress at all, and you even doubt whether the moves you developed yourself are wrong. This night, you couldn't help it, you decided to steal Konoha's Book of Seals, study Impure World Reincarnation, and see if you can get 1 point of inspiration from this technique. You spent a day preparing, including surveying, buying props, and calculating the shift time of the staff on duty. When the night strikes again, you cleverly took advantage of the 2-minute shift between shifts, slipped into the seal room, and stole the Book of Seals. For the next 3 days, you concentrate on studying at home. Of course, because you are not interested in other arts, and you have no talent, you only study Impure World Reincarnation throughout the entire process. You have completely engraved the spell in your mind, and after studying it for a month, you probably already understand the principle of Impure World Reincarnation. However, Impure world reincarnation conflicts with your concept of conjuring souls, because it requires the sacrifice of living sacrifices, which is a very cruel and bloody technique, and also has the DNA of the dead, which is very troublesome, so you do not intend to completely this art will learn. Your idea is to turn the soul calling technique into a technique for summoning heroic spirits in the fate world. There is no need for a price. The person summoned is a living person with a body temperature, and penetration, and he also has the right to control himself. When the chakra is not enough, the other party will ask you to replenish the magic. This is much more advanced than impure world reincarnation in Rinne Tensai. However, while delving into the impure world reincarnation spell, you still got some inspiration. You start to re-enter the practice of spiritualism. 1 month, 2 months. Another 3 months have passed. You still have no progress. After graduating from the ninja school, you made an excuse. Instead of allowing yourself to graduate smoothly, you took the initiative to apply to be a cemetery guard. After you made this request, not only Naruto and the others, but also Iruka and Sarutobi Hiruzen were shocked. Because the work of cemetery guards, to put it bluntly, is to deal with the dead and tombstones, and their daily work is to patrol the tombs to see if there are tomb robbers and the like, as well as cleaning. Normal people would not choose this kind of job, because it is too scary. The cemetery of Konoha has at least tens of thousands of tombstones, burying all the deceased since Konoha established the village, of course some special corpses, such as the masters of first Hokage, second Hokage, Uchiha. These people are special because of their status, so buried in a hidden place, only the current Hokage and a few high-level Konoha can know. But even so, there are at least tens of thousands of tombstones in the cemetery. Ordinary people just go there, their mood will become heavy, timid, and even scared to pee in the middle of the night. It is absolutely impossible for a child to take the initiative to propose to work there. However, you said to everyone with a straight face, I want to protect the heroes of Konoha, they are too lonely, and I want to tell them the stories that are happening in the ninja world now. Your words instantly infected everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto, Iruka and others were all moved by your wishes, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen offered to give you a raise. So you went well and became a guard of Konoha Cemetery. My dear, is this going to go deep into Longtan to practice moves? Obviously, choosing such a profession by himself is not like what he said, guarding the bullshit Konoha hero. Most of these Konoha heroes have been killed by the Konoha high-level officials, and they are guarding the fart. The reason why he went to the cemetery as a guard is obviously to further practice evocation. After all, this place looks very yin, and there must be a lot of souls. On the first day of becoming a guard, you work normally, and you are familiar with several old employees. The second and third days are still when you are familiar with each other. For a full week, you have been able to mingle with everyone, so you started to openly practice spiritualism when you were working. In your previous research on impure world reincarnation, you found one thing, that is, if you want to evoke the soul, try to have something that has a connection with the living. You still agree with this point. It's like a ghost in a ghost movie, or it uses the corpse of a living person, or his blood, or someone who is related. Even in Fate, there needs to be holy relics related to servants. You have randomly selected a piece of tombstones like an orchard. The name above is called Kato Taichi. You look back on the characters in the Hokage world, and you don't seem to find this name, so you think he should be a cannon fodder. You start to summon your soul. You close your eyes and meditate in your mind. Your special talent allows your power to try to establish a connection with the Pure Land world. Day 1, failed. On the second day, it also failed. On the third day, you vaguely felt a trace of abnormality. This is a feeling that has never happened before. You were summoned by you from the Pure Land world through the icy tombstone under your butt, and the buried skeleton further below, a trace of the soul of the dead. You are so excited, you immediately want to fix it, but in just a moment, the soul dissipates. But, even so, you've made a heaven-defying breakthrough. Because this is the first time you have successfully recruited a soul since you were born. It's kind of interesting. Seeing himself in The Sims actually successfully summoning the soul, Tuo Yu was shocked. Not even Nagato, with the 6 Paths Rinnegan, has the ability to summon the spirits of the dead into the real world. In the entire ninja world, there is only the legendary sage of 6 Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who can bring the souls of the dead to the world of the living. But 6 Paths is more than just a soul. Tuo Yu's goal is to turn the pure land of ninja world into a hall of valor. Let those summoned undead become their servants. A servant with flesh and blood. You continue to try spiritualism. Day 2, Day 3. Every day at work, after completing the routine inspection 2.6 and cleaning, you will sit on this tombstone named Taichi Kato. You close your eyes, think hard, and you seem to have words in your mouth. In the eyes of the people next to you, you look a little strange. Because of this kind of place, other people keep away from it, but you seem to like it very much. After 1 month, your ability to summon the soul will be enough to fix a strand of soul. 3 months later, you completely summoned a leg of Taichi Kato. This is the leg of the soul that only you can see. He is like a living creature, walking in front of you. Half a year later, Taichi Kato's lower body has been summoned by you. He also seemed to know that he was being pulled into the real world by some kind of force, so those legs kept walking back and forth, looking very anxious. 8 months later, you have been able to summon Taichi Kato except for his head. He looks like a headless horseman. It may be because the brain is the most important part of the human body, so the head is the most difficult part. It took you 4 months to change Kato Taichi from a headless horseman to a headed horseman, and it took you another 1 month will stabilize him, and there will be no terrifying images that sometimes have heads and sometimes no heads. At this point, you are only in the true sense, able to summon a soul. Closing square bracket dot. Chapter 74 You resurrected Hashirama and Madara, and you held the first 100 Ghost Night Walk in the ninja world. 77 258. Chapter 74 You resurrected Hashirama and Madara, and you held the first 100 Ghost Night Walk in the ninja world. Okay. Finally succeeded. Seeing the whole soul standing on the tombstone, Tuo Yu just felt very excited. It's not easy. It took me more than a year for this wave of myself to finally succeed in manifesting this spiritist technique and successfully summon the soul. So hard, tougher than ever. Take a sip of water. Tuo Yu continued the simulation. Taichi Kato cursed wildly, saying that his body and head had been going back and forth and disappearing in the past few months. He asked if it was you who did it. You smile lightly, and then let him look at the world around him. It was only then that he realized that this place was not the Pure Land world, but the living world. You told him the truth, including the current time, and this is Konoha village, and the one who summoned him is you, etc. Taichi Kato froze in place. After a while, he told you about his situation. He turned out to be a person from the era of First Hokage, and his identity is just an ordinary Konoha cannon fodder, genin level. In the next few days, you will control Taichi Kato's soul and show him around the current Konoha village. During this period, you are gradually practicing, and you can control the power of your soul more freely. After another week, Kato Taichi felt that it was boring, because he didn't have a single acquaintance, let you put him back. But you made a suggestion, saying that one of his friends should not be resurrected. His eyes lit up immediately, and he strongly requests you to resurrect his girlfriend. It took a day for you to finally find his girlfriend's tombstone in the cemetery, because the first is a successful experience. This time, it only took you 3 months to complete her soul summoning the whole world. You have witnessed the exciting reunion of 2 people, and you feel very relieved. It turns out that this terrifying technique can also bring happiness to others. A week later, Taichi Kato's girlfriend begged you again to let you resurrect his sister's soul. You nodded in agreement, because you also need to practice your hands anyway, so why not do it by giving roses and leaving a lingering fragrance in your hands. You soon found her sister's tomb, because you have had 2 experiences, so you think you may only need a month this time to fully summon her sister's soul. However, a month has passed, and your progress is still on 2 legs. 2 months have passed, and the waste gradually emerges. It took you a full year to fully summon his sister's soul. And at the moment when her sister fully appeared, you were all stupid, because, not yourself. You have recruited the wrong soul. I ride a horse. Seeing this, Tuo Yu couldn't hold back on the spot. What about playing people? I've been busy for a year, but it's not me. After some exchanges, you have determined the reason for the error. It may be because of the years of war at that time, so some people's bones were buried wrong. This girl you newly resurrected is a chunin. From this, you come to a hypothesis. The stronger the person, the less likely it is to be summoned. To test whether your theory is correct, you start looking for people you know. You don't need to think about things like first generation and second generation, let's not say whether they can be summoned or not, you don't know where their tombs are. In addition, people like Konoha's White Fangya, Uchiha Shisui, and Might Dai are not enough. After all, these people's strength is above cage level, so you can only choose some medium strength people, but it's actually not difficult for you, Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Akamiki. You just need to follow the names of these big families to find them. In the ninja world, generally speaking the surname, you can probably infer the strength of the opponent. You found a tomb of Akamiki family named Akamiki Doichi. You begin to conjure him. Soon, you realize that you have encountered resistance, which is at least a chunin level. You found another cannon fodder without a big family name, and sure enough, it was unobstructed. At this point, you have confirmed a fact that the stronger your ability during your lifetime, the longer your success in conjuring souls. Therefore, you begin to practice more arduously. Whether it's windy, rainy, or sunny, everyone can always see your figure in the Konoha cemetery. You often sit on the tombstone all night long, and to outsiders, it seems that you are telling stories to the dead souls of Konoha and accompany them. But in reality, you are practicing evocation. 2 years later, pain invaded Konoha. Fortunately, this cemetery was in the back mountain and was not destroyed by Shen Luo Tianjiang. 3 years later, the Ninja World War broke out and ended again. But you didn't participate, because you have no interest in other things except for the soul call, and you have been focusing on the soul call. 5 years later, you have been promoted to the director of the Konoha cemetery. In addition to guarding and cleaning the cemetery, you are sometimes responsible for the burial of new tombs, and your ability to summon spirits has also become perfect. Genin level, you only need 10 seconds to summon his soul from the Pure Land space to the world. Chunin level, you only need 1 minute to complete the summoning. As for Jonin, it is relatively long, it takes 3 days and 3 nights. After another year, your ability to summon the spirit will improve again, and it will only take an hour to summon Jonin. On this year's Kingming Festival, you summoned Sarutobi Asuma, Hyuga Hizashi, Moonlight Blast, and Hyuga Neji and made them have a big reunion. Everyone was shocked, especially Asuma and the others. During the Fourth Ninja World War, they had already been resurrected once, but they did not expect to be resurrected again now. After strolling around Konoha, I saw that the village is now peaceful and quiet, everyone is alive and strong, and they have no regrets. Just please, if you are still alive, can you summon them at any time and let them see the current village? Yu agreed, and then sent them back. I'm going. It's a bit touching. Seeing himself in the Sims, he was so kind, and even held a Konoha dead party. Tuo Yu sighed in his heart. Yeah, the world of Hokage is a lot crueler than many other worlds, and when people die, it's an old sow wearing a bra, one set after another. Many people left with regrets, and if they had that ability, it would be reasonable to resurrect them. This year, you are 21 years old, and your ability to summon spirits has reached the pinnacle level, because you have even been able to summon cage-level powerhouses, and it only takes 1 minute. This day, Valentine, you are in a tense mood and start to summon Namikaze Minato. Soon, the spiritualism succeeded, and Namikaze Minato appeared in front of you with a confused look. After you explained the situation, he was extremely shocked, but at the same time begged you to let him meet Naruto. You smile and shake your head, but just when Namikaze Minato feels sorry, you conjure up Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, you feel that the long-standing regret in your heart has been made up. And Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, after screaming in shock, hugged each other tightly and had a grateful reunion. You let the two of them go and let them float to the village to see Naruto. You smiled kindly, and then started the second round of operations. You have resurrected Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. The 4 people thought it was impure world reincarnation, but after the shock, the 4 people fought directly. Then, Nagato, Konan, Deidara, Hidan, Kakuzu, Jiraiya. Like eating Schwanmai, you resurrected those who died in the history of the ninja world one by one. You gave them a day of freedom, so that they can go wherever they want and see their relatives. Look at your descendants, or catch up with those old friends and apologize to your teachers. You named this day's event, the first 100 Ghost Night Walk in the ninja world. This day, you have had a very fulfilling life. You feel like a ghost king, all souls are in your master. Quote. At this stage of the simulation, Tuo Yu's heart was shaking. Resurrecting so many people at once. 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Good 050 guy, he really knows how to play. I have to say that Tuo Yu was very moved to see these people get together. After all, there are too many people who have regrets here. It's not bad to be able to give them a second life. You are 23 years old. You didn't expect that it took a full 10 years from your comprehension of spiritualism to being able to control it completely freely. But now, a new problem is before you again. That is how to make the soul become the entity. Just a simple soul calling, and cannot meet your needs. What you want is for these souls to be able to become like heroic spirits, so that they can become living beings with flesh and blood. You have started a more arduous practice. In the first year, you made no progress, and thousands of attempts failed. In the second year, you have made some vague progress, you can make a genin's foot fixed. In the third year, you find that you are 26 years old. In the ninja world, you already belong to the category of older unmarried young people. You decide to find yourself a wife. However, you have been wandering in the village for half a month, and no one has introduced your girlfriend to you. Only then did you realize that it is impossible to find a wife by doing this kind of work. So you came back to practice with a bit of a decadent mood. In the fourth year, you can successfully control the lower body of a genin. In the sixth year, you successfully summon Taichi Kato. He has flesh and blood and warmth, but only 10 days later, his chakra was exhausted and he returned to the Pure Land again. You are a little shocked, because it is strange to say that they are only souls, but under the development of your technique, they can automatically build flesh and blood from the biological world and become a special human being close to living people. It's just that chakra can only provide them with movement, and once chakra is exhausted, they can't maintain their original shape. The setting of this point is very similar to heroic spirit, because you don't want to do white labor. In the 7th year, you successfully summoned Uchiha Makoto. Closing square bracket dot. Chapter 75 Sasuke, we'll call ourselves different, I'll call you brother, you call me dad. 78 258. Chapter 75 Sasuke, we'll call ourselves different, I'll call you brother, you call me dad. Ah, the nurse is alive. Seeing that he actually summoned Uchiha Makoto, Tuo Yu sighed in his heart. After all, this Uchiha Makoto has been her own wet nurse before. He ate even more than Sasuke. I don't know what kind of behavior Uchiha Makoto will do in this life. Speaking of which, Urzuzi is really miserable. Such a good-looking mother was killed by her mad brother. Everyone must be crazy. With a helpless sigh, Tuo Yu continued to simulate. After learning that she was resurrected by Yu, Uchiha Makoto was extremely shocked, and the first thing she thought of was to visit her son. However, Yu told her that it might not work, because now Urzu has become Konoha's minions, performing tasks outside, and he doesn't know when he will come back. Uchiha Makoto said she could wait, but you had no choice but to let her wait. She stayed at your house, because you don't want to cause too many troubles, so tell her not to go out indiscriminately. Even if someone finds out, it can't be said to be resurrected by you. Uchiha Makoto also knows that he is also a dead person, and he can appear in this world thanks to your help. And he really wants to see his son and future daughter-in-law, so everything listens to you. On the first day, Sasuke did not come back. On the second day, Sasuke didn't come back. Until the 7th day, Uchiha Makoto suddenly passed out. You thought she was looking forward to her son, but after some inspection you found out that it was Uchiha Makoto's chakra that was about to run out. She asks you about related matters, and you tell her the truth a little embarrassedly. She has no chakra anymore, and if she wants to maintain the status quo, she can only fill in the blue. And the way to fill the blue. Uchiha Makoto was shocked after hearing it, but she didn't want to be resurrected for nothing, because she really wanted to see Sasuke, so she had to agree. In the following time, your relationship with Uchiha Makoto gradually got better. In her spare time, you will take her to go shopping, of course, not only in the village, but also outside the village. Although Uchiha Makoto is Sasuke's mother, she is only in her 20s, and when she gets together with you, she is often mistaken for a couple. You take her to eat food, buy all kinds of beautiful clothes, and take good care of her. And apart from being with you, Uchiha Makoto is most concerned about Sasuke. She looks at the top of the mountain every day, wanting to see if Sasuke will come back today. Finally, one day after 3 months, after going through 7 or 8 missions, Sasuke finally returned to the village. Uchiha Makoto felt very distressed when he saw that his son now had a broken hand, and one eye seemed to be contaminated with radiation, as if he had been upgraded and had to cover it with bangs. But she still rushed up crying. After all, this is her own son whom she hasn't seen in decades. Sasuke thought at first that someone was going to attack him, and drew his sword instantly. However, when he saw that the person running towards him turned out to be his mother who had been dead for many years, he was instantly stunned. Then, he also hugged his mother incredulously. The two put on a moving drama, and you watched silently beside you, shaking your head and sighing. Sasuke, we will call each other our own from now on. I will call you brother, you call me dad. Tuo Yu. All I can say is, it's my own. The news of Uchiha Makoto's resurrection spread across the Konoha village instantly, causing a huge sensation. Because you explained it beforehand, she did not reveal your secret. Just tell everyone according to the words you taught her. In her world, a monster named Galdra's appeared. That monster can send out superpowers through the horns on its head, and she was transferred to this place. Coming. Wait, what? Galdra's? Seeing what Uchiha Makoto said, Tuo Yu immediately frowned. But after a few seconds, he understood. Isn't this TM the monster from Tiga? Just a smile that transcends time and space, the monster that lets that girl in a sailor suit travel through time and space. Good guy, I'm straight up good guy. 99. How can this actually be related? Tuo Yu couldn't help but silently gave himself a thumbs up. His mouth is simply a liar. About the monster called Galdra's, no one can verify it. But it doesn't matter. After all, the person in power in Konoha now is Kakashi. He doesn't think about other things. He wished that Uchiha Makoto could live there and never leave Sasuke. Because he watched Sasuke grow up. This week, Sasuke told Uchiha Makoto about his life. With his mother's care, Sasuke finally became like a normal person. He actually smiled for the first time, making Naruto and the others dumbfounded. A week later, Uchiha Makoto chakra was short again. When she was filling blue with you, she specifically asked you to make up for her a little more, because she didn't know when Sasuke would come back next time. You just do what you do and give her a 3-month supplement. After this is done, Uchiha Makoto tentatively asks you if you want to confess to Sasuke that she is actually about the same age as you and can be your girlfriend. She wants to find a stepfather for Sasuke. You refuse on the spot. After some explanation, Uchiha Makoto realizes that you and Sasuke are classmates. In order to avoid embarrassment, so this kind of thing is only forgot. And after seeing the reunion of Sasuke's mother and son, you were relieved a lot. You start to continue to hone your spiritualism. Seeing this, Tuo Yu only felt a little bigger than one head or two. Good guy, he really almost turned into what he was saying. I call you brother, you call me dad. However, I don't know if the follow-up will be so smooth. Although Uchiha Makoto is also a Uchiha tribe, he is basically an ordinary person. Without the Sharingan, there is no fighting power, and there is nothing special about it other than being good-looking. In other words, in the rank of ninjas, Uchiha Makoto is not even a genin. Just an ordinary person. It took so long to fix an ordinary person, how many years would it take to resurrect a jonin, or even a cage-level powerhouse? Tuo Yu felt a little anxious. The simulation continues. You are 28 years old. Because of the company of Uchiha Makoto, you are not so impetuous, and spend a lot of time every day studying spiritualism. This year, your technique has been able to successfully manifest the lower body of a chunin. 2 years later, you can completely immobilize a chunin's whole body. But since then, the power of spiritualism, the progress has become extremely slow. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 8 years have passed, but you still can only fully resurrect chunin level dead, and within a year, you can resurrect at most 3. You suspect that this is probably related to your own strength. Because of your strength, if you die, you will only be at the chunin level, or it may be related to your spiritual power. In the 20 years after this, you gradually reduce the intensity of your cultivation. You start to try, not to borrow the DNA of the deceased, but to use things related to the deceased to summon them. It took you 5 years to finally succeed. You used Moonlight Gale's ninja certificate to summon his soul and fix 1 foot. You feel that your technique is very close to the summoning of heroic spirits, but, apart from genin and chunin, you cannot summon stronger powerhouses. You are getting older and older, and you are slowly giving up exploring. In addition to the ghosts walking every year, you will occasionally resurrect some souls, such as Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, etc., and let them chat with you and fight the landlord. Occasionally, on a whim, you will summon Nagato's soul and ask him if he can do anything. But he has no choice. After all, this thing is not a normal ninjutsu. Another 30 years have passed. At this time you have become an old man. Uchiha Makoto also passed away when you were 75 years old, because at that time, you really didn't have a drop, and you regretted it very much. Why didn't you have a good relationship with Tsunade in the first place and learned 100 techniques or something? When she left, she deliberately left some alone time with you, and she told you that she had already regarded you as her husband, and he was very grateful to you for giving her a second life. After 5 years, your life is almost at the end. On the last day of your life, you return to the cemetery. You use spiritism to summon everyone. You are sitting on the tombstone. Then you start making one last attempt. The Jonin you choose to resurrect is Hyuga Neji, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya. Everyone is cheering for you. You poured all your strength, desperate, and pressed on this call. First feet, then legs, then waist, then head. You succeeded. Hyuga Neji sat up slowly, his body was full of flesh and blood, and his heart was beating normally. He is no longer an ethereal soul, but a real, big living person. The audience cheers. Those ghosts of the ninja world who have been with you for decades and are called out by you every year for the festival are all boiling up. You show a gratified smile, and then in contentment, you slowly close your eyes. You sit on the tombstone, the fire of your life goes out. This is the end of your life. Simulation ends. Quote. After watching this whole simulation, Tuo Yu felt a huge sense of melancholy in his heart. After all, still not completely successful. It took 10 years to awaken this ability from a young age, and it took him 10 years to fully summon his soul until he was young. In the end, it really took a lifetime to turn the dead into a heroic spirit. And only when he was dying, reluctantly resurrected a Hyuga Neji. It seems that this technique is really difficult. After all, it costs almost nothing. 99. Although this technique has not been fully developed, and it has not been resurrected to a cage-level powerhouse or the like, Tuo Yu has already felt very satisfied. After all, if it is replaced with other techniques, if you want to truly resurrect a dead person and make it flesh and blood, with temperature and heartbeat, the price will be huge. First you have to know impure world reincarnation, and then find a human sacrifice. In the end you have to sacrifice your life, Rinne Tensai. This is equivalent to 2 lives for 1 life, and the key is to have 1 life. And his spiritualism, or what should be called heroic summoning now, does not require sacrifice of life at all, not even the DNA of the deceased. It can be summoned. It belongs to the low-end version of Valhalla. Okay, now that it's over, I can't be more demanding. System, start settlement. Tuo Yu just hoped that the settlement wasn't too low this time. After all, even if he couldn't summon a cage-level powerhouse, he thought of a way to fight Obito. Chapter 76 Revive Uchiha Madara. Then perform a live kiss. 79 258. Chapter 76 Revive Uchiha Madara. Then perform a live kiss. Start settlement. Ding. Your Sims evaluation is A. As that's so, seeing the prompt popped up by the system, Tuo Yu didn't refute much. After all, it didn't reach the peak this time, and his thief talent seems to have only been used a few times. To steal the Book of Seals, and later to Orochimaru's former laboratory, to steal the items and DNA of the dead. But it's okay to have an A, as long as it doesn't come home empty-handed. Ding. Since your evaluation reaches A, you can choose one of the following rewards. 1. You have exhausted the spiritualism you have practiced all your life. 2. Skills developed by you and Uchiha Makoto. 3. The amount of chakra growth in your life. After taking a look at the 3 options, Tuo Yu didn't even think about it at all, he just chose one. Immediately, a strange force rushed into the body in an instant. The way the soul probes the world of the Pure Land, the power that summons. This is the spiritism, or the summoning of heroic spirits, that he has been practicing for decades. I remember that if you summon heroic spirits, you can only summon 3 people a year at most, but what about souls? In Tuo Yu's memory, it was only the skill of summoning the soul, which he had already practiced like fire. Not to mention those cage-level powerhouses, even legendary ninjas such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, there is no problem at all. Hey, why don't you try it now? Summon the soul of the dead to come out and play. After thinking for a few seconds, Tuo Yu showed an unkind smile. Yes, he has already thought of a good candidate. To say that in this entire Pure Land space, there is someone who has been wanting to be resurrected all the time, and even if he is resurrected, he can understand without explaining the situation to him. Then there is only one. That's right, he is the one, Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara has been thinking about it, and has been waiting for his resurrection. At least 10,530 years have passed since he explained to Obito and tore off Geto statues and fusion tube. It must have been quite annoyed that Madara had waited for more than 10 years. Okay, Uchiha Madara, it's up to you. Tuo Yu immediately wrapped his fingers around and made a special knot printing action. Then, door of Pure Land open. 59. Soul come. Huge soul power erupted. Moment. A special traction force rushes directly to the Pure Land world. Find Uchiha Madara. And this moment, Pure Land, in front of a roaring bonfire. Uchiha Madara stared blankly at the flames, thoughts running through his mind. How many years has it been? Why hasn't that kid Nagato brought me back to life? Did there be an accident in the plan? Uchiha Madara thought silently, but there was nothing he could do. Now I am just a dead person, with a soul in the air. No matter how much I worry about the world of the living, there is no way to interfere. He just hoped that nothing would go wrong. After all, that project Tsuki no Mi, but he spent most of his life preparing for a grand plan, a 100-year plan. It is absolutely not allowed to fail. And while Uchiha Madara was thinking silently, above him, a faint green luster appeared. This ray of light quickly ripped apart space and quickly evolved into a spiral black hole, from which a huge attraction was released and began to pull on Uchiha Madara's body. I'm coming. It's finally here. Seeing this bizarre change, Uchiha Madara looked overjoyed. You must know that he has stayed in this place for more than 10 years and has never changed. Even the bonfire in front of him kept burning and never went out. And now, this black hole, this force pulling him. Obviously someone is calling me. To pull his soul out of the world of the dead. Ha ha ha, bye bye, the damned place. 35. Ninja World. Uchiha Madara, are coming back. With wild laughter, the soul of Uchiha Madara was sucked away by the black hole in an instant, and then came to the real world. This familiar air, Uchiha Madara is back. 39. In Tuo Yu's room. As soon as Uchiha Madara's soul appeared, he immediately made a lot of nonsense. But only a second passed. His expression stopped abruptly, because he felt something was wrong. What is this place? Uchiha Madara glanced at the surrounding environment with a look of surprise. I saw here, it seems to be a bedroom, pink sheets, big bedside table, which is full of women's clothes. This is a woman's room. Moreover, there was a little devil sitting on the bed. He is staring at himself intently. What happened? Isn't it Rinne Tensai? Where's that guy Nagato? Why am I here? Uchiha Madara looked surprised and puzzled. This FK, what exactly is the situation? What about the resurrection that made him a 10-tailed Jinchuriki? What about Nagato and Obito? What the hell is it to be resurrected in a woman's room by yourself? Uchiha Madara was about to ask. But the next second, he felt something was wrong. What about your own body? Uchiha Madara squeezed his fists and went numb. No entity. The whole body is light and floating. There is no sense of real existence, no strength, not a trace of chakra. Still a state of the soul. What the hell happened? How did I become like this? Uchiha Madara's face was full of panic, and he kept twisting his body in the air, as if trying to find his own body. And see him like this. Tuo Yu immediately changed his mind. Originally, he planned to resurrect Uchiha Madara, talk to him, say hello, etc. But seeing Madara's irritable appearance, he thought it was okay. Just pretend you didn't see it. Because of this, Uchiha Madara will definitely be more impatient. That's weird. How do I feel like there's something in there? With an innocent look on his face, Tuo Yu reached out and waved in front of Uchiha Madara. Is that my delusion? Have to say, Tuo Yu's black belly is ruthless. Just this wave of operations made Uchiha Madara even more impatient. Hey, kid, can you see me? Did you see me just now? 35. What exactly is going on? Obviously, Uchiha Madara didn't think that he was summoned by Tuo Yu. I am afraid that this kind of thing is not explained by Tuo Yu himself, no one will believe it. Summon the soul directly from the ninja world to the world. This is the forbidden technique that only 6 fairies know. Hey, brat, speak up. What the hell happened? Why am I here? Uchiha Madara yelled anxiously. Everyone went crazy. This is not fun. His plan, but let himself be resurrected by Rinne Tensai, then become 10-tailed Jinchuriki, and execute Project Tsuki no Mi. But not inexplicably turned into a soul. What's going on in this state? It's over. Quote. Seeing Uchiha Madara's unbearable expression, Tuo Yu couldn't help but snicker. But his black belly didn't stop there. Since Mr. Madara finally came here, how can he not cause some psychological trauma to him? Didn't that bring him back to life in vain? Thinking of this, Tuo Yu immediately walked out of the room and knocked on the door next door. Red, I'm in. Uchiha Madara quickly followed. It's not that Uchiha Madara is curious, it's instinct. Tuo Yu, what's the matter? Yuhika asked, blinking her eyes. This woman, I remember it seemed to be with Obito and the others. Uchiha Madara recognized Yuhi, even though he hid most of the time underground. But before, in order to choose the right piece, I occasionally went up to the ground to observe. Like Yuhi, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Obito, he knows them all. What's the situation? Is this that kid's sister? 5. Or his teacher? Uchiha Madara stared at the two in surprise. He felt that Hong Yuhi should be Tuo Yu's sister, otherwise, how could two people live in the same house? But the next second, something happened that destroyed Uchiha Madara's 3 views. I saw Tuo Yu standing in front of Kurenai Yuhi, holding out her hands and holding her face. Then the two started to pick up each other. Quote question mark 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 exclamation 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 mark quote. See this scene. Uchiha Madara's whole person is like Huang Zhongdalu, blasting his ears. The reverberation lingers around the beam for 3 days. Numb. Everyone is numb. Shocked. Quote. Depend on. This. What the hell is going on here? Am I FG dazzled? 39. Uchiha Madara was trembling all over, and her heart couldn't stop beating wildly. Tuo Yu and Yuhika. This little boy is actually picking up his big sister who is 10 years older than him. WQNMD. This moment, Uchiha Madara only felt that his three views were broken. The outlook on life and values established over the decades, all shattered into scum at this moment. He said that he had never seen such a high-energy scene in his life. No, it can't be called high energy, it should be called nuclear energy. So shocking. This, is the ninja world already so open now? With such a difference in age, it can actually become such a relationship. Or, are they really siblings? Uchiha Madara's face turned pale with fright. The footsteps are vain, and the station is unsteady. So creepy. And here Tuo Yu, after seeing Uchiha Madara's reaction, worked harder. Even made some slight noises from Yuhiko. After more than 10 seconds, Uchiha Madara was almost completely unable to collapse. Seeing this, Tuo Yu began to undress calmly. How can Uchiha Madara dare to watch such a scene? My dear, even if you kiss, you still have to drive. Do they really have that kind of relationship? It's so disgusting. Uchiha Madara only felt that Tuo Yu at this moment was like driving a big truck, hitting him in the face at a speed of 120 yards per second. Where can you stay longer? Uchiha Madara quickly turned around and left the scene with the fastest speed. Ah, didn't you see it? So timid. After seeing Uchiha Madara's soul floating away, Tuo Yu couldn't help but reveal a sly smile in his heart. He can't guarantee anything else, but after today's operation, he can pat his chest and promise Senju Hashirama, your Madara has left a psychological shadow. Release the spell. After meditating in his heart, Tuo Yu immediately released Uchiha Madara's soul. Let him re-enter the Pure Land world. Originally, I wanted to hear his voice, but thinking about it, I might have to meet him in the future and be a man. Forget it. Switching to Asuma is almost the same. Chapter 77 The Plan to Kill Obito, The Resurrection of the Goddess Lin. 8258. Chapter 77 The Plan to Kill Obito, The Resurrection of the Goddess Lin. I am pure space. Going back to Uchiha Madara in front of the campfire, I just feel my brain swell and my thoughts are so confused. What just happened? Is it an illusion? No, that real feeling, not an illusion at all. I was resurrected, suddenly being resurrected, and suddenly being sent back. Uchiha Madara just felt that the world was spinning. But in his mind, he still remembers the scene just now, it's still fresh. Especially the pictures of Tuo Yu and Yuhika. Damn, what the hell is going on in the ninja world now? There is such a thing. Is it okay to be that much older? Uchiha Madara was sluggish in front of the bonfire for more than 10 seconds, and finally calmed down the riot. He bent his knees and sat on the ground. Looking at the burning flames, his eyes were extremely complicated. It seems that this ninja world has reached the point where it has to be destroyed. 99. Obito, when will your kids' plan succeed? Konoha village. In the mansion of Kurenai Yuhi. Mimi slept, and after waking up with Yuhika, Tuo Yu began to prepare for a new plan. His newly acquired ability in yesterday's Sims, conjuration, is able to bring the dead back to life. At first glance this ability sounds a bit like Impure World Reincarnation, but the two are completely different abilities. There is no need to sacrifice a life when conjuring a soul, but use some related items to anchor to the designated target of the conjuration. However, the goal of conjuration is limited. At present, the targets that can summon souls are relatively stable, Chunin and Genin. At most, they can summon the strength of Jonin level once. After getting up and having breakfast, Tuo Yu sat by the window thinking about what to do next. His face was calm, but his heart was already a little impatient. Because there is not much time left for him. In previous simulations, at noon today, Uchiha Obito would appear. He must be before this. Defeat Obito with your existing abilities. As for the specific method, in fact, Tuo Yu has already thought of it. Not the Uchiha Madara spirit that he had summoned yesterday. Although Uchiha Madara is Obito's absolute nemesis, he has absolute right to speak to Obito. But Madara, Obito in the soul state can't see it at all. And Tuo Yu was not sure that in one night, he persuaded Uchiha Madara to let him join his camp. So, his target is someone else. That's right, it is the goddess Uchiha has pursued all his life with licking dogs, Nohara Rin. Only Rin Nohara can stop Uchiha Obito at this time, or even kill it directly. Tuo Yu began to construct a detailed plan. In order to evoke the spirit of Nohara Rin, he must look for Nohara Rin's sacred relic, that is, items related to Nohara Rin. In his mind, the items related to Rin Nohara were only the pictures taken by 4th generation with them. And this photo, if nothing else, is bound to be in Kakashi's room. If he wants to get a photo, he has to find Kakashi in a short time. But Kakashi is the Jonin in the village, so he might have gone out to perform his mission at this time, and he might not be in the village. It would be fine if Kakashi wasn't there, he just had to break through. But he has a more harmonious plan in mind, and this requires Kakashi's cooperation. If you want to find a specific target, the quickest and most accurate way is of course. System. Perform a fixed point simulation for 3 hours. Status. Looking for Kakashi. After setting all the conditions, Tuo Yu immediately heard the voice of the system in his mind. Ding. Start the simulation. At 8:30, you go out to look for Kakashi, thinking that Kakashi's lifelong friend Might Guy must know where Kakashi is. At 9 o'clock, you successfully found Might Guy and Rock Lee who were practicing around the village, but unfortunately you didn't know Kakashi's whereabouts from Might Guy's mouth. At 9:30, passing by Yeel Ramen, your heart moved, and you thought that you might have seen Kakashi before. You immediately stepped forward to ask, and sure enough, Shida not only saw it, but Kakashi only ate a noodle here at Shida an hour ago. Talking to you by hand, after Kakashi ate the bowl of noodles, he looked at a book and walked towards the Hokage building. This news makes you excited, and follow the direction of the hand to look for it. At 10 o'clock, you regret that you didn't find Kakashi, and learned that Kakashi has received the task and is ready to go out of the village to perform the task. The simulation ends here. A smile appeared in Tuo Yu's eyes. Although he didn't find Kakashi in the simulation, he also learned key clues from the simulation. He looked at the time, 8:20. That is to say, at this time, Kakashi happened to come to the handmade ramen shop to eat ramen. And after eating ramen, Kakashi will head to the Hokage building. This is the information he can use. After carefully thinking about the sequence of actions, Tuo Yu immediately got up and walked outside the house. Do you want to go out? Hong Yuhi looked at Tuo Yu in surprise. There are some things to deal with. Tuo Yu turned his head and smiled. His handsome face was matched with a gentle smile, which made Hong Yuhi couldn't help blushing. Is there anything I can help with? It's just a small matter, you should rest at home first. 99. Tuo Yu didn't dare to let Yuhiko get involved in this matter. If Yuhika accidentally touches Uchiha Obito, Yuhika will probably die. As the first girl he rushed to in reality, Tuo Yu still cared about it. After all, he will bring Yuhi to see Madara in the future. Okay then, Kurenai Yuhi didn't force it. Although she doesn't know Tuo Yu's full strength, she also knows that within Konoha's range, there will be no enemies that threaten him. After all, this is Konoha, the strongest Konoha in the 5 great ninja villages. And Tuo Yu is so strong, only he threatens others, no one else can threaten him. After leaving the mansion, Tuo Yu went straight to the road from the hand to the Hokage building and waited. He first confirmed that Kakashi was eating ramen at the handmade Ichiraku ramen shop, and then came to Kakashi's only way to wait for Kakashi's arrival. Of course, he wouldn't let Kakashi think he was waiting for him on purpose, but was preparing for a chance encounter. For example, in Love Campus Fan, that kind of collision at the corner and so on. But this also needs attention. Kakashi is a powerful Jonin, and even in the village, his vigilance must be very high. Normally, it is impossible to hit Kakashi. He is bound to get out of the way at critical moments. Fortunately, Tuo Yu could use hypersonic speed to hit him at a speed that Kakashi couldn't react to. At the moment of the collision, Tuo Yu needs to control the speed reduction, otherwise, if the speed is too fast, Kakashi does not know where he will be hit by him. Everything's ready. With a piece of bread in his mouth, Tuo Yu waited quietly for Kakashi's arrival. The moment Kakashi's signature silver hair emerges from the corner, Tuo Yu immediately starts hypersonic. Boom. In an instant, his figure came to Kakashi from the other side of the street. Click. In another instant, Tuo Yu reduced his speed to his usual speed, and accidentally touched Kakashi. One release and one take away. It happened to bump into Kakashi, and dropped the book Kakashi was looking at on the ground. 0 flowers. Quote. Kakashi looked at Tuo Yu in front of him in surprise, and then looked at the intimacy paradise that fell to the ground. Full of horror. What? I actually got hit. Am I letting my guard down a bit lately? No, it must be that I was too fascinated by what I just watched. After all, this book happens to be about a ninja student at home with his female teacher. Kakashi analyzed inwardly with some self-doubt. Excuse me. Tuo Yu apologized in a very natural way. It's Kakashi-senpai, I'll help you pick it up. No, I'll do it myself. Kakashi hurriedly picked up the intimacy paradise and put it away, preventing Tuo Yu from seeing its contents. This book is too precocious for a child. What Kakashi didn't know was that Tuo Yu, who was only 12 years old in front of him, had much more experience than him. They have already completed the last step with Asuma's dream lover. It's the taste of Ichiraku ramen. Tuo Yu pretended to be surprised. Does Kakashi-senpai also like Ichiraku ramen? It's fine. Kakashi looked a little perfunctory. He is not good at taking care of people, and he is a little overwhelmed by Tuo Yu's entanglement at this time. 0. I also like Ikiraku ramen very much, and I often eat with everyone. Still full of surprise, Tuo Yu chatted with Kakashi for a while and started to get to the point. His expression suddenly became a little dark, and this reaction naturally couldn't escape the eyes of Kakashi, who was good at observing. What happened to you? Kakashi asked eagerly. It's all right, just tell me. Tuo Yu seemed to be a little tangled, struggling for a few seconds in place, and then he said a little awkwardly. Well, actually, I have a question that I would like to ask Kakashi-senpai. I wonder if the senpai can answer it for me. Tell me, is it because you are too strong that you doubt your life? This is actually the question Kakashi wants to ask now. Tuo Yu shook his head and said seriously. Actually, that's right, I want to ask Kakashi-senpai how he thinks about his partner. Quote question mark. 35. This problem. Kakashi looked at Tuo Yu with a serious face, and his heart murmured for a while. Guys, this is a minefield of disco ya belong. His companions were all buried when he was a child, and one of them was killed by his own hands. The FK, ask yourself about your partner. Kakashi can only think that Tuo Yu was an unintentional mistake. Why are you asking this question? Kakashi asked with a serious face. Tuo Yu bowed his head a little embarrassedly. Actually. In fact, I always feel that I continue to show my strength, and JoJo seems to have no partner who can really communicate. After hearing this, Kakashi was stunned. By the way, it's almost graduation season. He understood why Tuo Yu asked this question at this moment. Because of the strength that Tuo Yu showed before, he did some little research on Tuo Yu. According to his investigation, Tuo Yu has always been a loner, deliberately hiding his strength in order to stay with everyone. In school, although not withdrawn, but there are no particularly good friends. Now he has made great achievements again and again, and his strength has far surpassed other peers. He feared that he felt alienated. Kakashi can understand the complex psychology of wanting to be recognized by everyone, but also afraid of being crowded out. Isn't he that kind of person? Handsome appearance, shining talent. The point is, he is not as warm as Tuo Yu, and he deliberately hides his strength and protects the dignity of others. When he was young, he was more aggressive than Urzuzi. Loss. Chapter 78 Kakashi. Minefield Dance, are you? 81 258. Chapter 78 Kakashi. Minefield Dance, are you? Slightly relieved, Kakashi stared at Tuo Yu with concern. The so-called companion is the person you trust the most, and you can give your back to the other party with confidence. 35. Is that so? Tuo Yu nodded thoughtfully, then asked. Who is the senior's partner? Is it the Might Guy Senior? For me, Konoha's ninjas are all companions, and after you graduate, they will also be my companions. 5. Kakashi smiled and rubbed Tuo Yu's head, giving a vague answer. However, Kakashi will always have partners who will graduate and grow together. Can you tell me about them? 35. Kakashi thought to himself. Why? Because I'm very similar to Kakashi-sensei. 35. I thought if I could know how Kakashi communicated with his mates at the time, I could learn something from it. It's really which pot can't be opened without mentioning it. Kakashi struggled, not to mention his companions, even his teacher and sister-in-law are dead. But, after seeing Tuo Yu's sincere eyes, Kakashi shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid of you. With a sigh, Kakashi started talking. I have also had two most trusted partners. Once. 35. Tuo Yu expressed doubts just right. Yes, once. Kakashi's expression became a little lonely. 053, however, they have all died in battle. Ah, I'm so sorry, Kakashi-senpai. Tuo Yu bowed and apologized with a face of remorse. I didn't expect it to be like this, and I'm sorry to remind you of something sad. It's nothing, it's all in the past. Kakashi waved his hands calmly. Also, it's a good thing to have someone tell the past occasionally. 99. So, what are they like? Tuo Yu raised his head with a hint of curiosity. Kakashi said with a smile as he walked. Guy is indeed a reliable partner, but he and I have always regarded each other as opponents on the way. 5. It is both a companion and an opponent, a very wonderful relationship. But when I was your age, my teammates were other people. Tuo Yu thought silently in his heart. But he still pretended to be curious and asked, who is it? Come with me, I'll take you to a place. Hearing this, Tuo Yu was overjoyed. Come with him, isn't this over? Did the plan fail? Where to? Tuo Yu was still hiding deeply, showing a curious expression. Come with me and you'll know. Kakashi said with a smile. After a few minutes, the two stopped. This is my home. Kakashi smiled and pointed to the house behind him with his thumb. Kakashi-senpai's house is very big. Tuo Yu looked surprised. Although the Hitaki family has fallen in Konoha, such a mansion still exists. It's just that there is only Kakashi in the entire mansion, not even a cleaning servant. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and the house looked a little dilapidated. Looks a little messy and makes you laugh. Kakashi is used to living by himself and doesn't usually pay much attention to it. Now that I brought someone over, I realized that my house looked a bit shabby and dirty, so I raised my hand and scratched my head in embarrassment. No, it's so much better than where I live. 35. Tuo Yu put on a look of envy. I've always wanted to have such a big courtyard, it's definitely going to be very convenient for training. Is that so? Kakashi smiled and took Tuo Yu into the room. He brought Tuo Yu to the master bedroom. On the most conspicuous position of the bedside table, there is a photo. The photo is framed, and one of them can be seen. It is Kakashi when he was young. Are they Kakashi-senpai's companions? Tuo Yu stepped forward with an excited look, and leaned down to observe carefully. That's right. 99. Kakashi nodded. Does this person look familiar? Tuo Yu pointed to the yellow-haired youth standing behind the three. Of course he knew it was 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, who was also the father of Uzumaki Naruto. Of course it will be familiar, you should have seen it many times on that rock face. Kakashi said with a look of nostalgia. Rock wall. Tuo Yu looked thoughtful, then said suddenly. It's Hokage Rock. Yes, he is the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Kakashi's eyes softened instantly, and he fell into a long memory. At the same time, he is also my leading teacher. 39. To be selected as a disciple by Hokage, Kakashi-senpai and his friends must be outstanding talents at that time, right? 35. Tuo Yu guessed. Hearing his words, Kakashi recovered from his memory, thinking of the strength of someone's crane tail, and couldn't help but chuckle. I'm afraid this is a little different from what you imagined. See this guy, Kakashi said, pointing to the blindfolded man in the photo. This companion of mine is named Obito. 35. Kakashi looked reminiscent. He's not a genius, he's the tail end of the class. Just like Uzumaki Naruto from your class. Is that so? Tuo Yu pretended to be surprised. I thought Hokage-sama's ninja team were all geniuses. Ha 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 ha. Kakashi chuckled, then fell silent. Maybe you're right, we're all geniuses. What's wrong? Sensing the change in Kakashi's mood, Tuo Yu asked cautiously. Kakashi glanced at him, then adjusted his emotions and said with a pretense of ease. I told you just now that this crane tail named Obito is actually a member of the Uchiha clan. 35. The Uchiha clan, Tuo Yu said suspiciously. I remember they were all. That's right, Sasuke is the only one left in Uchiha now, but the former Uchiha was one of the most powerful families in Konoha. Kakashi said slowly, but Obito is nothing like the average Uchiha. 35. He's not as gloomy as those Uchihas, but he's lively, very helpful, and a very kind guy. Sounds like a very nice guy. Tuo Yu's face showed shock. This Kakashi is really in love with Obito. But he could never have dreamed that Obito was still alive and had become a black crippled. And it's about to hit Konoha. Tuo Yu swallowed and his face calmed down a little. Then, he said with a hint of yearning. Can you tell me more about this senior Obito? It is good, Kakashi recalled for a while before speaking slowly. I still remember at that time, we were probably only as old as you, maybe a little bit bigger. A war broke out in the ninja world, and all the little devils had to go to the battlefield. At the time, we were on a mission to destroy a bridge called Kamubi Bridge, which was a very important supply line for rock shinobi, who were at war with us at the time. And the team performing this task is our Minato team. The situation was critical at the time, and the fourth generation went to support the defense forces in other areas, and entrusted the three of us with the task of blowing up the bridge, with me, who was Jonin at the time, serving as the captain. It's just that we encountered an ambush. Kakashi recounted what happened in a calm voice. Although Tuo Yu had seen the tragic battle from the picture, he still had a different feeling when he listened to Kakashi, one of the parties, speaking in such a plain tone. Oh, if not for knowing that Obito was rescued by Uchiha Madara, he does think Uchiha Obito is a true hero. In other words, Uchiha Obito, who was not saved by Uchiha Madara, is indeed a hero worthy of admiration. But unfortunately, under the guidance of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu White Zetsu, Uchiha Obito still went down a path of hatred. The beloved fourth generation died because of him, and here Akatsuki can always be seen on the battlefield everywhere. And the reason why he did this was just to recreate a world where Rin Arinohara existed. To this end, he did not hesitate to sacrifice everyone in this world. It can only be said that Uchiha Obito is a poor worm who has fallen into madness, and this poor worm, the master, has extremely powerful power. After listening to Kakashi's story silently, Tuo Yu seemed to find a space to exhale and let out a long breath. He's a hero, Tuo Yu also said firmly. Yes, he is a hero. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Tuo Yu acted as a trap, stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the group of four. Then, he pointed to Rin Nohara in the photo and said. What about this girl? What's her name? Her name is Nohara Lin. She is a very gentle but very strong girl. Gentle and strong. Tuo Yu pretended to be puzzled. I can see she is gentle, but where is her strength? Kakashi was silent for a moment, wondering if he should tell Nohara Rin's story. In other words, what would Tuo Yu think of him when he told the story of Rin Nohara? Although it was Rin Nohara who rammed into his Reikiri at first, but in the eyes of others, what is the difference between him killing Rin Nohara? However, after a long silence, he decided to tell the story. Having told Obito's story before, he obviously felt a lot lighter in his heart. Although he did not pay attention to these past events that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, they did bring him a very heavy burden. At this time, Kakashi noticed that these past events had unknowingly become a burden on him, making him physically and mentally exhausted. Maybe choosing to talk to Tuo Yu now is a kind of redemption for him. Her name is Nohara Lin, a female ninja who is good at medical ninjutsu, with a gentle and kind personality, and is very tolerant. 39. Kakashi's 2.6 eyes softened when he thought of himself who used to be dismissive of anyone. But she's also a strong girl. Since Obito's death, we've all grown up a lot. Lin has become a little quieter, but she's still a kind girl. 99. However, in an accident, Lin was captured by the enemy, and a trap was placed in her body. Kakashi hesitated for a while, but still didn't say the tail beast. He has seen the strength shown by Tuo Yu, and also recognizes Tuo Yu's qualifications, and understands that the future Tuo Yu will definitely know the existence of the tail beast. But at least now, Tuo Yu, who has not graduated from the ninja school, doesn't know the necessity and level of the tail beast. A trap, Tuo Yu pretended to be guessing. Is there a lot of detonating charms buried in her body? No, it's more terrifying than that. 35. Kakashi's expression became extremely serious. If the trap is allowed to break out in the village will be killed and injured countless times, and the village will be severely damaged and the village will lose a great deal of vitality. Lin Shi knows this, so she refuses to go back to the village. And I insisted on bringing her back to Konoha so that she could be treated. But she was very determined. When I attacked the enemy, she rushed over and blocked my attack. Having said this, Kakashi fell silent. After waiting for a while, Tuo Yu couldn't help but make up for the knife. So, she died at the hands of Kakashi-senpai. Chapter 79 Heroic Spirit Summons. Nohara Lin, are you my master? 82 258. Chapter 79 Heroic Spirit Summons. Nohara Lin, are you my master? Hearing Tuo Yu's sudden slash, Kakashi's heart trembled. This has to be said, doesn't it? That's right. After a long silence, Kakashi nodded, looking a little lonely. She did die at my hands. Even if she rushed up by herself, I still can't forgive myself, even now. 99. Looking at Kakashi's dark eyes, Tuo Yu believed that what he said was true. Even after so many years, Kakashi still hasn't forgiven himself. The matter of Rin Nohara was like a layer of window paper. After being punctured, the two fell into silence. Especially Kakashi. Originally, he thought it would be a little easier to talk about it. But where to think about it, it doesn't seem to be there. It may be said that Kakashi has already forgotten about that day, but when he mentions it now, the picture of that day immediately pops up in his mind. The scene where Rin Nohara passed through Nohara's chest with his own hands, and he fell into his arms and died. Everything is still there. Seeing Kakashi's sadness but pretending to be calm, Tuo Yu knew that the time was right. Kakashi-senpai. 35. After a long silence, Tuo Yu spoke suddenly, attracting Kakashi's attention. If there is a chance now that you can talk to Senior Lin again, would you be willing? What do you mean? Kakashi's eyes narrowed, his mind a little dizzy. Tuo Yu stretched out his hand to hold the group photo and said softly. Actually, I will use a secret technique that can revive the dead. If you want, I can help you revive Yi 20 Yu online. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. After hearing this, Kakashi's face suddenly became extremely dignified, and his mentality accelerated sharply. You, what did you say? Resurrect the dead. This, could you impure world reincarnation? Tuo Yu shook his head. What is impure world reincarnation? My technique is just to summon the dead back from the Pure Land world. They will still be as flesh and blood as normal people, basically just resurrecting the dead. Kakashi was shocked. He looked at Tuo Yu in horror. It's like seeing a monster. Resurrection of the dead, and it's not impure world reincarnation, it seems to be a more advanced technique. What is the origin of this Tuo Yu? You, how can you use this kind of ninjutsu? Kakashi's tongue can't be straight. If Tuo Yu can really do this kind of art, then he will definitely become the most watched person in the whole ninja world. Leaving a great reputation in the history of the ninja world. In fact, I do not know. Tuo Yu's eyes dimmed. Sometimes I just think about it in my head and learn a new ninjutsu. I don't know what happened, maybe I'm a freak. Tuo Yu didn't panic at all, because all of his abilities are really based on his own ideas. And hearing this, Kakashi's eyes are straight. What's the situation? Can you come up with ninjutsu directly after thinking about it in your mind? Are you FG human? Do you know how much physical and mental energy it takes for an ordinary ninja to learn a ninjutsu? You're just thinking about it. Kakashi was shocked. He stared at Tuo Yu nervously, recalling every bit of Tuo Yu. That terrifying fist, blasting ability, and this terrifying sounding technique of resurrecting the dead. Maybe, this Tuo Yu is really no ordinary person. There is a decisive difference from these ninjas. How is it, Kakashi-sensei? Do you want to? Tuo Yu continued to ask. I can't bear such strong seniors to die in vain. Besides, Senior Nohara Lin was still very young before he died, right? Compared with me, he is not a few years older. Being framed by others and then being forced to die at the hands of Kakashi-sensei is so heart-wrenching. Tuo Yu's sincere feelings are revealed, and Kakashi is distracted. But he still wanted to stick to the bottom line. But things like resurrecting the dead, play with the souls of the dead. Kakashi looked very confused. As soon as he heard that Tuo Yu could resurrect others, Kakashi didn't believe it at first. But after contacting that Tuo Yu himself is an unusual existence, he inevitably has a trace of expectation in his heart. Bring Nohara Rin back to life. Seriously, who wouldn't want this? That was his biggest heart disease, and it made him suffer for more than 10 years. But easily resurrecting the dead is against ethics. That's why he gets confused. Seeing that Kakashi was still struggling, Tuo Yu induced further. The life of a ninja is inherently short, and death in an accident is a common occurrence. 99. But, is that just enough? Seeing them die with dreams and regrets, but can't do anything, is it really good? It was when I was reflecting on this matter that I learned this technique. But doing this is to play with the soul of the dead, to desecrate the dead. Kakashi is still doing his final resistance. But Tuo Yu had expected this. He spoke slowly. Kakashi-senpai thinks so, but what does Rin Nohara-senpai think? He looked Kakashi straight in the eyes, watching his reaction. Did Nohara Rin-senpai want to say something to you? And Obito-senpai, doesn't he want to take a look at the current Konoha? Desecrate the souls of the dead. This is just Kakashi-senpai's thoughts, and does not represent the thoughts of Nohara-senpai, or even Obito-senpai. If we can make up for our regrets, why don't we make it up? 35. Do you want to grow old and die with lifelong regrets? Tuo Yu's voice gradually grew louder. Kakashi didn't say a word, his eyes became turbulent. This kind of performance, as a jonin, for Kakashi, who has long put his pain behind him, is really something that should not have happened. Over the years, in order to paralyze himself, he first joined Anbu and then became a Konoha shinobi, using countless tasks to paralyze himself. Originally, he felt that he had passed that threshold, but now. How many people want to talk to the dead, even if it's just a word? Don't they know that blaspheming the dead is something that shouldn't be done? 35. But I think if it's going to make everyone miserable to abide by the so-called ethics, then why should we? I was very confused before. Why did God let me learn this secret technique, this terrifying forbidden technique? But I now understand that this technique was born to make up for the many regrets in this world. Under the bombardment of Tuo Yu, Kakashi's eyes have become very dazed. Tuo Yu's words just spoke to his heart. After so many years, he has countless things to say to both Obito and Nohara Rin. He often went to the cemetery alone and told his past years to their tombstones. But at the thought of being able to tell them personally, Kakashi was completely bewildered by the strong desire that emerged in his heart. I don't know. What price does this technique have to pay? Do you want someone else's life, or only need something related to Nohara Rin Senpai? Tuo Yu picked up that photo, smiled and shook his head. This photo is enough. This photo alone can bring her back to life. Kakashi feels like his 3 views have been destroyed. What kind of terrifying ninjutsu is this? It's outrageous. The resurrection of the dead is originally a heaven-defying change of life, contrary to the laws of life. The stronger the technique, the greater the price to pay. Like impure world reincarnation, one's life must be sacrificed in exchange for another's life. And the technique of Tuo Yu, all you need is a photo. It's just the price of a photo, nothing else is needed. If Nohara Rin doesn't want to be disturbed, then we will send her to rest and never disturb her. The words have already been said. Kakashi now has nothing to resist. With a request or even a supplication attitude, he solemnly said to Tuo Yu. Okay, then please do it. I want to meet them. Tuo Yu's eyes were filled with joy, and he finally succeeded in pulling Kakashi into the water. But he didn't show it, just nodded solemnly. Okay, leave everything to me. After speaking, Tuo Yu began to cast the heroic spirit summoning. As the chakra in his hand surged, a circular circle appeared on the ground. Tuo Yu released his hand, and the photo in his hand floated above the circle, as if an invisible force was holding it up. Kakashi stared at the circle, feeling incredible. Obviously it is the forbidden technique of resurrecting the dead, but what he felt from this formation was a very warm chakra. Different from the sorcery or forbidden technique in his cognition, the chakra of that kind of ninjutsu is mostly full of dark and ominous feelings. This unusual warm feeling calmed Kakashi's heart a lot. He began to look forward to the resurrection of his former companion. Tuo Yu began to announce. You are under me, entrusting my destiny to your sword. 35. Follow my call. If you follow this will in the law of heaven, you will answer immediately. I swear here, I will be the good in the world, and the evil in the world. 35. Curse your eyes and rage your heart. A prisoner in the threshold of madness. I am the master of this chain. 35. The spirit of the 3 words surrounding you comes from the wheel of repression, the guardian of Libra. Kakashi didn't understand a word after this extremely magnificent line was spoken. But the next second, the group photo floating above the circle began to glow softly. The light is getting stronger. Until the end, a light group in the shape of a girl was formed. Kakashi couldn't help but let out a cry. At the end, when the light was completely restrained, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Tuo Yu and Kakashi. Nohara Rin, living Nohara Rin, Lin. Kakashi was shocked. He called out loudly, and along with his voice, Nohara Rin's eyelids trembled with tightly closed eyes, and then slowly opened his eyes. Here is, Chapter 80 Obito was hit by a crit. Just stupid. 83 258. Chapter 80 Obito was hit by a crit. Just stupid. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar place in front of her, Nohara Rin recognized it at a glance. This is Kakashi's home. She used to come to play often. However, it was a little different from her impression, and it became a lot shabby. She slowly landed on the ground, her eyes still dazed. In her memory, she should have died at the hands of Kakashi. In order to prevent the tailed beast sealed in her body from going berserk, she rushed to Kakashi's attack and died in Kakashi's arms. But now, how could she run to Kakashi's house? Is everything before that just a dream? However, when Nohara Rin's gaze froze below, she was stunned. Because, I saw a familiar and unfamiliar figure. The familiar silver hair, and the mask that didn't seem to have been changed in more than 10 years. Except for the lack of the short sword that has been carried on her back, everything is exactly as she imagined. It's Kakashi. It's just that the Kakashi in front of her looks much older than the Kakashi she knew. It's the adult version of Kakashi. Are you Kakashi? Nohara Rin exclaimed in surprise. Rin, it's mine, I'm Kakashi. 99. Kakashi was shocked. I almost fell to my knees. Actually, it really came back to life. She really is Lin. Exactly as in memory. It was Rin Nohara who died in her arms. What happened? Kakashi. Why am I here? Am I dead? 9. Nohara Rin hurried over. And, why are you getting so old? This is your home. Minato-sensei, where are everyone? Don't get excited, I'll tell you little by little what happened over the years. Kakashi's voice is shaking. Kakashi, you are obviously more excited. With a trembling tone, Kakashi briefly recounted the matter. What, I'm really dead, revived by Tuo Yu. Nohara Rin looked complicated. She looked at Kakashi who was much older than her. I didn't expect that so many years have passed. By the way, Senior Lin, do you feel something is wrong? Tuo Yu stepped forward and asked. Well, it's nothing special. Nohara Rin felt her body, and it was not much different from before her death. I'll check it carefully later, don't forget that I'm a medical ninja. Tuo Yu smiled. Well, since you have been resurrected, let's go to the street and see what the village you have been away from for more than 10 years has become. After saying that, Tuo Yu, Kakashi, and Nohara Rin, the three of them left the house. Because of the previous simulation, Tuo Yu knew where the location that Uchiha Obito probed with his clone would appear. Tuo Yu only needs to bring Nohara Rin to the vicinity at that time, making sure that Uchiha Obito sees Nohara Rin's existence, and Uchiha Obito will inevitably be thrown into chaos. He doesn't even have to shoot, because Obito will definitely cause chaos when he sees Rin Nohara. It might be crazy on the spot. This is the shop of the Akamaiki family, their barbecue is very delicious. 99. This is the most famous ninja shop in the store. This is a time-honored brand, Senior Nohara Rin should know about it, but I forgot. This is where I buy my clothes. Here is. Tuo Yu introduced the shops along the street to Nohara Rin along the way, and occasionally made some small jokes on purpose, making Nohara Rin smile constantly. Kakashi, who was beside him, also looked at the two with a smile on his face. Grateful, happy, relieved, etc. All kinds of emotions are mixed in it. Kakashi can only feel his heart at this time, very peaceful and stable. Yes, it is the feeling of being healed. In the past 10 years, in his heart full of trauma, for the first time, he felt that being alive was a happy thing. And Nohara Rin, looking at the familiar but unfamiliar feeling on both sides of the street, felt both a little disappointed and a little satisfied. The disappointment is that all the people she knew have grown up, and many have disappeared forever. The satisfaction is that the village is very peaceful, without the turmoil of war that she lived in, and Kakashi is still alive for one of her most important people. On the Tuo Yu side, while introducing Nohara Rin, his thoughts were flying. Nohara Rin, a girl, although she is not much special, has a significant influence on the direction of the world. It can be said that the entire history of Hokage was caused by her. A murder caused by Goddess. He was already looking forward to the next scene when he met Obito. Let's go over there, show you the side door of Konoha. Tuo Yu smiled and led the way. This is of course not an ordinary road, but an area where Obito will appear. He's stuck, and this time, the back door of Konoha village, in a dark corner. With a wave of spiral ripples, Obito managed to break through the shield and sneak in. Obito, didn't you set out in front of me before? Why did you appear behind me? Black Zetsu's mind was full of doubts, but he had always had a cold, expressionless face, so he didn't show doubts on his face. I don't know either. In short, I encountered a very strange thing. Obito's mind was still in chaos. He hadn't figured out why he was suddenly sent so far away from Konoha. It's more troublesome to explain in detail, but I guess it must have been attacked by some kind of magic. Attack? What's going on? Black Zetsu is very curious, and I hope Obito can satisfy his curiosity. But when Obito thought about his embarrassed appearance yesterday, how could he possibly tell the truth? Forget it, I'll know what's going on in a while anyway. If that mysterious guy still intends to use the same method against me, he will definitely fall into my trap. Anyway, if you look closely, you'll know. Talking. Boom. Obito made a seal with both hands and separated a clone. Using the clone as bait, will the other party be fooled? Black Zetsu nodded, seeing Obito's approach. It's just a test. If the other party is fooled, it is a good thing, and it is not fooled. As long as the other party appears, I can at least know who the other party is. Indeed, it is possible to obtain the other party's information without much cost. Black Zetsu nodded, while Obito asked coldly, by the way, who is that kid named Tuo Yu? Did you find out? 35. Black Zetsu nodded. The investigation is clear, I will point it to you when I see it, it is a very handsome boy. 99. Yes, Obito doesn't care whether the other party is handsome or not. He only cares about whether the plan in his heart can be executed smoothly. When the members of Akatsuki's organization are over with each other, they can start the hunt for tailed beasts, paving the way for the future project Tsuki no Mi. Soon, Obito sent his clone to a more prominent position. Obito is not sure whether the other party will appear here, but his current master's information is too little, so he can only use this method full of uncertainty. If the clone appeared in such a conspicuous position, the other party would definitely not sit idly by. Even in the event of an unforeseen event, such as the opponent's strength is higher than his own, he can release his clone and leave here at any time to avoid revealing his identity. Obito and Black Zetsu hide in the dark and wait, and Obito's avatar started walking towards the street in a big way. And almost at the same time, Tuo Yu also accurately calculated the time and brought Nohara Rin over. Wait, I saw that kid named Tuo Yu. Black Zetsu said suddenly. Where? Obito's spirit was lifted, and he didn't expect to find his target so quickly. The three members of the Shao organization, because this guy named Tuo Yu lost his will to fight, he seems to be crazy, he must find out who this guy named Tuo Yu is. Deal with it on site if necessary. He's right there. Wait, that's. Where Black Zetsu stretched his fingers, Tuo Yu happened to come out of the corner. And Nohara Rin, who was following him, also happened to appear at this moment. This moment, Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. It's like seeing a ghost. Chest ups and downs, shortness of breath, people are about to stand still. Of course he knew Rin Nohara. It was because he assisted Uchiha Madara in secret planning that Rin Nohara died in front of Kakashi. And let Obito see it with his own eyes, so that the kind Obito blacken. But now, what's going on here? Why is Rin Nohara here? Moreover, After so many years, he still maintains the appearance of a girl at that time. How can that be? Hey, Black Zetsu, how did you? Obito was about to ask why Black Zetsu suddenly stopped. But next second, his whole person is like five thunders. From head to toe, it exploded. Then, what's the situation? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Is that Lin? Obito's eyes were completely attracted by that extremely familiar figure. She has a small and exquisite figure, short hair, and two purple marks on her lovely face. That's Lin. You will never be wrong. That is the girl he cherishes, Rin Nohara. This moment, Obito only feels that his three views are broken. Shaking. People are almost unsteady. What the hell happened? Why? Li Jiao, Lin is dead. I saw with my own eyes that she died at the hands of my former friend Kakashi. Why is she here now? What on earth is it? What happened? Is this an illusion? Is that Rin? Is that really Rin? Obito asks like crazy. Total chaos. Confused. Overwhelmed. Frightened. Nervous. Almost suffocated. And this time, aren't you going? Nohara Lin is a little strange. They have been standing in this street for a minute. But Tuo Yu did not continue to lead the way. Oh, I was just thinking, it's noon and everyone is hungry. Should I invite you to that barbecue or this seafood restaurant? Tuo Yu found a random reason, hesitant on his face, but actually a group of happy hearts. He had just seen Obito's doppelganger. He passed directly in front of him. Exactly as he expected. At this moment, Obito, people are completely stupid. Brain is in chaos. Even if Tuo Yu swaggered past him, he couldn't react. Then let's go to this barbecue restaurant. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time. I still remember that before the mission, I wanted to eat barbecue once when I came back. As a result, more than 10 years have passed. Nohara Rin looked forward to it. Tuo Yu also nodded with a smile. Boss. 3. Sit outside. Chapter 81 Third Generation. How did you learn this ability? Tuo Yu. I figured it out. 84 258. Chapter 81 Third Generation. How did you learn this ability? Tuo Yu. I figured it out. 3 people, just like that, were sitting outside the shop eating barbecue. Of course, this was Tuo Yu's deliberate choice. How can Obito see without sitting outside? And the other side, on the roof, watching Nohara Rin reveal a smile that was so familiar in his memory, and Kakashi's completely relaxed look on the side, Obito was completely thrown into chaos. He couldn't believe that the gradually icy corpse he had seen the slain goddess and hugged with his own eyes would come back to life after so many years. This, totally a hit, it is a strong irony of his own dark and crippled life for so many years. Obito, your state is not right, I advise you to leave for the time being better. Cold sweat broke out on Black Zetsu's back. He knew that continuing to let Obito stay here would only make things unpredictable. For his deeply hidden plan to save his mother, he would never allow Obito to appear uncontrollable. For now, bringing Obito back to base camp is the safest bet. But he didn't dare to force it. Because Obito's feelings for Lin are extreme, Black Zetsu acts rashly and is likely to be attacked by Obito. Therefore, taking advantage of Obito's confusion and unable to sort out his thoughts, it is the safest choice to persuade him to leave temporarily. What on earth is it? The face behind Obito's mask has fallen into a sluggishness. He couldn't believe what he saw. He suspected that he had been caught in a deeply hidden illusion, but Chakra, who was stable in his body, told him that it was not. Everything he saw was real. That's really Rin Nohara. Just look at Kakashi's expression. Obito, get out of here first. There must be something tricky in this. Black Zetsu's tone was a little anxious. It's still not certain that the girl is Rin Nohara, maybe it's just a girl who looks very similar. 55. She is Rin Nohara. Obito growled, his eyes fixed on the gentle figure among the 3 people in the distance. I will never admit it. Anyway, leave here first, if you stay here, you will be exposed. Black Zetsu persuaded bitterly. 057 The brain is extremely confusing. However, just like what Black Zetsu said, he can't appear rashly now. He has done so many sinful things for so many years, and if he goes out to meet him now, the other party will definitely not forgive him. So, just get out first. Obito retracted his avatar, looked deeply at the figure who was thinking day and night again, and turned to leave. And almost at the same time as turning around, Obito's eyes were full of coldness under the mask. As Black Zetsu said, he has gone too far on this road and there is no turning back. See Obito disappear into the spiral space. Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief. Just persuade Obito to leave. At least his plan didn't collapse at this time. The follow-up is to find a way to assassinate this, Nohara Aran. Get everything back on track. Mei finished her meal and came out of the hot pot restaurant. Tuo Yu found out that Obito's clone had disappeared. There is a high probability that Obito has already left. He didn't believe that Obito would remain calm after seeing Rin Nohara. At this moment, it is estimated that he has been hiding somewhere and doubting his life. Lin, I'll take you to a place. Kakashi said with a sad look in his eyes. Nohara Lin felt something in her heart, and her expression also became a little sad. It is clear, Kakashi intends to take Rin Nohara to the cemetery to visit Uchiha Obito and Namikaze Minato. These 2 people, for Nohara Rin, are very important existences. Follow Kakashi all the way to the cemetery in Konoha village. In front of the tombs of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Linton put his hands together and worshipped devoutly. Tuo Yu followed suit and silently worshipped in the back. But what he actually wanted to say was that the one buried under this tomb was not Namikaze Minato at all. In his last life, he had already figured out the entire Konoha curtain. This tombstone was deliberately set up to confuse those tomb robbers. The real tombstones of those Konoha masters can only be known when they become the director of the garden. While worshipping, Tuo Yu's mind was also thinking about the future. CACG, now Obito's crisis has been lifted. But a new problem arises. Nohara Rin's resurrection will definitely not be hidden from everyone. Anbu has many sites in Konoha village, and the sudden appearance of a dead Nohara Rin will definitely arouse Anbu's awareness. The follow-up impact of this must be confirmed. After making up his mind, Tuo Yu immediately contacted the system in his mind. System, conduct fixed point simulation. Time 3 days. Status, I take the initiative to confess the truth. After receiving the command, the voice of the system immediately appeared in my mind. Start simulation. After coming out of the cemetery, you asked Kakashi to confess the truth to the third generation. The news soon spread, and the whole Konoha village was shaken. Anbu takes you and Nohara Rin to the Hokage building according to Hokage's instructions. Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed from your mouth that the truth of the resurrection was a little hidden, and everyone was shocked. You were very nervous, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have any suspicions about you because of this, but instead showed an appearance of admiring you more and more. He also warned you that this matter is of great importance, and you cannot tell anyone about the ability to resurrect others and don't use it arbitrarily. You promise, and then leave in a relaxed mood. The next day, you were a little worried about whether Danzo at the root would know the news and sent someone to take you away, but nothing special happened all day. On the third day, nothing happened. You were sure that Hokage values you very much, and underlined that you will use the ability to summon the soul to the village high level, and play down this matter. You were completely at ease. Simulation ends. It seems that there will be no problem. Tuo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Kakashi and Nohara Rin and said, Kakashi-senpai, Sister Rin, there is something I want to explain to you too. What? The two turned back. Sister Lin's resurrection is impossible to hide, Kakashi-senpai should know very well. Kakashi nodded. It does. Konoha's Anbu is still very dedicated. So, instead of encountering some unforeseen things later, it's better to announce it now. Tuo Yu said simply, maybe there will be some troubles, but if you are open and honest like this, you will also save the trouble of being questioned. Kakashi nodded. I can tell the situation to Hokage-sama, he will help you stop some secret situations. Then please, Tuo said solemnly, okay, you can send Lin back first, and I'll report this matter to Lord Hokage. 35. Kakashi nodded, followed by a body flicker technique, and disappeared in front of the two. Soon, just as in the simulation, Nohara Rin's resurrection story quickly spread in the village. Tuo Yu and Nohara Rin were also invited to the Hokage building. Inside Hokage's office, Tuo Yu walked in. Not only did he see third Hokage, but he also saw quite a few jonin from the village, and even the two major advisors, Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu, came. But he didn't see Danzo, which made Tuo Yu relieved. After all, what worries him most right now is Danzo's indefensible distinguished heavenly gods. To be able to silently change a person's will, this invincible illusion is really disgusting. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Nohara Rin first. Nohara Rin, are you really the dead Konoha shinobi Rin Nohara? Sarutobi Hiruzen people are stupid. Not only him, but all these Konoha shinobi people in the whole office now look like hell. Resurrection of the dead, isn't this really second Hokage's Impure World reincarnation? Faced with such a straightforward question, Nohara Rin couldn't help but look at Tuo Yu. After seeing Tuo Yu nodding, she looked at third generation and said, yes, it was Tuo Yu-kun who called me back. Absurd. The two advisors of Wolong Fengshu suddenly let out stern and angry shouts. It can be seen from the frowning appearance of their brows that they are very suspicious of this. This is not difficult to understand. This kind of secret technique that can resurrect the dead, no matter how you look at it, it is impossible for a child like Tuo Yu to be able to master the ability. That's the forbidden technique that only second Hokage can do. And it's been banned for a long time, now no one in Konoha village will. Tuo Yu-kun, how on earth did you bring Rin back to life? Sarutobi Hiruzen is different from others. Tuo Yu is his confidant and the new generation he focuses on training. He must not be questioned. I heard the story about Rin's sister from Kakashi-senpai, and I was very moved. I saw that Kakashi-senpai at the time was very sad and blamed himself. So I summoned Sister Lin from the underworld. Probably so. Tuo Yu said his prepared remarks. Well, hearing this, third generation couldn't help but took a puff and pondered for a while. And the two advisors behind them are also thinking silently, their faces are full of ghostly expressions. Good guy, I'm asking you how to bring people back to life. You're completely off topic, and it's so easy to say. This is the resurrection of the dead. Not for you to rescue some cats and dogs. Can you make this matter a little more serious? The secret technique that can bring the dead back to life, you know Impure World reincarnation, right? Mitokado Homura asked. Impure World reincarnation. Tuo Yu began to pretend to be confused. What is that? I don't know. Sarutobi Hiruzen also doesn't feel like Impure World reincarnation. Although he can't use it, he has read the description on the Book of Seals. In order to use impure world reincarnation, it is necessary to sacrifice the living, and the resurrected people will be closer to the state of the dead. But at this time, Nohara Rin was different from the people who came out of impure world reincarnation, both in appearance and in her aura. Vibrant, not dead at all. How did you learn this powerful secret technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen started talking. After all, Tuo Yu is an incredible being. Obviously there is no teacher, obviously there is no reference to any literature, just created ninjutsu out of thin air. Wasn't that illusion that made people mad just by looking at it before? I meditated. 35. Same answer as before to Kakashi. Sigh. Everyone present could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Guys, they straight up guys. Such a terrifying technique, relying on meditation. First Hokage is not as DK as you. Hey, Tuo Yu, you. Mitokado Homura tried to ask more questions, but was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After taking a breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask with a kind expression on his face. It must be very difficult to perform this technique smoothly, right? Luo. After all, this is a technique to revive the dead, and only a few people in the entire ninja world can do it. It's not really difficult. Tuo Yu shook his head and said, it's just that my technique also has a limitation. 99. What restrictions? I can only resurrect one person a year. Tuo Yu deliberately exaggerated the usage limit. In fact, he can revive 3 people a year, but if someone knew that he had this technique, he would definitely swarm and disrupt his life rhythm. So, this year, I have been unable to summon other dead. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. So far so good. What he is most worried about is that Tuo Yu will continue to use this technique. If Namikaze Minato, first generation second generation, these people are resurrected, then his throne of Hokage will be unstable. Tuo Yu, the secret technique you possess is a very powerful force. Don't use it arbitrarily, let alone let outsiders know of its existence, understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen warned. Yes, Lord Hokage. 35. Tuo Yu nodded. Okay, you can leave now. Tuo Yu breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at Nohara Rin, and found that she was also staring at him at this time. The two smiled at each other and left the Hokage office together. Chapter 82 Nohara Rin, your chakra is not enough, you need to replenish the magic. 85 258. Chapter 82 Nohara Rin, your chakra is not enough, you need to replenish the magic. Get out of the office. Kakashi immediately followed. Lin, Tuo Yu, then I'll take a step away, just need to help Lin deal with the housing issue. 5. Kakashi said with a smile. After so many years, her home has also lacked people to take care of, and it has become very dilapidated and uninhabitable. It was flattened and rebuilt a few years ago, and now we can only find a new house for her. No problem. 35. Then I'll trouble you, Kakashi. 35. Kakashi smiled, still looking at Tuo Yu with gratitude and trust in his eyes. Then I'll take you to buy some clothes, I know there is a store, and the prices are very affordable. East-West is also good, Tuo Yu said, and was about to take Nohara Rin to the street. However, after they walked out of the Hokage building, Tuo Yu was taken aback by the sight in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji, and other classmates who I don't know but have met at school. All waiting outside. What are they trying to do? Seeing a group of little ghosts, just like hungry wolves seeing meat, staring at him with excitement and anticipation, Tuo Yu was taken aback. Tuo Yu-kun, is it true that you can resurrect the dead? Is this sister the one who was resurrected by you? Tuo Yu, I want you to help resurrect someone. It's my sister. Tuo Yu-kun, please help me resurrect my father. 35. Tuo Yu-kun, please. The chattering words suddenly made Tuo Yu's head become too big. Wait. 99. He stretched out his hand and shouted. One by one, I can't hear what you are talking about. The scene suddenly quieted down. The men looked at each other, and then Uzumaki Naruto, the most daring and reckless, stepped forward. Tuo Yu, please help me revive my parents. I have never seen them. 35. So it is. 35. Tuo Yu rolled his eyes. The good guy, third Hokage, also asked himself not to spread the matter. Didn't the whole village know this? Tuo Yu shook his head, then said regretfully. It is true that I can resurrect the dead. But I'm sorry, this secret technique has restrictions on its use, and I can't revive others within a year. Hearing Tuo Yu say this, the others were suddenly disappointed. Really not. Uzumaki Naruto looked disappointed. He really wanted to meet his parents. See what kind of people they are. Facing the sympathetic face of Uzumaki Naruto, Tuo Yu could only refuse ruthlessly. Otherwise, there is no end to this. Terribly sorry. Hear this. Everyone around them bowed their heads in disappointment. Let's go. Someone is talking. Only one person can be resurrected every year. How can such a precious opportunity be left to ordinary people like us? 95. Yeah, it must be the village's request. Those who are useful to the village must be resurrected first. Quote. A group of little devils recognized the truth and left one by one. However, there were still 2 people left at the scene. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji. These 2 are still not giving up. Not this year, but next year, right? Hyuga Neji stepped forward with bright eyes. His father is a master of the Hyuga family, and he is very worthy of resurrection. Therefore, even if it is the intention of the high-level Konoha, it is possible to resurrect his father. Theoretically it's like this. Well, I'll visit again this time next year. Done. Hyuga Neji turned around and left. And Uzumaki Naruto is also serious. Tuo Yu, I don't care if it's 10 years or 20 years. Can you please help me resurrect my parents then? Okay. No problem, it must be. See Uzumaki Naruto say this. Tuo Yu also agreed casually. After dealing with everyone, Tuo Yu finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, just as he was about to leave, nourishes, an extremely rapid breaking sound came from a distance. Tuo Yu looked up at the good guy, and Sasuke rushed over with a hanging bottle and a wheelchair. Tuo Yu, I heard them say, you can resurrect the dead. Is this real? After an hour, Tuo Yu finally got rid of all the people in the village and returned home. He needs to write another small essay for third generation today. With third Hokage's cunning and cunning mind, it would be inappropriate to let him go for no reason. So just in case, I had to write a diary about this incident, so that the third generation would feel more at ease and value him more. But when he returned home, he saw an unexpected figure. Sister Lin. Tuo Yu was a little surprised. Kakashi is helping me with my new house, I'll take a break to see you. Nohara Rin smiled softly. Thank you Tuo Yu, you let me have a new life again. Tuo Yu basked in a smile. You don't need to see outsiders, I just can't bear to let a good person like you die with such regrets. Well, anyway, I owe you a favor, Tuo Yu. Nohara Rin had a serious face, and her fair face was full of gratitude towards Tuo Yu. I can't think of anything to repay you for a while. So, I just wanted to come over and cook a meal for you. My cooking skills are still very good. Saying that, Nohara Rin took out the hand behind her back. I've already bought all the vegetables. Tuo Yu said with a smile. I'm really honored to be able to ask Sister Lin to help me make a meal. Well, it's okay to stand at the door all the time. Let's talk about it first. Tuo Yu brought Nohara Rin into the room. Is this your place? Nohara Rin looked around. Yeah, although the place is a little small. But it's just fine to live alone. Nohara Rin nodded slightly, just wanted to say something. But suddenly, boom, Nohara Rin's body fell down without warning. Tuo Yu was taken aback, quickly put her on the bed. After careful inspection, it turned out that the chakra in Nohara Rin's body was not enough. People who were resurrected cannot produce chakra by themselves, and can only rely on the person who performs the spell, namely Tuo Yu, to help replenish chakra. Tuo Yu didn't expect that the chakra in Nohara Rin's body would be consumed so quickly. Tuo Yu waited silently. After a few minutes, Nohara Rin's eyelids moved. She opened her eyes slowly, looking confused. You're awake. Tuo Yu stepped forward anxiously. What happened to me? Nohara Rin sat up with her head covered, looking at her hands suspiciously. She felt a little out of breath. Upon closer inspection, there's not enough chakra in the body. What's the matter? Why does my chakra keep decreasing? And, Nohara Rin tried to condense chakra, but found that she couldn't do it. She can't produce chakra herself. As such that, there was a trace of regret on Tuo Yu's face. The secret technique of resurrecting you has a flaw. 5. Defect. Yes. 35. 0 flowers. The downside is that maintaining your current state requires constant consumption of chakra. Once the chakra is exhausted, you will dissipate and return to the Pure Land. But because you're not really alive, you can't produce chakra by yourself. Hearing this, Nohara Rin was taken aback. After finally being resurrected, and seeing Kakashi, she doesn't want to go back to that lonely place again. Then, what should we do then? She anxiously grabbed Tuo Yu's arm. Tuo Yu is the only lifeline she can grab at the moment. Tuo Yu's face turned red, then twitched, seeming reluctant. Nohara Rin also saw Tuo Yu's abnormality and said anxiously, it's okay, you can say it. As long as I can stay here, no matter how hard or tired I am willing to do it. 5. Tuo Yu nodded in embarrassment. There is only one way to replenish chakra. In what way? Nohara Rin looked at Tuo Yu with a twisted expression and asked anxiously. Well, I don't know what to say. Tuo Yu's face became more and more red. His acting skills are increasing day by day, and he is able to chase the little golden man. Nohara Rin, who was in a state of anxiety, naturally couldn't see it. 0. What is it? Please tell me, I really don't want to leave his house. 35. Quote. Tuo Yu gritted his teeth, leaned into Nohara Rin's ear, and whispered. That's the one. After hearing Tuo Yu's method, Nohara Rin was stunned for a moment. Then the complexion turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Didn't expect to supplement chakra in this way. Quote. Tuo Yu had a remorseful expression on his face. It's all my fault, I didn't realize that this secret technique has such flaws. Tuo Yu was very helpless and punched a hole in the wall. He even deliberately let his fist rub the skin, and some blood flowed out. It's said that there are no flaws. The biggest flaw of this technique, isn't it here? Hateful. Originally, Nohara Rin was a little skeptical after hearing about Tuo Yu's method. How come there is such a way to supplement chakra? Does this Tuo Yu want to eat his own tofu? But, now see Tuo Yu's self-blaming expression, and his bloody fist. Immediately, the doubts were dispelled in my heart, and instead, there were bursts of emotion. Nohara Rin hurriedly stepped forward and held the fist that Tuo Yu smashed against the wall. Don't blame yourself, she persuaded in a soft voice. You've done enough for me. Tuo Yu raised his head, the self-blame pain in his eyes made Nohara Rin feel distressed. So what should I do now? If you don't replenish, you're going to dissipate. Hearing this, Nohara Rin's face suddenly turned red. As of now, there's no way. Rather than losing that kind of thing, I want to stay with everyone. Just don't let. Her voice is too low. Even though the distance between the two was so close, Tuo Yu couldn't hear it clearly. What did you say? Nohara Rin blushed and muttered. Just, don't let Kakashi know. 99. After an hour, Nohara Rin was sleeping on the bed. She's filled up with chakra and will last about 3 weeks. And Tuo Yu, lying on the table, wrote a small composition praising third generation. Rain Country, Akatsuki's headquarters, on the Iron Man Golem building. Pain, wearing the uniform of Shongyun, stood on the tongue of the portrait, drenched in rain, silently monitoring everything in the country of rain. After a while, Conan walked in with a dull face. Chapter 83 Pain, almost ready to move on to the next step. What, 2 more crazy, 86 258. Chapter 83 Pain, almost ready to move on to the next step. What, 2 more crazy, although it has been a while since the last time I came back from Konoha village. Conan's thoughts also calmed down a little, but she still felt strange. Why do you have feelings for a piece of clothing? Moreover, a piece of clothing that can talk, spends his life with himself, and is about to get married and have children. This is really strange. Is it some kind of illusion? But she and Tuo Yu have never had any direct contact. The other party didn't seem to have used illusions on her, but even if they did, how could such memories arise? It's not like magic either. All the mysteries, Conan has yet to solve. Pen, are you looking for me? Pain looked forward and said without looking back. Yes, go and see how Hidan and the others are. If their spirits are still not normal, they can only be abandoned. Pain's tone was very cold. His tone was like throwing away some rubbish. Among the members of Akatsuki's organization, apart from the Masked Man and Ju, the most important ones are Konan, Kakuzu, and Uchiha Itachi. He didn't particularly care about Hidan and others. Because of this kind of strength, if you really want to look for it, you can also find a substitute. Understood. Conan nodded, then his body turned into pieces of paper and left Pain's side. Somewhere in the basement, Hidan, who had regained his sanity, shouted in dissatisfaction. How dare you use such despicable means against the 060, uncle? It's unforgivable. Lord Evil God will definitely give him the most severe punishment. Kakuzu looked at Hidan silently. He was not there. It's not clear what happened. If it is really illusion, it is indeed something to be wary of. 35. Kakuzu's voice was gloomy. Pieces of paper flew from a distance and gradually formed a human shape. Conan opened his eyes and looked at the others in the basement. After a period of convalescence and enlightenment, Hidan and Sasori have regained consciousness. Deidara also became much calmer. Not as crazy as before. Looks like you guys are recovering well. Conan nodded silently, looking like he didn't need to fire anyone. When are we going to act? Hidan growled loudly. This uncle must let that BD smash into pieces. Kakuzu took out an abacus. What's the bounty for that guy named Tuo Yu? There is nothing wanted about him. 99. After Conan answered, Kakuzu immediately put away the abacus. Then I'm not interested. 66. Kakuzu is only interested in money. Everyone knows this. Where's Sasori? Hidan pointed angrily to the side. Conan flew over slowly. Fei Liu, who was beaten up by Tuo Yu, and Sasori, who showed his real body, looked very handsome. And this body that looks exactly like when he was young is also a puppet he made. His body is just a piece of heart and flesh hidden in the puppet's body. That kid named Tuo Yu has an extraordinary tolerance for toxins. 9. Sasori explained in a serious manner, and it seems that he has regained his sanity. For me, it's a rare challenge. Deidara, what information do you have about that kid? Senior Tuo Yu, of course that is Ultimate's explosive art. 35. Deidara looked excited and answered first. Mysterious illusion ability, added Uchiha Itachi on the side, but I haven't actually seen it, so I can't be sure if it's an illusion. 99. That must be illusion, Hidan shouted from the side. You shut up. Annoyed, Kakuzu growled in a low voice. Seeing a group of members, all restored to normal, Conan nodded. Looks like you're all awake. Let's rest first, then the leader will arrange tasks. As for that kid, we'll talk about it after Ju brings news. 5. After speaking, Conan turned into pieces of paper and flew away again. Soon, she came back to Pain's side. Pain, they've all recovered, and it looks like they're fine. 39. So much the better. Pain took 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand to catch the cold rain. The false peace has been maintained for far too long. 99. Wait for a while, and when we're ready, it's time to execute the plan. I want to make war completely disappear from this world. No children will be displaced by war, no one will die innocently by war. 9. There will be no war to destroy people. All of this will be stopped by me. Conan watched silently, not speaking. Pain has been completely brainwashed by the Masked Man. Get twisted and dark. As everyone knows, what he has embarked on is not a peaceful path at all. It is built on destruction, a false path of peace. Pain sighed silently. I am full of confidence in the future. Yet at this moment, a gust of cold wind blows. In the air next to Pen and them, a Uzumaki suddenly appeared. The attention of the two was immediately attracted. Uzumaki got bigger and bigger, and then, two figures in uniforms of auspicious clouds appeared from Uzumaki. It is absolutely and Obito. Are you back? Pain frowned, going to ask about the situation. However, he was stunned as soon as he took a step. Because, it seems something is not right. Impossible, impossible, Lin is dead, absolutely impossible, something must be wrong. 55. That must be false. 39. Quote. That look, Kakashi's smile, how could that be fake? Obito screamed wildly. Pain and Konan next to them are so dumbfounded. What's this special? What happened again? Madara, you. Pain wanted to ask a question in detail, however, Obito at this time was completely unwilling. Despite the masks, Konan and Pain sensed something was wrong with Obito. It can be seen from his trembling body. He must have gone through some kind of shocking situation that made him tremble uncontrollably. Absolutely. 95. Konan turned the head off again. But at this time, Black Zetsu was also dumbfounded by the side, his face distorted. You know, absolutely now is more desperate than Obito. He has been lurking for more than 1,000 years, and finally found an opportunity in this generation. He personally designed to kill Rin Nohara and let Obito blacken. Just to complete Uchiha Madara's project Tsuki no Mi, as well as a deeper mother-saving plan. But now, the most important moment is out of the basket. I am afraid that my 1,000-year plan will be ruined. Quote. This is the first time Pain has seen Black Zetsu show such a rich expression. It has always been White Zetsu who is expressive. Black Zetsu has always been a taciturn character. But now, Black Zetsu is also distorted and greatly stimulated. In the speechless eyes of Pain and Konan, the two of them left so tremblingly. It wasn't until the two of them disappeared completely into the darkness that Pain and Konan exchanged glances and uttered a long silence. Two more crazy. Konoha village, night, Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette, full of anxiety. At the previous meeting, although Tuo Yu said that he can only resurrect one person a year, 0. With Nohara Rin resurrected, he doesn't need to worry for the time being. But the thoughtful Sarutobi Hiruzen will not sit still like this. So now Tuo Yu can't revive the others, but, a year later. A year later, if Tuo Yu resurrects the first generation, or the second generation, will his place in Hokage be gone soon? Too slow. Why haven't you got it yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. What he was waiting for was Tuo Yu's diary. As far as he knows, Tuo Yu does have the habit of writing a diary, and it seems that he will express his true thoughts in the diary. I don't know what kind of thoughts he has this time, and whether it will affect his status. Long wait. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't wait. Whoosh. Anbu appears and places a diary on the Hokage table. Then with a whistle, it disappeared again. Call. Take a long breath. Finally come. Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly picked up the diary. The things recorded here will affect his judgment on Tuo Yu. Opening the diary, Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully looked at the contents. After some trivial records, he found what he wanted to see. Remember, the first time to use the secret technique. I blame myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at the beginning. Blame yourself. It's not what he imagined. Didn't you say that Rin Nohara was resurrected to make up for Kakashi's regret? Suppressed the restless mood and watched carefully. Although it can revive the dead again, no matter how you explain it, this is a technique to blaspheme the dead. I shouldn't have used it, but seeing Kakashi-senpai sad, I can't just sit back and ignore it. This, sure enough, he's still a decent guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his approval of Tuo Yu deepened in his heart. Only those who have deep feelings for their companions can protect Konoha. Although knowing about the resurrection of the dead may cause an uproar. But after the incident broke out, I was still shocked when everyone gathered around to ask questions. In the end, I don't know why I have this kind of power, just thinking about it in my head, I can learn a kind of ninjutsu. Am I different from others? 2.6. I originally thought that if I used this technique of desecrating the dead, I would be imprisoned or tortured to extract a confession. But Lord Hokage is still very tolerant, forgave me, and also emphasized that it may be out of consideration for my protection that I should not use this technique indiscriminately. I really admire and thank Lord Hokage so much. I must do my best for Hokage-sama and Konoha in the future. By the way, I remember that the wife of Lord Hokage was sacrificed during the Nine Tails Rebellion. If there is a chance in the future, I must resurrect this venerable hero. In this way, I can repay Hokage-sama's respect and kindness to me. Okay, it's over. I hope the people in the village won't come to me again to trouble you. After reading the entire diary, in the heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is an indescribable emotion and self-blame. He despised. I despise myself deeply. Are you worried that such a simple child will do bad things to him? You are simply a scumbag. Use the most cunning heart to calculate the purest Tuo Yu. Closing the diary, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly sat on the chair, lit a cigarette, and smoked in annoyance and remorse. Could it be that I'm getting old, so I don't have the responsibility of the past? 5. I am so frightened that I would suspect a junior who looks up to me. 35. Now it seems that I have become the villains I once looked down on the most. Chapter 84. The simulation starts again. Passerby A plus good luck. 87 258. Chapter 84. The simulation starts again. Passerby A plus good luck. Previous. Next. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but shook his head and laughed at himself. Such a kind-hearted child seems to have inherited the will of fire perfectly. Moreover, With such talent, he will definitely be the backbone of Konoha in the future, and he still doubts him, which is really inappropriate. It seems that I have to take the responsibility of protecting Tuo Yu from now on. In Tuo Yu's mansion, in the room, Nohara Lin had quietly left, and was alone. Pulling open the drawer, Tuo Yu was slightly relieved after confirming that Anbu had returned the diary. Although the Obito thing is resolved. However, there is still a problem waiting for him to solve. Danzo. From the previous simulations, no matter what popularity and attention he has in the village, whenever Danzo wants to, he can send someone from the roots to treat him to tea. After all, it's about restraining Danzo. Third generation is a bum. And with Danzo, he certainly won't sit still. After sitting up straight, Tuo Yu immediately gave an order in his mind. System, start the fixed point simulation, the time is 7 days. The status is as it is now, no special adjustments will be made. Start simulation. At 8:10, you get up to eat. At 8:30, abdominal pain was caused by accidentally eating expired food. At 9 o'clock, you came out of the toilet with some collapse and lay on the bed for an hour's nap. Tuo Yu has black lines all over his head. I haven't noticed for too long. Ever wondered if the food at home has expired? At 10 o'clock, I left the house and wandered around, and was caught by Sunset Red. She took you to the grove for some education. You were surprised at the boldness of 20 Sunset Red, but you still received her education. Tuo Yu looked surprised, and his heart was full of anticipation for tomorrow. At 12 o'clock, after having dinner with Sunset Red, I ran into Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto asked you to advance the number of times next year to resurrect his parents, but you regretfully refused. Tuo Yu shook his head helplessly. Sorry Naruto, knowing that Uzumaki Naruto's life experience is very pitiful, but he really can't resurrect other people now. Not to mention the resurrection, the third generation will value him less, and even become suspicious of him. It is this matter that spreads out, and I am afraid that I will be too busy at that time. At 1500, Nohara Lin found you with a blushing face. She told you that her chakra is still abundant today, and she can last for 2 weeks. And repeatedly stressed that only the two of you know about your healing of her demons, and you cannot let other people know. At 1600, Kakashi invited you to be a guest at his house, and you and Nohara Rin went to Kakashi's house for a light meal. At 1700, Kakashi offered to thank you. At 19 o'clock, returned to Yuhihong's house and continued to entangle with Yuhihong. At 2030, you returned to your home and fell asleep. This first day, it seems that there is no crisis. Don't Danzo dare to come. Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain. But he still looks forward to tomorrow. Yuhihiko's education alone is enough for him to look forward to it. Simulation continues. At 8:10 the next day, you opened your eyes, but as soon as you walked out the door, you encountered an uninvited guest. It was Danzo who came, and he also brought a few roots. He wants to invite you to the basement for a cup of tea. FK. Although he was well prepared, Tuo Yu didn't expect that after Mei's first day passed, she would meet Danzo, the old Yinbi, immediately the next day. You who know the power of distinguished heavenly gods, turn your head and run. Although Danzo's Mangekyo Sharingan is hidden behind the bandage, you know that the bandage cannot stop the activation of distinguished heavenly gods. So you urged Hypersonic to quickly escape from the scene. It's really troublesome. This Danzo, I really miss myself. Tuo Yu had a sore face, and wanted to see if he could find a way to deal with Danzo distinguished heavenly gods next. On the third day, Danzo's Anbu pretended to be patrolling, but in fact the leaves were looking for you. You hid in Hyuga Hinata's closet, and spent the day safely. Ah, how did this get in? Tuo Yu made a speechless rant. Speaking of which, when I first simulated, I let myself go to Hinata. There are very few simulations related to Hinata these days. When are you going to hit it again? Shaking his head, he retracted his thoughts and continued to watch the simulation process. On the fourth day, Danzo was still searching. You hid under Tiantian's bed and spent the day. On the fifth day, Danzo was still looking for you. You hid in Little Sakura's house and feasted your eyes. On the sixth day, Danzo looked for you. You hid in Ino's house and was found by her, but she didn't chase you away. On the seventh day, Tuanzhao, you hid in Danzo's house and are safe and sound. Simulation ends. Looking at the more and more outrageous operations later, Tuo Yu was no longer able to complain. Especially at the end, the good guys are already hiding in Danzo's house. Should it be said that the most dangerous place is the safest place? But if this continues, things will not end. As long as you haven't found a way to fight Danzo distinguished heavenly gods, don't make direct contact with him. It seems that we still have to rely on life simulation. With a sigh, Tuo Yu issued an order to the system in his mind. System, start life simulation. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, extraction is successful. You have drawn talents. Passerby armor, black good luck, black gold. Tuo Yu frowned. What the hell? A passerby, good luck, 35. The moment he saw these two talents, Tuo Yu felt a situation. Although there is a black gold, it seems that it can't deal with Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods. Look carefully at the detailed description of the talent. Passerby A. You are a marginal person in a story, you have no ambition and you are lazy. Black is a very high talent, you will spend a life without ups and downs as a passerby. Good luck. You have invincible luck, no matter what kind of desperate situation you encounter, you will save yourself from danger. Seeing the descriptions of these two talents, Tuo Yu suddenly had a question mark on his face. What's the situation? Do you want to be a passerby and have good luck? What a strange combination this is. Tuo Yu pinched his chin and thought. To be honest, with these two talents combined, he couldn't figure out how to fight the distinguished heavenly gods. Could it be that when Danzo was casting his spell on him, he slipped under his foot at a crucial moment, then pushed Danzo down, allowing Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods to just control the person behind him? Although this sounds outrageous, it seems possible to combine these two talents. Forget it, let's simulate it first. Don't think about it anymore. Tuo Yu stabilized his mind and started the simulation directly. Simulation starts. Talent. Passerby armor, good luck. The warm sun shines on your body, making you feel warm all over. You look at the frustrated blue-eyed boy next to you, your mood does not fluctuate. In the final exam of the ninja school, you and the blue-eyed boy Uzumaki Naruto both failed. You don't care about it, after all, you are just a passerby, but Uzumaki Naruto, who aspires to become Hokage, has fallen into despair. Oh, is this the talent of the passerby? It feels so bland. 35. After failing the exam, you noticed that Mizumaki approached Uzumaki Naruto and was trying to get him to steal the sealed book tonight. Under the temptation of Mizuki, you see hope in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes again, and you know what will happen next. But it has nothing to do with you, you feel that you are just a passerby. How dare you not take the initiative to participate in such an important event? Tuo Yu shook his head helplessly. It seems to be able to see how boring the future of this simulation is. It must be an ordinary person, at most open a shop, because good luck business is booming or something. Read on. In the afternoon, you went to eat a bowl of ramen. When it was getting dark at night, you saw Mizumaki instructing Uzumaki Naruto, it should be to let him steal the sealed book. You stop and watch for a while, then leave. It was a wise choice to leave. Tuo Yu nodded. He is just a passerby now, and approaching rashly will only arouse Shuimu's vigilance. When the time comes to trigger his murderous intention, the simulation will end immediately. However, you stopped for too long, and it was already dark when you returned to the street. Under the pitch-dark night, you didn't distinguish the route well. You walked blindly, who knew it was inexplicable, and walked to the library where the Book of Seals was stored. Hey, isn't that outrageous? 99. Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain. Isn't this inexplicably involved in an important event? Although outrageous, the simulation continues. Your luck is very good. When you first came here, you saw a familiar figure, hesitated for a while, and then chased after you. Then, you witnessed the whole process of Uzumaki Naruto taking the sealed book from the library with the wide open door, and saw the direction in which he escaped. It's not quite right. Tuo Yu faintly felt that the process deviates from what he thought. Originally, I was a passerby, and I could burp at any time. But now it seems that my luck is a bit outrageous. Just walking around, I came to the library, and I happened to see Naruto stealing the book. And also saw the direction of his escape. The sealed book was stolen, and soon, it caused an uproar. You wonder if you should slip away, but at this moment, there are footsteps behind you. It's Third Hokage and Anbu. Third Hokage looked at the wide open door, looked at you, and asked with a face, what did you see? You answered truthfully, and told Hokage everything you saw in the past few days and what you just saw. Including Mizumaki approaching Uzumaki Naruto, inducing him the whole process, you even told them the direction of escape. Third Hokage lifted the order to capture Uzumaki Naruto based on the information you provided, and turned to capture Mizuki instead. Then, a group of Konoha Anbu masters joined the battle. Because of your information, Anbu's possible accidental injury to Uzumaki Naruto was avoided, and it also indirectly caused Iruka to not be injured by Mizumaki. Mizuki was caught at once. Uzumaki Naruto was graduated by Iruka because he learned the shadow clone technique. And you, because you said a few words, made a contribution and protected the important Jinchuriki in the village, you were also graduated with an exception, and Third Hokage even rewarded you with a few advanced ninjutsu. FK, is this okay? Tuo Yu couldn't help but exclaimed. This is a total blind cat hitting a dead mouse. Chapter 85 The Strongest Luck. Baidu is stupid. 88 258. Chapter 85 The Strongest Luck. Baidu is stupid. Because you are an exceptional graduate, you need to temporarily arrange a team. Iruka asks for your opinion, and you don't think much about it, just a simple sentence, follow the arrangement. Faced with your indifferent appearance and your calm attitude in the face of danger, Third Hokage thought of himself when he was young. This child is plastic. This is Third Hokage's attitude towards you. He thinks that you are someone who can be made, so he entrusts you to Kakashi, the strongest in this session of Jonin. You became a member of the 7th class. Damn it. 35. Good luck is too pervert, right? I always feel that everything around me is silently affected. A reverse of Murphy's Law. Tuo Yu repeatedly complained. This Third Hokage actually sees himself thinking of himself when he was young. This is so. In Kakashi's assessment, because you were a passerby, you overturned at the beginning, and Naruto became the ones tied to the pillar. You didn't do anything, just waited for Sasuke and little Sakura to come and feed you, and then you passed the test. Kakashi thinks that your strength is not outstanding, but you are the most stable, and you are very calm in any situation, giving you a high evaluation. Mingming just doesn't care much about everything, and just wants to live an honest life. It turned out to be a stable character. Tuo Yu felt like himself in the simulator, as if he had the help of the whole world. His every move seems to be viewed from a unique perspective by others. After several weeks of tasks of picking up litter and finding kittens, Naruto took the lead in making a request of high difficulty and got the agreement of Sasuke and little Sakura. Your heart tightens, knowing that you will face a powerful enemy next. On the second day, in the Hokage office, 3rd Hokage handed over a B-level escort task to the 7th class. The client owner does not agree with the frizzy Naruto, and thinks that he is too young and not at all stable as a ninja. The other Uchiha Sasuke, like a dead mother, keeps showing his face. There is also a pink-haired little Sakura, whose eyes are all Sasuke, who is simply a female-licking dog. Dishonor feels extremely uneasy about this team. At this time, he saw you standing still, with a calm face, but actually a little nervous inside. He immediately felt that, as a child, you are much more stable and trustworthy than Naruto. This is so, just standing there still, can you be mistaken for being calm? Tuo Yu has gotten used to it. Anyway, everyone sees him as extraordinary, and will make positive brain supplements on their own. This level has been unable to make his heart wave again. Leaving the territory of the country of fire, you go to the country of starting waves. This day, you were walking behind the team when you suddenly found that the shoelaces were loosened, so you squatted down to tie the shoelaces. Then, in the next second, I heard various sounds coming from the front. When you tie your shoelaces and look up, you find that 2 ninjas dressed in weird clothes have been defeated by Kakashi. This is obviously that there are 2 water beach ninjas. Good guy, tie your shoelaces, dodge the crisis. Tuo Yu complained, I don't know what to do next in the battle. Seeing this, Tuo Yu clearly knew that in addition to being lucky, the strength of himself in the simulation was only a very ordinary genin. Not even 3-body technique can grandmaster. Otherwise, you won't be able to graduate. With this kind of strength, no matter how much he faces, he can be killed only by the aftermath of the battle. Depends on how lucky you are. Naruto, who was in actual combat for the first time, was mocked by Sasuke. Naruto stabbed the back of his hand to dispel the fear in his heart, and vowed not to back down. And you just feel that Naruto's self-inflicted appearance hurts. In the vicinity of the land of waves, you feel dissatisfied with the long journey and can't help but complain. How long will it take to arrive? Dishonor has a very good impression of you, and in the face of your question, he replied with a pleasant smile, it will be here soon. You cheer up and stretch. At this moment, a large sword flew in a whirl, and it was Kurigaka's ninja sword for beheading. Unfortunately, the rotating beheading knife is coming straight at you. What's the situation? Come directly to me. What? Can Kakashi stop him? Tuo Yu's heart tightened. Looking at the beheading sword flying fast in the simulation, he couldn't help but say. However, the development of things greatly exceeded his expectations. Kakashi was shocked, but he didn't have time to help you stop the beheading sword. It is very coincidental that the handle of the rotating beheading sword just turned into the palm of your stretched out. A huge force will take you away, and you will be taken away in a daze. The beheading sword is deeply embedded in a tree, and you are flung far away from the frontal battlefield. FK. Is this all right? Tuo Yu's mouth opened wide. Big enough to fit an egg in. That can't be called good luck, can it? It's just hanging up. It must be very lucky. If you don't fall on the beheading sword again, you won't care about you who fly far away. All his attention is on Kakashi. Kakashi also recognized Kurigaka for the first time. You fly far away, but land in a fluffy grass. Except for being a little dizzy, the whole body is not injured. Good guy, flying so far without even getting hurt. But compared to the previous one, this is nothing. Tuo Yu was really shocked by the previous situation. Stretching and just happened to catch the hilt of the decapitation broadsword. And then just got kicked out. How in the world could there be such a thing? Tuo Yu expressed disbelief, but the result of the simulation really appeared in front of him. No way he didn't believe it. It seems that this talent from good luck is really all kinds of outrageous. You wake up and walk towards the battlefield. At this time, you see Kakashi trapped in a water prison from a distance. Without splitting a body of water to deal with Naruto and Sasuke, little Sakura protects Dazna, who is an ordinary person and an employer. The situation is precarious. You are a little scared. Good thing you know that the perfect transformation between Naruto and Sasuke can save Kakashi. Kakashi will also take advantage of the situation to defeat Zaifujian, and then Fujian will be rescued by Shiro, who is disguised as Miss Shinobi Anbu. You just need to wait a little longer. Sound judgment. Tuo Yu nodded secretly, although there is no strength, but knowing the direction of the plot is also a big advantage for myself in the simulation. After some delicate cooperation, Sasuke and Naruto skillfully rescued Kakashi with the transformation technique. Then Kakashi turned on the serious mode, easily defeated and then not cut. Bai appeared at the right time, made Zaifujian fall into a state of suspended animation through Chinbin, and then made up an excuse to hunt down Rebellion and take him away. Do you believe what others say? Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain. At this time, there must be a problem. And how could the people of Anbu act alone? Even he could see the problem, but Kakashi let him go. It can only be said that Kakashi was also seriously injured, and he was not sure to leave the other party behind. After the battle between Naruto and Sasuke deeply realized the gap between their own strength and the strong. So I asked Kakashi to train them when they were resting in the land of waves. Kakashi proposes tree-stepping training to improve chakra control. In this training, little Sakura completed at the fastest speed, expressing her excellent chakra control. Naruto and Sasuke compete with each other, even if they train late at night and fall all over their bodies with injuries, they won't come back. You are actively requesting to stay at the home of the client Dasna and protect the client, because your strength is just that. I am afraid that you will not be able to catch up with Naruto and the others. However, Kakashi praises your delicacy. Dishonor is also full of gratitude for your due diligence, and thank you again and again. Actually you just don't bother to do hard training. My dear, this is too salty. Quote, if that's the case, why don't you just not be a ninja? Oh, it's not what I want to be, so it's fine. 35. Soon, you will arrive in the country of waves. On the bridge of the country of waves, Zaibujin, who escaped with suspended animation, appeared, and beside him was Shiro who was following him. Kakashi, who has recovered from his injuries, directly starts the serious mode, and takes off the blindfold to fight against the Sharingan. 1. White is against everyone including you. This time, you did not leave the battlefield because of an accident, and by use the ice escape technique to trap you and Sasuke and others in it. Hey, I didn't run away this time. It's not a good luck to fight with the white singles alone, right? Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain. The heart also followed up. On combat power. In the simulation, all 10 together are not White's opponents. He is still trapped in Bai's secret art. Tuo Yu couldn't figure out how to survive. You are very flustered in your heart, you know that you can't be Bai's the king's opponent. You backed away in panic, but accidentally bumped into a protrusion on the bridge deck, and then sat down on the ground. A dozen poisonous needles flew over your head, causing you to break into a cold sweat. You jump up and shout to be careful, trying to remind others not to approach. Another dozen poisonous needles pierce the position where you just fell. The air conditioning is diffused, you feel wet and cold, and you can't help sneezing a lot. You involuntarily lowered your head, dodging more than a dozen deadly poisonous needles again. Continuous dodging makes Shiro fall into self-doubt. Because every time you did not take the initiative to dodge, but because of various unexpected situations. Tuo Yu's mouth opened wide, a look of shock on his face. Naruto and Sasuke were worried about your safety and rushed into Shiro's secret art regardless of your persuasion. Shiro immediately launched a continuous attack on the three of you. The extremely fast Shinban needles stabbed Sasuke and Naruto into hedgehogs in an instant. Bo. And you are still unscathed. You turn around and dodge the attack. You crouch down and pull up Naruto who has fallen, and dodge the attack again. You trip over Sasuke and dodge the attack. You stand still, dodging the attack. Bai stopped the attack in shock. Sasuke and Naruto stare at you in shock. They even suspect that you are actually a hidden master. Chapter 86 Stopping Konoha's collapse plan by stepping on the air. 89 258. Chapter 86 Stopping Konoha's collapse plan by stepping on the air. It's not just you who are shocked. Tuo Yu was also shocked. The mouth is even more open, and it is more than enough to put in a light bulb. Good guy, this talent from luck is too cruel. He is clearly a 3-no ability person with no ability, a passerby. When placed on the battlefield, it is used as cannon fodder for others. However, Leng Shi dodged all of Shiro's attacks through many incredible maneuvers. Even standing still, Bai will miss the attack because of his own prediction. It's too nasty. Tuo Yu couldn't help sighing and continued to simulate. After some entanglement, Bai admits defeat. Because he exhausted all his techniques and means, and the needles were shot, but he still didn't stab you. He thinks that you are a hidden master with strength, even above Kakashi. Finally, Kakashi had the upper hand, and when he was about to use Reikiri to kill Zaibujin, Shiro suddenly appeared, stopped Zaibujin, and died in Kakashi's hands. Sasuke and Naruto are seriously injured, while you are unscathed. Zaibu Zan was deeply shocked to see Bai die in his arms. Zaibujin's employer, the big businessman Cardo, led his subordinates to appear, insulting Bai's corpse, and was killed by Zaibujin desperately. Ending the mission of the Land of Waves, the 7th class has gained a lot, with combat experience, skills, and chakra control. Besides you are still a passerby. Really, the frontal battlefield basically did not participate. While others were learning chakra control, they were lazy and didn't go. What was it like when I went? What is it like when you come back? After getting paid from the Hokage building, Sasuke became interested in you. He thought that you evaded Shiro's attack because of your strength. Although your explanation is just luck, Sasuke doesn't think so. 060, he said, he wants to find an opportunity to learn from you. Anyone who sees that kind of situation doesn't think it's luck, right? 99. It has already reached an unimaginable level that is beyond the scope of comprehension. The Chunin exam is approaching. Kakashi is registering for you. The night before the Chunin exam, you lost sleep because you thought about all the things that happened on the Chunin exam. The next day, in the first exam room, you did not resist the drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Many people are talking about you, but you don't hear it at all. When you wake up, you find that Naruto has raised his hand and passed the test of the additional questions. You also followed and passed the first test. Good guy, can you pass the sleep? The student party expresses envy, jealousy and hatred. 99. In the second assessment, you followed the team closely, but gradually felt that your body seemed to be unwell. Before going deep into the forest of death, your team was immediately attacked by Orochimaru disguised as Sound Ninja. Sasuke is terrified by Orochimaru's killing intent. Naruto used the words that Sasuke laughed at him when he was on the mission to the land of waves and said it back to Sasuke, making Sasuke return to his state. You feel your head getting more and more dizzy. When you were about to be attacked by Orochimaru, because you stepped on the poisonous thorn, you became confused, fell from the tree, and fell into the grass, and fell into a coma. See here, Tuo Yu's heart lifted again, although it survived Orochimaru's attack. But after passing out of coma, how to face Orochimaru's attack? Although they resisted hard, the difference in strength between the two sides was huge. Sasuke was left with the curse of the sky, and Naruto was sealed by Orochimaru with the seal of the 5 elements of Nine Tails chakra, and both of them passed out. You passed out in another way, basically without any damage, leaving little Sakura alone to take care of the 3 comatose men. I'm so sorry for you, little Sakura. Tuo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I feel sympathy for little Sakura's situation. After being attacked by the ninjas of the Sound Ninja Village, Sasuke woke up halfway and crushed the Sound Ninja Village with the power of the Curse of the Sky. After little Sakura's careful care, you and the other 2 have sobered up. After that, with the help of Yakushi Kabuto, he successfully defeated 3 Rain Shinobi and got the scroll that passed the test. Yakushi Kabuto, this is a notable figure. Tuo Yu's expression became more serious. This good luck of myself, although I can guarantee that I will not be injured, but it cannot guarantee that I will not be discovered. Especially someone like Yakushi Kabuto, who is a shrewd person who may have discovered his good luck qualities and then attracted attention. You know Yakushi Kabuto's hidden identity and keep a certain distance. Preliminaries for the 3rd round of assessments. Your assigned opponent is Hyuga Hinata. You face bitterly, because you know that you can never be Hyuga Hinata's opponent, even if she releases water. But the people in the stands, especially Sasuke, don't think so. HMPH, it's almost time to show your strength. Sasuke snorted with confidence in his eyes. What strength does Tuo Yu have? Isn't he the same as me? Naruto looked bewildered. Look at it, Tuo Yu is not as weak as he seems, that is an action that only a strong person can do. Sasuke still feels that he knows how to speak. Good guy, did this Sasuke directly give Daihua? Looking at Sasuke who seemed to understand something, Tuo Yu was a little speechless. However, I can't blame Sasuke either. All the crises he has encountered so far will be turned away in the end. This will inevitably make people suspect, in fact, he is deliberately pretending to be weak. Drank water, Tuo Yu looks forward to how it will develop this time. The battle begins. Hyuga Hinata knows your strength and is embarrassed to use all your strength. She sincerely hopes that you can fight her with all your strength, so as to avoid injury to yourself. You nod with a bitter face, then grit your teeth and rush over. Hyuga Hinata poses and waits for your arrival. However, just as you rushed to Hyuga Hinata, a small pebble raised on the ground tripped you. Hyuga Hinata saw you tripped over a stone, and subconsciously restrained the strength in her hand, but in the next second, she was thrown to the ground by you in a panic. Very coincidentally, the fallen you happened to stick to Hyuga Hinata's mouth. You kissed Hyuga Hinata. The audience exploded. When you got up with a look of apology, Hyuga Hinata was flushed and passed out. You were judged to be victorious. Sasuke has a 2-pillar look on his face. Look, let me just say it, this guy has a lot of background. I must fight Tuo Yu once. And outside, PFF'd, 95. Tuo Yu squirted on the spot. Dude, is this okay? This development. Tuo Yu touched his chin. To say it was a surprise, it was indeed a surprise. It's just that his unexpected point is not the same as the result. He thought it was just this way to avoid Hyuga Hinata's attack. Unexpectedly, it was a direct victory. And, still in this way, Hyuga Hinata is carried off the stage. Hyuga Neji looks at you with a dangerous light. Because Hinata was the one he wanted to beat, but he was very upset by your dramatic elimination. You know, if Neji meets Neji during the official assessment, Neji will definitely not let it go. Even if you don't die, you will definitely peel off your skin. Unfortunately, in the final draw, your opponent actually drew Hyuga Neji. Everyone said, you can't do it anymore, these are going to be finished. Sasuke also has a deep expression on his face, another duel between geniuses and monsters. Interesting. 35L. But as everyone knows, at this time, you are relieved. Because, with your luck, your duel with Neji comes after Sasuke and Gaara. It's really good luck. Tuo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the battle between Sasuke and Gaara, Gaara's ferocity will be aroused, and the one-tail Shukaku sealed in his body will be released. This is the signal that Orochimaru and Tsunagakure attack Konoha. Naturally, there is no need to fight Neji. Time passes quickly. It's the 3rd round of formal assessment. On the contestant stage, you found a place closer to the stand to watch the play. Because you know, when Orochimaru launches an aggression, everyone in the stands will faint from illusions. Only the main stand is safer. After all, there are several Anbus who will be there to explain, until the commentary says the 3rd Hokage is dead. As time goes on, the game soon comes to Sasuke vs Gaara's fight. Sasuke hits Gaara with Chidori, which he learned from Kakashi, and inspires his ferocity. Tsunagakure Ninja took the opportunity to attack and performed a large illusion to knock out all the ordinary people in the stands. You sneaked up to the roof, ready to watch the battle between Orochimaru and the 3rd generation up close together with a few Anbu. It's really not a big deal to watch the fun. Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain. But he turned his head and thought. Not to mention luck, it is definitely the safest to be here. Several of Orochimaru's subordinates are responsible for stabilizing the barrier. He himself, on the other hand, wants to fight the third generation. There is no way to tell the difference, otherwise how would the Anbu explain it here? And, even if it did change, Orochimaru came out to kill himself. With this luck, Orochimaru is afraid that he can't really kill him. Even if he takes it seriously, it may not be able to kill him. Because his luck is invincible. Continue the simulation. Orochimaru revealed his true identity, and let the 4 subordinates who were planted with the curse mark cast the 4 purple flame formation to trap the third generation. Anbu is helpless outside. After some conversation, the 2 sides went to war, and Orochimaru is also ready to sacrifice his own big move, Pure World Reincarnation. In order to see clearly, you approached quietly. However, at this moment, you stepped on the empty foot and accidentally stepped on a disrepaired roof beam. One by one, a chain reaction started, the roof collapsed instantly, and Orochimaru and third generation all fell. The 4 purple flame array was broken because of this. Pure World Reincarnation was of no use, and with the help of the others, Orochimaru retreated unwillingly. I go, how can this be so? Seeing this operation, Tuo Yu's face was full of surprise. Everyone is stupid. This luck can't be said to be very good, it can only be said that it has reached the top. One step in the air prevented the Konoha collapse plan, who would dare to believe this? Chapter 87 Outrageous Life. The next round of simulation begins. 9258. Chapter 87 Outrageous Life. The next round of simulation begins. Previous. Next. Tuo Yu vaguely remembered that the formation of the 4 purple flame formation was very powerful. Ordinary people touch it, and the body will be burned. I didn't expect it to be broken by myself like this. The dramatic pull is full of belonging is. After taking a sip of water, Tuo Yu continued to simulate. Because you rescued third Hokage accidentally, you became the hero of Konoha. Soon after, Sasuke was tempted by the invincible power, and was sent by Orochimaru to take the 4 of them away. Shikamaru leads Naruto and others to the rescue. Finally fruitless. After Konoha returned to peace, the 3-year appointment began. Because Naruto has a relationship with the 4th generation, you went out to practice with Jiraiya, and you continued to follow Kakashi to start the mission. 1 month later, you received a B-level mission to escort the princess of the Land of Grass. You walked normally for 5 days, however, you were attacked on the edge of a descending cliff. Kakashi feels very difficult, because there is not enough manpower. You also feel a little overhang. You are standing at the front, and the number of the other party is 4 times as many as you, and it seems that they are all above Chunin. You are afraid to explain it here. However, what is unexpected is that the moment these assassins rushed up, the rock formation under their feet suddenly broke, and then they all fell off the cliff and fell to their death. Good guy, this TM, really can't die. Tuo Yu rolled his eyes. He felt that as long as he had this buff from good luck, he would never die no matter what. You are all dumbfounded, and this storm has ended smoothly. 1 month later, you received another piece of information, which is about spying on the country of Taki. This time, you teamed up with the Guy team. After entering the borders of the country of Taki, everyone scattered and inquired about for 3 days, but to no avail. Just as everyone was in despair and ready to retreat, a Konoha shinobi who was covered in blood soon sent information to you, who was investigating in the forest. You successfully completed the task and received the Konoha award again, rewarding 200,000 taels of silver notes. Okay, you can do what you want. Tuo Yu is no longer able to complain. A month later, you received another mission, but this time it was just a patrol mission near the village. You were conducting border patrol normally, but at this moment, you suddenly encounter an intelligence investigation team from Iwagakure. The other party also found you and is going to kill you. But no one could have imagined that at this moment, it rained suddenly in the sky, and the ninja of rock shinobi also said wildly, thunder and rain are good for things, and as a result, just when you were besieged, suddenly, thunder and punishment fell from the sky. When the thunder fell, everyone in the Iwagakure investigation team was hacked to death. You won the Konoha award again, rewarding 100,000 taels of silver. After another 3 months, you were attacked by Jonin-level assassins while you were escorting the officials of the Tang Kingdom back to your country. As a result, the assassin ate the wrong thing the night before and had vomiting and diarrhea on the spot, which was easily resolved by Kakashi. After another month, you were responsible for delivering classified information to the Alliance Sunagaku, and you were intercepted by Rock Shinobi ninjas on the way. Results: Rock Shinobi ninja stepped on the quicksand and buried deep in the desert. Look at these simulations. Tuo Yu's face has gradually changed from shock to numbness. No matter what difficulty the task is, when it comes to Tuo Yu, it's always easy to finish because of all kinds of surprises. Especially the thunder and punishment from the sky. Good guy, I feel that God is helping him. Good luck with black gold, this talent is really too strong. As long as you don't kill yourself, you can't die at all. Maybe even if you deliberately die, you may not be able to die. 3 years later, Pen invades. It's finally here. 99. Tuo Yu's eyes narrowed. This is a big event. Pain is a ruthless character who kills people without blinking an eye. You were patrolling the back door. Unfortunately, Pain came in through the back door. You were very unfortunate enough to meet one of Pain's 6 paths. You think to yourself, this wave is probably over immediately, no matter how good luck can't stop it. However, In the next second, Ebisu appeared. He stopped in front of you, and asked you to hurry up and inform Lord Hokage. You left as you said, and then met the animal path. Ibushi appears and asks you to go quickly. After you left, you met the hungry Kido again. Akamichi Choji appears, asks you to go quickly, go and inform Hokage-sama. You leave again, and then encounter the Hell Road. Several Anbu with dog head masks appeared, asking you to go quickly, go and inform Lord Hokage. You leave immediately, and then you meet Shira Road without taking 2 steps. Yamato appears, asks you to go quickly, go and inform Hokage-sama. You leave and meet Heaven. Kakashi appears, and asks you to go quickly, hurry up and inform Hokage-sama. I rely on. Seeing this series of operations, Tuo Yu was completely dumbfounded. Good guy, he's straight up good guy. Really can't die. In every crisis, someone comes out to save them. And let him hurry up and inform Lord Hokage. It's so outrageous. This, if it weren't for good luck, I'm afraid I don't know how many times I've died. Tuo Yu really didn't know if it was good luck or bad luck. I didn't say anything when I bumped into Pain's invasion. Pain's 6 paths, I have touched each and every one of them. The point is, 6 people, all had a face-to-face with themselves and then left. 20 minutes later, Pen Tiandao used Shenluo Tianzheng to destroy most of Konoha. Although you were pushed away by the repulsion force, you were stuck in the ruins by coincidence, and there were stones up and down, left and right to help you block, so you were not squeezed into patties. However, more than that, you find yourself posted with a girl. You turned your head with difficulty and saw that it was Ino. Her face is pressed against yours, neither of you can move, you can only maintain this awkward position. Tisk tisk, at such a time, are there any benefits? Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain. This is the big event that destroys Konoha. As a result, I put this flirting girl on my own. Ino is a superficial woman who likes handsome guys. Now staying face to face with the handsome Tuo Yu, I don't know what to do. 2 hours later, Pain was defeated by Naruto, Nagato was killed by Naruto's mouth, and he used the Rinne Tensai technique to resurrect all the people who had invaded Konoha. 1 year later, the Ninja World War started. You were assigned to Gaara's unit. You and Madara passed a move, but were thrown away by Susa fiercely, and were thrown out for close to a few kilometers. A few minutes later, Uchiha Madara drops the meteorite, and you run away. When the meteorite fell, it killed countless coalition ninjas, but it was only 5 centimeters away from you, so it could be said that it fell rubbing your nose. This level can only be said to be commonplace to the self in the simulation. Tuo Yu believes, even if the self in the simulation is standing in the center of the meteorite fall, there will also be 100% accidents that keep him alive. For example, the meteorite just happens to have a hole or something. This luck is so unreasonable. Soon, it's time for the big battle. 10 Tails ran wild, you almost got shot to death, but at this moment, Sasuke appeared and took you away from the center of the battlefield. Sasuke also said confidently, "Stop pretending, you must know that I will come." You were speechless about this. 6699. Not just myself in the Sims, I'm pretty speechless right now. 35. Tuo Yu shook his head helplessly, feeling that this Sasuke really went deeper and deeper on the road of Daihua. The divine tree is extended, and countless people have been hoisted into silkworm babies. You were pushed every day and fell into a crevice to escape the catastrophe. At the end of the war, you feel that the life of ninjas is too difficult. The key is that if you go out to do tasks, you may kill many ninjas, referring to the enemy, so you plan to settle down. You spent so many years getting it from Konoha with the bonus. He bought an orchard outside the village and planned to spend the rest of his life on it. 0 seeking flowers. After raising fruit trees for 2 years, you accidentally found gold in your orchard when you were digging holes for new saplings. After digging deeply, you are surprised to find that this place is actually a gold mine. After 2 years, you became a famous rich man in the land of fire. After you are rich, you want to have a family. However, at this time, everyone else already has someone they like, only Tian, who is still alone. You start to pursue her, but you don't know that Tian at this time is when he is the most lonely, and you can easily chase her. You and Tian started a sexual life. A year later, your first son was born. 10 years later, you already have 6 children. In the past 30 years, you have lived a very dull life. Every day you are traveling in the mountains and playing with water, bathing with milk, drinking a bowl of soy milk and pouring a bowl. You are already a rich old man, and you also have your own first grandson. 40 years, every day because you are seriously ill, you go first. 5 years later, you left a huge legacy to your children and grandchildren, and you closed your eyes. Good guy, this is surrounded by good luck for a lifetime. It belongs to yes if you clear the level without injury. Tuo Yu felt a little weird. Obviously just a passerby, the kind that may die at any time. 0. But stunned by luck, landed safely. Live a pretty good life. Okay, let's start the settlement. Although I don't know what rewards can be given this time. Ding, simulation is over. In the process of settlement. Please wait. Ding, this simulation, the score is A. After seeing the reviews, Tuo Yu was a little surprised. Not because the rating is too low, but because the rating is too high. This simulated life, although has invincible luck, and lived safely to normal death. But when you think about it, he didn't have any laudable achievements in his life. He is like a bystander. Watched all the major events in the ninja world up close. But there is no sense of being involved. All in all, it's a serious lack of participation. Whatever happened in the past, or the wealth that came later, not a single one he got through hard work. Originally, Tuo Yu thought it would be good to have a B rating. Unexpectedly, there is an A. Still, something is better than nothing. At least get some rewards. Although he can meet the reward and it will not be much better. Ding, given that your simulation evaluation reached to this time, you can choose one from the following rewards. 1. Good luck 1 hour version. Note. After using this ability, you will get invincible good luck within 1 hour, but you can only use it once a day. 2. The experience you have accumulated in caring for fruit trees in your life. 3. The experience of being lazy in your life. Tuo Yu looked at him speechlessly. Is it still necessary to choose? There seems to be only the first one to choose from. Although this hour of luck may not seem to be much, it may play a huge role at a critical time. After taking the reward, Tuo Yu looked at the system cooling. About 7 or 8 hours. Almost enough to sleep by myself, and do another simulation. I hope you can draw the right talent tomorrow, otherwise, you'll have to run first. With anxiety, Tuo Yu slept beautifully. The next day, just after dawn, Tuo Yu stretched and got up from the bed. Looking at the system, the cooling is over. Immediately sit up straight and start the next round of the simulation. System, start the simulation. 35. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, extraction is successful. You have drawn talent. You have a father, red, an irritable brother, black, a single resistance, black loss. Chapter 88. You have become the younger brother of Uchiha Shisui, the most irritable brother in the whole clan. 91 258. Chapter 88. You have become the younger brother of Uchiha Shisui, the most irritable brother in the whole clan. Want to do something? Seeing the 3 talents that appeared, Tuo Yu frowned. Double black talent, and the first one can guess it by looking at the name, irritable brother. But the second he was a little confused. Check the talent description of the system directly. Brother grumpy. You are very cranky, and your heart cannot be calmed down. Anything that makes you dissatisfied or unhappy may cause you to explode into anger, and you may beat people at any time, or give people 15,000. Black is a very high talent, which means that you may become irritable anytime, anywhere. Single resistance. You have a strong resistance to a certain thing. Black is a very high talent, the highest can achieve perfect resistance to something. After reading the description, Tuo Yu was instantly overjoyed. Isn't this coming? Ability to deal with distinguished heavenly gods. However, just to be cautious, Tuo Yu asked the system to confirm whether the situation was as he thought. System, what is the specific effect of this single resistance talent? Can you give a few examples? The system immediately replied, single resistance ability is the power that can independently choose to cultivate. For example, if the host focuses on the cultivation of fire resistance, he can obtain the properties of high temperature resistance, and it will be fine if he is burned by fire. Practice empty-handed hand-to-hand combat, and eventually you will be able to practice 100% bare-handed hand-to-hand combat. Practice 063, blocking, you can practice 100% blocking skills. However, this talent is only for defense. If it is to cultivate offensive skills, it will be invalid. That's enough. 9. Tuo Yu looked excited. What he needs most now is the power to defend against distinguished heavenly gods. As long as you can block the distinguished heavenly gods, it will be a lot easier for yourself. You must practice against illusions. Me and I have a spiritual connection, and we should be able to develop in this direction. After all, there are only 2 techniques that the entire ninja world needs to resist, either physical techniques or illusion techniques. The effect of resisting illusion is even greater. Different from the previous simulations, this time the simulation Tuo Yu takes it very seriously. He washed himself first, then keep a pious heart. Simulation started. Simulation starts. Inherited talent. You have a father, a grumpy brother, and a single resistance. There is a hole at the foot of the mountain, very deep, layer upon layer, endless. The spring water is gushing, whistling, crawling slowly, and seeing the light. With a loud cry, you were born in the Uchiha clan. Good guy, it's Uchiha. Tuo Yu was ecstatic. There has never been such a great start. As soon as you open your eyes, you know that you have passed through. Because you recognized a boy around you, his name is Uchiha Shisui, who will awaken the distinguished heavenly gods known as the strongest illusion in the future. He even became Uchiha Shisui's younger brother. Tuo Yu was delighted again. Born in Uchiha, plus as Shisui's younger brother. It seems that this red level, you have a father, is Shisui's father. It is Shisui's father who is stronger than Hyuga Hiyashi. Or does Shisui add some heft? Tuo Yu thinks it's the latter. Because Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods is really too strong. Is this wave destined to fight against distinguished heavenly gods? With anticipation, Tuo Yu continued to simulate. You were picked up by a pair of thick wrists. It was a man with an ordinary face, but he looked at you with very gentle eyes. You understand that he is your father, however, you were a little upset when you saw his cheerful look, and urinated on him on the spot. Dude, have you started yet? Grumpy personality, you have been extremely irritable since you were a child. One day when you were 2 months old, your mother took you to visit Uchiha Fugaku's house. Seeing beautiful Uchiha Makoto holding a child your age in her arms. You know, that's Uchiha Itachi. Eyes roll, you start crying loudly. Everyone panicked. You don't stop crying until Uchiha Makoto gets close to you. Now everyone knows your request. Uchiha Makoto hilariously hugs you. I never thought that you would start looking for milk on her body. Some panicked Uchiha Makoto breastfeeds you helplessly. Should it be me? Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain. Last time too, this time too, just like drinking Makoto's milk. Tuo Yu couldn't help but let out a gentleman's sigh. Is he greedy for Makoto's milk? Greedy. However, he craved Makoto's body even more. But Uchiha Makoto is indeed a rare beauty. Being able to marry such a gentle and virtuous beauty, Uchiha Fugaku must have saved the world in his last life. Seeing that his lunch was robbed, Uchiha Itachi immediately cried. As a mother, Uchiha Makoto naturally felt more distressed for his child, so he hugged him. However, you are irritable and take a bite. Ah, Uchiha Makoto exclaimed briefly, looking down at you suddenly. Seeing Makoto exclaimed, you even felt happy in your heart. But she didn't realize the reason, and continued to carry Uchiha Itachi over. Then you try again. Makoto gritted his teeth, thinking that you are just a child, it must not be intentional. What's wrong? Uchiha Fugaku asked nervously. It's nothing, just bitten by him. Makoto said embarrassedly. Good guy, let's not mention the drink, why did you even bite it? Tuo Yu felt bad for Makoto. Fortunately, Tuo Yu's teeth hadn't grown out yet. What a lively child. Uchiha Fugaku didn't notice anything wrong, just smiled at you. Uchiha Fugaku, a first-time father, is not as calm as he has been since then. He looked at your little water bottle and couldn't help but stretch out his hand to tease it. You raise your brows, and unceremoniously spit out your boyish stuff, right on Uchiha Fugaku's face. Bah, bah, Uchiha Fugaku stepped back again and again, poked out the nectar that he accidentally put into his mouth, and then showed a smile. Hey, well done, Tuo Yu couldn't help but say. After that, every time it was time to breastfeed you, you would cry non-stop. You will only stop crying if you hold you by Makoto's side. From now on, Makoto has become your regular nurse. You also often bite Makoto hard because Uchiha Itachi grabbed the food from you. After you grow teeth, Makoto is often bitten and cried by you. But every time Makoto doesn't give you milk, you will yell and beat people violently. My dear, this has really become a lawless brat. 35. Tuo Yu raised his brows. He was a little worried about whether this character could survive smoothly. As you grow up, you can gradually crawl and walk. After that, you go to Makoto's house by yourself on time every day. Makoto has become your second wet nurse. Point 0. Uchiha Itachi also has some malnutrition because of your relationship. You are so satisfied with this that you even slap Uchiha Itachi's quietly when Makoto is not paying attention. Uchiha Itachi, this 2/5 boy, really needs to be taught a lesson. Tuo Yu was very satisfied to see his own operation. I feel that this time, I have to do things from the beginning to the end. Soon, you are 2 years old and can run. You still go to Makoto's house every day. Even if Makoto is no longer producing milk, you still pester Makoto to drink milk, and the grown-up yelling if you don't give it is full of irritability. Makoto has no choice but to let you have fun. It is clear that there is no milk, but you still operate as usual. Makoto is very helpless, but you completely ignore it. You are just used to it. It's a good habit. Tuo Yu complained. If this is a 10-year-old child, I'm afraid that the old guy from Fugaku would have driven him away. You are 3 years old and have some strength. You start venting your irritability on Shisui. Because of your own brother, you always feel quite stupid. With such strong eyes, you actually gave your life to Konoha's group of dogs, and even let the third-rate people like Danzo steal the eyes and commit suicide. This is called the instant Shisui with a hammer should be beaten by you. You beat him whenever you can, without leaving your hand. The gentle Shisui didn't fight back, he just kept his grievance in his heart and didn't tell anyone else. Alas, Shisui was completely ruined by his character. Tuo Yu sighed. Obviously holding such a powerful force in his hand, he ended up in such a tragic end. It's time to fight. Tuo Yu shook his head and continued to look at the simulation. Your daily life path is very fixed. Fight Shisui, fight Uchiha Itachi, find Makoto for milk. This kind of life lasts until you are 6 years old. One day, you suddenly opened your eyes because of the irritability in your heart. You turned on one Tomo, and after being surprised for a few days, you found that you also awakened a special talent, that is, the talent that can resist a certain ability. Has it finally begun? Tuo Yu cheered up immediately. You immediately understood the power of this day 2.6 Fu, and began to exercise consciously. In Uchiha's house, you deeply understand that there is an invisible force that cannot be guarded against, and that is illusion. Especially Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods, the power to change other people's minds invisibly, is really terrifying. Being so close to him, and beating him often, might have left a shadow in his heart long ago. If in the future when he awakens distinguished heavenly gods, he might brainwash himself and turn himself into a good person. You absolutely cannot let this happen. So from now on, you start to practice in this direction, that is, practice resistance illusion. That's right, the direction is right. Seeing himself in the Sims and finally choosing the direction of resistance, Tuo Yu was extremely excited. In this wave, as long as you cultivate yourself well, there will be nothing wrong. It should finally be able to resist distinguished heavenly gods. You start beating Shisui and Itachi even harder. You found that even if they were beaten so hard by you, they still haven't opened their eyes, you are even more angry, and you beat them mercilessly every day. After being beaten by you for another year, the two of them opened their eyes one after another. Good guy, the Sharingan of these two people was actually typed out by me. Chapter 89 I Power 250,000. Resist Distinguished Heavenly Gods. 92 258. Chapter 89 I Power 250,000. Resist Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Tuo Yu had an incredible look on his face. But thinking about it is also relieved. Pure Tomo opened his eyes, just need to be emotional. It is estimated that these 2 or 5 boys couldn't stand being beaten by themselves, so they finally got a little angry and opened their eyes. After seeing the two people open their eyes, you didn't let them go, but irritably told them to get out and practice the Sharingan method, especially the illusion. Neither Uchiha Itachi nor Uchiha Shisui understand why you are bullying you even though they are older. 1 month later, both of them learned the basic Sharingan illusion. You nod your head in satisfaction, saying in your heart that you have found a good experiment, so you let them cast illusions on you. The two were not very willing at first, but how can you tolerate them with your violent temper? If you want to use it, you can use it. Look down on me, right? You pick up your hand, and you are about to go down. The two had no choice but to cast illusions on you. You feel a strange force that wants to twist the nerves in your brain and make you hallucinate. However, your eyes exerted strength and your willpower gathered, and you immediately took down this illusion power. After some tossing, their illusions were completely resisted by you. You get angry immediately. How can it be invalid? Have you two practiced seriously? Snapped. You alone rewarded a big mouth. Go out. Practice for me again. Even I can't confuse me, how can I confuse others? Next time if I use such a useless illusion again, I will fight. J. Good guy, as expected of a grumpy brother. 35. Playing with two people, it belongs to yes. Tuo Yu complained feebly 20. In the simulated screen, the most he sees is the screen of him beating Shisui and Itachi. Of course, he also felt that the two of them had to be taught a good lesson. At least let them know where they stand. Not to mention that the two of them were later fooled and crippled by others, and they also helped with the number of people. Given their talent, it stands to reason that they should be able to practice strong illusions. But now, you are actually being suppressed by yourself. You can't even be fascinated by yourself. Isn't that what to beat? Tuo Yu didn't mind at all beating them up in the simulation. As time goes by day, the entire Uchiha clan is aware of your violent temper. But you don't do much with everyone except Shisui and Itachi. Because you don't think other people need to be beaten, they are all weak, and it will be bad if you are beaten to death by yourself. But Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui take your big mouth as a way of expressing your feelings, and feel that you hate iron and steel, and their illusions have never worked for you. As expected of the two dutiful sons of the Uchiha clan, they have unique ideas. Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain. Can this be considered an expression of emotion? No wonder Danzo and third generation lied to you later. Shake his head and continue the simulation. Soon, half a year has passed since the two opened their eyes. During this half year, you continued to ask them to perform illusions on you. Frequency is about once a week. Every time, you can feel that their power has become stronger, but your power is still above them, so their illusions cannot work. Every time you see two people unable to put away Sharingan, you have to beat them violently, and scold them for trash. Go back and practice again. If you don't fascinate you, you have to beat them all the time. Another year passed. You have endured more than 50 illusion attacks from them one after another. However, it still doesn't work. Your resistance to illusions grows faster than theirs. You raise your hand, but you haven't hit it. Because you see, Uchiha Itachi's face seems to be slightly crooked by you. This night, you were lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. You know, your resistance to illusions has probably reached a very high level. But you don't know how high it is now. So, you found Uchiha Fugaku. He is the only two Uchiha people you know at this stage who have Mangekyo Sharingan. There is also an Obito, but you can't find him. You went to Uchiha Fuyu's house and explained your purpose. After your constant entanglement, Uchiha Fugaku reluctantly cast an illusion on you. However, it did not take effect. Uchiha Fugaku was extremely shocked, because his illusions can be said to be the most powerful in the entire family now. Ordinary people will immediately be unable to move as long as they are stared at, and even have hallucinations in their brains. But you are calm and unresponsive. You feel that you can continue to challenge again, so you ask him to increase his efforts. Yes, you asked him to release the strongest illusion on you, Tsukuyomi. This request terrified the entire Uchiha Fugaku family. Because of the Tsukuyomi technique, it is extremely painful. Those who have been hit by this technique will be tortured for 3 days and 3 nights in the spiritual world. Uchiha Fugaku, Makoto, and even Uchiha Itachi, all begging you not to play with fire. After all, if something goes wrong, it's not good for everyone. However, your temper has come up again. You said that if you didn't use Tsukuyomi today, I would set your house on fire. It may be that after hearing your words, he feels that his status as the patriarch has been polluted, and Uchiha Fugaku is no longer stingy with his power, and he is going to prepare to teach you a lesson. So, he cast Mangekyo Hitomi technique, Tsukuyomi on you. As expected of the strongest illusion, you feel a powerful illusion power, surpassing the sum of all previous illusions. Uchiha Itachi looks at you in shock, because you've never been immobilized for so long, maybe this time it will really work. However, a minute later, Uchiha Fugaku put away Mangekyo and looked at you with a shocked expression. Obviously, this Tsukuyomi, you have already carried it hard. The strongest single illusion, still has no effect on you. Good guy, Tsukuyomi can resist, it's invincible. 99. Tuo Yu couldn't help but get excited. If you follow his training and keep honing and growing in illusion, you might finally be able to carry distinguished heavenly gods. Next, another 2 years passed. You went to ninja school, and on the first day, because a kid bumped you, you beat all your classmates to tears. Next, you are either making trouble, or on the way to making trouble, and sometimes even the head teacher will be reprimanded by you, and occasionally beaten by you. After only 1 year, in order to protect the next generation of Konoha, as well as the precious teacher resources, you were ordered to drop out of school. You don't care about this, because you only care about improving your resistance to illusion. After returning to the family, you continue with your previous life. Let both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui cast illusions on you, and if they fail, they will be beaten, and in order to get living expenses, you also have a money bet with them. Although the two were in pain, their strange thoughts prevented them from doing anything to Tuo Yu. Until one mission, Shisui's friend was killed and he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's time. Tuo Yu concentrated and looked forward to it. Whether you can resist distinguished heavenly gods depends on this wave. It took Uchiha Shisui a month to get acquainted with his ability of distinguished heavenly gods. Itachi learns about Shisui's ability and proposes to him to use distinguished heavenly gods to reverse your spirit. Let you be gentle and stop punching and kicking them. Shisui also felt that you should change, so he agreed to Itachi's proposal. Sure enough, as I guessed, these two people want to change my will. Tuo Yu nodded silently. When he chose to specialize in illusion resistance before, he even had this day. I didn't expect it to come. Shisui finds you and casts distinguished heavenly gods on you before you go to beat him. However, although you felt an unprecedented huge illusion force and wanted to twist your head, you still endured it under your strong resistance. You were not affected in the slightest. Rush up and beat him violently. And also cursed. Waste. Is Mangekyo this level? I'm going. Really resisted. Tuo Yu was overjoyed. Actually, it really survived distinguished heavenly gods. Don't be afraid of Danzo now. Shisui is shocked. Itachi is speechless. How can it fail? Itachi couldn't believe it, because he saw Uchiha Shisui manipulated an enemy with distinguished heavenly gods and made him kill himself by wiping his neck. If my pupil power reaches 8,000, then his pupil power is at least 30,000. Shisui lay on the ground and answered with difficulty. 063 Shisui does not believe in evil. He thinks that his pupil strength is not enough. So he continued to practice distinguished heavenly gods. That's right. Tuo Yu nodded silently. Sharingan's pupil strength will increase with the increase of practice. Like Sasuke at the beginning, his 3 tomo was not even a fart in front of Uchiha Itachi. After practicing for 3 years, he took the opponent's Mangekyo directly with 3 tomo. When it comes to the back, open Susa and get 6 plugins. That pupil power has taken it to a higher level. After a month of hard practice, Shisui came to you again and cast distinguished heavenly gods on you. You obviously feel that the power in his eyes has become stronger, your spirit is crazily distorted, and you almost change your mind. However, you still resisted. Then, scolded Shisui again and told him to get out of the way and continue to practice. However, this time, you did not slack off. After feeling the enormous strength of the opponent, you also began to step up your cultivation. 2 months later, you and Uchiha Shisui fought again. However, because your talent is higher than others, and you have practiced hard for a month, the gap between the pupil powers of the two sides is even greater this time. His pupil strength has increased to 15,000, while yours has almost 50,000. 2 months later, 20,000 to 60,000. 3 months later, 30,000 to 80,000. 6 months later, 90,000 to 250,000. Shisui finally discovered that the gap between the pupil powers of the two sides has been widening, and no matter how hard he practices, he cannot make up for the gap between you and him. The growth rate of your pupil power is far beyond his imagination. Seeing this, Tuo Yu was full of surprise. He can't wait. Holding on to distinguished heavenly gods is basically equivalent to saying that your resistance is almost full. I'm afraid the only thing that can't be carried is infinite Tsukuyomi. I don't know what will happen next. Will Uchiha Shisui have a psychological shadow? With anticipation, Tuo Yu continued to simulate. Chapter 90 Brainwash 3rd Hokage. Counterattack Konoha. Form Uchiha Army. 93 258. Chapter 90 Brainwash 3rd Hokage. Counterattack Konoha. Form Uchiha Army. You feel that your pupil strength has reached a very high level. Although you are still just Tomo, your pupil power is even several times stronger than Eternal Mangekyo. This is the power you get after you go through the unique confrontation training against illusion. This year, you are already 11 years old. In the haze, you feel the turmoil of the clan. You know, the night of extermination is not far away. The turning point has come. If this is handled well, the rating will definitely not be low. Tuo Yu is very clear about this. The night of Uchiha's genocide is self-evident. If you do it properly, you will open the door to the whole new world. If the dutiful son is not done well, then the simulation is probably over. The panic in the village is getting heavier and heavier, and you, who are secretly peeping, know that the opportunity is almost here. Tonight, you invited Shisui and Itachi. Is there something big going on in the clan recently? You asked straight to the point. Shisui said in shock. How do you know? Because you have always acted like you didn't care about these things, Shisui was very surprised by your sudden behavior. After the surprise, Shisui told you about the situation. The village is increasingly rejecting the clan, and if you continue, the clan will all die. You forcibly resist the anger that is rolling in your heart, thinking, and fight together in a while. Nodding, you look at Uchiha Itachi next to you, and you question him bluntly, have you become a spy for Konoha's high-level officials? 35L. Itachi looked shocked, and was stupid on the spot. He didn't expect his identity to be seen through. Shisui is even more shocked. Clap. You didn't say a word and slapped Itachi in the face. Then yelled, is your mother's surname Uchiha or Konoha? Are you a fool? Do you believe what others say? Konoha village was founded by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, but do we now look like the founders of the village? Is Uchiha bad for you? Raising you, taking care of you and nurturing you, you are a dog who eats things inside and out, and actually acts as someone else's spy to spy on the family's intelligence. If I don't say it today, are you still planning to exterminate the family? L. You beaten, slapped like eating schwanmai, and slapped wildly, mercilessly. Itachi didn't dare to fight back, because he was extremely wrong by what you said, and bowed his head deeply for what you said. Even at the end, with a snap, he was knocked to the ground by you, and his nostrils began to bleed. Good guy, cool. Tuo Yu's face is happy, and the whole person is very comfortable. This episode made him very happy. Uchiha Itachi, this guy who was fooled and lame, should have been beaten so hard. Your irritable behavior has stunned Uchiha Shisui. However, recalling your words, he also thinks it makes sense. Uchiha Itachi is the orthodox Uchiha tribe, grew up in the family, no one owes him or is sorry for him. But he actually went to be a spy for the high-level Konoha. And after listening to Tuo Yu, it seems that he is planning to exterminate the clan. Isn't this what you eat inside and out? Uchiha Shisui was about to say something, but the next second, he suddenly felt a pain in his face. Snapped. A loud slap in the face is drawn. Shisui was also beaten. Good guy, do you fight both? Quote. Tuo Yu looked very excited. I'm so violent, and it's really cool. Uchiha Shisui looked at you in shock, and you, too, yelled at you. Look at what? You Uchiha Shisui, you are also a fool, wasting such a powerful force in vain. Distinguished heavenly gods is such a powerful power, you don't want to use this power to benefit your clan, and you only know how to brainwash Lao Su all day long. It's still unsuccessful. L. The two are dumbfounded. You didn't ask for it. Snapped. You slap again. I want you to brainwash me to train you all. Everyone in this clan is about to be forced to rebel, and you are still indifferent. Your dog's eyes are used to eat shit. That third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, put it there to brainwash you, you won't go. You are still worried about the safety of your clan, you won't do anything real. The more you curse, the more angry you are, the more you curse, the more angry you are. Because the two of them are extremely unreasonable, they can't repay the insults to you at all. You start to slap frantically and beat both of them to the point where their noses are bruised and their faces are swollen, only to ease the irritability in your heart a little. Uchiha Shisui shed tears of remorse. Uchiha Itachi felt very uncomfortable and guilty. Good guy, did you beat yourself up and cry? Tuo Yu said that this wave can have it. This memory must be well preserved. Give it to Uchiha Itachi next time you see him. It is estimated that in the future Uchiha Itachi will return to the Shao organization, and he will have this thought in his heart. I feel that I have been living in the shadow of Tuo Yu. Continue the simulation. After the two sobbed and were silent for a while, you finally calmed down a little. Then, go and find Uchiha Fugaku for me, and others, all of them. With a big wave of your hand, let the two call the Patriarch Fugaku and all the high-level officials of the Uchiha family to the secret meeting. Seeing this, Tuo Yu couldn't help but nodded secretly. This is going to be a rebellion. Gather all the forces that can be gathered. Fight against Konoha with collective power. This is the easiest way. Because the Uchiha clan has a very deep potential, if they really want to dispatch all of them, the power of third Hokage will definitely not be able to stop them. After Fugaku arrives with a dazed face, you directly ask, do you want to live peacefully with the village, or to rebel? 1. Fugaku looked surprised. He was surprised that you would say these things to him. If you want to live peacefully with the village, you can go back, but if you want to rebel, what I am going to talk about is about the life and death of the family. You must listen to me carefully. You look serious, although he's only a 10-year-old junior, but with your outstanding pupil power, Uchiha Fugaku has no choice but to listen silently. You asked Itachi and Shisui to talk about the village higher-ups' plan to deal with Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku trembled with anger after hearing this. Peaceful coexistence. Fugaku said on the spot that he was going to turn against his mother. You were very satisfied, and you said that a counter-offensive plan will be carried out tonight. You only need to dispatch 3 people. No, even just one person can turn the tide of the battle and make Konoha obedient. Yes, it is using the power of distinguished heavenly gods. After explaining Uchiha Shisui's abilities, Uchiha Fugaku was also shocked and almost slapped him in the face. TMD, with such a good ability, you didn't use it earlier. Under your leadership, that night, Uchiha Fugaku, Shisui and Itachi came to Hokage's office to secretly brainwash the third generation on the grounds that they had something important to report. That night, third generation did away with Danzo and 2 Hokage supporters. The next day, the brainwashed third generation announced his dismissal, because Danzo actually led two Hokage assistants to attempt a rebellion. He severely criticized second generation's policy, believing that the Uchiha clan, who had always made various penultimate credits for Konoha, only belonged to the Uchiha family. Enough qualifications to lead Konoha's direction, and gave way to Uchiha Fugaku. Backquote my dear, it's so easy. 35. See this brief, even a bit fake, rebellion. Tuo Yu's first impression was that it was impossible. But think carefully, Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods, plus Fugaku and Itachi's Mangekyo. It is not impossible to do such a thing. These tricks in the original work are useless, and it really can only be blamed on the big dutiful son and Shisui for being brainwashed too seriously. What can be done with just one look has to kill the whole family. I don't know what's going on in my head. Soon, the handover ceremony was successfully completed. Uchiha controls the upper level of Konoha, which is equivalent to controlling the entire Konoha. You stand in front of the stage and become Konoha's military commander. But after coming to power, Uchiha Fugaku did not carry out drastic reforms, but instead put on a gesture of closeness to the people, patted his chest and said that everyone will be able to live in peace and work together for Konoha's tomorrow. This move, in order to win the hearts of the people, was not favored at first, but after half a year, everyone accepted it. The image project was a complete success, and Uchiha Fugaku, the fifth Hokage, was recognized by the big Wanghao family. And you have begun to vigorously explore the potential of the Uchiha family. Because of your violent temper, Konoha is not allowed to be one of the 5 kingdoms. What you want is to overthrow the entire ninja world and let the Uchiha family rule the world. You find the clansmen who have not opened their eyes, and let them suffer the most severe and most humiliating insults and beatings in front of all the clansmen. You call them useless trash, blind Uchiha, dogs or worse. You slap them one by one, humiliating them crazy. The words are extremely harsh, which greatly stimulates their hearts. You don't forget to look back at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui and tell them, be careful to protect me. 2 people grit their teeth silently. I really want to give you a stick. Does the good guy have many fish? Tuo Yu muttered silently. After being educated by your insults, 80% of the people angered Sharingan on the spot. The remaining 20% of the people were beaten and abused even more fiercely by you. Waste. It's all waste. People opened their eyes after scolding for a few words. Look at you. Dogs are not as good as. Because of your scolding, even Uchiha Makoto, who was watching in the crowd, angered Tomo. Chapter 91 Leading the whole ninja world. The Uchiha family has reached the peak in history. 94-258. Chapter 91 Leading the whole ninja world. The Uchiha family has reached the peak in history. Dude, this is too cruel. Fight your life to improve your overall strength. Seeing the plot in the simulation, Tuo Yu couldn't help feeling stunned. But it makes sense if you think about it. The premise for the Uchiha people to open the Sharingan is that the emotion suffers great anger. If it is to witness the death of a close relative, the huge emotion will even smash the Mangekyo Sharingan. He just used a method that the Uchiha family should have used, but they didn't use it, to force them to open their eyes. After your training, almost all the Uchiha people have their eyes opened. At night, these clansmen returned home, swearing, continuing the anger of the day. However, at this time, an accident occurred. I saw that in the Uchiha family, a group of men in black suddenly rushed out, found the homes of several young clansmen, and killed their family members in front of them. A genocide incident happened. No, this is actually your plan. When the shocked clansmen wanted to kill those assassins in anger, they were shocked to discover that they were all from the garrison, and that the family members who had died were still alive. It was just acting just now. Your purpose is to force the Uchiha people to open Mangekyo Sharingan. The elites of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku, etc., are collectively dumbfounded in the face of your means. Because they didn't expect that the plan you mentioned casually would be so effective. In one night, Uchiha produced 5 more pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. And facing the shocked crowd, clap, you were a big douchebag when you come forward. A bunch of idiots, you can't even think of such a simple method. Why don't you eat shit? You said, beating Uchiha Fugaku violently, and the people next to you were too scared to move. Fugaku laughs wildly while letting you fight without fighting back. You must have been beaten stupid. Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain. However, being beaten while laughing should be because of my sincere admiration for myself. After you, set up a few more bureaus 063, and once again use the method of pretending to assassinate relatives, forcing dozens of people to open Mangekyo. And it's not over yet. You know that turning on Mangekyo is not a one-time thing, and it will eventually lead to blindness if used continuously. So, in order for all the clansmen who open Mangekyo to have eternal Mangekyo, you force them and their siblings to exchange eyes with each other. If there are no siblings, force their parents to make another one. My dear, is it okay to do this? Tuo Yu was dumbfounded. There is no way to get eternal Mangekyo, this is a direct birth. This is too rude. With the first success, you will continue to force the eyes of the tribe to open. The plan was quickly successful, and 5 people who could use Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu appeared in the first month. In the 3rd month, the 2 people who were progressing fast have gathered the junior Susanoo. In the 5th month, there were more than 8 people who were able to form a complete Susanoo. At the same time, you also issued rewards to let Uchiha's clansmen have as many births as possible. The second child will be rewarded 100,000 taels, the third child will be rewarded 500,000, and the fourth child will be rewarded 1 million. And all tuition fees and transaction fees are free, including the distribution of house packages, arrange jobs, buy social security. You have to let the powerful family of Uchiha lead the entire ninja world. Make Uchiha great again. 3 years later, the entire Uchiha family numbered more than 5,000. Among them, there are as many as 180 people with Mangekyo Sharingan. 53 people who can open Susanoo. Everyone knows that it is not Uchiha Fugaku, nor Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, but you. Uchiha Tuo Yu. Lying. Trough. Look at those tall and colorful Susanoos in the simulation. There is only shock left in Tuo Yu's heart. CACG over 50 Susa. Isn't this invincible? 39. Who can stop so many doll Gundams? Not even Pain. Tuo Yu feels that this wave is stable, at least it must be an S-level evaluation. More than 50 Susanoo, Mangekyo go everywhere. This is so FG shocking. In the 4th year, after the family military parade is completed, you must be ready. You plan to push the ninja world horizontally. Let all the big and small countries submit to your feet. 6,699. Tuo Yu opened his mouth wide. He looked at the strength accumulated over the past few years. Those dozens of human figures stood as tall as countless towering peaks. Gives endless pressure. Horrible. The land of wind has become your original goal. The 10 Susanoos were crushed all the way, and all the troops they encountered were beheaded neatly. In just 3 days of effort, the land of wind with a huge land area completely fell. Next is the country of waves. The country of waves without ninjas was easily captured. Tuo Yu looked at the crushing posture of the 10-figure Gundam pushing all the way, and the shock in his heart couldn't be added. Everyone's blood is boiling. If only he had this enormous power. FK Danzo, FK the Obito, raised them all. Other countries quickly formed an alliance to jointly resist the attack from Konoha. But you don't care, you are still pushing the past country by country. In front of dozens of Susanoo, no one can stop him. In just 1 month, you ruled more than half of the ninja world. Only Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, who are far away, are still alive. Dominate the world. Tuo Yu's whole body trembled with excitement. This invincible power, it would be great if I could be the master. If there are so many Susa soldiers, you can easily conquer the ninja world. Tuo Yu's eyes were full of fire. Just based on current achievements. The rating will never be low. 2 months later, the ninja world was unified. You have accomplished a feat that countless predecessors have not accomplished. You have become a unique existence in the entire ninja world. No one dares to defy your will. Haki. Tuo Yu raised his head and held his chest high, full of pride. It was as if he had become a self in a simulation. 4 years later, you married Hyuga Hinata. After all, with your status, that is the highest existence in the ninja world. Why did you choose Hinata? Because she has the largest breast. Married only one. Tuo Yu was a little dissatisfied. After all, there are still many beautiful girls. But, mature Hinata, looking at that exploding body. Tuo Yu's tears came down from the corner of his mouth. Unifying the entire ninja world, you are still used to practicing illusion with Shisui and Itachi. However, although they have become stronger, they still cannot successfully cast illusions on you. You still have a violent temper, but it may be because of your age that you no longer hit people, but spewed trash talk at the speed of a machine gun. Shisui and Itachi are trembling all over by you, but they can't do anything to you. After all, you are the one who led them to glory. They even think it's good to be yelled at by you. After the ninja world settled down, you didn't stay idle. In order to test your pupil strength, you even issued a summoning order for the whole ninja world. As long as you can make you fall into illusion, you can get 1 million taels. Because you think, this ninja world is so big, maybe who has a stronger illusion than Uchiha? Countless people follow one after another, but no one can make you fall into illusion. Shisui, Itachi, Sasuke. With the help of countless people, your pupil power has reached an unmatched level. After conversion, your pupil power probably exceeds 1 million. The entire Uchiha clan united, none of them are as powerful as your pupils. Invincible. See the simulated screen. Countless Uchiha tribesmen cast illusions on themselves collectively, but none of them can shake themselves. Tuo Yu just feels happy. Grumpy. Tough. Just this resistance. Steady. Your life is as beautiful as ever. In normal days, I can sum it up in 2 sentences. Hinata if you have something to do, and Hinata if you have nothing to do. After more than 10 years, the Otsutsuki star who came to pick the fruit of the ninja tree came to the ninja world. But as soon as you arrived at the scene, you were surrounded by more than 200 humanoid Gundams. Without the strength to resist, they were hacked to death by more than 200 Susago Gundams. After the turmoil, the ninja world returned to peace again. When you are fine, you will still let the Uchiha people come to you with illusions. Those older generations like you still ruthlessly curse at them. But to the children of the younger generation, your attitude will be much gentler. Children like to practice illusion with you, perhaps because you can scold their father wantonly, as if you were venting for them on weekdays. You are even talked about behind the back of the children, saying that Uchiha's most irritable uncle just looks violent on the surface but is actually a gentle person at heart. Tuo Yu could feel it. The character in the simulation screen has changed a little bit. Although it still has the shortcomings of being irritable, it has become a little more mature. Maybe it's because of having a family, or maybe it's because I'm getting old and don't like hitting people anymore. But it is still to be scolded. The children affectionately call your grumpy uncle. 20 years later, Sasuke's daughter Sarana also gave birth to a child, and you named her Sasuke. You are still welcomed by your grandchildren, and they still call you tempered grandpa affectionately. In the next 10 years, acquaintances around you left one by one, and when everyone died, you would stand in front of their graves and swear for a long time. Especially Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku who you beat up, you always scold them, you are so bad-tempered, you will die before you are a bunch of trash. 18 years later, Naruko grew up and became a lovely girl. You feel that your body has reached its limit. So, you asked your wife Hinata to call Naruko over. You have to practice illusion with her, the last illusion duel in your life. The self in the simulation screen has gray hair. Tired state is visible to the naked eye. Tuo Yu understood that this simulation was coming to an end. This magnificent life is about to come to an end. It feels complicated. Tuo Yu couldn't help feeling a little bit every time he saw that he had lived his life intact. This is life, there is sadness and glory, and it will eventually lead to the end of birth, old age, sickness and death. Sonoko is standing in front of you, looking at this man who is called a grumpy grandfather by everyone. He is extremely nervous and his face turns crimson. The two of you started an illusion duel. Obviously, she is not your opponent. However, you, who have never lost in your life, chose to deliberately lose to her this time. Closing square bracket dot. Chapter 92 Distinguished Heavenly Gods are invalid. Danzo is stupid. 95 258. Chapter 92 Distinguished Heavenly Gods are invalid. Danzo is stupid. I won. Seeing you look defeated, Naruko was about to cheer, but she immediately realized that you were letting her. You wave your hand and ask Naruko to come over and sit next to you. You ask her, do you want to know the past story of the ninja world? Do you want to know the origin of her name? She nods. So, you began to tell her the story of the past of the ninja world. In the past, there was a demon fox, you were talking, and she was listening carefully. Slowly, you find that your spirit seems to be floating. You feel a little tired, rest on her shoulders. You fell into a deep sleep. In your spiritual world, you seem to have returned to the beginning, and you are still practicing pupil art in the small mansion of Uchiha. Your soul is gradually extinguished. At the age of 87, your life is over. Your life ends here. Simulation ends. Look at the final screen. Tuo Yu even felt a little moved inside. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but get slightly wet. His life is worth it. As a Uchiha, instead of taking the extreme path like Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Madara, lead the Uchiha clan to true splendor. It will also unite the ninja world that has been chaotic for years. And after the reunification, the ninja world has also become very peaceful. Under his orderly rule, all ethnic groups are treated equally and all wars are eliminated. And most importantly, the common enemy of the whole world, the Otsutsuki star, did not make any splash. As soon as I came to this planet, I let myself bring someone to be hacked to death by a random knife. Quote. This wave is really quite enjoyable. Probably the only regret is that I only married one wife. Tuo Yu packed up his mood, and then ordered in his mind. System, the settlement can begin. Ding, simulation is over. In the process of settlement. Please wait. Ding, this simulation, the score is SS. Seeing the ratings this time, Tuo Yu was not surprised. In this simulation, he is simply out of the limelight, arrogant to the crowd. Not only led the Uchiha family to the top, but also unified the ninja world. I don't know how many times I watched those doll Gundams crush all the ninjas from one country to another like a bulldozer. He was shaking with excitement. The crushing of that kind of combat power is really refreshing. I didn't expect that the combination of the temperamental brother and the single resistance talent would have such an excellent result. Certainly, his irritable cultivation method also played a big role. Taken together, the double S score is well deserved. Ding, considering that your simulation evaluation reached SS this time, you can choose 3 from the following rewards. 1. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. 2. The powerful pupil power obtained from a lifetime of practice. 3. The amount of chakra you have accumulated in your life. Classic 3-3. Seeing the Sharingan, Tuo Yu's eyes lit up. But look carefully. 3 Tomo. He thought about it carefully, and it seemed that in this sim just now, he did not turn on Mangekyo. After all, with his character, how could he grieve over the death of a loved one? It's a pity. Mangekyo is the essence of Sharingan, only 3 Tomo. I feel a lack of interest. At the same time of regret, Tuo Yu couldn't help but have a question. The system, this pupil power and Sharingan, can still be used separately. 35. Ding. That's right, because the host's pupil power talent is the foundation given by the system, and then acquired by your lifelong practice, so even if you don't turn on Sharingan, you can still use it. This is good. Tuo Yu nodded with satisfaction immediately. He was about to say, if he opened Sharingan himself, how would he deceive others? You can use pupil power directly without Sharingan, which is tailor-made for him. After receiving the reward, Tuo Yu immediately sensed his new skill. In an instant, the huge pupil power was added, which made Tuo Yu feel a new look in front of him. It's like looking at things with a filter. See more clearly. Next, simulate resistance to illusion. Gather the spirit. The black pupils of both eyes instantly turned into blood-red Sharingan. With Sharingan, performing illusions is just as commonplace. Tuo Yu conjured up a shadow clone and began to cast illusions on his own body. Tomo in his pupils turned, and a huge spiritual force urged him, but he didn't feel it at all. It just felt like my mind became clearer. It seems that there is an invisible and thick shield that protects his mind, preventing any energy from invading. This is the ability to resist illusion. And as for other abilities, guys, chakra volume is finally here. Clenching his fists, feeling the chakra inside his body at least 4 or 5 times, Tuo Yu gasped for breath. Born in the Uchiha clan, and trained with Shisui and Itachi since childhood, the amount of chakra he has accumulated is considerable. All in all, this time the simulation. Great harvest. It can be said to be a great harvest. Next, it's time to see what the Danzo thief thinks. Tuo Yu couldn't help revealing a hilarious expression at the thought of what might happen next. He can't wait to meet Danzo now. What kind of face will Danzo show at that time? It will definitely be very exciting. Take 2 deep breaths and adjust your mood. Tuo Yu walked out of the house with a perfect smile. According to Tuo Yu's previous simulation, Danzo's eyeliner must be watching him somewhere. He appeared so swaggeringly. It won't be long before Danzo arrives. But he didn't need to hide. Just wait for him to come to the door. Even Tuo Yu couldn't wait, and wanted to take the initiative to get in touch with Danzo to see the collapsed expression when Danzo used 100,000 pupil power to hit him with 2 million pupil power. On Konoha Street, Tuo Yu was strolling around the street leisurely. With such a flamboyant action, sure enough, the eyeliner at the root immediately stared at him. The target appears, go and notify Danzo-sama. Yes, team of 3, the 2 stayed behind to continue monitoring. One person went back to tip off. Root headquarters, Lord Danzo, the target is shopping at this time, and there are no people in the way. 0 flowers. The root of the whistleblower knelt down and reported the situation. Well, let's go down. Danzo sat wily. There was always a happy expression on his face. HMPH, this kid, has he finally appeared? This kid has incredible power and must not fall into the hands of Hiruzen. 5. He will definitely be of use to me. Fumbling for the distinguished heavenly god's Sharingan under his bandages, Danzo gave a confident smile. Under my distinguished heavenly gods, no one can defy me. Just wait, you're going to be my pawn. Once you've made up your mind, don't hesitate. Danzo strikes decisively. Soon, Danzo came to Konoha Street, where his subordinates were monitoring. At this time, Tuo Yu was blatantly eating at a restaurant. The food was extremely arrogant, and I ordered 2 meals. Without a trace of defense, is this the pillar of the future of the village now? HMPH, it seems that Hiruzen's education has really failed. This little brat, Tuo Yu, should still be managed by me. 35. 0. Danzo thought to himself and walked towards Tuo Yu. He is very confident in the power of distinguished heavenly gods. He has used it countless times before and after, and no one has been able to resist the power of the distinguished heavenly gods. All obediently act according to his will. Like this kind of kid, the old man can control your life with just one look. Use it for me. 99. Danzo thought conceitedly, then, silently came to Tuo Yu. At this time, Tuo Yu was eating fried rice silently, and he was very happy. Of course he knew that Danzo had come. Rather, he had been waiting for him for a long time. On Danzo's side, after seeing Tuo Yu's face again, without hesitation, directly activate the power of distinguished heavenly gods. Silently loyal to me, this is a mind-twisting order from Danzo to Tuo Yu. A few seconds later, after using distinguished heavenly gods, Danzo looked back confidently. He said calmly, follow up, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Danzo walked over alone. However, when he walked a few steps, he didn't hear any movement behind him. How is this going? Danzo looked back in surprise, and was shocked to find that Tuo Yu was still sitting and eating. It doesn't make sense at all. Look at it like that, as if you didn't hear what he said at all. Danzo was dumbfounded. What happened? Could it be that it didn't launch successfully just now? There was something wrong with Danzo's whole body. This is so special. It's not right. It must have been launched successfully. I have used it countless times before and after, and it was absolutely successful just now, Danzo is very sure. After thinking for a few seconds, Danzo pretended to be passing by and walked up to Tuo Yu. Then he whispered, come with me. After that, Danzo left silently. However, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Danzo has already walked 7 or 8 steps, but there is still no sound behind. Looking back, Tuo Yu is still sitting there. Eat with big mouthfuls and ignore him at all. Lying, loss. Chapter 93 Danzo. I don't believe in this evil. I don't believe it. I just. 96 258. Chapter 93 Danzo. I don't believe in this evil. I don't believe it. I just. Danzo's eyes on his face and hand, staring at the boss. The whole person looks like he has seen a ghost, his face is unbelievable. What's the situation? Failed again. Could it be that he didn't look him in the eye? Do not. I clearly watched his eyes cast it. Besides, distinguished heavenly gods is an ninjutsu that doesn't even need to be in the eyes to perform. As long as the opponent is within the aiming range, you can cast the spell successfully. Danzo was extremely sure that his spell was aimed at Tuo Yu before he cast it. But, did the pupil technique fail? Danzo broke out in a cold sweat. Impossible. Distinguished heavenly gods is the most powerful illusion, how could it fail? Maybe my voice is too low. possible, Danzo silently found an answer for himself. Because he felt that the 2 times just now, he gave orders to Tuo Yu in a low voice. Maybe he has bad ears so he didn't hear. After hesitating for a few seconds, Danzo came to Tuo Yu again. This time, crank up the volume a bit. Follow me. Danzo didn't turn around confidently this time, but stood in place of 067. However, Tuo Yu remained unresponsive. Didn't even look up at him. Follow me. Danzo shouted again in disbelief, this time with a very loud voice. Even the people around you can hear it. And Tuo Yu finally reacted. He looked up at Danzo suspiciously. Huh, is something wrong? Why did you let me come with you? Hear this. Danzo was struck by lightning. The body trembled involuntarily, the mouth opened wide, and the one eye exposed outside stared round. This is impossible. Distinguished heavenly gods can never fail. But the situation in front of me is clearly expressed. Tuo Yu is completely untouched by distinguished heavenly god's hypnosis. Not following his Danzo's orders at all. There must be something wrong. Danzo couldn't believe that distinguished heavenly gods had failed, but looking at Tuo Yu's puzzled expression, he had to think so. What's the matter? Tuo Yu looked puzzled and looked at Danzo speechlessly. It's like looking at a retarded person. Quote. Danzo gritted his teeth. Although he was angry, even he couldn't do anything to a child on the street. Without any choice, he could only leave in despair. Seeing the back of Danzo leaving, Tuo Yu was overjoyed. Man, it was so much fun. I just hate that I don't have a mobile phone now, otherwise he really wants to take pictures of Danzo's appearance and save it. It's so funny. You guys, come here. Going to the dark place, Danzo gave an order, and several members of the root group wearing dog head masks came to him later. Danzo hasn't given up yet. He's going to use distinguished heavenly gods on Tuo Yu again. But distinguished heavenly gods has a cooldown of about half an hour. During this period, you still have to keep an eye on Tuo Yu, and you will do it again by yourself. See if it's your own problem or Tuo Yu's. You guys, take that kid seriously to me. 99. Come and report to me in half an hour. After saying that, Danzo left angrily. A few roots are also wondering, what is going on with this Lord Danzo? Did it fail? Why didn't Tuo Yu follow him? However, they didn't ask any further questions. Several people jumped on the roof, sneaked into the alley, and continued to monitor Tuo Yu. And Tuo Yu was here. After eating, I took it easy and sat down to the tea house next to me to drink tea. During the meal just now, he had already simulated a little. Danzo will not give up, and will come to him later. So, let's cooperate with Danzo, just sit here, and reduce the work of the few people at the root. More than an hour later, the unwilling Danzo continued to come to the door. He didn't even ask the root, because he saw you drinking tea in the street at a glance. Is this guy fearless? Danzo's old face is extremely gloomy. Distinguished heavenly gods, he has completely cooled down. And in order to test that his distinguished heavenly gods is indeed no problem, he was still in the basement just now, successfully brainwashing a person and making that person commit suicide. This has already come out after the second cooling. This wave, he does not believe that it has not been successful. He walked into the tea house silently, beckoned, and called the waiter over. Make a pot of tea. Danzo said very coldly. The young lady who served tea was also surprised when she saw that the visitor was Danzo. Because, a big man like Danzo usually hides in the shadows of Konoha, and basically doesn't show up in person. What's the wind blowing today? Why did you come to drink tea? So strange. 2 minutes later, please enjoy. The lady in the tea house brought the tea. Danzo looked flat, rolled up his sleeves, and started tasting. And Tuo Yu in front of him is also swinging his rocking chair leisurely, drinking tea in a hurry. It seems that there is no defense. This kid, did he not notice me at all? Danzo's eyes were cold, watching Tuo Yu's back. Probably, almost. Danzo seized the opportunity, and this time, just to be on the safe side, he deliberately lifted a bit of the bandage, exposed Sharingan from the gap, and performed an illusion on Tuo Yu. Distinguished heavenly gods, huge pupil power was released from Danzo's eyes. The command is also issued. Submit to me, change to normal. Being attacked like this, the target has been brainwashed. But just to be on the safe side, Danzo continued to release more than 10 seconds of pupil power this time. I felt like I couldn't open my eyes all the time, so I finished it in a hurry. Hey, it's almost time this time. I don't believe it will be missed. Danzo put away the bandage with satisfaction. He felt that Tuo Yu must have been caught this time. It's so close, it's impossible to stay awake by performing surgery on the forehead for more than 10 seconds. He must have been brainwashed himself. Listen to my orders, stand up, and follow me. Danzo's gloomy voice came from behind. Point 0. Sure enough, the old man Danzo is still not giving up. 95. Tuo Yu frowned, silently took a sip of tea. I don't know why, for someone who doesn't have any illusions at all, Danzo's words are so comical. He had already guessed what would happen next. Listen to my orders, stand up, and follow me. Danzo shouted again unwillingly, this time his tone was obviously a lot more anxious. Distinguished heavenly gods is not good, Danzo, don't waste your time. Tuo Yu said silently in his heart, his face full of pride. The magic resistance is too strong. Danzo's pupil power just now seemed to him like a gust of wind. No lethality at all. Danzo, who shouted twice to no avail, was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Why not? Danzo was in shock, but suddenly, his face changed. Because Tuo Yu actually stood up. What's the matter, isn't it? Danzo was overjoyed, but Tuo Yu went straight to the counter. Boss, where is the toilet? This. Impossible. It's not true. 99. There must be something wrong. 99. Danzo fell into self-doubt. What the hell is going on? Why doesn't he respond to the illusion? Is my posture wrong? 35. Danzo's head is almost lost. He worked so hard to get the strongest Sharingan, but it didn't work for Tuo Yu. What is the problem? Can someone come and explain it to him? And Tuo Yu, seeing Danzo's sluggish appearance at night, is a murderous pig. After coming out of the toilet, he deliberately ran in front of Danzo and said with a shocked expression, "Hey, why is it you again? Are you following me?" Hearing this, Danzo's face immediately turned green. The boss next to him rushed over to explain. Tuo Yu, 2.6 He is Lord Danzo. Tuo Yu suddenly realized. Oh, so you are Lord Danzo. I'm sorry, I was rude just now. Why does your face look so ugly? Is it because you have eaten your stomach or didn't bring any money? 99. Originally, I felt aggrieved, but when I heard Tuo Yu speak like this, Danzo felt even more uncomfortable. That expression is like eating a blowfly. Tired to the max. Boss, this is my tea money. By the way, Lord Danzo didn't seem to bring any money, so I'll give it to him. Tuo Yu readily took out 2 silver notes and slapped them on the table. After finishing things, he didn't forget to go to Danzo's seat to make up a knife. Lord Danzo, I have already paid for the money for you. If anything happens, just tell me directly and stop following me. Where can Danzo dare to speak? I had no choice but to stare at Tuo Yu blankly. 3 hours later, the members of the root group found the tea house. Lord Danzo, why are you here? That kid has gone home. Wait, Lord Danzo, how long have you been sitting here? Single G. Chapter 94 Shocked. The Konoha shinobi cast an illusion on Tuo Yu in turn. 97 258. Chapter 94 Shocked. The Konoha shinobi cast an illusion on Tuo Yu in turn. Hokage Building, 3rd Hokage Office. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the chair with a dark face. The exposed murderous aura even made the flies on the windowsill shudder. Not long after, the office door opened. Bandaged, Danzo walked in, also with a dark face. Sarutobi, you are looking for me? Danzo asked in a low voice. Yeah, I'm looking for you. If I don't find you again, who knows what good things you have to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen was murderous, and Danzo knew it was not good when he saw him like this. What he did to Tuo Yu yesterday was probably already known to the 3rd generation. That kid told you. Danzo clenched his fist secretly. Okay, they will sue. It seems that the lessons for him are not enough. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and said disdainfully. Don't use your dirty thoughts to try to figure out Tuo Yu's mind and complain. He wouldn't do something as low as a complaint. I learned about it through other sources. The other channel that Sarutobi Hiruzen said was, of course, Tuo Yu's diary. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been hooked since Tuo Yu said a trick here. The honest plan, I believe in Tuo Yu's voice in the diary. Although I don't know how he escaped your tricks, Tuo Yu is the junior I focus on training. If you dare to brainwash him, don't blame me for being rude to you. Apparently, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the secret of Danzo. One-handed Sharingan, half-body wood style, and the most important Shisui Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen is just too lazy to take care of these things. After all, Danzo is still valuable to him, and he still wants to keep him to do those dirty black things and help himself $20. Seeing his own plan, it was directly debunked, and Danzo didn't pretend. Yes, I just want to get Tuo Yu's power, and besides, Sarutobi, that kid's power is beyond your control. He can even go head-to-head against my distinguished heavenly gods. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been burning with excitement on Danzo's head, suddenly shrank his pupils. Then stared at Danzo in shock. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again, a little uncertain. I said, that kid just took my distinguished heavenly gods. I launched him a few times, but it didn't work at all. Danzo's voice was furious. He went home last night and thought about it all night without realizing how that Tuo Yu resisted his distinguished heavenly gods. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked. When he was reading Tuo Yu's diary before, he felt strange. Tuo Yu said that he seemed to be followed by Lord Danzo yesterday, and the two sides met several times and even gave him tea money. When Sarutobi Hiruzen first saw this diary, he couldn't let his anger out. With what he knew about Danzo, how could he not be clear about what the other party wanted to do? He must be trying to use distinguished heavenly gods to brainwash Tuo Yu and turn him into his own pawn. But after seeing Tuo Yu's diary, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little more at ease. Because Danzo doesn't seem to have cast him yet. Otherwise, how could he sit at home and write this diary? But now, Danzo said that he held his own magic head on. What the hell is going on? Danzo, are you kidding me? How could anyone resist the illusion of distinguished heavenly gods? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked loudly, an old face full of twists and shocks. Distinguished heavenly gods, that is the illusion of Uchiha Shisui. It can be said to be the most inexplicable illusion of the entire Uchiha family and even the entire ninja world. As long as you are hit, your opponent's will be modified. Act according to the wishes of the caster. And it didn't even notice it at all. To be honest, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stand this technique. So he silently explained to the senior management in the village that unless he died, he would not give way to Danzo. If he does something strange, Danzo must have brainwashed himself. It is because of this heavy insurance that Sarutobi Hiruzen is able to do Hokage without incident. Otherwise Danzo would have attacked him long ago. You're surprised too. To be honest, I'm surprised too. I have never seen such a bizarre thing in all my years of life, but someone can carry the illusion of distinguished heavenly gods forcibly. There was a hint of self-deprecation in Danzo's tone. The Sharingan and illusion that he is most proud of are the ultimate killers that have solved countless incidents for him. In front of Tuo Yu, it turned out to be a useless waste. Could it be you? I got it. I've said it. I've tried him a few times to no avail. And the technique didn't fail. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could question it, Danzo kept yelling. Does this kind of question still need him to doubt it? He has already tested all the suspicious points. There will be such a thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned deeply on the chair, shocked beyond words. After half an hour, he put down his pipe. His face regained his sanity. If he can really resist the illusion of distinguished heavenly gods, then he will be the strongest genius since Konoha village. I'm going to try it out. See if he really has this power. 99. Soon, under the arrangement of Third Hokage, a group of Konoha's ninjas, Kakashi, Might Guy, Old Red, and several elites of the Konoha family were called out. Everyone gathers at the training ground. How could there be such a thing, and there are people who are not afraid of illusions? I guess that kid must be bragging again. Asuma exhaled a cigarette in disdain. Because it was impossible for Third Hokage to tell them the truth, only that Tuo Yu seemed to have a strong resistance to illusion, so they called them over to try it out. Cut, arrogant. Hong Yuhi shook her head in disgust. Mitarashi Anko next to him also echoed. I feel that this Asuma has a deep resentment towards Tuo Yu. Is it because of you? Kurenai Yuhi blushed slightly, but did not speak. She must be the most important reason. After all, she is with Tuo Yu, Asuma doesn't know yet. He's still pretending to be cool here, trying to get his attention. I think it's possible. Might Guy stood up. Tuo Yu is too strong, all the impossible will become possible. Kakashi also nodded. Tuo Yu is an incredible person, don't judge him with common sense. In a group of people waiting. Soon, Tuo Yu came along with the other Shaoqiangs. And pushing in front of Naruto was Sasuke. Sasuke also came in a wheelchair. Lord Hokage, I have brought them all here. Iruka stepped forward and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, took 2 steps up, and stood in front of Tuo Yu. Tuo Yu, I called you here today because I actually want to ask you something. 35. Although Tuo Yu already knew it in his heart, he still looked ignorant. Well, what's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile, have you noticed that you have a special talent in illusion? Illusion. Tuo Yu frowned and replied innocently, I don't know. I haven't learned illusion yet. This is not false. Before Tuo Yu's strength, even learning a 3-body technique was difficult, how could he still learn illusion? The smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face deepened, patted Tuo Yu's shoulder, and said, actually, I'm not referring to your talent for learning illusions, of course, you can't tell if you have this talent. But what I want to say today is that you may have a strong talent that can resist illusions. 35. Tuo Yu still looked bewildered. Illusionism is a very profound ninjutsu, and it is extremely demanding on the talent of practitioners. About every 20 or 30 people, only one person with talent in illusion can emerge. Once the illusion is used, it will cause the opponent's nerves to become insane, and at worst, it will make the opponent fall into illusion, and I think you may have a special talent that can resist illusion. Would you like to try it? Sarutobi Hiruzen raises the point. Is it true that as Danzo said, he can even resist the illusion of distinguished heavenly gods? It depends on the next test. And Tuo Yu, of course, is open to all who come. He just wanted to see how much the difference between this ordinary illusion and Uchiha's illusion was. I don't have much confidence, but if Hokage-sama wants to take the test, I'll do my best. 39. Tuo Yu looked serious and enthusiastic. Seeing him being so sensible, the audience around him all praised him. Yuri Hong. Look, this is my old age. Ahem, this is the realm of others, unlike some people who know sourness. 99. Uyu Shion. The more you look, the more sensible you are. Enko. That's right, this kind of kid is likable. 35. 067 Under the gaze of a group of people. Soon, Tuo Yu walked to the middle of the crowd. Naruto next to him said a little puzzled, can it resist illusion? It feels a little unreliable, and Tuo Yu doesn't have 9 tails in his stomach. Little Sakura also nodded nervously. That's right, how can there be ordinary people who can resist illusion? If it is stronger, Sasuke can't do it. Hinata. Tuo Yu-kun. Shikamaru turned his head and looked at Sasuke in the wheelchair. Sasuke, what do you think? Sasuke's face was grim. I don't know, maybe he has resistance to ordinary words, but if it's Uchiha's illusion, he certainly can't resist. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a look after. A female ninja from the Yamanaka family stood up. Brother, then I will use it on you first. If you can't bear it, you scream. Tuo Yu nodded, and then, the opponent flipped his hands. Illusion, imprisonment chains. A special magic power suddenly rushed towards Tuo Yu, attempting to invade his brain. If it were an ordinary person, the scene that appeared in the line of sight at this time should be that the whole body was wrapped in chains, unable to move. However, under the magic resistance of Tuo Yu's access to the rock, This magic power, like an egg, hit an iron wall as high as a mountain and shattered on the spot. And Tuo Yu was unscathed. Huh, has it started? Tuo Yu raised his hand suspiciously. She looks like she didn't notice that the illusion was starting. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers immediately exploded. I'm going. What's the situation? He's really all right. No, the illusion just now seems to be quite strong. After being hit, people will be unable to move. 39. That's right, I've been hit by that illusion before, and I couldn't move for dozens of seconds. 35. Conversations abound, and the female ninja from the Yamanaka family who performed the spell just now. At this moment, he was also stunned and extremely shocked. Fine, this guy is totally unresponsive. I didn't even feel when I was hit. Seeing this scene, Yuhi blushed in admiration. Why hasn't this started yet? It's clearly over already.